As for the Shillong Legion fleet, there was a dedicated area where these interstellar battleships were stationed, with a specific stargate for their use. The remaining stargates were for various factions personnel coming to the Shillong Galaxy for different reasons, as well as for those who wanted to visit the Shillong Galaxy. After obtaining permits, they could board special interstellar cruisers to spend a vacation in the Shillong Galaxy. However, once the permit time expired, they had to either renew it if conditions allowed, or leave the Shillong Galaxy. Due to the nearly peak population in the Shillong Galaxy, Zhang Hong, the manager of the Shillong Galaxy, had even relocated some low-end manufacturing industries out of the Shillong Galaxy. Despite this, there were still many people who wanted to enter the Shillong Galaxy within the Shillong Empire. They viewed the Shillong Galaxy as a sacred place in their hearts. Naturally, this was not allowed, as the Shillong Galaxy was just one galaxy and not very large at that. Even with habitable planet renovations around, they couldn't accommodate the continuous influx of people. Thus, a rule was introduced. Those without exclusive Shillong Galaxy citizenship were not allowed to enter the Shillong Galaxy. This led to the emergence of a gray industry in the Shillong Empire. This was the act of smuggling into the Shillong Galaxy. As the name suggests, there were arrangements made for those wishing to enter the Shillong Galaxy to be smuggled in. A fee was charged for this service, and the fate of these illegal immigrants surviving in the Shillong Galaxy was not their responsibility. There were many ways of smuggling. Either using a smuggling leader's prepared interstellar transport ship to pass through the interstellar edge space into the Shillong Galaxy. This method could accommodate more smugglers at once, but also increase the risk of being detected. After Zhao Chen entered the bridge, accompanied by the leopard woman and several guards, he walked to Li Wei's side. This led to a casual chat among the old friends, bringing laughter and joy inside the bridge. Li Wei even suggested arranging a potential future marriage between his daughter and Zhao Chen's son, sparking a lively banter between them. Despite the light-hearted conversation, Zhao Chen had to carefully consider the implications of such discussions, given both his and Li Wei's positions in the empire. Chapter 1379. Two leading commercial groups' beautiful female CEOs. Thank you all for taking the time to come amidst your busy schedules. I appreciate your efforts, Zhao Chen remarked, looking at Li Yaqi, Li Wei, and the others. Li Yaqi smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, you're being too kind. It's no trouble at all. Although we're in business, we are always juggling numerous tasks. But for important occasions like this, of course, we must attend. It's in such settings where we can smoothly negotiate some collaborations." As she spoke, Li Yaqi's gaze involuntarily lingered a bit longer on Zhao Chen. Li Wei, recognizing his sister's thoughts, knew that she had not found a partner for years. He was well aware of her intentions. If it were someone else, Li Wei might have simply tied them up and sent them to his sister's bedroom. However, the person his sister had set her eyes on happened to be this dignitary. Could he even be tied up? If he were, the entire empire would be in chaos tomorrow. How is business going now? Zhao Chen inquired with concern. Li Yaqi began detailing the current state of interstellar trade. The Northern Dragon Interstellar Trading Group, which Li Yaqi managed, was one of the leading enterprises in interstellar trade within the Owl Dragon Empire, occupying at least 20% of the market share. Aside from arms dealings, the Northern Dragon Interstellar Trading Group had now shifted its focus primarily to the development of the Owl Dragon Empire in areas such as light industry, interstellar transportation, grain trade, among others, covering various aspects of the empire. In other interstellar kingdoms, such a large and influential enterprise would surely be eyed with envy by those in power. However, Zhao Chen had no such issues. This was because the major shareholder behind the Northern Dragon Interstellar Trading Group was Zhao Chen himself, with the largest share being held by the Zhao royal family. On the other hand, the Li family behind Li Yaqi was merely a commercial dynasty supported by the Zhao royal family. Within the Owl Dragon Empire, they held the title of the top interstellar commercial family. However, Li Yaqi was well aware that within the empire, everything depended on Zhao Chen's word. If this dignitary were willing, with just a word, he could elevate a previously ordinary family into a giant dynasty overnight. Conversely, a once glorious family could crumble in a day. Nonetheless, Li Yaqi had never worried about such matters. To her, the wealth accumulated was just a string of numbers. She was known as one of the wealthiest women in the Owl Dragon Empire. She simply wanted to contribute silently in the field she excelled in for the man she had long admired. Perhaps only when he no longer needed her would she let go. At least for now, he still required her strength. Thinking about this, Lee Yaki felt a warmth in her heart. Recounting her work over the past year was also enjoyable, akin to a child reporting their achievements to their parents, awaiting praise. Just then, on the quiet bridge, a department's equipment in front of an officer began flashing red lights. The officer immediately appeared tense and flustered. Interrupted by the sound, Lee Yaki furrowed her brow, irritated. She coldly asked, "What's the matter?" The officer immediately pressed a button, as if receiving a message. Turning, the officer reported, "There's a message from Warehouse 4. During the inspection by the Empire's patrol personnel, they found over 300 stowaways in Warehouse 4. Lee Yaki immediately furrowed her brows, shooting a slightly angry glance at Li Wei, who had already lowered his head. Li Wei also knew that there was no way out for him, and quickly said, "Sis, I absolutely had no knowledge of this matter. I have no shortage of money, so there's no reason for me to engage in smuggling operations. I promise. I will investigate immediately to determine who arranged for these stowaways to board my starship." Lee Yaki glared at her brother. "You have 10 minutes. If you can't figure it out." Initially, Lee Yaki wanted to deliver severe punishment, but seeing the child in Madame Mao's arms, her expression softened, and she added, "You handle it yourself when the time comes. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Within that time, I will unearth the audacious culprit who dared to engage in such activities under my scrutiny." Li Wei rushed out of the bridge in a hurry. If it were just 1 or 2 individuals, it might have been their own doing, sneaking onto the starship using unknown methods. However, with over 300 individuals, it clearly indicated organized action. What's more, these were internal personnel of the starship, likely looking to make some money. Thinking that since this was Li Wei's starship, he should have been vigilant. For any issues arising on this starship, he held the responsibility. Such matters were not troublesome within the Empire's territories. But what if it occurred elsewhere? If any contraband was found, would those individuals speak politely then? Lee Yaki sternly emphasized. As a stellar trade merchant, she understood the significance of long-haul stellar trading, inspecting every segment and compartment of her starship to ensure no hazardous materials accompanied her on the journey. It was a fundamental principle. Lee Yaki was upset that Li Wei had forgotten this fundamental requirement. Not wanting to escalate the situation further, Zhao Chen refrained from commenting. "Your Majesty, have you come aboard to meet us old friends?" Li Yaki curiously eyed Zhao Chen. Madame Miao also looked perplexed, gazing at the Emperor with her baby in her arms, seemingly intrigued by this handsome man. "Yes, it kind of is," Zhao Chen nodded. "I understand. Your instructions will be carried out by our Northern Dragon Interstellar Trading Group. We will prioritize the interests of the Owl Dragon Empire." Li Yaki reassured with a smile. Zhao Chen, observing Li Yaki's smile, felt somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Madame Miao seemed to see through everything. Li Yaki's inquiry about the Rose-Red Dragon Interstellar Trading Group arose from years of competition between the two groups. Both had been supported by Zhao Chen and were led by female bosses, leading to frequent comparisons between the two influential women. Over time, confrontations occurred whenever these two women met. Madame Miao was also aware of an internal episode. At a recent interstellar trade banquet within the Empire, both Li Yaki and Rose Red were present. In a previous business deal, Rose Red had gained the upper hand and subsequently received praise from the Emperor. However, the Emperor's praises were often scripted by Lily, his aide. It was said that Rose Red had then flaunted this before Li Yaki, feigning victory and remarking that only the strong could stand by the Emperor. However, if Li Yaki were willing to call her sister, she wouldn't mind letting Li Yaki bask in the limelight. The situation had hit a nerve with Li Yaki. In all situations, Li Yaki remained composed, except at that moment. She had lifted a bottle, gulping down its contents. Like a fierce dragon, she stared straight at Rose Red, leaving a message only audible to them before departing, leaving behind the empty bottle. Since then, the Northern Dragon Interstellar Trading Group under Li Yaki fiercely competed in any business ventures that involved the Rose-Red Dragon Interstellar Trading Group. Corporate dominance and territorial expansion were sustained within the boundaries set by Zhao Chen early on. Ultimately, the profits returned to the Owl Dragon Empire. During that period, the Empire's tax revenues had seen a significant uptick. If Zhao Chen ever learned of these events, he might recollect them. During that time, Lily would often smirk at him, as if she had seen something extraordinary. Do you plan to discuss these matters with the Crimson Red Dragon Interstellar Trading Group as well? Li Yaqi suddenly inquired. Zhao Chen nodded, yes. Lily has given explicit instructions. So, are you here to see me first? Li Yaqi posed a somewhat peculiar question. Yes, Zhao Chen nodded. Understood. We will ensure the completion of the tasks you have entrusted us with. The interests of the Owl Dragon Empire will be our top priority. Li Yaqi pledged with a smile. Zhao Chen, noting Li Yaqi's smile, felt somewhat perplexed. Madame Miao seemed to read everything. Li Yaqi's recent inquiry about the Rose-Red Dragon Interstellar Trading Group was due to years of rivalry between the two entities. Their close ties and female leadership often led to comparisons between the two women. Over time, confrontations would arise whenever the two women crossed paths. Moreover, Madame Miao was privy to insider information. During a recent Empire Interstellar Trade banquet where both Li Yaqi and Rose Red were present, the latter had previously bested the former in a business deal. As a result, Rose Red had received praise from the Emperor. However, the Emperor's praises were usually drafted by Lily. At that time, Rose Red had flaunted her victory before Li Yaqi, claiming that only the strong could stand next to the Emperor. Should Li Yaqi refer to her as sister, Rose Red would graciously offer Li Yaqi the same honor in return. This incident had triggered Li Yaqi. From that moment on, the Northern Dragon Interstellar Trading Group, led by Li Yaqi, prioritized their business ventures to outshine the Rose-Red Dragon Interstellar Trading Group. This marked the beginning of fierce competition between the two groups, albeit within the guidelines set by Zhao Chen. The aftermath saw both groups expanding their territorial and trading influence, ultimately benefiting the Owl Dragon Empire. Should Zhao Chen recall these incidents, he would see how under Lily's influence, these events had transpired. Chapter 1380 Li Yaqi Small Suggestion Woo Woo. At this moment, the girl in Mrs. Mao's arms pointed her finger in the direction of the spaceship's bridge porthole. Looking in that direction at this moment, one could see a magnificent interstellar city suspended in the distance. Although it was an interstellar city, the entire city was designed in a heavy historical style. And in the most prominent place, there were three shining golden characters, Chang'an City. This is Chang'an City in the Owl Dragon star system. It's so beautiful. I have never seen such a majestic interstellar city before. Mrs. Miao couldn't help but exclaim. In the Owl Dragon Empire, there is no other interstellar city that can compare to it. The knowledgeable Li Yaqi immediately gave the most straightforward evaluation. Zhao Chen nodded. For now, that's true. Did building such a magnificent interstellar city consume a lot of resources? Mrs. Miao curiously asked. Zhao Chen nodded. Chang'an City was built using the Temple of the Gods-level interstellar complex as a technical blueprint. Similar buildings are also being constructed in other parts of the Owl Dragon Empire. However, according to local cultural customs, the exterior style will be modified. In this case, up to now, Chang'an City has been the most costly to build. According to what I've heard, it's estimated to have cost nearly 6 trillion star coins. 6 trillion star coins. Mrs. Miao gasped at the figure. Although she wasn't responsible for interstellar trade matters, being with Li Wei all this time, she had gained some understanding. She naturally knew what the concept of 6 trillion star coins meant. Zhao Chen, hands behind his back, looked through the porthole at the brilliant Chang'an City. I know, such a brilliant and extravagant interstellar city. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, it's entirely unnecessary consumption. This funding, if used to build interstellar battleships, could have constructed several T-6 class main battleships. If I were still the highest commander of the Owl Dragon Legion, I wouldn't bother making such a thing. But now, as the Emperor of the Empire, this Chang'an City must be built. Its future represents the imperial family, representing my existence. It will become the center of everything in the Owl Dragon Empire. It will be the emblem of the splendor of the Owl Dragon Empire. Mrs. Miao listened attentively. Perhaps she still couldn't fully understand the significance of Chang'an City. But Li Yaqi, on the side, understood the reasoning behind it and silently agreed. The nominal value of this kind of starship-like landmark building has far exceeded its actual value, Li Yaqi said. These kinds of monumental star structures actually have a significant symbolic effect on the local area. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Perhaps we can quickly introduce more of this type of building within the Empire to accelerate the prosperity of the Empire. You speak. Zhao Chen looked interestedly at Li Yaqi. Li Yaqi pointed outside the porthole at the distant glorious Chang'an city. Your Majesty, let me first ask you, does the blueprint used for this Chang'an city, the T6 Temple of the Gods level interstellar complex, have a simplified version? That is, a cheaper version where some functions can be reduced. The exterior size can be smaller, and the technology used doesn't all have to be T6 level, perhaps using T5 level technology. Li Yaqi inquired. Zhao Chen said without hesitation, that's not a big issue. The Empire's Military Research Institute can work on a simplified version for this and spend some time tweaking, ensuring all procedures are compatible. Li Yaqi nodded and continued, in that case, we can simplify this model of interstellar city, such as cutting down the cost from the 6 trillion star coins to 100 trillion star coins, and then set its selling price between 300 trillion to 500 trillion star coins. If possible, we can further reduce the price. According to different needs, we can set up large, medium, small sizes, or luxury, deluxe, standard versions for various interstellar forces or families to choose from. Shortly after, when the Empire stabilizes, various regions will need these types of star buildings to showcase their development and prosperity. By that time, the signage will use a technology blueprint similar to Chang'an City, which would be quite prestigious. In this way, the Empire can help these star buildings develop like mushrooms without spending any costs, which will greatly help the economy of the Owl Dragon Empire. Moreover, the Empire can profit from these projects, which would be a contribution back to building the Chang'an cities. Upon hearing Li Yaqi's words, Zhao Chen felt enlightened. Her suggestion was indeed very good. But what if those interstellar forces or families are not willing to do this? After all, spending such a large amount of resources just to build this type of star building may not be affordable for some families, who may prefer to save up for themselves, Mrs. Miao interjected. You make a good point. The intrinsic value of a thing is actually singular. But what if we give it some additional value? For example, from now on, Your Majesty arranges all final recruits from the Owl Dragon Military Academy to be held in similar star buildings to Chang'an City. Or perhaps, from now on, whenever Your Majesty travels to different places, he will only stay in this type of star building. And if rumors spread about whether the internal areas of a star system manager have this type of star building, it symbolizes the level of prosperity in that area and will directly affect whether the manager can continue to be promoted. Li Yaqi elaborated. Accompanied by Li Yaqi's words, Mrs. Mao's eyes gradually widened, sparkling with interest. Coming from a family herself, she understood very well that those families would surely try their best to strive for these benefits, especially when there's an opportunity to touch upon the Empire's power. For example, the new recruitment at the Owl Dragon Military Academy. If this process takes place in a star city you were in charge of, it might allow more of your family's descendants to participate. And with other recruits, it creates an impression that the local manager cares about you a lot. In the future, if someone among these recruits achieves great success, that family might rise to greater heights. Of course, some undesirable things are bound to arise from this. For example, there will inevitably be some who try to cheat during the new recruitment process or neglect development in other aspects of their territory in the construction of this interstellar city, even exploiting their people for it. To prevent these things from happening, corresponding measures must be taken, Li Yaqi reminded. Zhao Chen nodded and then said, Your points are very valid. I will make a note of this and discuss it with Lily later. If there is anything we can assist with when the time comes, we're more than willing to help, Li Yaqi offered. Mrs. Miao muttered quietly on the side, This New Year's banquet happens to be the perfect time to promote this star building. It's like advertising to the entire universe. It's simply perfect. Mrs. Miao looked admiringly at her sister-in-law. Although she knew her sister-in-law was impressive, especially in business matters, seeing it firsthand was a different experience. At that moment, Li Wei hurriedly returned. Wiping the sweat from his face, he looked at Zhao Chen and his sister. When looking at his sister, his gaze showed some fear. We've found out. It was a person in charge of managing the cabin who secretly arranged for these stowaways in the cabin area he's responsible for, trying to make some money. I've ordered him to be restrained, following the rules, Li Wei said, feeling guilty as he looked at Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, this matter, although I truly didn't know, there are stowaways on my spaceship and I can't shirk responsibility. I'm willing to accept punishment. Li Yaqi stayed silent. Mrs. Miao was somewhat worried as she glanced at Li Wei. No matter, it's just a small matter. Deal with it according to your method, and be more careful in the future. If you cause trouble again, your wife and I won't be able to protect you, Zhao Chen said playfully. Li Wei then looked at Li Yaqi, his expression as if he had seen a tiger. Elder sister, you handled the matter well, but there still must be punishment. For the next 6 months, all your vacations are cancelled, Li Yaqi said sternly. Yes, Li Wei responded softly. All right, don't be upset. We're about to enter Chang'an City, Zhao Chen said, linking arms with his brother and pointing to the now indistinct Chang'an City. Because the spacecraft they were on was currently docking, the immense city couldn't be clearly seen. Comparatively, the starship they were on seemed tiny. The docking procedure was swift, and soon the starship was moored in its designated berth. Due to Li Yaqi and Li Wei's status, this starship was allowed special access to dock inside the city, allowing them to walk directly into Chang'an City through the corridors. In contrast, most starships had to dock outside the city and then be shuttled in by permission. Outside Chang'an City at that moment, countless shuttlecrafts were flying like fireflies. Zhao Chen and his group left the bridge, preparing to step into the incomparably magnificent Chang'an City. They first stepped into a corridor with elevators. Through the windows on both sides of the corridor, one could see the exterior buildings of Chang'an City and the parked starships. The starships that could dock in this position were almost all T5 class or above. What are you? Li Wei noticed Zhao Chen had put on a mask for him, only revealing his eyes. You're silly. What's His Majesty's identity? Mrs. Miao began to question her husband's reasoning. Li Wei then realized, although the New Year's banquet was still a few days away, many people had arrived early. In the corridor that converged them, hundreds if not thousands of people could be seen. If Zhao Chen were to appear openly without masking his identity, it would surely cause a commotion. Therefore, Zhao Chen had hidden his identity. I also came early to inspect privately. It's like incognito to check the situation of Chang'an City, Zhao Chen explained. At this moment, his voice had changed slightly due to the mask on his face. Soon, Zhao Chen and his group merged into the crowd. The leopard lady and the other guards had subconsciously formed a protective layer around Zhao Chen. Anyone who dared to approach was given a warning look. Although onlookers were curious, they didn't find it strange when they saw Li Yaqi and Li Wei among the crowd. Li Yaqi's stature made having bodyguards around her seem normal. There are so many people. From what I understand, Chang'an City is supposed to gradually open to the public in the last 10 days before the year's end, Mrs. Miao said, looking at the densely packed area. How many people did you invite? Li Wei asked quietly. Various forces and powers invited from outside the Owl Dragon star system. In total, 100,000 invitations were sent out. Each invitation allowed the invitee to bring 3 family members. So at least 500,000 people are invited. Additionally, within the Owl Dragon Empire, the military and military-industrial personnel, those with military ranks, or those with outstanding performance, we issued invitations. For lower-level soldiers, we have also provided a lottery system for earning an invitation. They can invite their families to join. Furthermore, to promote the people's enjoyment, we also invited local residents of the Owl Dragon star system. If I remember correctly from Lily's briefing, this time, Chang'an City will likely gather at least 50 million people. 50 million people? Mrs. Miao was amazed upon hearing this number. Inviting 50 million people to a banquet was likely unprecedented. It indirectly indicated the current strength of the Owl Dragon Empire. Can Chang'an City accommodate so many people? Li Wei curiously inquired. During the initial design of Chang'an City, it was meant to accommodate tens of billions of people. For now, it's more than capable. After all, before opening Chang'an City, we already arranged for a group of people to move in, mainly for various professions and staff within Chang'an City. The number of people just in this area alone has reached 1 billion. So, accommodating these tens of millions of people is entirely sufficient, Li Yaqi explained, showing surprise and interest at the city's capacity. Chapter 1381 Chang'an City Pass through the long corridor. The first thing that catches the eye is actually a series of sturdy interstellar battleships. Yes, indeed, interstellar battleships. Not holographic images, but real interstellar battleships. These interstellar battleships are docked in exclusive berths, and the surfaces of the ships are specially decorated, very beautiful. At almost every angle, there are several electronic display screens showing various information about the battleships. There are even holographic intelligent assistants transforming into humanoid forms of various races, introducing this interstellar battleship to guests from all over. This interstellar battleship is named T for Tyrant-class Heavy Interstellar Missile Battlecruiser. It is currently still in service among the Owl Dragon Legion, playing an important role. Designed as an interstellar battlecruiser to pursue greater firepower output, it is equipped with a certain number of interstellar missiles. Its firepower output is extremely strong, and due to the defensive armor of the heavy interstellar battleship, conventional firepower of the same class can hardly damage its armor. These continuous voices introduce various detailed contents of this interstellar battleship to people who want to know more about it in different locations. Other lined-up interstellar battleships are basically in the same situation. Are they selling starships? Lady Meow was somewhat surprised to see this scene. Li Yaqi nodded in appreciation. It's a very good marketing strategy. These interstellar battleships themselves are hot-selling items, but many people are still indecisive. But now, presenting these interstellar battleships in such a way in front of everyone, especially at such an important occasion, in such a special place, there will definitely be many people who see them. Given the large audience, there will definitely be people willing to buy. However, I suggest placing more lower-level Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships. In fact, I think the Owl Dragon can now introduce some civilian starships or technological advancements, such as T1 to T3 level interstellar battleships, interstellar cruisers, shuttles, and so on. After all, the vast majority of lower-level people will only ever encounter T1 level interstellar battleships in their lifetime. For them, starships of the T4 class like this one are very distant. Although the profit from selling a single ship is not very high. But you have to understand, now the entire universe belongs to the Owl Dragon Empire, and it carries the Owl Dragon brand. Under the principle of aggregation, the profit share from this is still a considerable and frightening number. And now the Owl Dragon Empire is developing at an extremely fast pace. A group of people will become prosperous, and during this period, accompanying this will be consumption in this area. Hearing Li Yaqi's words, Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, also admiring Li Yaqi's vision for future business. Only now did Li Yaqi see the opportunities of the future. This is a true business genius, growing into a business giant. What you said, I've already arranged. It will be promoted in the future. On one hand, it can enrich the lives and consumption of the lower levels of the Owl Dragon Empire, and on the other hand, through this consumption, it can somewhat contribute to the financial expenditure of the Owl Dragon Empire. Although this contribution is not a huge piece of the cake, having it is better than not. And as wars gradually diminish in the future, civilian consumption will gradually become significant. We must make preparations in advance. Zhao Chen explained his long-held anticipation. Even though there are multiple crises, but Zhao Chen still needs to plan for the future development of the Owl Dragon Empire. Chatting, they passed through this exhibition area. The field of vision suddenly widened. Wow! Lady Meow, who had seen many interstellar cities, was stunned by the scene before her. Before them was a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, through which the view inside could be seen. It was a snowy city, covered with white snow. A large city stood within, with residential areas, commercial districts, squares, and flying cars darting in the sky. This is a city cluster in Chang'an City. There are 12 city clusters in Chang'an City, each capable of accommodating at least 10 billion people. And the style of each city is completely different. There are cities built based on human physique, cities built for winged races, giant city clusters built specifically for large-bodied interstellar races, and city clusters consisting of 90% ocean. In short, any interstellar race in the universe can have a place to live here. Zhao Chen introduced this city in Chang'an City. At this moment, a hovering car had parked in front of Zhao Chen and his group. There was a female soldier in uniform on it, saluting Zhao Chen and saying in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I am here to escort you." Not in a hurry. First send them to the hotel where they will stay. Zhao Chen pointed to Li Yaqi, Li Wei, and the others beside him. Yes, the hovering car was large, able to accommodate over a dozen people. So Zhao Chen and his group sitting inside appeared spacious. Due to the open-top design, they could still enjoy the passing scenery. Among the 12 city clusters, there are some unique buildings for discussing unique businesses. For example, you can go to the Ocean City clusters and negotiate with interstellar traders for some fishing trade. In short, these 12 city clusters mainly focus on people's livelihoods and interstellar trade. As you go further in, it leans more towards politics. It is also the inner city of Chang'an City. I call it the Forbidden City. Zhao Chen pronounced this name. The Forbidden City? Is this your imperial city? Li Yaqi realized the special significance of this Forbidden City. It's almost like that. From now on, everything that needs to be announced outwardly will be held in the Forbidden City. Most of the imperial banquets held within the Owl Dragon Galaxy will also be held in the Forbidden City. Zhao Chen explained. Li Yaqi nodded slightly, looking at the surrounding Chang'an City and the 2 city clusters located on either side of the passage. She now truly understood the uniqueness of Chang'an City. In the future, each residential quota in these city clusters will be worth its weight in gold. Any interstellar family or power within the Owl Dragon Empire will spend a fortune just to buy a property here, having the right to live here. After all, this is the closest place to the Owl Dragon Empire Emperor. In fact, Zhao Chen had one more thing left unsaid. That is, the design of the Forbidden City was specifically modified by Zhao Chen earlier on. It was a kind of temporary alteration. Originally, there was an inner city, but it was not this Forbidden City here. The Forbidden City designed by Zhao Chen has undergone some technical upgrades. One point is that the Forbidden City can directly perform space jumps, leaving Chang'an City and returning to the interior of Chang'an City. In other words, Zhao Chen's Forbidden City can be carried away at any time. It took a long time to pass through the city clusters. How much longer until we arrive? This place is really huge. Li Wei gulped and spoke. The hotel I've arranged for you is in the city cluster closest to the Forbidden City. If we sail there, it will take about 15 minutes. However, in Chang'an City, there is quantum teleportation technology. As long as you reach the designated area, enter the teleportation gate, and you can directly reach another teleportation gate. But there are restrictions on usage. It requires a certain amount of resources. This first time is just for you to visit. Next time, you can directly use these teleportation gates from the corridor near the ship to reach the closest teleportation gate to the Forbidden City. Zhao Chen explained. Isn't this very dangerous? If someone wants to harm you, in the blink of an eye, they could kill you. Li Wei's mind inexplicably had such a thought, and he immediately covered his mouth, his eyes shifting towards the Holy Angel King sitting beside him. It is more majestic than our Temple Mount. As if realizing he had misspoken, the 10-winged angel quickly covered his mouth and looked at the Holy Angel King next to him. It is more majestic than our Temple Mount. The Holy Angel King did not hesitate to praise it. When walking through the long corridor and entering the majestic Forbidden City in front of you, you can see many sculptures on both sides. Without exception, these sculptures are all starships of the Scorpion Dragon series. From the earliest T2 starships to the current T6 starships. Some starships with special historical significance will be enlarged and have relevant events inscribed on them. For example, the earliest T3 starship in the Scorpion Dragon series, the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battlecruiser. The appearance of this starship brought the Scorpion Dragon fleet into the public eye at that time. For example, the T2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship, which first enabled the Scorpion Dragon fleet to outnumber their opponents on the battlefield, revealed the identity of the Scorpion Dragon fleet's interstellar missile ship as well as their pursuit of maximizing firepower. In addition, there are some important battle records, such as a single T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battlecruiser charging into the insect swarm and saving 2 Academy fleet teachers and students. Furthermore, during the internal war of the Starshine Empire, the Scorpion Dragon Legion played a crucial role. Later on, there were 2 battles against the Demon Tribe at the northern border of the Hammer Interstellar Empire, as well as subsequent expeditions against the Demon Tribe, recorded on these. All of these document the development history of the Scorpion Dragon fleet up to the Scorpion Dragon Empire today. Walking here, You can feel a sense of solemn killing intent, as if walking on a battlefield. Moving forward, the field of vision suddenly widened. But the first thing that appeared was a huge statue. It was a stone sculpture depicting a scorpion dragon female soldier wearing the first scorpion dragon uniform. After that, guests entering the Forbidden City were directed to different areas. There were special-made robots guiding guests of different levels. Guests with the red invitation letter, please come this way. A scorpion dragon craftsman, who was fortunate enough to be invited, held his wife's hand and carried their 3-year-old child, nervously walking towards the front passage. In each intersecting path, hundreds of disc-sized drones would hover above the crowd in turn. You are a guest with the red invitation letter, and you are accompanied by your wife and child. The scorpion dragon craftsman looked at the electronic screen in front of him, showing the waiting confirmation information. He raised his hand and confirmed it. Then, he saw the drone emit a beam of light, printing a red insignia on the chests of himself, his wife, and child. This was a small ornament to be attached to their clothes. At this moment, the scorpion dragon craftsman could hear guiding voices coming from the small ornaments on their chests, leading them to their designated position at the banquet. Some tables had friends, some had work colleagues. Everyone was surprised to see each other and greeted each other, bringing their family members. Oldly, you're here too. Z-Song, are you at this table too? That's too coincidental. Charles, do you all know each other? That's great, let's have a drink later. Dan, it's you. My goodness, it's been over 5 years since we graduated from the military academy, and we unexpectedly meet here. Platoon leader, you're our old platoon leader. Teacher, you're here, that's great. I wanted to find you before, but I never expected to meet you here. The same situation was happening at other tables. Even some adjacent tables found that they actually knew each other. The festive atmosphere increased, making everyone feel less awkward. They had been worried about meeting unfamiliar people at the banquet and feeling nervous. Now, sitting with familiar faces, all those concerns disappeared. This gathering was specially arranged by the Scorpion Dragon with big data to ensure that people who know each other would be placed at the same table or even in the same area. This greatly enhanced the pleasant atmosphere of the banquet. At this moment, a small decoration in the center of each round table descended. Then, a series of small fruit and dessert plates were delivered, rotating around the table. There is 1 hour left until the banquet starts. Enjoy the pre-dinner desserts prepared for you. If you need any drinks, please use the table's ordering software. All the dishes served today are provided by the Scorpion Dragon Royal family. There is no limit, so please do not waste anything. Seeing these abundant snacks, combined with the ongoing service, no one felt bothered to wait for an hour. Such an important banquet, waiting an extra hour was nothing. Even waiting for 3 hours or a whole day and night would not be a problem. The closer you get to the center of the Forbidden City, the fewer guests invited. Everyone walked slowly and chatted with each other. Even if they were unfamiliar, they would introduce themselves and exchange contact information. You are a guest with the purple invitation letter, and you are accompanied by your wife and father. While chatting, the drones printed insignias on the clothing of the trio. Although they didn't pay much attention to the purple insignias on each other's clothing, they all had a slight smile on their faces, walking with pride. After all, this was a symbol of their status. At this point, the arrival of some guests with gold invitation letters naturally attracted everyone's attention. Unfortunately, the paths for the gold and purple invitees had already diverged. They could only gaze at the sparser group of people on the other route. Some well-informed individuals quickly recognized the identities of the guests with gold insignias. Although they were not at the top of the pyramid in the Scorpion Dragon Empire, in their respective fields, star domains, or kingdoms, they were influential figures. However, no one saw anyone with platinum insignias here. That was because the guests with platinum insignias had been specially received by maid robots and were directed to their own banquet venue through a dedicated passage. This area was beneath a magnificent palace, a not very large square. Inside the square, there was a small stream passing through, surrounded by small trees and flowers, exuding a unique sense of elegance. In contrast to the solemn Forbidden City, there was a hint of elegance here. The number of tables here was not as numerous as outside, only a few hundred. Although it sounded like a lot of tables, considering that each invited guest could bring their family, the area appeared crowded. Despite this, the square still felt spacious. "Just these desserts? Our Majesty is too stingy," Anne said bluntly as she took a seat and looked at the meager offering of desserts, furrowing her brows slightly. Because the portions were not even enough for toothpicks. Just as Anne uttered her complaint, she felt a tap on her head, but this time it wasn't Nana. Nana sat opposite her, looking at Anne with an amused expression. Anne could only hold her head, refraining from any further remarks. Because the one tapping her head was her father, the current top craftsman of the Scorpion Dragon Empire, and the leader of the interstellar dwarves, the Bakken clan. Although in terms of position, the clan leader was not as high-ranking as his daughter Anne, and even his presence at this level event was thanks to the qualifications of Anne and her sister. But since he was Anne's father, even Anne, no matter how high her rank, had to behave meekly in front of the clan leader. Basically, at Anne's table, it was mostly just Anne's immediate family members. If each invitation allowed for the inclusion of 2 people, it wouldn't have been enough to bring along her entire family. After all, Anne had many siblings. However, for those who made it here, Lily had made a special note when sending out the invitations. For example, in Anne and Nana's invitations, Lily specifically noted for them to bring all their family members. It just happened to fill up one table. Anne felt a little aggrieved. She reached out to grab some snacks on the table and reached for a drink to moisten her throat. But in the next moment, her hand was slapped by her father. "What are you doing?" The clan leader scolded his daughter. "Eating," Anne said in a pitiful tone. "Anne, you need to pay attention to your status now and see what kind of occasion it is. The Majesty invited us here, so we should pay attention to our behavior. Don't just focus on food. Sit still and behave," the clan leader sternly advised her. Nana tried to suppress her smile. She didn't mind the idea of eating, but seeing her sister getting reprimanded brought her joy, so she didn't intervene. She was well aware of her father's temperament. He was a very traditional person with a sense of hierarchy, especially since the Scorpion Dragon Emperor had become a spiritual idol for the clan leader over the years. The clan leader even had a collection of items related to the Emperor displayed in their home. When Anne finally got a break and planned to return home, she was stunned when she walked through the front door. She was greeted by a golden statue of Zhao Chen above the water pond at the entrance, dressed in a smart military uniform and striking a cool pose. Anne's expression at that moment was beyond description. It was worse than tasting ice cream with a poop flavor. Later, she learned that her father had bought it with his own salary. Now, with the clan leader's position and the status of Anne, her family had no financial pressures in their life. Their salaries were piling up with nowhere to spend them. So, for the clan leader, this expenditure became a hobby. In Anne's house, there were more and more items related to the Scorpion Dragon Emperor displayed. Even a self-portrait of the Emperor hung above Anne's bedside. That night, after a long time, Anne, who usually loved to sleep, couldn't fall asleep. She felt like her room was dirty. She wanted to throw away the painting of the Emperor, but was opposed by her father. Finally, throwing the image and saying that if she didn't like it, she could sleep in the living room or the garden. Just the thought of the living room, with more Emperor items, and the garden with the golden Emperor statue above the water pond made Anne decide to stay in her room. Yet, each time before falling asleep, she covered the image with a cloth. Despite her efforts, she had nightmares where Zhao Chen was wielding a whip and ordering her to work. A dreadful dream. So now, the clan leader was an ardent fan of the Emperor. Anne couldn't eat. Looking lifeless, she scanned her surroundings. She happened to see Zhao Wanner at the neighboring table, enjoying drinks and delicious snacks. Even as their eyes met, Zhao Wanner gestured with the fruits she held, apparently trying to greet Anne. But in Anne's eyes, it seemed like mockery. This made Anne grumble in her heart that the Zhao family had nothing good, and she would henceforth cut ties with Zhao Wanner. "Oh, this time the Zhao is really pulling out all the stops," came the voice of Chu Changhe from the side. Chu Zhuan covered her face, looking helplessly at her grandfather, reminding him once again, "Grandpa, pay attention to the occasion. That's the Emperor. Lady, is it okay for us to sit here? So many important figures. Could this be the chance to see Marshal Charlotte? Look, isn't that Lady Crimson Eyes over there? She's known as the Queen of the Demon Clan Slaughter. Wow, over there is Marshal Sulan. She is my idol. She controls the battleship Starfleet's combat mode, and has now become a textbook figure in the Battleship Starfleet series. Several snake women officers were sitting at their positions. Some were nervous and restrained, while others were excitedly looking around. Pay attention to your posture. Don't wag your tail around. General Snake Kingman gave a stern look to the young snake officers. The snake women officers immediately sat still. Most of the people at this table are half-beast people. Half of them are snake people, and the rest are dragon people. Are these the successors Marshal Medusa is preparing to cultivate? Princess Blanche sat next to Marshal Medusa, smiling as she inquired. Medusa nodded, looking at the young successors. Yes, these children have good talents and can make their mark in the Owl Dragon Corps, Medusa openly admitted. Princess Blanche nodded, glancing at the young snake women officers, all holding the rank of junior officers, but judging by their appearance, they were probably in their early 20s at most. Being brought by Medusa to such an event indicated that they would soon become officers. It was only a matter of time. In the future, they would at least become a corps commander, and might even have the opportunity to become fleet commanders. Whether they could rise further would depend on their luck and abilities. Aren't your dragon people the same? Medusa looked towards the dragon officers on Blanky's side. Compared to the snake women officers, these dragon officers appeared more composed, with a better demeanor. After all, dragon tribes were considered nobility among half-beast people. Those who became officers and rose to this level were mostly of noble birth. It was a huge gap compared to the snake people, who were once just a small tribe lurking in the dark asteroid belt. To bridge this gap would not be easy. It would take at least 100 years to refine the snake people. This was why Medusa began training the next generation in her tribe. Ha ha ha! Everyone is thinking the same thing, wanting their successors to have a place in the Owl Dragon Corps. Although it is to secure positions for our respective tribes, it also strengthens the Owl Dragon Corps. Princess Blanche took a sip of her drink, her gaze moving to the high table on the platform above the square, and the luxurious chair. To be honest, His Majesty has such generosity. He doesn't mind nurturing successors from different tribes and incorporating them into the Owl Dragon Corps, which helps expand the corps. Princess Blanche didn't finish her sentence. In the past, when the Hammer Interstellar Empire was in power, the ruling dragon tribes would not have allowed such things to happen. They would prioritize training their own trusted followers. Even if there were offshoots with more talent, unless there was no other choice, they would still favor their direct line. Not suppressing those offshoots with talent was already considered quite merciful. In some other tribes, the ruling elite would even eliminate offshoots with talent in secret to ensure their direct families were not threatened by the offshoots. Of course, such families did not last long on their own initiative. Medusa's eyes showed a look of respect, and she solemnly said, "His Majesty doesn't care about your bloodline or which family you come from. He only looks at your abilities. As long as they pass the assessment at the Goddess Military Academy, they can join the Owl Dragon Corps. Then, relying on their abilities and talents, they can climb the ranks. As long as you follow the rules of the Owl Dragon Corps, the Corps will provide you with the appropriate feedback. You see, there are 4 of our Snake Tribe successors sitting here, but you don't know," and ensured each individual had a place within the Owl Dragon Empire. Princess Blanche nodded in agreement. She also understood this. In the Owl Dragon Empire today, although the human race still held the majority, they welcomed the participation of other races. Even some races, such as the Angel Tribe, had natural talents. Angels who joined the Owl Dragon Empire had a very high qualification rate and advanced quickly, often achieving high positions in a short time. Despite this, the Empire did not exclude these angel tribes. Even when one of the Angel Kings initiated the largest rebellion in the history of the Owl Dragon Empire formation. Blanche, Medusa, you're having a chat. At this moment, a figure walked out, casually taking a seat next to Blanche. She was the newly appointed commanding officer of the Owl Dragon Corps, fleet commander of the Imperial Fleet Group, Leona. Watching her sister's casual demeanor, Blanche couldn't help but remind her, "Sister, you are now a commanding officer of the Owl Dragon Empire Corps fleet. You should pay attention to your demeanor. You not only represent the highest commander of our empire, but also our dragon tribe." With that, Blanche pointed to the several buttons that Leona had undone on her military uniform, as well as the wrinkled areas. Leona glanced at them, pursed her lips, and said as she fastened the buttons, "We are soldiers, not models. Why bother with these things? The important thing is to win battles. That's what matters." Marshal Medusa, How's your alcohol tolerance? Let's have a few drinks later. Except for a few types of alcohol, I can handle the rest. Medusa smiled. All right, later we won't return until we're drunk. Or we can invite Crimson Eyes and White Snow to join us. Their drinking capacity is pretty good. Still, that Snow White girl, after drinking, she can't hold her liquor. She often starts yelling and even takes off her clothes. Leona criticized casually. Blanche couldn't help but cover her face. Her sister really didn't understand the rules of the workplace. At this kind of gathering, she was openly criticizing her fellow officers, even those who had been promoted to marshal before her. They were high-ranking fleet commanders. It's fair to say that her sister didn't understand the subtleties of social etiquette. Medusa, on the other hand, had no objections. Compared to Blanche, who was careful in her ways, she actually preferred Leona's casual attitude. Dealing with such people required less complexity. Who says my alcohol tolerance is bad? I just had a moment of weakness. This time, I'll definitely drink you all under the table. The Volf Lady White Snow challenged from the adjacent table. Crimson Eye's lips curled up slightly, but she said nothing. However, White Snow caught her, and she immediately jumped onto her chair, raising a leg on the chair back while pointing at Crimson Eyes. Crimson Eyes, did you just laugh? I saw it. What do you mean? Looking down on my drinking capacity. This time, I will definitely drink you under the table, and I'll make you call me Mom. White Snow's half-sister, White Moon, immediately grabbed her sister's waist and pushed her down on the chair. She kept apologizing to the guests around. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. It was truly embarrassing. Unlike the carefree White Snow, White Moon wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. She least enjoyed joining her sister to banquets, constantly having to clean up after her sister's messes, and sometimes even having to take her back when she was drunk. Several times, things became even more extreme, with her being forced to drink with her sister and even being pressured into drinking. This made White Snow put her hand to her forehead, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Many people at the event were watching the scene. Everyone joked and laughed with no heavy atmosphere. It was more like a family gathering than anything else. Sister, it's been a long time since we had a meal together. Zhao Weiner blinked her eyes, looking at Zhao Ryu in front of her, very excited. During this time, everyone has been very busy. His Majesty ... hasn't even had time to be with the children. Zhao Ryu's eyes held a touch of pity. Zhao Weiner pouted, somewhat resentful. That's right. Since my brother became the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire, I haven't even met him in person more than a handful of times. Usually, it's video conferences for official business. After all, your brother is now the Emperor of the Empire, burdened with heavy responsibilities. Zhao Ryu's tone was somewhat low as she spoke. Previously, she had hoped that her younger brother could show some progress, at least capable of handling the burden of the Owl Dragon family at the time, so that the Owl Dragon star system could be maintained. But the subsequent developments far exceeded her expectations. The Owl Dragon star system quickly became the core of the Starlight Empire, and Zhao Chen became the regent of the Starlight Empire, a position of power above tens of thousands. At that time, she had been proud of her brother's achievements, but who would have thought that just a few years later, her brother would unify the entire universe and become the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire? Seeing her brother now, she realized that he had lost something along the way. Perhaps, from the moment he ascended the Emperor's throne, he left something behind. Speaking of which, when I first arrived in Chang'an City, many people from outside called me the Little Princess and called you the Elder Princess. Zhao Weiner blinked at Zhao Ryu. In the Owl Dragon Empire, where the surname was Zhao, there were only 3 direct descendants in the Zhao family. The eldest sister Zhao Ryu, the second eldest Zhao Chen, and the third eldest Zhao Weiner. Naturally, this led to Zhao Ryu being nicknamed the Elder Princess. Zhao Weiner became the Little Princess. Zhao Ryu frowned slightly as she looked at her sister, reminding her, what is said outside is not important. However, Weiner, remember not to forget your roots because of your current status and identity. We are also the soft underbelly of His Majesty now, and who knows how many people are watching us. If we embarrass ourselves, it reflects poorly on His Majesty. Zhao Weiner obediently nodded. At this moment, Zhao Weiner turned to the quiet figure of Zhang Hong sitting beside her. Sitting here with Zhao Ryu and Zhao Weiner meant that this table represented the Zhao imperial family. So, Zhang Hong, as the star system administrator, felt out of place sitting here. Is it inappropriate for me to sit here? Should I move to the next table? Zhang Hong said, preparing to get up. Because Zhao Ryu and Zhao Weiner were at this table, it meant this table represented the Zhao royal family. So, Zhang Hong, as the star system administrator, felt out of place sitting here. Zhang Ye, the seating arrangement here is not based on status, but on our relationship. Everyone is more comfortable this way. Zhang Ye, you have always been with our Zhao family, assisting us. Now you're the Prime Minister of the Owl Dragon Star system, helping to manage the system for His Majesty. You are our family. We already consider you as our sister. Sitting here is also specially allowed by His Majesty. Zhao Ryu held Zhang Hong's hand, speaking earnestly. Zhang Hong hesitated, her eyes filled with tears. Since she was an orphan, she had been raised by the Zhao family from a young age. And even when the family was at its weakest and had to be passed on to Zhao Chen, whom everyone thought was a wastrel, she hadn't left the family. This loyalty of Zhang Hong to the Zhao family could be seen. Indeed, Zhang Ye, you don't think of us as family. Zhao Weiner blinked at Zhang Hong. Yes, indeed. You have always been with us like family. Zhao Ryu looked at Zhang Hong, her eyes full of sincerity and affection towards her closest friend. This was why, when Zhao Ryu left the Owl Dragon Star system, she entrusted the star system and her siblings to Zhang Hong. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hong nodded heavily. She couldn't help but look at the empty positions at this table. She knew who those empty seats were for. Those who could sit with them at this table. From now on, no one would dare look down on this star system administrator within the Owl Dragon Empire system. In a sense, this was a declaration to all members of the Empire that Zhang Hong had a special status. Although Zhang Hong was only able to manage one star system in terms of ability, it was enough. Although there was waiting, everyone was chatting leisurely. Time passed by unnoticed. Suddenly, the scenery around them changed. The towering red walls disappeared, replaced by a cloudy sky. Everyone knew it was the effect of a hologram. At this moment, under the clouds, floating islands appeared. Each one seemed like a world tree from top to bottom, decorating the sky. The number of floating islands was countless, but there was only one at the very top. The people on the other islands all looked up towards the highest one. They knew that the man standing at the peak of power for the Dragon Empire was there. Not only them, but at this moment, people from all over the Dragon Empire, from different kingdoms, races, star domains, and galaxies were watching this scene. Many places fell into solemn silence. Footsteps echoed on the ground. A figure appeared in the scene, exuding a majestic aura and a deep gaze reminiscent of a giant dragon. The attire was special, a mix between formal wear and military uniform, designed specifically for the Emperor to attend this New Year's banquet. It was appropriate, considering his military background, starting from the Dragonfleet to establishing the unified Dragon Empire. As the Emperor, he had walked through countless interstellar battles to reach where he was. Zhao Chen stood on the top steps of the square, surveying the surroundings. Even through the hologram, he emanated an imposing presence that made everyone in the Empire shiver as if he were looking directly at them. That was the majesty of the Emperor. Beside Zhao Chen stood Charlotte and Lilith, both elegantly dressed, each holding their children. Charlotte's older daughter, Zhao Baier and Zhao Hu, were over a year old and could stand on their own, holding onto their mother's hands. They gazed curiously at the scene and their father, who exuded a commanding presence. Lilith's child, Zhao Liar, was less than half a year old, held in Lilith's arms, giving her a motherly aura that clashed with her succubus identity. With this, the Zhao family of the Dragon Empire was officially gathered. It was the first time Zhao Chen's 3 children had appeared in public. Many people scrutinized the 3 children with admiration, already thinking of ways to build connections with them, realizing the luck of the White Tiger tribe and the Succubus tribe. In the Dragon Empire, the White Tiger tribe was already on par with the Dragon tribe within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. The only thing lacking was the Dragon tribe's heritage. With Charlotte, the Emperor's wife, supporting them, surpassing the Dragon tribe was only a matter of time. The Dragon tribe's Princess Blanche had already conceded to this fact, seeking to strengthen ties with the White Tiger tribe within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. As for the Succubus tribe, Due to their uniqueness and small numbers, after the ancient succubus kingdom, there had not been a unified group. Under Lilith's guidance and leveraging their racial talents, almost all succubi had joined the Dragon Legion, serving in various positions throughout the Empire, forming a formidable force. At this point, Zhao Chen spoke, bringing everyone's focus back. It is the end of the second year of the Dragon Star calendar. In 3 hours, it will be the third year. In the past year, our empire has experienced many events that the New Year's banquet, established to celebrate our first year of the empire, could not be held. However, being able to gather here signifies that our empire has faced challenges and emerged victorious. Today, I am delighted to arrange this New Year's banquet for the empire. Let us all rejoice together. I believe that in 2, 5, 10 years, with everyone's efforts, our Dragon Empire will have a completely different landscape. By then, no one will dare to provoke us, and our Dragon Empire will become the most prosperous and supreme interstellar civilization. Zhao Chen raised his hand and exclaimed, "Here, raise your glasses. Cheers to the eternal prosperity of our Dragon Empire." Everyone present, all the guests in various banquet halls and people on other planets raised their colorful glasses and echoed, "Long live the Dragon Empire." The thunderous voice echoed throughout every land of the Dragon Empire, whether day or night, storm or rain, mountains or oceans. At that moment, every corner resonated with that voice. Subsequently, the sound of music and ceremony rang out everywhere. In some star systems, the Dragon Interstellar Fleet parading through aimed the ceremonial cannons at the stars, setting off a display of dazzling fireworks in the sky. This caused astonishment among the residents of different planets. After finishing a brief speech, Zhao Chen announced the start of the banquet. Everyone knew that the emperor was not one for long speeches, especially on such occasions. With a nod to his wife and children, Zhao Chen made his way to the table where his siblings were seated. The specially prepared baby chairs were brought out for his children. "Hey, cute little ones. Let Aunt give you a kiss. Each one of you." Zhao Wanner playfully kissed each of the 3 children, who each reacted differently to her affections. Zhao Ruyu looked at Charlotte and Lilith, softly saying, "Charlotte, Lilith, you must be working hard now, taking care of the children and assisting His Majesty in running the empire." Charlotte shrugged, nonchalant about the workload. Raised in the White Tiger tribe, she raised her own children as she was raised, with independence and self-reliance. Zhao Hu, her son, even at a year and a half old, was already eating on his own, a spectacle in human society. Zhao Bayer, quieter in nature, didn't use her hands to eat like her brother. Instead, she gracefully put on a pair of gloves she had hidden in her clothing. She then elegantly tore apart a beef bone, displaying a unique blend of grace and strength. Meanwhile, Lilith's daughter, Zhao Lyre, less than half a year old, remained calm in her mother's arms, exuding a gentle aura that seemed at odds with her succubus lineage. At this point, Zhao Wanner's father, Chu Changhe, made a playful comment about betrothing one of Zhao Chen's sons to his granddaughter. With a touch of humor, the guests continued their interactions, with the emperor making his rounds to greet everyone. The atmosphere was casual and warm, reflecting the camaraderie forged in battle. The moment of New Year's arrival has come. When all the time records within the Xiaolong Empire change from Xiaolong Star Calendar Year to Xiaolong Star Calendar Year 3. The bell rang. Even though it was through holographic images and across countless star seas, everyone who heard it felt very excited in their hearts. Zhao Chen listened to the bell, drinking wine. Looking at Lily beside him, Lily had already opened a soundproof barrier around the child, protecting the child from being affected by the sound. On Charlotte's side, the 2 children were eating by themselves, one after the other, stuffing their little bellies and continuing to eat. If Zhao Chen hadn't stopped them, these 2 children would have almost grabbed the nearby wine bottle and started drinking directly. After Zhao Hu was stopped, he just looked resentfully at his father and continued to eat recklessly. Zhao Bayer kept looking at the wine bottle and licking her lips from time to time. This girl's inner self was probably not as calm as she appeared on the surface. She would be extraordinary when she grew up. After the bell stopped ringing, Lily said goodbye first, taking the already sleeping child and leaving the seat. When Zhao Lyre left, Zhao Wanner looked reluctant, almost chasing after her to be a bed attendant. It must be said that Zhao Lyre, this girl, her future succubus talent would definitely be extraordinary. Later, Charlotte also left with the 2 children, who had eaten and drank their fill and started yawning. Zhao Chen scanned the entire banquet venue. At Chu Chang's table, Chu Xuan had been staring at his grandfather all this time, afraid that if he moved his gaze, Chu Changhe would run off talking nonsense again. At Annie's table, Patriarch Bajin still sat upright, with a slight blush on his face, indicating that he had drunk some alcohol. His face still showed an uncontrollable smile. Not to mention that Patriarch Bajin was now working in the low-end industry of the Xiaolong Empire himself. Both his daughters were now leading figures in the military industry of the Xiaolong Empire. They were both top academicians of the Empire Military Industrial Research Institute. Even the interstellar dwarves had become key technical personnel in the Xiaolong Empire. The vast majority of interstellar dwarves were involved in industrial production. Patriarch Bajin himself had never imagined that the interstellar dwarves, who had once struggled to survive, would rise gloriously in his hands, becoming one of the top interstellar races in the Xiaolong Empire. Thinking about all this, Patriarch Bajin's eyes became moist. Nana noticed this and handed him a tissue. Annie, on the other hand, buried her head in her mountain at the moment. At the next table, the Wolf girl Snow White had already collapsed on the ground, letting her sister White Moon pull her without being able to get up. There were wine bottles scattered around her. Red Eyes stood next to her holding a wine bottle, smiled slightly, and took a sip. Leona held her sister Brandy, constantly feeding her wine. Brandy's cheeks were reddened, showing that she couldn't hold her liquor. But she couldn't resist her sister's enthusiasm, so she drank a few glasses. Medusa had also drunk quite a bit. She looked at the Snake Women Juniors she brought with her, all collapsed on the table. Snake Girl Kyonmin's body was swaying, on the verge of collapse. Their alcohol tolerance is really bad. Medusa took a sip of wine and shook her head. Her eyes turned to the adjacent Red Eyes, and the two locked eyes, as if two swordsmen were preparing for a showdown. Likewise, most of the other tables had similar situations. On this day, everyone indulged in eating and drinking. Xiaolong Star Calendar Year 3, March. 3 months later, in the Imperial Military Industrial Research Institute, the experiment of the number 5 machine finally began. Zhao Chen looked at the number 5 machine in front of him. If someone had seen the number 1 machine, it would have been difficult to compare it to the number 5 machine in front of him, because the number 5 machine was extremely huge, equivalent to a small 3-story villa. And the place where this number 5 machine was placed was a 20-story high and a football field-sized experimental chamber. The strength of this experimental chamber had been further reinforced, ensuring safety in case of any unexpected situations during the experiment. Everything is ready. Dr. Camille looked at Zhao Chen. Begin the experiment, Zhao Chen said. This time, Zhao Chen's expression was very serious. The number 5 machine could be considered the most cutting-edge development that the Xiaolong Empire had achieved in this series so far, and if the results of this experiment were unsatisfactory, it would be difficult to make significant improvements in the future. So, this experiment was crucial. Number 5 machine starting. Experiment begins. The external structure of the entire number 5 machine began to deform, extending several parts, making it look like a transforming robot. And on these parts, glowing particles appeared. Tick-tock accompanied by the familiar sound, a star map quickly appeared in front of Zhao Chen. This speed far exceeded any previous experiment. In just a few seconds, the entire Xiaolong universe was scanned, and the clarity of the scan was far superior to previous scans. Next was the void space outside the universe. The next steps were actually expected by everyone. It was nothing but a more familiar star map compared to the previous 4 experiments. Subsequently, the first universe and the second universe appeared on the star map. Number 5 machine operation time, 3 minutes. All performance and modules are normal. After the first and second universes were completely within the scanning range, the void space beyond remained empty. Zhao Chen stared at the star map, and soon the scanned range on the star map overlapped with that of the number for machine. The next scanned range would be a region they had completely no knowledge of. Waiting. A bit of waiting. But the waiting that followed far surpassed the discovery of a new universe. In the blink of an eye, the number 5 machine had been running for 5 minutes. Report. Individual modules of the number 5 machine have started to overheat. Zhao Chen sat in a chair, his hands crossed in front of his chest. Could it be that the gap between universes was so vast? In such a large range, there were only 3 universes coexisting. At this stage, Zhao Chen believed that thinking more was useless. He could only wait silently, waiting for a result. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. On the star map, the area outside the 3 universes was all dark void. Report: the number 5 machine is at risk of overload and may fail at any time. Dr. Camille looked at His Majesty the Emperor. As the person in charge of this project, Dr. Camille also understood very well that without new materials and new energy sources, basically this number 5 machine's performance had reached its limit, and even the number 6 and number 7 machine would at most improve on this level. Therefore, seeing that His Majesty did not speak, Dr. Camille did not stop the experiment. During this period, Dr. Camille had already felt that His Majesty the Emperor's pursuit of this project was not just to find other universes. He seemed to be looking for something else. In the desolate universe. Ultimately, time coincidentally froze at 10 minutes. The number 5 machine malfunctioned, and the experiment was halted. Fortunately, the number 5 machine did not explode, but the entire experimental chamber of the number 5 machine was covered in thick smoke. Your Majesty! Dr. Camille looked at Zhao Chen. Gather the experimental data, and then I will come back to upgrade the number 5 machine. After saying this, Zhao Chen turned around and walked out of the chamber silently. Walking down the corridor, Zhao Chen clenched his fists and suddenly struck a few punches towards the void. He resisted the impulse to smash the wall. After a few punches, the hostility in Zhao Chen's chest dissipated slightly. He had never expected that this time the experiment of the number 5 machine would yield no results. The performance of the number 5 machine had basically reached the pinnacle of this project in a short period of time. It seems that we can only take a different path, Zhao Chen said coldly. The operation of this number 5 machine was based on the Xiaolong universe as the center. What if we started the number 5 machine in another universe? At that time, the scan range would further expand, able to scan areas of other universes that had not been searched before. And now, in Zhao Chen's eyes, there were 2 universes. The first universe and the second universe that had been found earlier. Zhao Chen quickly walked to another project group. The person in charge saw His Majesty the Emperor and immediately stood up and saluted. Your Majesty, how is the progress of your project plan? Zhao Chen asked directly. At present, we have completed 2 phased experiments. The person in charge introduced to Zhao Chen. The first step is whether we can maintain a cross-universe spatial temporary channel for a long period of time. We have succeeded. We have successfully established a cross-universe temporary spatial channel 3 times, which can be stably opened for 15 minutes. The second step is to use this cross-universe temporary spatial channel to try to transport objects smoothly. Currently, we have successfully tried 3 times, transporting a fruit, a T2 obsolete interstellar warship, and a small asteroid. The transfer process was very smooth. At least we did not find any problems at the data level. Next, we will proceed to the 3rd phase of the experiment. It is also a very important experiment. That is the round-trip experiment. This experiment is divided into 2 steps. The first step is to use robots to board the interstellar warship and use the cross-universe temporary spatial channel to reach the opposite universe and then attempt to return. This experiment is to confirm several points. One of them is time. Whether the flow of time will change when using this cross-universe spatial channel. For example, in our space warp, the entire process takes only a few seconds. However, using a Stargate for transmission, there may be a time difference depending on the distance. We want to determine whether the cross-universe spatial channel involves time. If it does, there is a possibility that the first batch of robots might be one way. The second step assumes that in the first step of the plan, we infer that the cross-universe spatial channel does not consume much time, then the robot can smoothly and quickly round-trip, which means our cross-universe spatial channel project is successful. In the end, the arrangement is for someone to board the interstellar warship and personally go to the opposite universe, and then return quickly. When we reach this step, the entire 3rd phase of the experiment will be considered successful. Our project plan's initial goals can be considered achieved. When the person in charge said this, their tone was very excited. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Chen's mood, which had been somewhat overshadowed by the result of the number 5 machine, improved significantly. According to what you said, how much time do these plans need? Zhao Chen asked directly. 1 month, the person in charge replied. Good, I will await your report after 1 month, Zhao Chen said. The person in charge vowed, Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we guarantee to complete all the tasks you have assigned. In order to find a way to break through the T7 technological civilization, Zhao Chen could only try to reach out to 2 other universes. He only wanted to use 2 universes as springboards to explore further. But such contact with other interstellar civilizations could easily lead to war if not careful. Zhao Chen was very clear about this, but he had no other choice. However, it was not long before Zhao Chen received startling news. In early April of the 3rd year of the Xiaolong Star Calendar, in his office at the Imperial Military Industrial Research Institute, Zhao Chen watched the emergency video contact from Lily. Your Majesty, urgent news. The Inter-Universe Space Dynamics Monitoring Device, which has been monitoring our universe's space dynamics, detected abnormal spatial fluctuations at the coordinates ********* in our universe just 10 minutes ago. It is suspected that an object from outside the universe has entered our universe. General Charlotte has already urgently mobilized the surrounding interstellar fleets to investigate the situation, Lily reported to Zhao Chen earnestly. Is it the Black Legion? Zhao Chen inquired. Lily frowned and said, we cannot be sure until our fleet arrives on the scene. Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment, then stood up and said, very well. I will now return to the Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship. At the same time, tell Charlotte to have all the fleets of the Xiaolong Empire ready for battle immediately. And other ranks of military fleets should also be prepared to switch to a war footing at any moment. In short, be prepared for war. If it was indeed the return of the Black Legion fleet, they needed to be prepared for war, and it could even surpass the intensity of the previous Black Legion wave of attacks. Annie, who was nearby, saw Zhao Chen leave in a hurry and heard the discussions. She pouted, put down the half-eaten ice cream cone in her hand, and seriously looked at her work. These annoying people are always bothering Annie. One day, Annie will invent something that will blow you all up. HMPH. In a remote star system of the Xiaolong universe, a fleet of 300 interstellar battleships had just arrived at this place. The style of these starships was completely different from the interstellar battleships of the Xiaolong universe. Commander, our fleet has successfully arrived at the target universe. I know. Find out the technological level of this universe, as well as the controllers managing this universe, or the relationships with other interstellar forces. Yes. Several interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships immediately activated their stealth mode and began sailing away. They were there to explore the universe. Inside the bridge of one of the T6 class interstellar warships of this fleet, a humanoid species commander, standing nearly 2 meters tall and wearing a light veil, was sitting on the captain's chair. Her skin was as white as snow, with pointed ears, exuding an air of arrogance. Ifritas, relay my orders. Fleet immediately enters battle mode, and the cosmic transducer is ready to activate at any moment. Since this universe can use equipment to probe into other universes, it is highly probable that they can detect spatial fluctuations in this universe. It is not unlikely that they have already discovered our arrival. We must be prepared for anything, the female commander said coldly. Ifrita's secretary nodded and said, yes. 300 interstellar warships quickly formed various combat formations. Because the artistic atmosphere of these interstellar warships was very high under the illumination of the star shield, the scene where these 300 interstellar warships gathered together did not look like a formation for battle at all, but more like a brilliant gem in the universe. Soon, the interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships that were dispatched for reconnaissance relayed a message. This is the 3rd ship. We have arrived on the edge of a star system with inhabited planets. We are infiltrating their communication network. Please have the flagship receive the information. Understood. A series of data were quickly gathered and transmitted back to the bridge of this T6 flagship, then arranged by the flagship system and presented in front of the female commander. Various important intelligence information appeared. Qilong Empire, Zhao Chen, Emperor, Black Legion, Cosmic War, Demon Clan, Angel Clan ... A series of information kept appearing. But the female commander's expression remained unchanged as she calmly scanned through the information. Report. Our interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships have been discovered by the enemy. They approached us without us noticing and sent a gravity light beam towards us, making it impossible for us to escape. The other side has also issued a statement demanding that we immediately shut down the Starship engines and submit to their investigation. At this point, the interstellar invisible reconnaissance ship relayed some bad news. The transmitted information was also abruptly cut off here. You can't escape. The female commander looked surprised, considering that their interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships were all T6 class. To be discovered and unable to escape was unexpected. Yes, the enemy also has T6 class interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships. Moreover, their stealth performance is stronger than ours. We didn't even realize their presence before being captured by them. Under their gravity light beam, we couldn't move at all. They have already issued their final warning to us. If we don't shut down the Starship engines and allow boarding inspection within 5 minutes, they will destroy us. Damn it, enemy interstellar warships have appeared on the periphery. They are all T5 class interstellar warships, and their ship cannons are already aimed at us. The tension in the voice of the captain from the other side was apparent. At the same time, a message was also transmitted to the female commander. This is the 3rd Legion Fleet, 5th Legion of the Dragon Empire's Marshal. You are an unidentified spacecraft. Please shut down the Starship engines and submit to inspection immediately. You have 5 minutes. If you do not shut down the Starship engines, we will consider you a hostile unit and will use all means to eliminate you. The voice of the speaker was firm, leaving no room for doubt in their final statement. Admiral, all the interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships we sent out have been intercepted and captured by the local interstellar fleet, Secretary Afridis reported nervously. The female commander's expression was stern, as she had not expected the anti-stealth capabilities of the other universe to be so strong. Report, a fleet of 30,000 interstellar warships has been detected rapidly approaching. The strength of the enemy fleet is extremely high. Once entangled and surrounded by the enemy, we will be completely wiped out. An officer urgently reported a message. The female commander frowned. The efficiency of the other side far exceeded her expectations. It had been less than 15 minutes since their interstellar fleet had arrived in this universe. The rapid response and corresponding countermeasures made it clear that the enemy was a force to be reckoned with. Admiral, we must retreat, Secretary Afridis said anxiously. The enemy's military level seems to be on par with ours. Staying here will only increase the risk. It is better for us to return first and gather information about this universe through other channels. After some thought, the female commander shook her head and said in a deep voice, Our purpose for coming here this time is not just to gather intelligence about this universe. We also want to see what kind of ruling power exists in this universe. Whether they can help us. At least now, it proves that the military strength of this universe is at least on par with ours. This could be helpful to us in some way. In this dark universe, now that both sides have discovered each other's existence, it's either friends or enemies. This is our first contact, crucial. Relay my orders. No interstellar warship is allowed to open fire without my permission. And inform the interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships controlled by the enemy outside to convey to the enemy ships that they can shut down the Starship engines. But they are not to accept boarding inspection until we have reached an agreement. The last sentence was the female commander's assertion of dignity. She did not allow any of her starships, even if it was just an interstellar invisible reconnaissance ship, to be boarded by the enemy unchecked, as it would trample on their pride. Understood. In addition, try to contact the commander of the enemy fleet, express our goodwill and our desire to communicate, the female commander said, pausing before adding, mark out a yellow alert zone. If enemy starships enter this yellow alert zone, we will immediately leave this planet and relay our request along with the request for communication to the enemy. Understood. The secretary immediately set out to act on these instructions. Soon, on the star map, the 30,000 interstellar warships on the opposite side were indeed stopping at the yellow line that was previously outlined. However, they formed a crescent shape, indicating they were ready to launch an attack at any moment. Admiral, the enemy has agreed to negotiate, the secretary reported. Good. The female commander nodded. After waiting for half a minute, a video window appeared in front of her. The female commander observed the humanoid figure on the other side and remembered that this race had appeared in records of her universe, but had since disappeared. Outsider, what is your identity? Where do you come from? And why have you come to our universe? The female officer on the other side asked. The commander introduced herself as Gladys, from the Sacred Elven Empire. She declared herself a high elf and the commander of the fleet. "We have come here without malice. Your universe used a scanning device that detected our universe's coordinates. We captured this signal and, through reverse deduction, obtained the coordinates of your universe. I am here to execute my mission, to explore the situation in your universe and determine whether your universe poses a threat to ours." Gladys, the female elf commander, confessed candidly. Upon hearing this information, the female officer on the other side did not immediately respond. Gladys directly asked, "In our universe, it's customary to exchange identities upon first contact. Without doing so, it would be considered extremely rude." The implication of these words was already clear. The female officer on the other side did not hesitate and directly said, "I am Charlotte, the highest commander of the Reverse Dragon's flagship fleet." Charlotte, flagship fleet, wife of the Emperor. These were the flashes of information Gladys remembered just recently. "I request to see your Emperor," Gladys said straightforwardly. Charlotte furrowed her brows slightly. "You know our Emperor?" Gladys replied, "After arriving in this universe, we sent out some interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships to search for information about your universe. We quietly infiltrated your universe's network and gleaned some intelligence." Charlotte did not pursue the matter further upon hearing this. "Our Emperor, His Majesty, is not someone you can meet at will. After all, your status in your universe is likely not as high. I am already granting you the honor to meet me here. As you put it, we are treating you quite gracefully." Gladys slightly frowned. In her universe, if a non-elf race dared to speak to a high elf in such a manner, they would be banished. But this was another universe, and the other party was a stellar civilization not inferior to theirs. "I understand that there is inequality in status, but in the immediate future, we cannot dispatch personnel of the same level to communicate with your Emperor," Gladys said. She paused and then stared directly at Charlotte. "What I have to say is very important for your Dragon Empire, and for this universe. You can relay my message to your Emperor. Do you know that the device you use to detect other universes has brought you disaster? Soon, another interstellar civilization will invade you. Your universe, your home, will soon be engulfed in war." Charlotte furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing the final words. Afterwards, she asked in a serious tone, "What interstellar civilization? And how do you know?" Gladys lightly chuckled and said, "Do you think only you possess this type of technology? Generally, interstellar civilizations of T6 level have this technological capability. However, it is a double-edged sword. Improper use can harm oneself. Since you have been able to scan our universe, then you probably have scanned the other universe as well. Those fellows will not let go of such a discovery easily. If you want to know which interstellar civilization threatens your universe, then have your Emperor come to me." Having said that, Gladys directly terminated the communication. Sitting on the captain's chair, she had a slight smile. This was the first contact with the other stellar civilization, and she needed to seize the initiative. The threatening tone at the outset allowed her to take control. For most people, facing an unknown threat that could endanger their stellar civilization would stir considerable curiosity. How could they not pursue the truth? With that, she could have access to the other side's Emperor and understand more. There was even hope of achieving another goal for her visit. However, she had not expected that the other side would quickly respond with a reply. "Since your fleet has no malicious intent, please depart from our universe within 20 minutes. If you wish to stay, either shut down the starship engine and submit to our inspection, or, within 10 minutes, if you have not left or turned off your starship engine, we will consider your armed force a threat to ours and use all means to eliminate it. The interstellar invisible reconnaissance ships detained by your side have now been released. Please leave our universe within 20 minutes. Marshal Charlotte of the Dragon Empire." Having seen this message, Gladys, the elf commander, was left stunned. She never expected the other party to act out of the ordinary. Did they not fear the potential threat? How was this possible? On the other side, Charlotte was looking at Zhao Chen on the video window. "Are we just letting the other party go like this?" Charlotte inquired, especially after learning about the potential threat. "Don't worry, they won't be leaving," Zhao Chen said with a smile. Lily beside Zhao Chen added, "The other side just wants to establish dominance in the conversation during the first contact. Since they came from afar and did not immediately depart upon discovering us, it indicates that, besides understanding our universe, they have other intentions. Guests who come to someone's house shouldn't be arrogant. Let's give them a taste of their medicine." Lily's mouth slightly curved upwards. The events were unfolding in an unexpected way, leaving both commanders pondering the outcome of this new encounter. The other party sent a communication request again, asking to speak with our Emperor. They also sincerely apologized for their rudeness earlier. Currently, the highest-ranking person on their side is only her. However, the matter she needs to report is indeed very important. They request that we consider their communication request. These are the other party's exact words. The secretary reported to Charlotte. Charlotte shrugged, looking at Zhao Chen and Lilith across the video window. How should we handle this? Give it some time. 10 minutes later, you can have a video communication with the other party, Lilith said calmly. Me? Charlotte was somewhat surprised. Lilith nodded. Yes, it's not appropriate to have our Emperor meet them right away, considering they came uninvited. However, we will be listening in the background. If things go smoothly, I will step in. Zhao Chen agreed. Let's proceed as Lilith suggested. With a few simple sentences, the matter was settled on this side. On the other side, the so-called high-ranking elf commander was becoming increasingly anxious. He couldn't sit calmly in the captain's chair anymore and was pacing back and forth on the bridge. If this communication failed, they would have to turn back. Although it seemed like it wouldn't have much impact on their universe, it also couldn't alleviate the crisis their universe was currently facing. No response from the other party yet? Grace, the female elf commander, asked her secretary. This wasn't the first time she had asked in the past few minutes. The secretary shook her head helplessly. No? Could it be that the other party had given up negotiating with them? Grace returned to her captain's chair, sinking heavily into it, with a very serious expression. She reflected on her past mistakes. Looking back now, she realized she had made too many mistakes. She shouldn't have contacted the other party with such rash behavior and attitude. If she hadn't, the current situation wouldn't be like this. Suddenly, the secretary exclaimed, "Report, we have received a communication request from the starship that communicated with us earlier. Patch them through immediately." Grace, the female elf commander, said without hesitation. She was afraid that any delay might result in the cancellation of the communication request. The familiar communication window appeared before her, with the same commander on the other side. I apologize for my earlier unpleasant words and behavior. But I did come with full sincerity. Our two interstellar civilizations can indeed become friends. The attitude of Grace, the female elf commander at this moment, was much better than before. It was like to different people. Charlotte understood this and said calmly, "Our Emperor is considering the fact that you are guests after all. Out of courtesy, I am willing to negotiate with you again. May I see your esteemed Emperor?" The female elf commander tentatively inquired. But when she saw Marshal Charlotte furrowing her brow, she immediately said, "If it's not possible, then forget it. Please convey my respects to the revered Emperor of the ROC Empire on behalf of myself and the goodwill of the Sacred Elf Empire." With that, the female elf commander Grace slightly bowed as a gesture. It seemed like she had become more understanding after being reprimanded. Our Emperor is busy at the moment, so it's not possible to arrange a meeting with him. But if there is anything important, you can discuss it with me. If it is indeed crucial, I will relay your message to our Emperor. After our Emperor understands, he will decide whether to make time to see you," Charlotte said in a flat tone. "Okay, that works too." The female elf commander Grace learned her lesson and didn't push further this time. After all, this hard-won opportunity for negotiation couldn't be wasted by herself again. So, let's start with. The female elf commander Grace began. Charlotte interjected, "Let's start with your Sacred Elf Empire. We need to know who we are negotiating with. After all, we need to know the situation of your interstellar civilization." The female elf commander Grace looked uncomfortable but still nodded. "That's fine. Let's start with our Sacred Elf Empire. In our universe, the one you have discovered in your exploration, our Sacred Elf Empire is the most powerful interstellar civilization. We rule over dozens of sub-kingdoms. They obey us and depend on us. Under the protection of the Elf God and the World Tree, our entire universe is in a state of beauty and prosperity." Charlotte interrupted impatiently. "Get to the important parts. Tell us about the current technological level of your Sacred Elf Empire, military fleet strength, political system, etc." Hearing these questions, the female elf commander Grace hesitated for a moment. But she thought that this information wasn't top secret, as anyone from this universe could explore her universe and find out. Just like how they had found information about the ROC Empire in this universe. Of course, she couldn't disclose certain classified information. After organizing her thoughts, Grace, the female elf commander, said proudly, "Our sacred elf empire is currently at a level 6 of technological advancement, and we have been advancing towards level 7 continuously." She continued, "We have a conventional interstellar fleet with 30 million ships of various types and classes. In our empire, the elves are the supreme race. Among the elves, there are different elf tribes, such as the Wind Elven tribe, the Water Elven tribe, the Moonlight Elven tribe, the Dark Night Elven tribe, the Blood Elven tribe, and many more up to 100 species. Among them, there is a special presence. That is the High Elves. The High Elves do not belong to any elf tribe. They are the elves bestowed with the grace of the elf god, who shed their original racial bloodline and evolve into great High Elves. In the Sacred Elf Empire, over 70% of the high-ranking class is occupied by High Elves. In addition, only High Elves are allowed to enter the High Council. The High Council is the highest-ranking political council in the Empire, mainly responsible for deliberating on various matters of the Empire. Besides, we have 5 great Elven Kings. The 5 Elven Kings and the High Council constitute the power center of the Empire. They lead the Empire towards prosperity and peace. As she mentioned these, the female elf commander Grace couldn't conceal her pride and seemed to shine with pride. Even her eyes seemed to light up. After hearing this, Zhao Chen and Lilith behind the scenes had a basic understanding of the structure of the Sacred Elf Empire. Zhao Chen had seen Lilith draw up a pyramid structure framework. At the top were the 5 Elven Kings, while she had put a question mark next to it, indicating that the positions of these 5 Elven Kings were still pending definition. Below them was the High Council, with another question mark beside it, implying that the actual authority of this High Council was still to be determined. Further down was the layer of High Elves, with Lilith adding an explanation next to it, Noble of the Empire. When Zhao Chen saw this explanation, he really felt it was quite vivid. However, Zhao Chen was puzzled by the fact that, according to the female elf's words earlier, these High Elves had evolved. Evolved? Could they transform, surpassing what Zhao Chen understood about biological science? It was hard to say for sure. After all, with encounters involving orders, undead, insect races, and even time travelers, nothing could be entirely ruled out. Zhao Chen was confident that if the next second you told him you had discovered the M78 Nebula, he would probably just be surprised, not doubtful. Next, Charlotte asked some more questions, to which the other party chose to answer what they could and dodge what they couldn't. After the inquiries were over, Grace, the female elf commander, looked at Charlotte. "Marshall, shall we continue? Are you going to talk about the impending danger in our universe?" Charlotte looked at the other party. The female elf commander Grace nodded. "Yes, this matter is very important. I hope that Marshall can relay what I have said today to your Emperor verbatim. This concerns the safety of your universe. Go on." Charlotte waited for the continuation of the story. "Your side has used interstellar scanning devices multiple times. You must have some understanding of the surrounding universe sectors. Have you ever wondered why, in such a vast universe sector, there are only 3 universes?" The female elf commander Grace paused intentionally when she said this. Zhao Chen on this side was shaken. The other party deliberately threw out such a sentence. It was definitely intentional. Why? Could it be that the existence of only 3 universes in this universe sector wasn't a coincidence? Was there a reason for it? In fact, long ago, there were at least 3 other universes around this universe sector. But now they have all disappeared. Grace, the female elf commander, said solemnly. Disappeared? How could a universe disappear? Charlotte suddenly realized something, and her voice stopped abruptly. Order, I suppose you have encountered them by now, right? Grace, the female elf commander, had a complex expression in her eyes, a mix of anger and fear. Charlotte nodded. Order is a level 7 technological civilization, and their existence involves assimilating other universes. In this process, some interstellar civilizations realized that they couldn't escape being invaded by Order. They chose to negotiate with Order. I have no idea what methods they used, but they actually managed to persuade Order. They were allowed to survive under the assimilation of Order, but since then, they have become Order's minions. Their technological advancement has skyrocketed, and they have obtained some special technological capabilities. They started actively invading the interstellar civilizations of the surrounding universes. Invading, massacring, plundering. After plundering all the resources of the prey universe, they began their true atrocities. They used a technology similar to Order's to disintegrate universes from within. Although not very fast, in as short as a year, and as long as 10 years, a universe would disappear. And it was said that it was a technology that could extract the energy of the universe. The vast majority was handed over to Order, and the remnants were taken by those invaders. In this situation, one by one, the surrounding universes were destroyed. Until now, in this universe sector, only 3 universes remain. Grace, the female elf commander, said seriously, "Those damn invaders, they call themselves the Devourers of Civilizations. Because of your previous explorations, they have discovered your existence. If I'm not mistaken, their interstellar fleet is ready to launch an expedition." Charlotte furrowed her brow and remained silent for a long time. Ask her why this Devourer civilization, geographically closer to their Sacred Elf Empire's universe, hasn't affected the Sacred Elf Empire. Lilith's voice came over Charlotte's earpiece. Charlotte relayed Lilith's query. Grace, the female elf commander, replied, "That's because in the early days, when we were invaded by Order, we used our technological capabilities to protect our universe. It allowed our universe to survive under the hunting of Order. At the same time, we also had enough strength to prevent the Devourers from having any thoughts about us. But has there been a change now? This Devourer civilization has also set its sights on your universe. You have felt the danger, so you want to unite with us," Charlotte spoke. Grace, the female elf commander, didn't hide it and nodded. "That's right. My visit to your universe this time is partly to understand the situation of your interstellar civilization. On the other hand, it's to find a way to unite with you to resist the invasion of the Devourers. They have now become complete lunatics. They are ready to destroy any universe they find and have obtained the strength and means to threaten our Sacred Elf Empire. Honestly, if it wasn't for your actions that led to the discovery by the Devourers, their next target would surely have been us. If war breaks out in our universe, it will be a disaster. We do not want to see such a disaster happen. We also do not want to see such a disaster happen in your home. So, let's unite and defend against these damned beings." Grace, the female elf commander, became increasingly excited. She completely lost the elegant, proud demeanor she had before. At this moment, she seemed more like a belligerent warrior. She appeared to harbor a deep hatred towards the Devourer civilization. Charlotte remained silent at this moment. This matter was indeed significant. She glanced at Zhao Chen and Lilith, who were silent on the other side of the video window, waiting for their next steps. Lilith opened her mouth and conveyed a series of words to Charlotte. Charlotte immediately turned to the female elf opposite and said, "Since you say that this civilization that devours other civilizations is our enemy, it shouldn't be a problem for us to share some information about the enemy. The advanced technology possessed by this devouring civilization, the number of their interstellar fleet, the internal system of the devouring civilization now, as well as the battle data of your past encounters with this civilization." Upon hearing Charlotte's request this time, Gladys the female elf frowned slightly. "What? You said you were harboring good intentions towards us and hoping that both sides could form an alliance. Now allies just need some enemy information. This shouldn't be classified information of your sacred elven empire, right? If you're not even willing to share this bit of information with us, then what's the point of talking about an alliance relationship?" Charlotte shrugged. Zhao Chen on the side of the video window couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Previously, it hadn't been noticed that the acting talent of this white cat was so impressive. Gladys the female elf hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay, I can tell you some information about the devouring civilization. I hope your side can feel our sincerity. To resist the devouring civilization, cooperation between us is the best choice." Finished speaking, Gladys the female elf began to explain some information about the devouring civilization. The devouring civilization is a multiracial interstellar civilization. Although the Sacred Elven Empire theoretically also belongs to a multiracial civilization, it has a high-low structure. However, this is not the case with the devouring civilization. They have a super-huge racial structure. But, among these original indigenous races, they actually only account for half. This is because when the devouring civilization invaded other interstellar civilizations, they adopted a strategy of internal differentiation. Simply put, they informed the other cosmic civilizations' interstellar races or interstellar powers. The devouring civilization represents order and will invade the cosmos. If at this time one is willing to follow the order, one can choose to join their devouring civilization and move the entire group to the cosmos of the devouring civilization. This is why the devouring civilization has grown to its current terrifying extent in a short time. Even the sacred Elven Empire has to be wary and seek allies. In every cosmic civilization, there will always be a few traitors. These traitors not only betray their homeland, but also turn their knives against their allies. It is also because of the existence of this divisive strategy that the devouring civilization often has the upper hand when invading other interstellar cosmos. After all, they represent order, Gladys the female elf said, gritting her teeth. It seems that there are also such people in your sacred Elven Empire. Charlotte caught the information in the opponent's words. Gladys the female elf nodded, angrily saying, yes, there are a very few cowards who betrayed the Elven god. They formed an order holy church, worshipping order, believing that joining the order is the correct path for the evolution of technological civilization. They cause trouble and chaos in various parts of our cosmos. Fortunately, it's still small-scale trouble. No threat exists. But once the devouring civilization launches an attack, these Order Holy Church members will definitely rise up, and it will be a big problem at that time. Just like what happened in other cosmic civilizations. Charlotte's expression changed slightly. This phenomenon has always existed in the cosmos of the Imperial Dragon Empire, from the earliest mechanical god sect to the later fanatics who supported order in secret. These tumors have never been completely eliminated. Even though Zhao Chen had designated the cleaning of these latent order-following fanatics as a routine mission of the Royal Guards, there were still occasional activities by order-following fanatics. After all, order is now the most powerful among known interstellar civilizations. No matter in which cosmos, which interstellar civilization, or which interstellar race, there will always be some who admire power. They do not care about their homeland, their people, or basic principles and concepts. In their minds, the strong are the only truth. When the Imperial Dragon Empire is powerful, they will follow the Imperial Dragon Empire. And when another even more powerful interstellar civilization appears, they will naturally follow that one. To completely eliminate this latent threat, one must defeat order on the battlefield. Otherwise, this tumor can never be completely eliminated. The devouring civilization is precisely exploiting this psychology and executing this divisive strategy. The devouring civilization is currently at the level of a level 6 technological civilization. They have more than 80 million regular interstellar fleets. But because of the large number of various races, the combat effectiveness of these regular interstellar fleets varies. Some are strong, some are weak. So, it's not just about their large numbers. In fact, there are also a lot of imposters among them. Otherwise, with such a large military force, the devouring civilization would have invaded our sacred Elven Empire long ago, Gladys the female elf said. When they heard about the number of 80 million interstellar warships, not only Charlotte, but also Zhao Chen and Lilith were shocked. It should be noted that the current Imperial Dragon Empire barely has 2 to 3 million interstellar warships. Yet, this devouring civilization has 80 million interstellar warships despite having varying strengths. However, being a level 6 technological civilization and having such a huge interstellar fleet, even if they use the Worm Sea tactic, they are still a formidable presence. Additionally, Marshall, you asked earlier if the devouring civilization has any top technology. I'm not sure about the others. But there is one, their trump card, Gladys the female elf said with a serious expression. Charlotte waited for the continuation of the conversation. I assume your side should be aware of the existence of the Black Legion fleet, Gladys the female elf said. We've crossed paths with them. Charlotte didn't hide. This wasn't essential information, especially since there were still big messes left by those Black Legion fleets in the cosmos of the Imperial Dragon Empire. We call the technology they own the Black Legion technology. As the name implies, it is the technology that the devouring civilization possesses to manufacture fleets of the Black Legion. Gladys the female elf said. Even Zhao Chen and Lilith, separated by the communication channel, were greatly surprised. Manufacturing fleets of the Black Legion. Although the Imperial Dragon Legion fleet had defeated the Black Legion fleet several times, it was clear to everyone the strength of the Black Legion fleet. They are a type of spiritual interstellar warship. Even if destroyed, they can be resurrected on the Order side. If the devouring civilization possesses this technology, the threat level will be significantly increased. In fact, it's not the kind of Black Legion fleet like what the Order side has. It's not at that level. In short, this is just a technological level of a level 6 technological civilization. The effect is somewhat smaller, but it still has significant benefits against most level 6 technological civilizations. Specifically, they place a technological structure similar to a soul altar on the battlefield. When the interstellar fleets of the devouring civilization are destroyed on the battlefield, this soul altar will collect the souls of these Order followers and, in the soul altar, using an indescribable technological ability, resurrect their original interstellar warships in the form of the Black Legion fleet. Meanwhile, according to our observations, not only the souls of Order followers are absorbed by the soul altar. On the battlefield, they can even draw in the souls of dead enemies' interstellar warships bearing fear. Thus, they grow stronger themselves. Therefore, in the cosmos of invaded interstellar civilizations, a scene often appears like this. The devouring civilization will sacrifice a group of interstellar fleets of the devouring civilization. Yes, sacrifice is the word. In our terms, actually the Vanguard fleet. These interstellar fleets sacrificed by them, after intense battles with the enemy, will be rapidly resurrected in the form of the Black Legion fleet, reappearing on the battlefield. This means that you actually have to face the same enemy twice. Moreover, the second time facing the enemy, they are more fearless of death, more powerful. In this alternative tug-of-war situation, it is often difficult for the interstellar civilizations of the invaded cosmos to resist Gladys the female elf side. As for the Black Legion fleets that are destroyed again, will they resurrect again? Does the technology device called the Soul Altar have any limitations, such as the scale of the resurrected fleets, the range it can affect? Also, is a decapitation strategy effective if directly attacking the Soul Altar? Charlotte, as the highest marshal of the Imperial Dragon Empire, immediately thought of a series of battlefield questions regarding this Soul Altar. Gladys the female elf glanced at Charlotte and explained each question. Yes, the destroyed Black Legion fleets can be resurrected again, but the number resurrected will decrease as the original strength of the souls is depleted. It's like originally absorbing 10 points of soul strength to forge the Black Legion fleet. After some sacrifices, there may only be 7 points of soul strength remaining, and only the souls of the same strength level can be used to construct the Black Legion fleet. If a second round is played, perhaps only 5 points of soul strength will remain, gradually weakening. Answering Charlotte's first question, Gladys the female elf continued, regarding the Soul Altar, our Empire's researchers have been conducting research on it. The resurrected Black Legion fleets do indeed have limitations. The Soul Altar is divided into different levels. So far, from small to large, it has been divided into 6 levels, which exactly correspond to the 6 levels of technology. As the name suggests, a level 6 Soul Altar can resurrect the highest level T6 interstellar warships. At the same time, the number of resurrected Black Legion fleets will be more, and the process will be faster. According to the records we have, in a major battlefield, the devouring civilization deployed a level 5 Soul Altar and then sent 5 million interstellar warships to launch an attack. After that, this Soul Altar was able to resurrect at least 200,000 Black Legion interstellar warships daily. As a marshal, you should be very clear about how much change this could bring to the battlefield at this level. Charlotte's expression turned somewhat despondent. She understood this very well. This isn't just about increasing by 20,000 interstellar warships per day. The chain of reactions caused by this will completely disrupt the balance of the battlefield. Moreover, this isn't just an increase of 20,000 interstellar warships per day, but a daily increase. Just the thought of the Imperial Dragon Legion fleet possibly facing enemies of this level in the future weighed heavily on Charlotte's mind. As for the area that the Soul Altar can affect, generally, it's not a problem for an interstellar battlefield. As for the decapitation strategy you mentioned, those interstellar warship fleets of invaded interstellar civilizations have naturally tried it before. But they all failed. Firstly, the devouring civilization would be prepared for your move. They often dispatch enough interstellar fleets on the battlefield to protect the Soul Altar. Secondly, The soul altar itself also has self-defense capabilities. The soul power it absorbs can not only resurrect the Black Legion fleet, but also form a black light screen, protecting the soul altar like a star shield. Unless one has extremely powerful firepower, it's challenging to destroy the soul altar. At least so far, in recorded devouring civilization war history, no soul altar has been destroyed. Often its appearance means the end of the battlefield. So, are there no other countermeasures? Charlotte asked. Currently, there are a few measures that can be adopted. Once the soul altar appears on the battlefield, immediately choose withdrawal. Because the soul altar itself cannot move. Once activated, and you want to move it, it needs to be shut down, and then transported to the next battlefield by prepared interstellar transport ships. Another method would be, once the devouring civilization determines the number of soul altars, it's actually not many. By not many, I mean high-level soul altars. However, the devouring civilization is not currently making any lower-level soul altars. At least all are at the T4 level. And there are rumors that they already have at least 3 T6 level soul altars, and are even developing a quasi-T7 level soul altar. This is their trump card, Gladys the female elf said solemnly. Charlotte noted down the information about the soul altar in her heart. After this exchange, she would have her staff department prepare countermeasures against this soul altar. To prepare for the future possibility of war with this devouring civilization's technology outbreak. When will the devouring civilization invade our cosmos, or how long before their interstellar fleet appears in our cosmos? Charlotte asked again. Not more than 3 months. The conversation with the elven princess Gladys has temporarily come to an end. Charlotte conveyed the intentions of the Dragon Emperor, rescinding the previous request to expel the fleet of the Sacred Elven Empire and allowing them to stay temporarily in the current area. As it stands now, there shouldn't be too many issues with the fleet from the Sacred Elven Empire and the information conveyed by their fleet commander. After all, lying about this wouldn't benefit them. As long as we can infiltrate their universe to obtain this information, it shouldn't be too difficult, Lily analyzed beside Zhao Chen. Charlotte's expression turned serious as she said, if what the Elven Princess just mentioned about devouring military power and military technology from civilizations is accurate. 3 months later, the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet will launch an invasion against us. Unless we can research and manufacture genuine T7-level interstellar warships before 3 months have passed, it will be incredibly difficult to achieve victory in this conflict. The technological weapon known as the Soul Altar poses a significant threat. Zhao Chen's expression was solemn, having heard all of that information before. He naturally understood the importance of the situation. Within 3 months, let alone manufacturing T7-level interstellar warships, even developing them would be a very challenging task. In other words, cooperating with the Sacred Elven Empire is our only choice, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Lily and Charlotte exchanged a glance, both nodding. Now that we've made this decision, we can ally with the Sacred Elven Empire. However, how to cooperate and what requests they may make, whether we should agree to them, we need to determine these things first, Zhao Chen said. Charlotte and Lily exchanged a glance. I am now the commander of the Elven Princess Gladys. I will propose potential requests from her perspective, Lily spoke up. Zhao Chen and Charlotte gazed at Lily. Lily raised her head, displaying a lofty and arrogant posture. Surprisingly, her attitude was quite similar to that of the elves. We will initiate cooperation. We will aid you in repelling the devouring civilization's attack. However, we must first dispatch our interstellar Legion fleet into your universe. It would be best if you allow us to have our exclusive military base within your empire, with military facilities such as starports and stargates. It would also be preferable for us to be provided with an industrial factory. These facilities will be under our full control, and even your side will have no right to interfere without our permission. Lily took the lead. Dispatching their own Legion fleet for joint defense was an inevitable request. Otherwise, it was challenging to imagine how the Sacred Elven Empire would assist the Dragon Empire in repelling the devouring civilization's attack. Charlotte thought for a moment and said, we can accept limited numbers of their interstellar Legion fleet entering our Dragon Empire. However, in return, our Dragon Legion fleet also has the right to enter their Sacred Elven Empire. After all, the devouring civilization Legion fleet could also potentially attack the universe of the Sacred Elven Empire. Since we are allies, It is normal for us to jointly resist a common enemy. Zhao Chen nodded. It seemed like a concession, but it was also increasing the Dragon Empire's understanding of the sacred Elven Empire. We can provide military fleet bases, stargates, starports, and the use of medium-sized industrial bases. However, we must deploy fleets to guard those bases. Any actions regarding the use of those bases and the Legion fleet stationed there must be approved by us, Charlotte added. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Charlotte had voiced his thoughts. Bringing in a Volf required a tight leash. A fiercely aggressive person, if tamed properly, could become a loyal ally, even aiding in attacking others. After some more back and forth, including discussing potential demands, they reached an agreement on what they could accept. Ultimately, Charlotte was the one to conduct the final negotiations with the elves. On the other side, the elven Princess Gladys, who had been waiting for a while, saw the video window reappear and seemed visibly excited. She nervously looked at Charlotte, awaiting her response. Regarding the alliance cooperation, our Emperor expresses acceptance, but certain details need to be clarified first. Charlotte responded, "Of course. It is essential to have detailed regulations when forming an alliance," agreed the elven Princess Gladys. Subsequently, both parties engaged in negotiations. The elven princess repeated most of the questions Lily had raised earlier, and Charlotte provided prepared responses. Some of the standard terms caused the elven princess to hesitate, such as having troops stationed within the territory of the sacred elven empire, and vice versa. In particular, the latter condition left the elven princess conflicted for a long time. They had never allowed any other interstellar civilization to have troops stationed within the sacred elven empire before. As proud elves, it was hard to imagine them allowing such a thing to happen. Our troops accepting your supervision, I can agree to. However, having your troops stationed within the borders of our sacred elven empire isn't something I can guarantee with my authority. Moreover, I believe it is entirely unnecessary. You should allocate more of the interstellar Legion fleet assets to the Dragon Empire to defend against the possible attacks from the devouring civilization Legion fleet. The elven princess tried to make a stand on this issue. Charlotte smiled and said, "I understand that our military strength is inferior to that of the sacred elven empire. But since we are allies defending and attacking together, we must send troops to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies against any potential threats in the future war." Charlotte's final tone was very serious, as if she truly believed in what she was saying. The elven princess exhibited a conflicted expression. "In actuality, you don't need to worry too much about this point. Let's discuss the scale of mutual troop deployments. In reality, our Dragon Empire will not dispatch as many Legion fleets to the Sacred Elven Empire as you may fear. For example, we agree on a number of 500,000. You can send 500,000 interstellar warships to station in the Dragon Empire. In contrast, we have a cap of 500,000 interstellar warships, but we might only send 100,000, Charlotte explained casually. Are you questioning our sincerity? Even so, 100,000 interstellar warships would hardly matter within the strong sacred Elven Empire. Hearing this, the Elven Princess found some sense in her words. And what about the maximum limit of the troops to be stationed? The Elven Princess asked tentatively. We can negotiate on that later. Let's discuss that when the time comes, Charlotte evasively said. Thereafter, Lily presented some non-critical issues, essentially reiterating the possible requests the sacred Elven Empire might make. They discussed these matters and eventually arrived at a level of acceptance they could agree upon. In the end, it was still Charlotte who conducted the final negotiations with the opposing party. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen expressed his willingness to personally visit the sacred Elven Empire, believing it was a beneficial decision for them. However, Charlotte and Lily objected, urging him to remain in the Dragon Empire. Despite their objections, Zhao Chen was resolute in his decision, citing the necessity for technological exchange and understanding the sacred Elven Empire's advanced technologies. Finally, Charlotte reluctantly agreed to Zhao Chen's departure, but insisted on escorting him with her top battleship fleet, known as the Dragon Scales. However, Zhao Chen firmly refused the escort and requested Charlotte to stay behind to handle internal matters while he was away. This decision led to a disagreement among the three, with Zhao Chen ultimately asserting his desire to visit the sacred Elven Empire for the sake of his empire's progress and security. Despite initial resistance, Charlotte and Lily eventually came to support Zhao Chen's decision, acknowledging the importance of technological advancement and the threat posed by the devouring civilization. After another period of waiting time, the video window in front of the elven woman named Gladys lit up again. Nervously, Gladys looked at Charlotte on the other side. Charlotte, with a serious expression, said, "Regarding the request you made earlier, I have reported it to our Emperor. The Emperor has agreed to your invitation to visit your sacred elven empire. He is willing to go." Upon hearing this, Gladys let out a sigh of relief, unable to contain her joy. With that, she considered her mission this time successfully completed. "However, we have a few requests as well," Charlotte continued sternly. "Go on." Gladys looked at Charlotte. "First, during your visit to our sacred elven empire, you must ensure the safety of our Emperor. Any mishap is not acceptable to our draconian empire. I can guarantee this with my life. Although we have not signed an alliance contract yet, as your guest, we will absolutely ensure the safety of the Emperor within the cosmic border of our sacred elven empire. There will be no risks," Gladys solemnly promised. Such high-profile figures attending each other's invitations are highly regarded by the inviting party, and any major problems in such matters could potentially escalate into a diplomatic dispute. Second, although I trust your guarantee, we cannot completely entrust the safety of our Emperor to you. Therefore, this time, we will send the Emperor's personal guard fleet and a fleet group as an escort. The scale will be around 30,000 interstellar warships, Charlotte said. Gladys hesitated for a moment, but then quickly nodded and said, "That's not a problem. Given the status of the Dragon Emperor and his visit to our sacred elven empire, we fully understand the need to bring an escort fleet. Thirdly, this time our Dragon Emperor is willing to trust you. After a brief meeting, we will head to your sacred elven empire. In return, we would like to see your sincerity. We need to learn some of your technological skills," said Charlotte. Upon hearing this request, Gladys's expression changed slightly. She asked, "I cannot directly answer this, but may I know what technological skills you want to learn?" "Space exploration technology and trans-universe navigation technology," Charlotte said directly. Hearing this request, Gladys frowned slightly. If there's any more, we only need the trans-universe navigation technology. Since we will become allies in the future, whether supporting the sacred elven empire or embarking on expeditions to devour civilizations across the universe, we will need this technology. We are close to completing this technology ourselves. We just want to see your technology for comparison," Charlotte said calmly. After some hesitation, Gladys nodded and said, "We can guide you on trans-universe navigation technology. But because this time we did not bring many researchers or detailed technical data, these can be postponed. Since you are able to visit our universe, you must have used this technology device. If this technology device is disposable, please lend us one for research. If it is not disposable, please allow us some time to observe and record," Charlotte said. Charlotte's consecutive requests were actually a gradual compromise. In this situation, Gladys had no opportunity to refuse. She nodded in agreement. After that, the Elven commander Gladys boarded the interstellar warship of the Dragon Empire for the first time. However, it was only a T6 level interstellar transport ship. Nonetheless, even though it was just a transport ship, one could still see some level of technological prowess of this interstellar empire from it. Gladys walked through, continuously observing her surroundings. The more she looked, the more surprised she felt. Although it was just the interior of the interstellar warship, she found that the interior modules were much more refined than those of the sacred Elven Empire. Some of the craftsmanship levels were unmatched by the current sacred Elven Empire. "We have arrived." The female officer guiding her stopped at a door in one of the ship's segments. "Thank you." Gladys stepped across the segment. Coming to the next segment, she realized it was a cargo hold. And in the cargo hold was the gift she brought for the sacred Elven Empire this time. Although this gift was not something she willingly gave. "Hello, Commander from the sacred Elven Empire," a male voice came from afar. It was from a corridor on the side half-high wall of the cargo hold. Gladys had just entered this long corridor, but she had been initially drawn to the cargo in the hold and did not notice the arrival. There were some female officers surrounding the man, who was the only male among them. He was also wearing a military uniform and had a special aura about him, with a peaceful gaze that gave a reassuring feeling. But Gladys dared not underestimate the man in front of her. According to the information, the man in front of her should be the man at the top of the power in the Dragon Empire, the Dragon Emperor. Gladys immediately stood upright, and with the highest etiquette of the sacred Elven Empire, she greeted, "Greetings to the esteemed Dragon Emperor. I am Gladys, a high elven from the sacred Elven Empire. I come bearing the respect and goodwill of our empire to you. I hope that we can become eternal allies." Zhao Chen nodded with a smile and walked directly to Gladys's side. In comparison to Gladys's openness, the female elf at this moment seemed a bit nervous. "Your concerns have been relayed to me by Charlotte. As for myself, there is no need for lengthy introductions. Here, on behalf of the Dragon Empire, I welcome the arrival of our guest." Zhao Chen pointed directly to the cubic device in the cargo hold that was 10 stories high and square. "Is this the technology equipment you use for trans-universe travel?" The reason why Zhao Chen personally came here and contacted Gladys was twofold. On the one hand, because they would be traveling to the sacred Elven Empire together later, it was normal for the two to meet and get acquainted. On the other hand, Zhao Chen wanted to understand the sacred Elven Empire's technological expertise in trans-universe travel as quickly as possible. This was a technology that the Dragon Empire urgently needed to develop and deploy. Yes, this equipment is called Water Dragon Gate, Single-Use Unidirectional Conveyance. It is small in size and easy to carry. To use it, first find a suitable spatial coordinate location, then input a target spatial coordinate location. After that, launch it like an interstellar projectile. Once launched, it will initiate activation at the target spatial coordinate location, establishing a spatial channel with another universe. However, it is one-time use and the quantity of conveyance is limited. For a conventional fleet configuration of our Level 6 civilization, such a conveyance-type Water Dragon Gate can only allow 3,000 interstellar warships for cosmic conveyance, Gladys explained. "Wait a minute. Earlier, you promised us that you would allow us to carry 30,000 interstellar warships to escort the Emperor's fleet. How will they be transported?" A female leopard guard interjected on the side, frowning directly. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This leopard guard seemed a bit impatient, especially when it came to security issues this time. Earlier, Charlotte and Lilith had talked to her about the upcoming journey, and they probably emphasized many points. Without thinking, Zhao Chen knew what they were talking about. "Please rest assured about this. At that time, I will first arrange for a fleet to return to the sacred Elven Empire. Then there will be another fleet returning with the necessary Water Dragon Gate device for the Emperor's escort fleet to conduct trans-universe navigation," Gladys promised. "Is there no limit to this back and forth? What about the time for a single round trip?" Zhao Chen was more concerned about the performance of this equipment. Trans-universe navigation is a technology similar to subspace travel. It is not direct space jumping. The time consumption will depend on the distance between universes. In our universe of the Dragon Empire and the universe of the Sacred Elven Empire, using this device for a single trans-universe journey takes 5 hours. Additionally, excessive trans-universe travel in a weak spatial region is not recommended, as it may lead to spatial instability issues. However, the stability of the spatial region here is very high, and even using 100 of these water gates at once is completely fine. So, in all respects, Your Majesty can rest assured, Gladys thought that the Emperor was questioning the technology, hence the multiple questions. Since this is a disposable model, do you have a non-disposable model? Or one with better performance? Like a trans-universe Stargate for long-term presence? Zhao Chen inquired again. This Emperor really was full of questions. Gladys didn't want to lose face, and these matters were not secrets either. She explained, "Yes. Currently, our sacred Elven Empire has 3 publicly known types of these trans-universe navigation devices. This is one of them. They are the single-use unidirectional conveyance, short-term bidirectional conveyance, and permanent bidirectional Stargate types. The former is what we have now. The second one, short-term bidirectional conveyance, can maintain its presence for a short period, then acts as a small Stargate, allowing bidirectional travel for fleet conveyance. The third one, permanent bidirectional Stargate, as the name suggests, is a Stargate for transit between universes. But to be honest, even for our sacred Elven Empire, it is very difficult to completely master this technology of the Stargate type. Prior to this, we had only built 2 of these Water Dragon Gate, Stargate type devices. After all, they require connection to other universes. But those two universes we had good relations with were invaded and destroyed by devouring civilizations. The built stargates were also destroyed. Gladys's tone carried a hint of anger. She added, however, these three types also have large, medium, and small levels, which mainly differ in the scale of the fleet conveyed. The higher the level, the exponentially higher the cost required for construction. So, unless necessary, we use small-scale ones, occasionally medium-scale, and large-scale devices are strategic level and can only be used with the authorization of the High Council. It seemed that the Sacred Elven Empire had quite a formidable technological reserve. In one technology area, they conduct research in various aspects based on needs. This is a normal progression for the development of a technology. On the other hand, with Zhao Chen, he tends to make use of brand new technology to replace old ones, typically with the help of a system. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would not have been able to change technologies in such a short time. So, Lady Gladys, the cross-universe navigation technology you've agreed to let us learn is just one of them. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at Gladys. Gladys was tongue-tied, not expecting the Emperor to be so easygoing. This was completely different from the atmosphere of their elven race. How is the rest of the itinerary arranged? Zhao Chen inquired. Your Majesty, this is the itinerary I have planned. Please review it. If there are no issues, we will proceed according to this plan. Gladys handed a schedule plan to the Emperor. This was about the Dragon Emperor's itinerary, and she dared not be negligent. She had quickly prepared the travel arrangements. As Zhao Chen looked over, Gladys explained beside him. Once you agree, we can set off as quickly as within a day. This day will be spent sending a fleet back and forth to retrieve the Water Dragon Gate device we need. Then, in the Sacred Elven Empire, considering various cooperation matters. I have planned for 10 days' time there. At the latest, within 10 days we can ensure your Majesty's safe return. Of course, if your Majesty wishes to stay a bit longer in the Sacred Elven Empire, I have no issues with that, Gladys explained. In the end, Zhao Chen decided to set off 3 days later. Before that, he needed to arrange many things. Military and political matters within the Empire could be completely handed over to Charlotte and Lily. But in terms of military research and development, Zhao Chen still needed to instruct all the work. The Imperial Military Research Institute had the Water Dragon Gate device that the Holy Spirit Empire had gifted, which had already been placed in the laboratory. 24 hours a day, researchers were dismantling and studying the device behind a huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window. This Water Dragon Gate not only plays a crucial role in our interstellar travel project, we also need to study its internal structure, materials used, and energy source. Although we are both T6 level technological civilizations, considering the fact that we are separated by a universe, perhaps they are using completely different theories or technological models. Even though we are only at T6 level, if we learn and complement each other, perhaps in all aspects, it can improve our technological capabilities. Zhao Chen instructed the heads of various project plans behind him. Yes, we will ensure that we complete the tasks assigned by your Majesty. We will definitely fully understand and master this technological device in the shortest time possible. Annie, the chief engineer, eyes sparkling, showing a front-running momentum. People who don't know her might actually think she is someone who works diligently. Zhao Chen glanced at Annie's uncontrollable smile. This girl probably knew she was going on a business trip this time, and she could finally have some freedom right under Zhao Chen's nose. That's why she was so happy and excited. This time, I want to bring a technical talent with me on the trip to learn the technological aspects of other interstellar civilizations. Since Annie has such a keen interest in new technologies, there's no need to choose. You will accompany me on the trip, Zhao Chen said, placing his hand on Annie's shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. But that smile, in Annie's eyes at that moment, was no different from a demon. She shivered. The smile on her face instantly stiffened. I feel dizzy when I go on business trips. I feel uncomfortable all over my body when I go on a business trip, Annie said in a pitiful manner. Zhao Chen didn't tease Annie any further. There was no one more suitable than Zhao Chen himself to learn about the technological aspects of other interstellar civilizations. Even if he had to bring technical personnel, he wouldn't bring those tough individuals from the Hawk Empire. There were plenty of things waiting for them to handle at home. While I'm away, if there are any military matters, contact Nana, Annie, and Elise. You can absolutely trust them in military matters. Although Annie can be lazy, she will still perfectly complete the tasks assigned to her, Zhao Chen instructed Lily, who was following behind. Because there were many things to be arranged, Lily had been with Zhao Chen for the past few days, recording all the things Zhao Chen instructed. Lily nodded, understood. Although their majesty seemed like a hands-off boss within the Hawk Empire, careful observation revealed that in every aspect of the empire, the Hawk Emperor had arranged capable individuals to be responsible for each part. It was like fitting the most suitable gear onto an essential module of a machine. Eventually, the machine would operate smoothly, and there would be no issues at any stage. Therefore, even if this Hawk Emperor was not present, it would not have a significant impact on the Empire's machinery. It wouldn't lead to the occurrence of chaos when a leaderless state occurs. In addition, in these project plans, if the chief engineers and scientists have any requirements, try to meet them. Currently, the most important thing for our Hawk Empire is to break through the current bottleneck. If we can master T7 level technological technology and develop even a T7 interstellar battleship, it would be more important than building a fleet group at this time, Zhao Chen instructed. Although quantity is important, if the enemy has technological technology far superior to yours, in order to stand on equal footing, you must possess the capital to compete with them head-on. I have noted it, Zhao Chen said. He and Lily arrived at the Hawk Empire Military Research Institute's hangar location. The shuttlecraft that had come here was parked, but there was another shuttlecraft prepared and ready beside it. To save time, we won't return together. You will go back to the Dragon Emperor starship. I will return to the Elite Guard Fleet Group, Zhao Chen said. Are you sure you want to visit the Holy Spirit Empire as part of the Snowstorm Ace Fleet Group? Marshal Charlotte said she could stay behind and let the Defiant Scale Ace Fleet Group be commanded by you. That T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought could also be handed over to you as your flagship, Lily expressed her concern. Zhao Chen waved his hand helplessly and pinched Lily's cheek. I said too much. This time, we are going for a visit and negotiation, not warfare. Although the Defiant Scale Ace Fleet Group is strong in combat strength, what's the use of being strong in someone else's territory? Can you withstand the successive bombardment of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of interstellar warships? It's more appropriate for the Snowstorm Ace Fleet Group in this situation. If something unexpected happens, the Snowstorm Ace Fleet Group composed of interstellar cruisers and interstellar battle cruisers can help me break through. As for the T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, it's excellent. But given the current circumstances, I plan to go with the T6 Gluttony Demon Lord starship. It will serve as my temporary flagship. Hearing His Majesty's arrangement, although it wasn't the ideal Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, the Gluttony Demon Lord starship was still a flagship and a good choice. Do you need anything else? Should we bring more logistics supply fleets? Lily pondered and asked. Zhao Chen shook his head in resignation. He pinched Lily's face. I said too much. This time we are going for a visit and negotiations, not for a battle. What's the use of bringing so many strategic resources? Moreover, in the worst-case scenario, are we going to engage in a war of attrition with the enemy instead of escaping as quickly as possible? Bringing so many interstellar supply fleets would only hinder our fleet's maneuverability. Bring enough, that will suffice. After speaking a few more words, Zhao Chen could sense Lily's worrying. If they continued discussing like this, there was a chance that Lily might change her mind and stop him from going to the Holy Spirit Empire, just like Charlotte. To prevent such a situation, Zhao Chen bid farewell early and boarded the shuttlecraft. Lily watched as the shuttlecraft departed, and frankly, she was worried. The time when Zhao Chen had disappeared for more than half a year was the time she least wanted to recall. And now, Zhao Chen was embarking on a journey to other universes once again. Although she had previously traveled to the extradimensional space outside the universe, it had been with the assistance of the mechanical race. But now, they were heading to other universes with different interstellar civilizations, and both sides knew very little about each other. No one knew what might happen. It would be false to say she wasn't worried. But she also understood, from a rational perspective, that what Zhao Chen had said before was correct. In terms of the bigger picture, Zhao Chen must go on this trip. It was his duty as the Hawk Emperor. If the Empire had not been established in the first place, if everything was still the old Hawk fleet, would there be so many troubles? An idea flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it with self-ridicule. How could she have such naive thoughts? Some things are not so easily achieved. Just like the path he was walking now, a large part of it had been pushed to this point. After separating from Lily, Zhao Chen naturally met with the voyaging fleet. In a certain space, over 30,000 Hawk Series interstellar warships were stationed here, awaiting further orders. When the shuttlecraft appeared, the two fleet commanders present were taken aback. Prepare to welcome His Majesty aboard. As the flagship of the Snowstorm Ace Fleet Group, Star Marshal Chitong made arrangements upon seeing the Emperor appear. In the command bridge, a sofa-style throne had been prepared early because she remembered that His Majesty had said he preferred the soft, plush couch over the stiff throne. The best scenario would be if he could lie down on it entirely. So for this escort operation, she had prepared it on her flagship in advance. However, what Star Marshal Chitong had never expected was that the shuttlecraft carrying His Majesty was heading towards the Imperial Guard fleet side. Marshal, this. The secretary hesitated before looking at Star Marshal Chitong. Immediately contact His Majesty. Star Marshal Chitong gave orders without hesitation. Soon, a video window popped up. On the other end was His Majesty the Emperor, who had just boarded. Chitong, what's the matter? I just arrived, and you urgently contacted me. Zhao Chen looked puzzled, thinking that Chitong had something very important to discuss, given the urgent contact. Star Marshal Chitong looked solemnly at His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty, is there any reason you went to the Imperial Guard fleet first, huh? No, I just went back to my own flagship. I left the Dragon Emperor starship to Lily, Zhao Chen shrugged, explaining. Flagship. Isn't your flagship supposed to be the Gluttony Demon Lord starship? Star Marshal Chitong frowned. Her tone suddenly felt like someone who had driven over to pick up their beloved, seeing their beloved getting into someone else's car. Who said my highest position must be on the flagship? I think this starship is just fine. Enough said. I'm here, Zhao Chen explained in surprise. The Gluttony Demon Lord starship is the strongest interstellar warship in this escort fleet group, and you also instructed that the Gluttony Demon Lord starship will serve as the temporary flagship. So isn't the Gluttony Demon Lord starship your flagship? Star Marshal Chitong stated. Zhao Chen chuckled, finding it amusing. Who said the highest-ranking person had to stay on the flagship? I think this starship is good. Let's drop it. I'm staying here. The Gluttony Demon Lord starship is still the flagship. If there's any combat situation, you're in charge. Star Marshal Chitong was at a loss for words. It seemed there was indeed no rule stating that the highest-ranking person must stay on the fleet flagship. But this was the unspoken rule that everyone had been following. Watching the video window dim, Star Marshal Chitong, who usually maintained a cold demeanor, now felt a hint of disappointment. Marshal, then. His Majesty didn't come to our ship. What about that? Seat. The secretary pointed to the sofa throne, asking cautiously. At this moment, anyone with keen eyes could tell that the atmosphere around Star Marshal Chitong had gotten extremely chilly. Leave it. His Majesty isn't here now, but there's no guarantee that he won't board our flagship later, Star Marshal Chitong said somewhat stubbornly. The secretary reluctantly acquiesced. She never imagined that her marshal would be so determined over such a seemingly trivial matter. On the other side, Zhao Chen didn't expect that his decision would cause a Hawk Marshal to feel upset. He had already arrived on the Royal Guard Fleet's flagship bridge, which was also vice flagship of this voyage fleet. Looking at the brand new bridge ahead, Zhao Chen also noticed a familiar figure. Your Majesty! The panda girl, Shang Lulu, ran over to Zhao Chen as soon as she saw him, stood in front of Zhao Chen, and saluted properly. How is the takeover of this new flagship going? Can it execute this mission? Zhao Chen asked with a hint of banter in his voice. This was actually a new flagship that had been taken over. The T6 Purple Gold and Silver Dragon-class Heavy Interstellar Battlecruiser. Please rest assured, we have fully mastered this interstellar battlecruiser. We will absolutely ensure your Majesty's safety. Panda Girl Shang Lulu vowed. Chapter 1382, White Mist, Sacred Elven Empire. The agreed-upon 3 days arrived quickly. The T6 Purple Gold and Silver Dragon-class Heavy Interstellar Battlecruiser welcomed its first guest from another universe. The bridge's light gate opened, and the elven Grace walked in. Her eyes carried an expression of astonishment as she looked around the new bridge, observing the departments spread throughout. The style of the entire bridge was like a dragon's head, exuding a sense of superiority. She had previously seen the exterior and interior of this interstellar battlecruiser. Although the style of this battleship was different from the aesthetic of their elven tribe, even the aesthetically discerning Grace had to admit that this starship was beautiful. Perhaps, she thought, that all the Dragon-class interstellar battleships she had seen had a special beauty to them. She believed that even if elves from her own universe saw these Dragon-class interstellar battleships, they might not like the style, but they would never say that the battleships were ugly. When designing interstellar battleships, aesthetics played a significant role for their elven tribe because a famous senior elven starship engineer once said, "A beautiful starship is not necessarily powerful, but a powerful starship is always beautiful." "Welcome. Please have a seat." Zhao Chen sat on the throne, pointing to a chair beside him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Grace respectfully greeted the Emperor. "Is everything ready?" Zhao Chen asked as Grace sat down. "Everything is prepared. We can depart in half an hour," Grace replied. Zhao Chen looked out of the porthole at the 30,000 Storm King Ace fleet ready outside. In fact, the number of ships in the Storm King Ace fleet exceeded 70,000. This time, Marshal Chiryu only took half of the fleet, equivalent to 10 Legion fleets. "With so many starships, you shouldn't mind, right?" Zhao Chen smiled lightly. As the highest emperor of this civilization, it is not a problem to have these escort fleets, Grace replied directly. This was her truth. In previous visits of the sacred Elven Empire's Elven King to other universes, they always brought a 30,000 starship escort fleet. The grandeur was no less than conducting an interstellar war. The elves placed great importance on etiquette, and other civilizations were well aware of this, often treating the Elven King's visit as a grand event to enjoy. The first batch of starships returning to the sacred Elven Empire already informed our Elven King and High Council of your visit. 5 Elven Kings and the High Council all expressed warm welcomes. Additionally, 2 Elven Kings will greet you at the Universal Crossing Point. The only regret is that the preparation time was too short. Otherwise, we would have prepared a welcoming ceremony at your arrival point in the sacred Elven Empire. Now, we must delay this ceremony until you arrive at our High Council planet. Zhao Chen waved his hand casually. This visit is business-oriented. There is no need for such extravagances. We can quickly and concisely discuss matters. I am not fond of attending banquets or similar events. If there are such occasions, I would prefer to visit places like the Sacred Elven Empire's Technology Museum, Zhao Chen said. The necessary formalities must be observed. I shall arrange for your desired places to be visited. Your visit will be meaningful, Grace replied. Will you be staying on my flagship from now on? Zhao Chen looked at Grace, who showed no intention of leaving. She mentioned this arrangement earlier, but it had not been confirmed yet. Yes, I have delegated all other matters to my deputy, who will be fully responsible. I will accompany you on this journey on your flagship and act as your guide during your visit to our sacred Elven Empire. This is also the idea conveyed by our Elven King. Of course, if you are not satisfied with me, no need, we are quite familiar. This arrangement is fine. Zhao Chen accepted the guide's arrangement casually. Grace remained silent, looking at the Dragon Emperor before her. To be honest, this emperor seemed a bit peculiar. Sometimes, he exuded a strong aura. Other times, he felt approachable, far from someone standing at the pinnacle of power. Now, they could only wait. When the time came, Grace's elven fleet arrived, and the hatch of a starship opened, revealing the Water Dragon Gate device seen before. However, this Water Dragon Gate was larger than the previous one. The previous one was small. This one is medium-sized. It can accommodate the interstellar travel of 30,000 starships with only one. Normally, this is a military strategic equipment used for significant purposes. After approval by the High Council, it was specially permitted for welcoming the Dragon Emperor's visit to the sacred Elven Empire. This way, there is no need to use numerous small water gates, Grace explained. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. The medium-sized Water Dragon Gate slowly unfolded, and a white mist emanated from the device, gradually enveloping it entirely. This white mist was reminiscent of the ink that appeared when the Dark Legion fleet invaded the Dragon Emperor's universe. Perhaps there were similarities in the technological theories of the two. Soon, the expanding white mist stabilized within a certain range. All right, next, please have the escort fleet enter the white mist 1 Legion fleet at a time according to the standard. The coordinates for universal travel have been set, and within about 3 hours after entering the white mist, you will arrive at our sacred Elven Empire universe. Due to the nature of the medium-sized water dragon gate, the time has also been reduced. My fleet will be divided into 3 parts to accompany your fleet from the front, middle, and rear. Grace meticulously detailed her arrangements. Zhao Chen nodded and instructed Commander Shang Lulu, follow Commander Grace's orders. Also, inform the Red Eyes side. Yes. Shang Lulu immediately began arranging the task, visibly excited herself. After all, this was a journey to another universe, an experience not many in the Dragon Empire had. How could Commander Shang Lulu not be excited? The flagship where Zhao Chen was stationed belonged to the middle to rear segment entering the white mist. Therefore, they had to wait for some time before their turn came. Zhao Chen watched the white mist draw nearer. Sitting on the throne, he remained silent, but observed any detail visible to him. Your Majesty, do not worry. This water dragon gate has been used many times, and it is entirely safe. The travel is smooth, similar to using a stargate for subspace travel, Grace explained as she noticed the Dragon Emperor sitting silently. Because this was their first attempt at crossing universes, there was tension and worrying present, prompting her to provide reassurance. Zhao Chen did not say anything more. He watched as the white mist enveloped the entire view outside the porthole, obscuring the positions of the surrounding starships. Glancing at the starship radar, he noted that the radar range was limited to only the immediate vicinity. The starship's positions appeared static upon entering the white mist, regardless of their previous speeds. This prompted Zhao Chen to quietly instruct Shang Lulu to conduct an experiment in this environment. The conclusion indicated that the starship speeds were indeed limited in this space. It was akin to the subspace travel through stargates. The interstellar travel was calm, without turbulence, and posed no stress even to the crew. How much do you know about universal space travel? Seeing no more interesting observations, Zhao Chen turned to Grace, wondering if he could elicit useful information while waiting. Grace replied, I have a basic understanding of it. What would you like to know? If you have an interest in these matters, upon arriving at the sacred Elven Empire, I can request professional scholars to discuss related topics with you. Grace could tell the Dragon Emperor was inclined toward scientific research, a rumor circulating in the Dragon Empire. There was a close connection between the development and construction of Dragon-class interstellar starships and this emperor. The emperor was rumored to be a genius in this field. Let's talk about what you know. You are also aware of order. How much do you know about ink? Zhao Chen got straight to the point, raising a question that had been clouding the Dragon Empire recently. Ink? Grace naturally knew about ink, having spent some time in the Dragon Empire. She had heard of the Dragon Empire repelling an assault by order. This was why her attitude towards the Emperor was so respectful. Although order had not posed a threat to the sacred Elven Empire for many years, the shadow cast by their previous encounter lingered among the high-ranking elves who had experienced that scene. It was a terrifying existence. The sacred Elven Empire had survived, but at a heavy cost. Even now, Grace and other elven commanders dared not assert with certainty that they could handle the disasters they had faced back then. Ink, to our knowledge, is a method through which order can breach the barriers of the universe to enter a specific universe, Grace explained. When referring to universal barriers, it was like walls between rooms. To have insights between these rooms, there would need to be a door, like their interuniversal travel, generating a door between two rooms. This door could be permanent or temporary, but it did not pose significant risks to the walls between the rooms. However, order could not achieve this. They can't. Why? Zhao Chen was puzzled. Because they are not physical biological entities. Order is a conscious entity that exceeds all known biological types. This is why they could ascend to a level 7 technological civilization. However, while gaining level 7 technology, they also lost some abilities. One of which is they cannot penetrate a universe's barriers conventionally, meaning they cannot build doors, Grace said seriously. Grace paused before continuing. So, what can they do if they cannot construct a door or directly confront the barriers? There are only 2 ways. First, they can violently break through the walls, a method that is time-consuming and easily disrupted. The universe's walls are self-repairing, necessitating relentless efforts. We call this process order's erasure of a universe. Second, if they wish to infiltrate without violence or doors, they need a substance that can permeate through. Imagine the universal barriers, as walls without waterproofing a special liquid can seep through. Eventually, the spots on these walls form ink, which is this substance. Grace presented a new perspective. So, how did they create this ink? Asked Zhao Chen. Through soul power. If I am not mistaken, before Order attempted to descend into your universe, there were several massive interstellar wars erupting within your universe in a short time, resulting in many casualties, correct? Grace looked at Zhao Chen, who seemed to realize something. Soul power is a force that Order has always controlled. They can use this power not only to manufacture their fleet of Dark Legion ships, but also to harness the internal soul power that erupts within a universe to create ink. Then, they can use this ink to bring their Dark Legion fleet into the universe. Then why did this process suddenly stop? There has been no movement to date. Zhao Chen raised a doubt. Because the creation of this ink also consumes soul power when delivering the Dark Legion fleet. In essence, there is a cooling time. Once this cooldown period is over, the Dark Legion fleet can use this ink again to descend into the target universe. Concluded Grace. Chapter 1383. The Power of Order. After listening to Gladys's explanation, Zhao Chen finally understood why the Order had gone to great lengths to incite a large-scale war in the Zhonglong Empire universe before. Large-scale wars would inevitably lead to casualties, and casualties would generate a large amount of soul power. This would enable the establishment of ink to enter this universe and ultimately achieve the goal of invasion. Wait. So, previously in our universe, there were also some people who believed in Order. They were the ones causing wars. What is the relationship between these people and the Order? Zhao Chen recalled some events. Gladys was not surprised by this situation and calmly explained, I know. Similar incidents have occurred in our Sacred Elf Empire as well. We even discovered these eroders within the top council. Eroders. Zhao Chen pondered on this unfamiliar name. Eroders, simply put, are intelligent beings whose souls have been eroded by the Order. Although there were cosmic barriers at the beginning that prevented both the Order and the Dark Legion fleet under the Order from entering the target universe, the Order possessed a special ability. It could directly enter the target universe, implanting its thoughts in the minds of weak-willed and ideologically fringe intelligent beings in the form of a dream. While the success rate was not high, most intelligent beings would dismiss it as just a dream. However, if one person among 1,000 accepted these thoughts, that would be deemed a success. This person would be called an eroder. Listening repeatedly to the words of the Order in their dreams, they gradually believed in the Order, abandoning their original beliefs. These individuals were the first followers established by the Order in a universe. These followers would gradually spread the faith of the Order and establish different forms of organizations. Most of the time, they would use local religious organizations as a framework, slowly growing, until certain opportunities arose when they showed their fangs. While this method was not swift, it nonetheless allowed the Order to destroy a universe from within effortlessly. Even if they were not ultimately successful, the internal conflict caused could result in significant casualties, thus generating a large amount of soul power, indirectly realizing the Order's goals. Zhao Chen was surprised to learn of this power of Order. It seemed that he needed to be careful in case these eroders appeared within the Zhonglong Empire. Why provoke internal wars instead of allowing these eroders to slowly climb to the pinnacle of this universe's power? Wouldn't that be more effective? Moreover, the Order only needs to pass on some top technologies to these eroders. These eroders, wanting to defeat the vast majority of T5 and below technological civilizations, would have no difficulty at all. Gladys explained, we have researched this question with our senior researchers. We have also interrogated some captured eroders. We discovered that the Order often does not directly impart T6 level top technological prowess to these eroders. At most, they provide quasi-T6 technological weapons. Just as you said, in most universes, the power of T6 technology is already top-notch and capable of subverting all interstellar powers. So why wouldn't the Order do this? We have a conjecture, which is that the Order does not trust these eroders. They are also afraid of nurturing a future threat. As I mentioned earlier, the individuals who become eroders are often emotionally fragile or have extreme ideas that cannot be realized in reality. They follow the Order mainly because of their yearning for power or the eternal life ideology of the Order. So, suppose some eroders obtain T6 technological power from the Order and establish a unified interstellar empire in their own universe, becoming the most powerful existence above all beings. Do you think these eroders would be willing to offer everything to the Order and assimilate themselves into the Order? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen understood greed. Greed is also a powerful force. The Order, as a conscious entity, must be well aware that the greed of intelligent beings is a double-edged sword. Having greed can make these eroders useful to the Order. However, these greedy followers of the Order might also become power-hungry, wanting to rule themselves. I suspect that the Order might have encountered such situations in their development history. Zhao Chen realized that the Order, while nurturing these eroders, would also be cautious. Everything made sense now. Besides the Dark Legion fleet, I have also discovered other military forces on the side of the Order. There are interstellar insect races, undead-like Legion fleets. Do you have any knowledge about them? Zhao Chen inquired. We know about the interstellar insect race. Even though they are an insect species, they possess consciousness and soul. Compared to conventional intelligent beings, interstellar insects are easier to control because only their most powerful insect emperor needs to be controlled. Previously, we have engaged in battles with the Order-controlled orderly insect race. Regarding the Undead Legion, I have not encountered them. However, I speculate. When the Order invaded other universes, they discovered certain warlike races, similar to the insect race, which were very suitable for war. For such types of interstellar species, the Order would try to control them by any means, transforming them into their own military force. Since the Order directly controls the Dark Legion fleet, your Zhonglong Legion has also faced them. You should be familiar with the combat characteristics of the Dark Legion fleet. In terms of combat power under equal numbers, apart from initial circumstances where you had no countermeasures, there may have been some losses due to hasty actions during combat. However, once familiarized with the tactics against the Dark Legion fleet, you would realize that they are just conventional interstellar Legion fleets, occasionally with a few quasi-T7 level black interstellar warships. Moreover, they can regenerate. Additionally, they have no physical form, so they cannot take control after invading a planet. They can only destroy, unable to take over. This aligns with the characteristics of the orderly insect race, but the Order's insect race can devour all life on a planet to strengthen their fleet size. Furthermore, the interstellar warships of the Dark Legion fleet have no physical form, granting them higher resistance to physical attacks, but making them vulnerable to energy-based attacks. Therefore, focusing on developing interstellar fleets that use energy-based attacks gives an advantage against the Dark Legion fleet in combat. With familiarity, victory can even be achieved when outnumbered. Gladys's explanation indicated that the Sacred Elf Empire had accumulated abundant combat experience in battles against the Dark Legion fleet. Therefore, the Order likely considered the diversification of military types and began to gather their forces. With the orderly insect race and other Order Legion fleets, the Undead Legion you mentioned might be one of them. Zhao Chen nodded knowingly. It seemed that this Undead Legion was a new acquisition of the Order after the Sacred Elf Empire freed itself from the Order's threat. Your Majesty, we are about to arrive at the Sacred Elf Empire, Gladys informed Zhao Chen. One last question for you. How has the development of T7 level technology progressed in the Sacred Elf Empire? Zhao Chen asked directly. Have you learned of the existence of other T7 technological civilizations aside from the Order? If there was another T7 technological civilization in this universe, maybe defeating the Order through one's own strength was not the only option anymore. Given the current situation, overcoming the Order's might solely through personal power would require a considerable amount of time. Before that, if there was a way to contact another T7 technological civilization, a new direction might be found. Gladys shook her head, saying, so far, we have not discovered any other T7 technological civilizations in the Sacred Elf Empire. Our researchers speculate that within the universe range we are in, there might only be the Order as a T7 technological civilization. Otherwise, how could the Order conduct such a mad consumption of the universe without other T7 technological civilizations stepping in to stop them? This suggests that either the Order is the sole T7 technological civilization, or within our vicinity, the Order is the only T7 technological civilization. Other pools are too far away for us to contact other T7 technological civilizations, and the Order itself cannot reach them. Upon hearing Gladys's analysis, Zhao Chen found merit in her reasoning. But was the Order truly the only T7 technological civilization? Zhao Chen had no answer. This left him thinking about the universe he had encountered while traversing time and space, wondering what had become of that universe led by the hopeful Heavenly Pride woman. Could it be that, under such circumstances, the Star Alliance universe had not developed into a T7 technological civilization? Did he still have a chance? Perhaps, in the passage of time, the Star Alliance universe had already been eradicated by the Order. This was a puzzle for Zhao Chen, one that he might never resolve in his lifetime. While Zhao Chen pondered over these thoughts, the white mist outside the starship's hull dissipated, revealing a stellar view before him. A black cosmic space with distant stars and several planets were visible. Surveying this scene, Zhao Chen noticed that despite being in a different universe, the cosmic situation seemed similar. Ahead of Zhao Chen's flagship, a group of Zhonglong series interstellar warships had already arrived, forming a battle formation centered around this area. Although they were here by invitation to contact the Sacred Elf Empire, it was important to remain vigilant. Marshal Chiding, who had arrived here first, understood this, and thus they could not let their guard down. Zhao Chen saw the welcoming party, as well a fleet of around 3,000 interstellar warships, all of T5 and T6 levels. Although the quantity was not high, they were all beautifully designed similar to the previous elf interstellar warships under Gladys's command. Zhao Chen had noticed that the materials used for these elf interstellar warships were slightly different. After inquiring several times, Gladys finally told Zhao Chen that within the Sacred Elf Empire, there was a unique raw material that the Zhonglong Empire did not have, an entity called the World Tree. According to what Gladys shared, the World Tree seemed to be a form of faith within the Sacred Elf Empire, akin to their frequently mentioned elf god. It was also a unique raw material, but Gladys chose not to elaborate on the specifics of the World Tree. Zhao Chen could only try to learn more about it during subsequent interactions with the high-ranking officials of the Sacred Elf Empire. There is the Elf Legion Warfleet welcoming the Zhonglong Emperor. Gladys gestured towards the Elf Legion Warfleet in the distance and introduced. Soon after, Gladys received a message and looked at Zhao Chen. "Your Majesty, I have just received a communication from our Elf King, who is in charge of welcoming you. They are within that Elf Legion Warfleet. The Elf King wishes to have a communication meeting with you." Gladys sought Zhao Chen's opinion, to which he nodded. Gladys immediately began arrangements, and soon two holographic figures of elves appeared before Zhao Chen, a male and a female elf. One with green hair clad in a garment woven from plants, an exquisitely handsome male elf. Despite a middle-aged appearance, there was an air of elegance about him. The other had flowing red hair, a female with an aura different from the typically elegant demeanor of the elf race. Her eyes were also red. At that moment, the female elf was curiously inspecting Zhao Chen, disregarding their identities and the special nature of the meeting. "Let me introduce. This person is the invited visitor to our Sacred Elf Empire from the Zhonglong Empire universe, His Majesty, the Zhonglong Emperor. These two are among our Sacred Elf Empire's 5 High Elf Kings. This is the Emerald Elf King, Mansfield Emerald." The green-haired Emerald Elf King nodded slightly, exuding a prideful air in his gaze. "This is the Flame Elf King, Sheraman Flame." "Hello." Sheraman Flame Elf King smiled and greeted Zhao Chen. Chapter 1384. Two Elven Kings were sizing each other up. The Flame Elf King Sheraman had a hint of curiosity in his gaze, boldly assessing Zhao Chen from head to toe. This elf, unlike Gladys's, had red hair and eyes with a very hot body. She was dressed in a tight red tactical leather outfit that accentuated her impressive figure. If elves were naturally elegant, this Elven King carried a fiery elegance, giving off a prickly rose vibe. Mansfield, the Jade Elf King, exuded a restrained aura, with green hair and clothing woven from various vegetation, giving off a feeling of coming out of the mountains. The Flame Elf King's skin was a sickly white, her eyes showing a hint of arrogance. It seemed like she didn't care about Zhao Chen's identity at all. According to the information Gladys sent back earlier, "You just had a battle with the Black Fleet." Sheraman, the Flame Elf King, eagerly asked, without any concern in his address, "Directly using you?" This startled Gladys on the side, even causing Mansfield, the Jade Elf King, to frown slightly at his comrade. But he understood the temperament of this Flame Elf King. Even if reminded to pay attention to courtesy when contacting civilizations, she probably would have ignored it long ago, Yes. It was about a year ago, Zhao Chen replied. How was the battle? Any casualties? The Flame Elf King immediately inquired. It seemed that this Elf King, with her aura and appearance, was more enthusiastic about matters of war. Shiroman, now is not the time to discuss such matters. Don't forget the purpose of our visit. Mansfield, the Jade Elf King, couldn't help but remind. If he didn't, this guy would probably keep chatting. She knew his temperament well. A pure warmonger, nothing like a noble elf. Right, let's discuss it in detail later. Shiroman, the Flame Elf King, thought for a moment, realizing that it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things at the moment. But in the end, he didn't forget to confirm the plans with Zhao Chen. Mansfield, the Jade Elf King, didn't want to waste too much time with the outsider in front of him. In fact, she hadn't wanted to participate in the reception in the first place. She had an innate aversion to other interstellar races. Not just those from other universes, even those from their own universe, aside from the Elven race, she detested equally. But given the current situation, if she didn't follow the protocol, relying solely on Shiroman, who knows how much longer the reception ceremony would take. In order to expedite the process, she had to take the lead. Mansfield, the Jade Elf King, forced herself to look at Zhao Chen and said, Honorable Emperor of the Raw Dragon, Shiroman, and I, on behalf of our Sacred Elf Empire, welcome your visit. Next, Shiroman and I will accompany you to the capital planet of our Sacred Elf Empire, where we will have the 5 Elven Kings and the High Council meet with you to discuss cooperation and alliance. Here, on behalf of the Sacred Elf Empire, I warmly welcome your arrival. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mansfield, the Jade Elf King, quickly ended this video call. Zhao Chen could see that although Mansfield had gone through the proceedings, she maintained a monotone tone and showed no change in her expression. As if completing a task, reciting a script. There was no emotional fluctuation towards Zhao Chen. She was a very arrogant and self-absorbed person. Zhao Chen made such an evaluation of her. Before this, Zhao Chen had already prepared himself mentally for the Sacred Elf Empire, knowing that these elves might be similar to the angels he first encountered. If the other Elven Kings were all like Mansfield, and the High Council was the same, this cooperation meeting would be troublesome. In contrast, the Flame Elf King seemed like someone worth getting to know. Perhaps she could be his breakthrough in the Sacred Elf Empire. After the first contact with the rulers of the Sacred Elf Empire, Zhao Chen's 3,000 starships, under the leadership of the 2 Elven Kings, headed towards the nearest stargate in the galaxy. It seems like your Jade Elf King is in a hurry. Zhao Chen smiled and looked at Gladys beside him, making conversation. Gladys hesitated, as she hadn't noticed anything wrong just now. Perhaps this was just Mansfield's usual style, and everyone was used to it. Now, Gladys explained, Your Majesty, please don't mind. Our Jade Elf King has always had this kind of personality. Except for the elves, he's not interested in any other interstellar races. Even in the presence of higher elves, he doesn't say much. He is more focused on the ecology and plants of the planets. Even we elves think he's somewhat eccentric in certain aspects. Perhaps her final words were to reassure Zhao Chen, but her tone was very subtle, showing respect for the Elven King. Plants. An Elven King interested in plants? Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Your Majesty, you must not underestimate plants, especially in the presence of the Jade Elf King, or he won't be pleased. The technology related to plants in the Jade Elf King's domain is top-notch in our Sacred Elf Empire. Currently, under the Jade Elf King's guidance, over a fifth of the energy supply in the Sacred Elf Empire comes from plant energy. And the technological advancements in this area were developed by the Jade Elf King. That's why, even though the Jade Elf King has a temper, no one dares to pick a fight with him, Gladys explained. Plant energy technology. Zhao Chen was surprised. While the Dragon Empire also had research in energy supplied by plants, it was considered niche, mostly theoretical knowledge. In the Sacred Elf Empire, to rely on plant energy for a fifth of their energy needs was impressive. Some might think 1/5 wasn't much, but in reality, the Sacred Elf Empire was a T6 technology civilization controlling an entire interstellar universe. This meant a significant amount, not only in military terms, but also in civilian life. There was a huge energy demand every day. Plant energy being able to substitute for a fifth was a significant number. The main reason was that plant energy was a sustainable, low pollution, renewable energy source. This meant that by establishing a plant energy ecological chain, as long as there were no galaxy-level disasters, plant energy could be generated continuously. This was similar to the large-scale Dyson sphere construction in the Dragon Empire. However, in relative terms, the energy collection efficiency of the Dyson sphere would be higher, but so would the construction cost. Both had their pros and cons. For an interstellar empire, using cheap long-term energy was a necessary consideration. This was crucial to the future development bottleneck of such an interstellar empire. In this regard, the future plan of the Dragon Empire aimed to ensure over 80% of their energy supply through the Dyson sphere. There was still a long way to go to achieve this goal, but under the guidance of Lils, it was continually being worked on. So, your Jade Elf King is really powerful. I hope in the future, we can have in-depth discussions with him on this technological aspect, Zhao Chen said with a slight smile. It might be better not to. The Jade Elf King is very stubborn in this regard. To be honest, even I'm not too keen on being alone with him, Gladys sighed. And how about the Flame Elf King? Zhao Chen asked. The Flame Elf King is nice, but she might not fit in with the higher-ups, Gladys's eyes held subtle meaning. Is it because she's fond of war? Zhao Chen asked instinctively. Gladys nodded helplessly. It's not really a secret. Our sacred elf empire is actually a peaceful interstellar civilization, not fond of war. If it's not for self-protection, to prevent potential wars, we wouldn't even have built our fleets. We've had inter-universe travel technology for a long time, but had never initiated invasions against other universes. However, the Flame Elf King is an exception. She belongs to the Fire Elf race. While among the various elf races, the Fire Elves are usually more combative, the Flame Elf King's aggression is unprecedented. On the other hand, the Flame Elf King's martial talents far surpass all other Elf Kings. That's why the Flame Elf King, despite not getting along with others, can maintain her position as an Elf King. Moreover, she now serves as the Supreme Marshal of our sacred Elf Empire, with the authority to command the majority of the Imperial fleets, having the greatest military power. For the past few years, she's been in charge of several battles and achieved great results. You've been in battles? Zhao Chen was surprised. Of course, Gladys slightly smiled. Although we cherish peace, sometimes wars are inevitable. This is also one of the purposes for maintaining our military capabilities. For example, when an interstellar civilization we've been in contact with is invaded by devouring civilizations, they seek our support. To be honest, we can't stop the goals of devouring civilizations, but we try to help as much as we can. For example, we dispatch our Imperial fleets to support and protect the personnel needing evacuation from those civilizations under attack. In recent years, our sacred elf empire has also generously accepted many refugees from these destroyed civilizations. These military actions have always been led by the Flame Elf King. You ask, you can't stop devouring civilizations. But your military strength should be superior to devouring civilizations as long as you don't make a move. Battling against devouring civilizations shouldn't be a problem, Zhao Chen said, understandingly nodding. But would you risk your homeland for another interstellar civilization? Gladys paused, saying softly, you're right in what you say. Not to mention winning, but at least a 50-50 chance. But would you risk your homeland for another interstellar civilization? It seemed that this was the decision of several Elven kings and the High Council. They would provide appropriate assistance to these interstellar civilizations, but wouldn't engage in a full-scale war against devouring civilizations. The higher-ups of the Sacred Elf Empire were in fear of devouring civilizations and the order behind them. But at this point, the Flame Elf King actually requested permission to fight. She has discussed with the High Council several times, believing that continuing like this would only mean slow death for the Sacred Elf Empire. Seeing the destruction of every interstellar civilization universe around us, the hopeful allies disappearing one by one. Sooner or later, the target of the devouring civilization would be the Sacred Elf Empire. And when that time comes, the battle will inevitably be upon us. Rather than waiting to be exterminated and letting our home become a battlefield, she would prefer to defend the homeland at the enemy's gate. However, as you have seen, the Flame Elf King's suggestions have not been adopted, Gladys said, shrugging helplessly. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. From these details, it seemed that the Flame Elf King could indeed be a potential ally. I'm quite curious about this Flame Elf King. I've arranged to have a good chat with her before. I don't know if you could arrange that for me. Zhao Chen looked at Gladys. Gladys's current role seemed to be Zhao Chen's guide, staying on his flagship alongside him, accompanying him. In reality, her mission probably involved monitoring Zhao Chen at all times. She would be responsible for Zhao Chen's actions in the Sacred Elf Empire in the future. So, whether Zhao Chen could contact the Flame Elf King would depend on Gladys's arrangements. Although this situation was uncomfortable, it was after all on their turf, and it was important to follow the rules. Gladys hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure of the Flame Elf King's schedule, but I will report this matter and inform your majesty as soon as there is an arrangement." "Thank you," Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude. And so began his first journey in this alien universe. Chapter 1385. A different universe along the way. Zhao Chen was appreciating the sights of this unique universe. Although they were all stars, planets, and asteroid belts, when they entered some habitable planets, they noticed that the atmosphere here was completely different from the Owl Dragon Empire. A different vibe permeated this place. In the vast majority of planets here, apart from gas giants, almost every planet larger than a certain size had lush greenery on its surface. They even managed to develop some plants that could survive in space environments. These space plants were also used for decoration. For example, Zhao Chen saw a space city where 80% of the outer perimeter was surrounded by green vegetation, with flowers of all sizes visible. Some flowers bloomed, some with a diameter of up to a kilometer. If someone with a fear of large things were here and saw these plants, they would probably feel a chilling sensation down their spine. In addition, facilities like stargates and spaceports had this style of embellishment to a greater or lesser extent. The feeling was that within this realm of the Sacred Elven Empire, it was not a lifeless existence, but rather a place where one lived amidst nature, with endless vitality. The dark universe no longer felt oppressive. Even on those starships, there were traces of these plants. Zhao Chen even suspected whether some interstellar battleships were entirely built from plants. In response, Zhao Chen asked Gladys for clarification. Gladys answered Zhao Chen's questions. Indeed, some interstellar battleships could be entirely constructed from these special plants. For example, in the Sacred Elven Empire, almost all T1 and T2 class interstellar battleships were built using plants. As the classification of the battleships advanced, the proportion of plant materials would gradually decrease. However, these plants were not as simple as Zhao Chen had initially thought. They were specially cultivated unique plants. Among them was a special plant named Interstellar Moss 031, which was currently used as the primary material for building T1 interstellar battleships and small shuttles. By setting up a model and allowing this interstellar moss to grow within it, after a waiting period, a T1 class interstellar battleship would be created in the model. Afterwards, different plants could be grown inside this battleship, such as plants that could produce energy, plants that could support the ship's engines, and plants that could shoot lasers. Ultimately, by combining these plants into a whole, a fully plant-based technology-built interstellar battleship would be born. Do not underestimate these special interstellar battleships. Their advantages included very low construction costs, self-repair capabilities after hull damage, slower construction times, weaker defenses, and average weaponry. But compared to their advantages, these disadvantages could be completely overlooked. This technology had allowed almost everyone in the Sacred Elven Empire to have a T1 or T2 class interstellar battleship, making interstellar travel more prevalent in the Empire. Even among the elves who long for freedom, some build a nomadic interstellar warship to live aboard permanently. Thanks to the low energy consumption of lower-tier interstellar warships and the natural advantage of plant-based warships in cultivating ecological systems, T1 and T2 level warships can theoretically sustain life indefinitely without returning to port. This cultural shift has significantly reduced internal strife within the Holy Elven Empire, as its inhabitants focus more on fulfilling spiritual needs. What do you think of the Holy Elven Empire? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Marshal Redeye in the video window. The Marshal had accompanied him on this visit to the Holy Elven Empire. Zhao Chen had instructed her to observe everything closely. Among those present, aside from Bear Lulu, the commander of the Imperial Guard Fleet, Marshal Redeye held the highest rank. Thus, Zhao Chen often discussed matters privately with her. At this moment, Zhao Chen sat in his personal office within his bedroom. Gladys had no reason to accompany him here. Marshal Redeye spoke slowly. Based on the information we've gathered and the details you just sent me about the Holy Elven Empire, I believe there is a certain hierarchy in their society. At the top are the High Elves, followed by the various elven clans, and at the bottom are other interstellar races. This includes those persecuted by the Devourer civilization who sought refuge in the Holy Elven Empire. However, despite this hierarchy, the elves do not oppress other races. Instead, they simply look down on them. For instance, they refuse to consume crops grown by other races or dine in the same restaurants with them. They won't bully them outright because, to the elves, such behavior is crude. And engaging in conflict with these races, whom they view as beneath them, would be akin to fighting someone who just climbed out of a cesspool it would only disgust themselves. Zhao Chen chuckled at the vivid metaphor, but admitted it accurately reflected the current state of the Holy Elven Empire. This is also why, even though the elves govern these other races, there's little internal strife. On one hand, it's due to the elves' strength. On the other, the elves don't seize the territories of these races. It's akin to asking whether you'd fight someone who just crawled out of a cesspool for their bed, unlikely, unless they possess something valuable to you. But in most cases, they don't. Additionally, the elves aren't stingy with their lower-tier technological advancements. As we know, this universe has highly developed food technology, leading to surplus and even waste among the elves. As the saying goes, when the rich eat meat, the poor can at least drink soup. For the races under elven rule, just drinking this soup is enough to sustain them. Thus, these races have no reason to rebel. Zhao Chen nodded. He had already considered these points. Marshal Red-Eye furrowed her brow and shifted her tone, saying, "But this kind of environment, while beneficial, has its downsides. The peace here is so profound that even eagles lose their desire to soar." Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, understanding her meaning. Although the Holy Elven Empire has T6 level technology, look at their warships and the presence of their soldiers. These soldiers might qualify as interstellar soldiers, but they're far from exceptional warriors. I don't sense any hunger for battle in them. There's no killing intent in their eyes. A fleet devoid of the will to fight, no matter how advanced its technology, can defeat weaker enemies, but cannot overcome foes of equal or superior strength. And if a stellar empire's fleet lacks the desire for combat, the empire itself is on shaky ground. Marshal Red-Eye expressed her perspective. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, though he had his reservations. "You're right, but not entirely accurate. Perhaps it's because you haven't interacted with the elven upper echelon. I've met an elf queen before, and she exuded the kind of presence you mentioned. If someone like her commands a fleet, even if not all elves share her intensity, those under her long-term leadership would eventually be influenced by her. I believe that this elf queen, being aware of this issue, would cultivate commanders like herself to lead her fleets. After all, as the saying goes, a strong leader makes a strong team." Marshal Red-Eye nodded slightly. "What you said makes sense. However, considering the decentralized nature of the Holy Elven Empire, governed by 5 elf queens and a high council, I doubt her authority alone is enough to transform the empire's overall state. Let's leave that discussion for another time," Zhao Chen said. "Later, I'll obtain combat data and details on the Holy Elven Empire's standard warships. You can analyze them quietly and prepare a comprehensive report. Also, draft contingency plans in advance." His words carried a deeper meaning, and Marshal Red-Eye nodded, understanding the Emperor's intent. Trust but verify, especially with such a powerful neighbor. Being prepared for all scenarios was a fundamental principle under Zhao Chen's leadership. This philosophy was evident in countless plans stashed away by both Lilith and Charlotte. After concluding the conversation with Marshal Red-Eye, Zhao Chen reviewed the information he had gathered about the Holy Elven Empire, some of which he had shared with her. Much of it was obtained through his technical prowess, hacking into the universe's communication network. While he didn't fully trust Gladys's intelligence, this open-source data provided useful insights, albeit mostly rumors. Core intelligence about the Holy Elven Empire would require other means. A notification interrupted his thoughts. On the screen was Bear Lulu, transmitting from the bridge. "Your Majesty, Lady Gladys asked me to inform you that we passed through the Stargate and are now at the outer region of the Holy Elven Empire's capital star system. In 10 hours, we'll reach the capital system's periphery. Lady Gladys wishes to confirm the detailed itinerary for your visit with you in person." Zhao Chen nodded. "Understood. I'm heading to the bridge now. Ask her to wait a moment." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ending the communication, Zhao Chen stood up and soon arrived at the bridge. "Your Majesty, Emperor of the Zhaolong Empire," Gladys greeted him politely. Over their recent interactions, she had developed a certain admiration for the Emperor, adopting a more respectful demeanor. "Let's discuss the upcoming itinerary," Zhao Chen said, taking his seat and smiling at her. Gladys raised her hand, and an electronic document appeared in front of them. "Today, we will arrive in the capital star system. Following protocol, your fleet will pause at the system's periphery. Your fleet will remain outside the capital system, and you will board one of our ships to proceed." Before she could finish, Bear Lulu interjected, "This won't do. How can you welcome our emperor from afar and require him to board your ship? Is this how you greet guests?" Gladys looked troubled but replied, "I've raised this concern with the High Council, and discussions are ongoing. My fleet can remain outside the system, but my Imperial Guard must accompany me," Zhao Chen said calmly, asserting his position. Clearly, this was an attempt by the elves to demonstrate dominance. Zhao Chen wouldn't let them succeed, but also recognized that bringing 30,000 warships into a foreign capital system was excessive. Instead, he insisted on the presence of his 3,000-strong Imperial Guard fleet. His stance was clear: he was willing to compromise, but only slightly, leaving it up to the elves to decide how far they were willing to push their pride. Gladys seemed momentarily relieved. She thought Zhao Chen's request was reasonable. After all, as an emperor, bringing along a personal guard of 3,000 ships wasn't over the top. Leaving the rest of the Zhaolong fleet outside the system was already a gesture of goodwill. "I'll negotiate this point with the High Council," she said. Chapter 1386 Welcoming Ceremony. Zhao Chen remained silent when facing the words of the welcoming ceremony, but it could be considered as an acceptance of Gladys's suggestion. "Let's first confirm the upcoming itinerary. At that time, you will enter the core area of the capital star system and ultimately dock at the outer starport of the capital star. During the docking process, a special etiquette fleet will hold a welcoming ceremony. The entire process will be publicized within the Sacred Elf Empire. Afterwards, you will board our largest starport in the Sacred Elf Empire, where 2 to 3 elf kings will welcome you. Those elf kings will accompany you to rest in the starport for a while before boarding a dedicated interstellar elevator to enter the interior of our capital star. Finally, you will be in the imperial capital of the capital star, meeting with our 5 elf kings and members of the High Council. At the same time, a grand welcome banquet will be held. After the banquet, you will rest overnight at a location we have arranged. The next day, discussions on the matters to be discussed between us will begin, and the time is not fixed. The matters for discussion will be confirmed by both sides on the first night." Gladys's schedule arrangements behind were basically without any issues. Zhao Chen nodded understandingly. "May I ask, how many personnel can we arrange to protect His Majesty the Emperor?" The leopard woman chimed in unexpectedly. Through their time spent together, Gladys also knew that this half-beast, half-human leopard woman was the commander of the Storm Dragon Empire's personal guards, responsible for the safety of the Storm Dragon Emperor. Regarding the number of personnel entering the starport, there will be no restrictions. But for personnel boarding the interstellar elevator to enter the capital star, it is suggested not to exceed 300 people. As for those attending the banquet, it is recommended not to exceed 30 people. Of course, if the Storm Dragon Emperor has any special requests, we can discuss this. Gladys looked towards Zhao Chen. While there were restrictions on the number of personnel, it was not too big of an issue. The leopard woman remained silent. The personnel requirements were not a major issue. "I don't have any objections to the other arrangements except for the first one, which needs to be discussed with your superior," Zhao Chen calmly stated. "All right, I will finalize the last itinerary plan." After bidding farewell, Gladys immediately walked to a nearby room, specially arranged for her to contact her superiors. In a short while, Gladys hurriedly returned. She had a relaxed expression on her face, indicating a successful conversation. "I have confirmed with the High Council. Your Emperor's personal guard fleet can enter the capital star system, but can only sail on a designated route and must not deviate. Once closer to the capital star, besides your flagship and 30 escort starships, the rest of the interstellar warships must dock at a distance from the capital star. The 30 escort starships will be stationed in designated docks at the starport outer perimeter, with only your flagship allowed entry to the starport interior dock." After explaining the results of the conversation, Gladys concluded, to which Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. All right, I will follow your instructions. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. I assure you that your visit to the Sacred Elf Empire will be very pleasant. Once again, on behalf of the Sacred Elf Empire, I welcome your arrival, Gladys said with a smile before leaving to begin the final preparations and ensure a flawless process. On Zhao Chen's side, preparations for the visit to the Sacred Elf Empire were being finalized. Your Majesty, I will accompany you, Marshal Chitong offered through the video window. Zhao Chen looked at him and firmly declined. I have not made arrangements for you to accompany me this time. Your responsibility is the Storm Dragon flagship fleet. Be on standby at all times. What about me? Shang Lulu eagerly asked. You also do not need to accompany me. You are responsible for the Emperor's personal guard fleet, ready at all times, Zhao Chen replied seriously. No evil intention should be harbored, but vigilance must not be lacking. Although the likelihood of such incidents is low, preparations must be made. Then who will accompany you to the capital star of the Sacred Elf Empire? Chitong inquired. The leopard woman will lead a squad of guards responsible for my safety. In addition, Lily prepares a visiting delegation for me. I will be accompanied by them. For matters related to visitation, I entrust them to handle. You just need to stay diligent in your positions. Zhao Chen, fully prepared for this visit, made it clear that everyone had their roles to play. With everything arranged, the Imperial fleet of the Storm Dragon Empire's visit to the Sacred Elf Empire was all set. Essentially, upon entering the Sacred Elf Empire's capital star system, arrangements had been made for the path of the visit. The Imperial fleet's passage was well prepared, even without the need for many interstellar warship appearances. It was estimated that preparations were done well in advance. Soon, the Imperial fleet of the Storm Dragon Empire was about to enter the range of the capital star system. At this point, the fleet gradually slowed its pace, and the number of ships reduced to just over 3,000. Aside from the agreed-upon 3,000 ships of the Emperor's personal guard fleet, an additional 600 ships from the two Elf Kings who came along entered the star system. It was evident that the capital star system held a special significance for the Elf Kings. Zhao Chen now took in the sight of this star system, marveling at its uniqueness. Indeed, this star system was completely different. If not for the prior knowledge of the Sacred Elf Empire's unique botanical technology, Zhao Chen might have thought he had entered a fantastical world. Within this system, various massive vegetation stood out. For instance, some planets grew towering trees that connected with satellites, forming a snowflake-like pattern, exuding a unique aesthetic. Yet, the most striking sight in the distance was a marvel that made Zhao Chen stand up in awe. Shang Lulu, beside him, was equally astonished, even rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? A supremely massive tree stood in space, towering over everything. Zhao Chen couldn't find words to describe its size. Even a supergiant planet would appear like an apple next to it. The tree also radiated a dazzling light, displaying 9 brilliant stars atop its canopy. Yes, actual stars. 9 full stars. While a star system could indeed have multiple stars, seeing 9 stars in a single system was astounding. Understanding the potential disruptions between stars, Zhao Chen couldn't fathom how these 9 stars coexisted peacefully. The only plausible explanation was the colossal tree. That is our world tree. It goes by many names like the Elf Divine Tree, Sun Divine Tree, etc. It has existed since the beginning of our records. You may question how it came to be. No one in our empire, to this day, possesses an answer, Gladys explained, her expression filled with admiring awe. To Zhao Chen's prior knowledge about using the World Tree to build top-tier interstellar warships, he looked to Gladys for confirmation. Initially doubtful, seeing this wondrous existence solidified his belief in the tree's power. There is a saying about this, but it's not my area of expertise, so I'm not entirely sure, Gladys replied vaguely. It seemed this was a significant secret of the Sacred Elf Empire. Zhao Chen refrained from prying further, recognizing it wasn't his place to probe into their empire's secrets. Gladys took this opportunity to steer the conversation away. In fact, the names Capital Star System and Capital Star Sector are conventional titles. It's common among different civilizations across the universe. However, among us, we often call this sector the Life Star Sector. As the name suggests, it's a region teeming with life, a fact undisputable. And the capital star system is referred to as the sacred tree system. Guess why? Because it houses our empire's greatest sacred tree. These names were easy to understand, resonating with the style of the sacred elf empire. Our capital star is named Moon Goddess Star, Gladys continued. Zhao Chen and Shang Lulu exchanged a puzzled look. Shang Lulu broke the silence. The names Life Star Sector and Sacred Tree System make sense, but why is your capital star called Moon Goddess Star? Zhao Chen, too, looked to Gladys for an explanation. Gladys appeared unaffected, signaling that such queries were commonplace. This relates to the history of the elves. Legend has it that long ago, when the elves first ventured into the interstellar age, we hailed from a place named Moon Goddess Star. It was the first planet our ancestors christened. As for why it was named Moon Goddess, as you already know, we worship the elf deity. In our lore, the sun symbolizes life, while the moon embodies elegance and freedom. As all plants quietly grow during the night, the moon signifies this characteristic. Zhao Chen grasped the significance of the name. Gladys's use of Moon Goddess was a translation for a term in elf culture, eloquently bridging the cultural divide. A beautiful name, Shang Lulu sighed in awe. Thank you. Not only is the name lovely, the scenery is equally magnificent. You will be enchanted upon seeing it, Gladys promised confidently. Zhao Chen and Shang Lulu looked forward to experiencing Moon Goddess Star's breathtaking beauty. Chapter 1387. The fleet of the Moon God Star interstellar fleet gradually slowed down. The normal speed that could have covered the distance in 10 minutes now took nearly half an hour. At the final distance close to the Moon God Star, most of the Imperial Guard fleet's interstellar warships and most of the interstellar warships of the accompanying Elven King fleet were escorted by the guide ship, anchored in the outer area's interstellar anchorage. The number of ships in Zhao Chen's fleet suddenly decreased by 30. However, these 30 interstellar warships were all T6 interstellar warships. 30 interstellar warships and the starships of 2 Elven Kings sailed on the open channel, with some starships with very fancy hull paintings hovering on both sides of the channel. Then, one by one light projection devices were activated, creating various lights and shadows on the channel, giving a magnificent feeling. This was the welcome ceremony prepared by the sacred Elven Empire for the arrival of Zhao Chen, the Dragon Emperor. Next was the approach towards the lunar satellite port. This was the most luxurious starport in the sacred Elven Empire, and also the only starport outside the Moon God Star connecting to the Moon God Star. It was evident of its uniqueness. Under guidance, the Dragon Imperial Fleet star warships were led to various berths of the starport. Zhao Chen's flagship naturally was assigned to a special star berth position. This berth was visibly different from the other starports, not just a simple place for parking a starship. Girardes explained that it was a starport berth specifically used to welcome important guests. Even the starship of the Elven King would not stop here. Prior to this, the guests received were from other cosmic civilizations visiting fleet flagship. It had been over 100 years since this starport berth had been used. Through the porthole, Zhao Chen could see the seat ships of the 2 Elven Kings who had accompanied him, precisely parked in the neighboring starport berth. The seat ships of these 2 Elven Kings were easily identifiable. One ship's hull was painted green and had a lot of plant textures, naturally the seat ship of the Emerald Elven King. The other ship had a red paint job with some plant patterns, often accompanied by red plant-like weapons, such as a bow and arrow entwined with red thorns, giving a sense of elegance and majesty. This was naturally the seat ship of the Flame Elven King. Zhao Chen had learned about these 2 Elven Kings, and Girardes had also explained. This was a quasi-T7 class interstellar warship, very few in number. It was called the Shadow of the Moon class heavy interstellar battleship. These were modified based on this basis for the Elven Kings, according to their requirements, not only in appearance, but also in some internal modules. The exact number of these starships, there was no detailed information. Some said there were only a dozen ships, but some claimed that the sacred Elven Empire had over 100 of these starships. These data still needed verification, but it was highly probable that this class of starship was currently the strongest in the sacred Elven Empire. Zhao Chen wondered if he would have the chance to board this starship for a glimpse. Report, starship docking completed. Connecting gangways now, Shang Lulu reported from the side. Girardes immediately turned to Zhao Chen. Prepare to berth. After berthing, Ms. Girardes will be responsible for arranging the subsequent matters. Zhao Chen looked at Girardes next to him. Girardes immediately said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Everything after birthing has been arranged. I guarantee you will have a pleasant journey." Zhao Chen nodded, then glanced at Shang Lulu next to him. "The fleet's affairs are in your hands. If there is anything important, contact me." "Yes," Shang Lulu answered. Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the bridge gate, with a department that had long been prepared, relevant personnel quickly catching up. The leopard woman stood guard behind Zhao Chen, accompanied by several guards, and another, in the attire of the Dragon Empire's diplomatic uniform, followed behind. These people formed Zhao Chen's diplomatic mission this time. Girardes led the way beside Zhao Chen, occasionally introducing some features of the moon god star. Soon, Zhao Chen arrived at the gangway connecting the starship to the starport. The entire gangway was elegantly decorated, even with real flowers that were not just decorations. "Please," Girardes walked ahead, leading Zhao Chen and the others up the gangway. Zhao Chen and the others slowly walked along the gangway. The gangway was long, with a distance of nearly 100 meters. But in the middle of the gangway, there were floating platforms that one could stand on to move to the other side of the gangway. From a distance, Zhao Chen could see the welcoming crowd on the opposite platform. Looking over, there were at least nearly 1,000 people welcoming them. It was clear that although the Sacred Elven Empire had a proud character, they attached great importance to the visit of the Dragon Imperial mission this time. Soon, Zhao Chen and the others crossed the entire gangway. When Zhao Chen walked down the gangway steps, some kind of music played around them, with small creatures flying in the sky, resembling fireflies or butterflies, dancing to the music. Indeed, there was a natural beauty to this scene. Soon, there was singing from the surroundings, not recorded singing, but live singing. Zhao Chen could see on both sides of the welcoming procession what looked like a choir of elves performing. Zhao Chen had learned a bit about this. Besides their love for nature and plants, elves were known to appreciate music as well. Music held a unique position among the elves, featuring in various solemn occasions. At this moment, several elves dressed in different styles walked slowly towards Zhao Chen. Girardes stepped aside at this moment, bowing slightly. It was clear that these approaching individuals had extraordinary identities. Among them were familiar faces to Zhao Chen. The Emerald Elven King Mansfield, who wore an aloof expression, as well as the Flame Elven King Shiroman, whose red eyes carried curiosity and boundless energy. Throughout their approach, Zhao Chen also noted 3 other elves with dignified appearances. When these 5 people stood in front of Zhao Chen, one of them, the oldest-looking elf, took a step forward, bowed, and smiled as he addressed Zhao Chen. "Respected Dragon Emperor, welcome to our land. I am Gustav, the King of the Radiant Elves of the Sacred Elven Empire." Zhao Chen reciprocated the courtesy of the Dragon Empire with a smile. He had learned about the Radiant Elven King in his research into the Sacred Elven Empire's information and understood his eminent status among the 5 Elven Kings. Though he might not be the strongest in power, his status was undoubtedly the most distinguished. This time, he was tasked with welcoming the Dragon Emperor. It was said that at the behest of the Radiant Elven King, the Emerald Elven King Mansfield had agreed to meet with the Flame Elven King to receive the arrival of the Dragon Imperial fleet. Only the Radiant Elven King could summon the Emerald Elven King in such a way. The Radiant Elven King gestured towards the 4 people by his side. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, let me introduce. You've already met the Emerald Elven King Mansfield and the Flame Elven King Shiroman. These 2 are representatives of the High Council, Andrew and Caramelmany." The 4 individuals looked at Zhao Chen, each bowing in turn. Zhao Chen had also gathered some information about the 2 counselors. The High Council was an organization within the Sacred Elven Empire for discussing imperial affairs, with a membership of over 60 people. These members often comprised prominent figures representing various elven races, and among this group, leaders of major clans naturally held a leading position within the High Council. The 2 counselors before Zhao Chen were such figures. One hailed from the Earth Elven clan, while the other was from the Swiftwind Elven clan. These 2 clans were among the largest in the Sacred Elven Empire. "You have traveled a long way this time, and I am sure you are weary. While the banquet is arranged for tomorrow, we have prepared a reception feast specifically for you," smiled King Gustav of the Radiant Elves. As an elder figure, his attitude towards Zhao Chen was warm. Zhao Chen naturally accepted the invitation without hesitation. Following this, Zhao Chen was led by these high-ranking figures of the sacred Elven Empire to enter the Moon God Star. The welcome feast was held in the most luxurious restaurant of the starport. After the meal, they would then take the interstellar elevator to reach the Moon God Star itself. The food served at the banquet was unfamiliar to Zhao Chen, with many vegetarian options. However, there were a few dishes with meat prepared specifically for him, considering that his dietary preferences might differ from theirs. These new flavors intrigued Zhao Chen, but ultimately, the taste did not match the quality of ingredients from the T6 Golden Eden-class starships he was accustomed to. Perhaps it was because the food he usually consumed was grown in the controlled environment of those starships, far surpassing the taste of these characteristic fruits and vegetables in the sacred Elven Empire. However, the seed varieties of these unique fruits and vegetables piqued Zhao Chen's interest. If he were to bring these back to the Dragon Empire and cultivate them using the technologies on a Golden Eden-class starship, he was confident he could produce exceptional quality produce. Lost in thought, Zhao Chen looked at the high-ranking elves with eyes of compassion, which inexplicably puzzled the elven kings and high-ranking elves present. Why did the Dragon Emperor's gaze seem so peculiar? Was it a custom they were unfamiliar with, observing others like this during meals? Unaware of the misunderstanding his gaze had caused, Zhao Chen continued to survey the scene. Once they had finished their meal, Zhao Chen and his companions were ready to enter the Moon God Star. Given the unique significance of the Moon God Star to the Elven race, strict measures were in place to protect the planet's natural state. No spacecraft could fly within the planet's atmosphere, not even within the planet itself, to preserve its pristine condition. Any technological interference would alter the planet's natural aura. It was akin to extremist pilgrims whose place of worship was this planet. Soon, Zhao Chen and his party boarded the interstellar elevator. Admiring the splendid view through the elevator's landing window, Zhao Chen couldn't help but appreciate the planet's beauty. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor," a soft voice came from beside him. Zhao Chen turned to find none other than the Flame Elven King. Noticing that the others were engrossed in their own conversations, Zhao Chen realized that the Elven King had approached him discreetly. "Your Majesty the Flame Elven King, is there something on your mind?" Zhao Chen met the gaze of the Flame Elven King, sensing an eagerness in his request. Was this Elven King being unusually direct? Chapter 1388. The beautiful elf planet. I do have many things I'm curious about and would like to discuss with His Majesty the Elf King. However, I've left all the arrangements to Grace. After all, this isn't the Owl Dragon Empire. Zhao Chen shrugged, looking like he couldn't make the arrangements himself. The Flame Elf King waved his hand, also appearing somewhat complaining. "I know. It's those old folks, each overly cautious. They insist on finishing discussions before allowing high-level private contacts. Oh, it doesn't seem like there's anything we can do at the moment. Let's wait until after we finish discussing the alliance matters, then we can chat about other things." The Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen. "No problem, I'll be ready anytime," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Perhaps the higher elves over there noticed the conversation between the Flame Elf King and Zhao Chen. The Flame Elf King sighed and walked back into the crowd of elves. Soon, the interstellar elevator pierced through the atmosphere. The surrounding clouds and mist appeared overhead. Zhao Chen could see the scenes inside this moon-like star. It was truly spectacular. Similar to what Zhao Chen had imagined, but also different in some ways. Similar in the sense that it was filled with various vegetation, many of which Zhao Chen had never seen before and were massive in size. For instance, from a distance, Zhao Chen could see a giant tree towering thousands of meters high in the distance. On that giant tree, many embellishments could be seen. Vaguely, it appeared to be a cluster of cities. That is the largest city cluster on the Moon Goddess Star, also known as the Moon Goddess Tree. From afar, it looks like a big tree, but various cities of different sizes are built at different positions on the tree. The meeting location later will be on the tallest canopy of the Moon Goddess Tree, the largest city in the cluster. "It is a very beautiful city," Grace introduced Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. He looked in other directions. Basically, wherever his eyes reached, it was either vegetation or oceans, and it was hard to see other landforms. Due to the planetary transformation and ecological control technology applied within the planet, the Moon Goddess Star experienced perpetual spring, with no natural disasters. Furthermore, no industrial facilities or industrial exploitation were allowed on the Moon Goddess Star. This was a form of compensation for the moon goddess star's early years. Initially, the elves, in order to venture out of the moon goddess star into the interstellar realm, almost depleted all the resources on the moon goddess star. Additionally, various industrial constructions led to severe pollution on the moon goddess star. Therefore, upon entering the era of interstellar travel and joining the sacred elf empire, equipped with sufficient technological capabilities, they began rebuilding their homeland, resulting in the present moon goddess star. Grace, with admiration in her eyes, looked at the scene. Suddenly, Zhao Chen noticed a flying creature in the distance and focused to see what it was. It was a kind of flying animal, beautiful, somewhat between a bird and a dragon, with magnificent feathers and a majestic presence. Surprisingly, elves were standing on these creatures. These elves seemed like sky knights, riding these animals in the air, performing various maneuvers. Besides liking various plants, our elves also adore gentle and beautiful animals. We try to tame them to become our friends. The animal named the elf dragon bird is the most popular among them. Grace carefully introduced Zhao Chen. In this moon goddess star, there seemed to be more of these natural elements compared to technological elements. It was hard to imagine that this was an interstellar empire with a 6th-level technological civilization. Soon, the interstellar elevator stopped descending. A platform resembling a lotus pond emerged around them. "Please, this way." Grace led the way for Zhao Chen. The Sunlight Elf King explained, "Due to the uniqueness of the moon goddess star, there is only one interstellar elevator on the moon goddess star. Despite the distance to our moon goddess tree, there is still a bit of distance as the interstellar elevator isn't suitable for construction on the moon goddess tree." Zhao Chen curiously asked, "So how do we get to the moon goddess tree next?" The Sunlight Elf King pointed to the side of the platform, where some interstellar shuttles and several gigantic bird-like creatures were prepared, saying, "Usually, the use of technological flying equipment is not allowed within the territory of the moon goddess star. However, as you are a guest who has come from afar, the High Council has specially allowed you and your entourage to take the interstellar shuttles we have prepared to go to the moon goddess tree." Grace was ready to lead the way for Zhao Chen and the Owl Dragon delegation. However, Zhao Chen did not move but stayed put. "Are those supposed to ride the shuttles with us?" Zhao Chen asked. "Not at all. We can ride these bird mounts instead," said the Radiant Elf King, pointing at the bird-like creatures. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, I'll follow the customs here and ride one of these bird creatures along with you. However, my delegation may not be suitable for this. I would trouble you to take care of them and let them use the shuttle." "Ha!" Gladys was momentarily stunned, looking at Zhao Chen in surprise. The other Elf King showed similar expressions, except for the Flame Elf King, who appeared quite intrigued. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Sky Dragons, these bird mounts may look tame, but riding them actually requires significant physical capability. A small mistake could lead to a fall. Even among us elves, untrained children are not permitted to ride these bird mounts. Perhaps you should reconsider." The Radiant Elf King tried to persuade him. "Since I have come to the sacred Elven Empire, it is only right to embrace the culture and scenery here. How could I miss such an opportunity? Don't worry about my safety. Let's proceed as planned." Zhao Chen turned to Leopard Lady and the others, saying, "You all take the shuttle." Without waiting for further objection, Zhao Chen headed towards the bird mounts parked in the distance. Leopard Lady sighed. She knew her emperor's temperament. Once he made a decision, it wouldn't change. She wanted to accompany him, but since the emperor had specifically instructed them to take the shuttle, it was a command she couldn't disobey. It was likely out of concern for their safety. As for his own safety, Leopard Lady was the least worried after all these years of knowing him. Not only was he secure in the universe, but here on this planet, he was undoubtedly the greatest threat himself. "Yes, Your Majesty. Please take care of yourself," Leopard Lady said with a slight bow. Then she turned to Gladys and said, "Miss Gladys, the Emperor's safety is in your hands." With that, Leopard Lady led the delegation towards the shuttle dock. This turn of events left the elves completely at a loss. Wasn't this a bit unusual? He was entirely different from the leaders of other interstellar civilizations who had visited before. Those leaders and emperors often carried an air of superiority and were always surrounded by numerous attendants who would intervene at the slightest hint of danger. But this Emperor of the Sky Dragons not only lacked such airs, but his subordinates also didn't seem overly concerned about his safety. However, since he had already made his decision, it wasn't appropriate for them to object further. Gladys, follow the Emperor of the Sky Dragons and ensure his safety. Also, pick a docile bird mount for him, the Radiant Elf King reminded her. In that case, I will accompany the Emperor of the Sky Dragons on the mount, the Flame Elf King volunteered enthusiastically. Seeing the Flame Elf King's initiative, the Radiant Elf King hesitated for a moment before agreeing. However, he issued a reminder, you are not to use your personal mount. Pick an appropriate one, and be absolutely cautious about the Emperor's safety. The Flame Elf King smirked slightly, but complied verbally, although her expression suggested a touch of mischief. Following this, they quickly caught up with Zhao Chen. Are all of these your mounts? Zhao Chen looked at the dozens of mounts before him, a look of amazement crossing his face. The mounts varied greatly in size and shape. Some were as large as small T-1 interstellar battleships, resembling flying whales, while others were as small as Pegasus-like creatures that could carry only one rider. Your Majesty, this way, please. If you'd like to experience our mounts, I think this one would be perfect. It can carry up to 5 people and offers a very pleasant ride, Gladys recommended, gesturing towards a mount resembling a fish with feathers. Its back lacked any form of seating, but this didn't surprise Zhao Chen, as he had noticed earlier that the elves rode their mounts standing rather than sitting. Zhao Chen glanced at the mount Gladys had suggested, but shook his head and looked at the others instead. What about those mounts over there? Are they any different? He pointed to a group of mounts adorned with plant-woven patterns that resembled fleet insignias. Those are specialized mounts. For instance, the green butterfly-like one belongs to the Emerald Elf King. The pure white dragon-like one is the Radiant Elf King's mount. The others belong to members of the High Council. Specialized mounts are typically exclusive to their owners and not lent out, Gladys explained. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. It was like borrowing someone's car, an unwritten rule of personal boundaries. Moreover, the elves, known for their mental purity, would likely find the idea unthinkable, especially the Emerald Elf King, who would never allow an outsider to set foot on his mount. However, Zhao Chen's gaze was drawn to a crimson bird. It was a majestic red giant, its wingspan extending over 100 meters. It was breathtakingly beautiful. If Zhao Chen were to describe it, only the word vermilion bird came to mind. He could even feel the temperature rising as he looked at it. What about that one? Zhao Chen asked, pointing to the crimson bird. Ah, that one. That's the Flame Elf King's mount. It might not be ... double quotes. Gladys hesitated. Before she could finish, the Flame Elf King's cheerful voice interrupted. Of course, it's fine. Since His Majesty has chosen it, how can we as hosts not oblige? Only then did Zhao Chen notice a red plant-based emblem hidden beneath the bird's thick feathers, identifying it as the Flame Elf King's personal mount. This mount is too dangerous in flight. Your Majesty should pick another, the Radiant Elf King objected immediately. He had never expected the Emperor of the Sky Dragons to choose this particular mount. The Flame Elf King shot him a sly look, as if to say, Asterisk, I didn't break your rule. The guest made the request. How could I refuse? Asterisk, perhaps, Your Majesty could ride mine instead, the Radiant Elf King reluctantly offered, though his conflicted expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Clearly, he'd had his own mental purity issues and wasn't entirely willing. No need. Since the Flame Elf King has no objections, her mount it shall be. Thank you for your generosity, Zhao Chen said with a smile, turning to the Flame Elf King. You're welcome. Hop on, the Flame Elf King said, leaping gracefully onto the crimson bird's back. The elves' agility was unparalleled, allowing them to move fluidly, almost like monkeys through a forest. Do you need help? The Flame Elf King asked, raising an eyebrow as if taunting him. No need. Zhao Chen crouched slightly before leaping onto the bird's back. While not as elegant as the elves, he landed steadily. The crimson bird let out a cry of protest and began flapping its wings, as if displeased by the unfamiliar weight on its back. Apologies, Little Red isn't too fond of strangers, the Flame Elf King said as she crouched to soothe the mount. Perhaps we just need to get acquainted. I'm sure we'll get along soon enough, Zhao Chen replied with a calm smile. Under the Flame Elf King's gentle reassurances, the crimson bird gradually calmed down, though Zhao Chen could still sense its displeasure. At this moment, Gladys appeared on the bird's back as well. Bowing slightly to the Flame Elf King, she said, the Radiant Elf King has instructed me to ensure the Emperor's safety. It seemed they were still worried the Crimson Bird might cause trouble. Chapter 1389 Moon God Tree. This giant bird is called Zihong by me. We grew up together. Usually, elves with a bit of status would have this type of mount nurtured by their family from birth. The Flame Elf King stood in the front. She turned to Zhao Chen and Gladys. You all better stand firm. If you really can't stand, grab onto Zihong's feathers. We're getting ready to take off. Gladys immediately squatted down, clutching the red feathers of the giant bird and striking a very professional pose, ready for action. She looked at Zhao Chen next to her, who remained unfazed, and hurriedly advised, Lord All Dragon Emperor, this giant bird has a rather fierce temperament. It's not very gentle during flight. It would be safer for you to crouch like me. Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, I'll stand first. If it doesn't work out, I'll sit down. Gladys wanted to say a few more words, but at that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept into her mouth. The stimulating sensation rendered her speechless. It turned out that at this moment, the giant bird had already begun to climb rapidly, flapping its huge wings, resembling a rocket launching, soaring towards the clouds. The huge wind forced Gladys to crouch down, trying to keep her body as close to the bird's body as possible, while clutching its feathers to prevent herself from falling off its back. At this moment, the Flame Elf King's face was filled with a look of enjoyment. Her red hair danced in the wind, making her truly resemble a red elf. The Flame Elf King did not forget that this time they had a special guest. In fact, when she suddenly took off earlier, she had a small purpose. She wanted to see this guest, who had come from afar, known as the highest leader of the interstellar civilization emerging from the flames of war. What kind of person was he really? If he didn't even have this courage, she would be truly disappointed. The Flame Elf King glanced back. She saw the embarrassed Gladys lying on the ground and Zhao Chen standing there calmly with his hands behind his back. The Flame Elf King showed a surprised expression. Because at this moment, Zihong could ascend rapidly at an angle of almost 60 degrees. Even with her trained self, if she hadn't mastered the essence of it, she would not have been able to stand here. And this man, he was so calm, even had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Zhao Chen was indeed enjoying it. Enjoying the sensation of the wind beating against his cheeks, the breeze blowing past his ears, making his clothes flutter involuntarily. Zhao Chen gazed at the shrinking earth beside him and the clouds getting closer to him. He felt a very relaxing sensation. It was completely different from riding in a starship or a shuttle. At this moment, he felt so close to the sky. Every pore of his body was enjoying the feeling of soaring freely through the sky. It was exhilarating. Soon, the giant bird seemed to want to demonstrate its abilities, or perhaps was displeased with the stranger on its back. It began flying in various tricky postures in the air. The speed, the angle, the agility, all made the Flame Elf King quietly grab a red feather and slightly arch her body to prevent herself from falling off. As for Gladys, she was at a point where she couldn't even open her eyes. But Zhao Chen remained in his natural posture, as if he had already merged with the giant bird. Eventually, under the flight of this giant bird, Zhao Chen and the others arrived at the top of the giant moon god tree. There, they could see the area prepared specifically for the mounts to land. With the giant bird flapping its wings and generating a hurricane, they descended slowly. The moment they touched the ground, Gladys scrambled off the mount as if escaping for her life, then leaned against a tree next to the clearing and vomited. Lord All Dragon Emperor is truly amazing. I didn't expect that your first ride on Zihong would demonstrate such skill. You are the first person to come down from Zihong's back without a change in expression, stated the Flame Elf King opally, looking at Zhao Chen without hiding her intention to test him just now. Zhao Chen smiled and calmly dismounted the giant bird. He looked at the red bird before him. The red bird also gazed at the man before it, and a few seconds later, it bowed its head towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen extended his hand and touched its beak and feathers. The red bird seemed to enjoy Zhao Chen's touch and even made an affectionate chirping sound. I can understand why, even in the interstellar era, your elven race still maintains this primitive mode of flight, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The Flame Elf King also smiled and replied, there aren't many customs preserved, but this is one of the few. It showcases the resilience of the elven race, as the current elves are far less determined and fearless than the elves when they first entered the interstellar era. Zhao Chen looked at the Flame Elf King, her gaze carrying a tinge of resistance. Are you referring to the Sacred Elf Empire's lack of full participation in the defense against invading civilizations in other universes? Zhao Chen inquired. Not only that, the current weakness of the Elven race is reaching down to the bone marrow. If not for this time, when the devouring civilizations have already extended their fangs towards the neck of the Sacred Elf Empire, awakening these slumbering beings would have been impossible. However, no one knows if this awakening is still possible, the Flame Elf King responded cryptically. Zhao Chen wanted to say more, but at that moment, other people also arrived one after the other. Shiroman, why are you here so soon? Didn't I ask you to be cautious? The Radiant Elf King chastised the Flame Elf King, then looked apologetically at Zhao Chen. Lord All Dragon Emperor, I hope you weren't startled. Not at all. I think it's been a good experience. It has allowed me to experience the ancient culture of the Sacred Elf Empire, Zhao Chen said with a smile, glancing at the red giant bird. Honestly, he really wanted to bring a few of them back. This creature was indeed far more convenient and comfortable than a shuttle. Unaware of Zhao Chen eyeing her mount, the Flame Elf King led Gladys and the Owl Dragon Envoy to their resting place. Because the official banquet was scheduled for the next day, Zhao Chen looked at the dimming sky, admiring the starry dots around the moon god tree resembling fireflies. Combined with the natural surroundings, it was truly beautiful. This is where you and the Owl Dragon delegation will stay tonight, Lord Owl Dragon Emperor. I will also be staying here tonight. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime, Gladys said, leading Zhao Chen and the others to their accommodation. Ahead lay a building with a natural style. There were no technological lights, all the light sources came from flower plants and insects emitting light. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, creating a relaxing atmosphere. Leading the way, the leopard woman first checked out the rooms where Zhao Chen would stay for the night. After a quick inspection without any issues, Zhao Chen entered the room. If one were to liken it to a hotel, this place was like a hotel on a large flower. At the very top was Zhao Chen's room, while each fork on the lower levels of the flower was another room. Walking up, there were steps made of vines. The room wasn't very spacious, but it was fully equipped. All furniture and items were made of natural plants. Even the bathroom for bath was made with the juice of certain flowers. It was fragrant, soft to the touch like water, even though it was flower juice, without the sticky feeling. The bed was made of a certain type of wood, soft and comfortable. Zhao Chen looked around. How is it, Lord Emperor? Are you satisfied? Gladys inquired. It's very nice. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, fully appreciating how the Sacred Elf Empire integrated plant technology into daily life. From his perspective, this kind of living environment was quite suitable, especially fostering a healing atmosphere. It felt akin to returning to the mountains after working in a big city for a long time. All right then. If you need anything, just contact me directly. I won't disturb your rest now. I'll come to wake you up at 8 in the morning. The banquet starts at noon tomorrow. If you are okay with it, the meeting will be arranged after the banquet, which is in the evening. If you want to rest for a bit, we can schedule it for the day after tomorrow. After explaining the schedule for the next day, Gladys bid farewell and left. Zhao Chen looked at the quiet room. He walked to the window, opened the curtain formed by leaves, and gazed at the starry sky outside. It truly felt like stepping into a different cosmic civilization, giving Zhao Chen a dreamlike sensation. This is indeed a beautiful interstellar civilization, Zhao Chen pondered from his heart. If there were no disputes between the two sides, Zhao Chen also didn't want to see such an interstellar civilization perish under the claws of devouring civilizations or order. He hoped that the upcoming meetings would go smoothly. The Owl Dragon Empire needed allies now, especially a powerful one. At the Moon God Tree Moon Temple, the 3 Elf Kings and 2 council members previously met by Zhao Chen were all present. In addition, all council members were either physically present or represented by holographic imagery. There were also 2 other Elf Kings present. You have met the Owl Dragon Emperor. What are your evaluations? A male Elf King sitting on the throne spoke with a proud undertone in his voice. If Zhao Chen were there, he would have found this Elf King's haughty tone exceeding that of the Jade Elf King before. He is a leader who is relatively friendly and easy to approach. The Radiant Elf King was the first to evaluate. He is bold and has a strong physique. He was the first person to ride my mount without a change in expression, the Flame Elf King added. He looks okay, The Jade Elf King offered a brief assessment. But this simple evaluation surprised the members of the High Council, as they knew the Jade Elf King's temperament. It was quite remarkable for an outsider to receive such a comment from him. Currently, there don't seem to be any issues, but a detailed understanding is required later to know, another council member stated. I think we can move on to the next phase. The two council members also spoke. Since those who have interacted with the Owl Dragon Emperor see no issues, we can move on to the next phase. The devouring civilizations have been eyeing us for a long time. Although we don't have to worry about threats to our order, the devouring civilizations have gradually become so powerful that we can't face them alone. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Owl Dragon Empire, they would probably be planning how to invade us by now. So, finding an ally and facing the idea of the devouring civilizations together must be quickly realized. Currently, it seems the Owl Dragon Empire is the most suitable. Also, as the devouring civilizations are attempting to invade the Owl Dragon Empire's universe, we can use the Owl Dragon Empire's universe as a buffer zone. If the war doesn't directly happen in our universe, the impact on us will be minimized, a gentle-toned female Elf King interjected. Though her voice was soft, her words carried a sense of practicality. I agree. The Owl Dragon Empire has sent a delegation this time, and all the interstellar starships they possess are of T6 and T5 grades. In terms of combat power alone, they are fully deserving of our recognition. There is no problem at all with them fighting alongside us, the Radiant Elf King said solemnly. So, how do we cooperate? That's the question. A High Council member spoke. Other council members chimed in. We can cooperate with the Owl Dragon Empire, but in this cooperation, we must have the initiative. We must control the battlefield command. We cannot agree to the Owl Dragon Empire's request to station troops in our universe. When has the Sacred Elf Empire ever allowed other cosmic civilizations to station troops in our universe? Why would we need their help? These never-ending suggestions were mostly from the higher-ups, solely considering the interests of the Sacred Elf Empire. Hearing this, the Flame Elf King frowned. She stood up and said, "Enough. It's already at this point, and you're still thinking about these things. When those other universes were invaded before, we could have had many allies fighting alongside us. If we had intervened back then, we wouldn't have reached this situation. Now, at this moment, you're still dwelling on these things. Can't we just cooperatively work with them honestly? We and they possess the same military power. We should consider this meeting from the perspective of countering the devouring civilizations, rather than mixing in other things. We should be straightforward about cooperating with them. We have matching military strengths, and we should focus on facing the devouring civilizations in this encounter, rather than complicating things with other matters. Once, we made a wrong choice, and if we make another wrong one, it will lead our Sacred Elf Empire into an abyss." Chapter 1390, Second Day of Alliance Negotiations. Zhao Chen finally understood what sweet talk and beautiful words meant. He truly woke up amidst the sweet talk and beautiful words. Even the breakfast prepared by Gladys today had flower petals in it. Not to mention, the petals tasted slightly sweet when chewed, similar to eating fresh sweet vegetables. "Get ready. I'll take you to the banquet venue in a while," Gladys said beside him. "Okay," Zhao Chen nodded. During the following time, Zhao Chen and the Owl Dragon delegation followed the visitation protocol and attended a reception banquet in a unique style. The banquet was located in a garden with primarily vegetarian food, each dish both visually appealing and fragrant. However, Zhao Chen was starting to miss meat gradually. While occasional sampling of the vegetarian dishes of the Elven tribe was fine, having them continuously would make Zhao Chen want to eat nothing but air. So at the banquet, Zhao Chen only took a bite of each dish to taste the flavor. Those present were mostly high elves. Zhao Chen had not seen a single non-elf from any interstellar race, indicating the prominent status of the Elven tribe within the Sacred Elven Empire. However, these high elves showed little interest in the visitors from distant galaxies, mostly observing Zhao Chen and his party from afar and discussing things in private. Some even looked at them with contemptuous eyes. "Your Majesty, the looks of these guys are really irritating," the leopard woman said while having a bite of grass beside him. She couldn't help but add, "And this food we're eating, I don't even know what it is. It's not filling at all." After speaking, she picked up a fruit from the side and started eating it. Compared to the leafy dishes, the fruits were more palatable. Zhao Chen could taste the elven tribe's dishes a bit, but the leopard woman, who was accustomed to a carnivorous diet as a half-beast person, truly did not like such food. You should think this way. Prejudice and arrogance are the most ignorant things for a race. And when we interact with such people, isn't it advantageous for us? Zhao Chen said with a slight smile. The leopard woman thought for a moment and asked, but if we're here to ally with them, does allying with ignorant people ... isn't that ... The leopard woman paused, thinking for herself. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. You should know that as allies, being too foolish or too smart are both not qualities of a good ally. Having some cunning, but also foolishly proud allies like this, that is the type of ally that is suitable for our all-dragon empire. The leopard woman suddenly realized and nodded with a smile. Now, she found these elves much more acceptable. At that moment, the Radiant Elves King walked to Zhao Chen's side, greeting each other. It seems, Emperor, that you're not enjoying the banquet as much. Is our hospitality lacking? The Radiant Elves King inquired. Zhao Chen shook his head, explaining, your country's hospitality has been satisfactory. But the most important thing now is the alliance between our two sides and discussing how to deal with the threat to civilization and order. If we can resolve these threats and troubles, I believe I will be able to experience everything here in the sacred Elven Empire in a better state in the future. The Radiant Elves King slightly smiled. Your Majesty of the Owl Dragon Empire truly cares about his people and country. In that case, let's shorten the banquet time. We can advance the discussions on the alliance. However, because some of our Elven Kings and High Council members are scattered across the Empire and cannot gather here in a short time, those who cannot attend this alliance meeting in person will participate in the form of holographic images. I hope your Majesty of the Owl Dragon Empire can understand. Zhao Chen nodded, saying, I understand. Next, the banquet progressed quickly. The scheduled time was coming to an end sooner. Afterwards, Zhao Chen and his companions were taken to a semi-open council hall venue. The council hall had a large platform in the middle, and in the front were seats arranged in a crescent shape from low to high. It seemed that these were the seats for the High Council members. That's where your delegation members will be seated. Gladys led the members of the Owl Dragon delegation to their allocated positions. Compared to the hundreds of High Council members, the Owl Dragon delegation, consisting of just over a dozen members, seemed much smaller in size. However, it was noticeable that each member of the Owl Dragon delegation appeared confident. Their status was somewhat unique, as they had been invisible figures within the Owl Dragon Empire prior to this. The Owl Dragon Empire's Interstellar Diplomatic Department. Before this department had seemed non-existent because the entire Owl Dragon Empire had been unified by Zhao Chen. Diplomacy. Who were they going to engage in diplomacy with? Were they going to engage in diplomacy with Order? Since Order remained silent. Thus, the Owl Dragon Empire's Interstellar Diplomatic Department had no room to operate until the appearance of the Sacred Elven Empire before. Lily immediately activated the Diplomatic Department of the Empire. These personnel of the Imperial Diplomatic Department were all preparing themselves, each displaying great enthusiasm. After more than 2 years of being idle and receiving a salary, they were feeling anxious. Receiving a salary for more than 2 years without work made them feel a sense of guilt. Now, with this first job opportunity in hand, they had to deliver results. They couldn't just receive their salary for over 2 years without working. Zhao Chen walked past the seat of the Owl Dragon delegation, making eye contact with a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. This woman was Su Yan, the current minister of the Imperial Diplomatic Department of the Owl Dragon Empire. Before this role, she had served as the minister of the Diplomatic Department of the Starry Empire. Besides her, there were also other middle-aged men and women sitting beside her with their heads held high. Their previous identities included titles like Minister of the Diplomatic Department of the Divine Radiance Empire, Minister of the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom's Diplomatic Department, Minister of the Angelic Races Diplomatic Department, among others. They were all experts in interstellar diplomacy within the Owl Dragon universe. At this moment, these individuals had finally found their place to showcase their skills. Each one was eager to prove themselves. Remembering their conversation from the previous night when they met, Minister Su Yan had bluntly stated, Your Majesty, from now on, please follow my lead. If my signal isn't given, you should remain silent and leave everything to us. I guarantee that the Owl Dragon Empire can gain the maximum benefits from this negotiation. Emperor of the Owl Dragon, please come this way. The Radiant Elves King smiled, guiding Zhao Chen to a seat on the platform. There were 6 seats on the platform. It was evident that there were 5 seats that formed a crescent shape facing the High Council seats. However, there was an additional seat in the middle that had a different design from the other 5, clearly an addition. Please have a seat. The Radiant Elves King gestured to the seat next to him. Zhao Chen nodded and sat in the designated position. By doing so, he and the Radiant Elves King were situated at the center of the platform. Even though these high elves were proud, they were still very proper when it came to etiquette. Perhaps to them, showing disrespect in front of outsiders would be shameful. After sitting down, Zhao Chen looked around. To his left was the Radiant Elves King, and to the left of the Radiant Elves King was the Jade Elves King. The seat to the left of the Jade Elves King was empty. On Zhao Chen's right side, the seat was also empty, with the far right seat occupied by the Flame Elves King. The Flame Elves King noticed Zhao Chen's gaze and gave him a faint smile. At that moment, 2 light pillars appeared on the vacant seats. Simultaneously, holographic images of individuals filled the empty seats of the High Council. Zhao Chen's right side now featured a man with dark skin and ice-cold eyes. After glancing at Zhao Chen, the man averted his gaze. Zhao Chen knew exactly who this person was. It was Onines, the Night Elves King, one of the 5 elvish kings in the Sacred Elven Empire. On the far left side, an elf with delicate features, fair and soft skin, dressed in light blue gauze, also appeared. When the female elf looked at Zhao Chen, they locked eyes. She gave a gentle smile and a nod, exuding a warm aura. This person was Merites, the Water Moon Elves King, another among the 5 elvish kings. Reportedly a hybrid elf of Moonlight Elves and Water Elves lineage, she was known for her gentle nature. She held high respect within the Sacred Elven Empire, not only among the Eldish tribe, but also among other interstellar races. At this point, all the members of the High Council had taken their seats. The entire council hall suddenly lit up. I announce that the discussion on the alliance negotiations with the Owl Dragon Empire is now underway. Next, please present your thoughts and opinions on the alliance. The Radiant Elves King presided over the meeting and spoke first. However, the subsequent proceedings were handed over to the Elven Council members below. Respected Emperor of the Owl Dragon, we are honored to welcome you to our Sacred Elven Empire. One high elf began speaking in a welcoming tone. But in the next moment, his tone changed sharply. I have heard that the Owl Dragon Empire has recently been invaded by the Dark Fleet of the Order, just recovered from its internal strife, and has only been founded for 2 years. Now it's targeted by the devouring civilization. We sympathize deeply with the Owl Dragon Empire's plight. We are willing to establish an alliance with the Owl Dragon Empire to help. We are willing to station troops in the Owl Dragon Empire. The subsequent discourse was similar to the demands that Gladys had presented to Zhao Chen during their meeting in the Owl Dragon Empire. Essentially, the demands were unconditional troop deployments in the Owl Dragon Empire, priority use of stargates, star harbors, and other benefits. Additionally, the establishment of a large permanent two-way cosmic stargate had to be under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Elven Empire. Further, in the conflict with the devouring civilization, both the fleets of the Sacred Elven Empire and the Owl Dragon Empire had to have a unified commander who had to be from the Sacred Elven Empire. Despite there being many more excessive demands, they were trivial compared to these. Throughout this, Zhao Chen maintained a calm smile on his face. He was well aware that negotiations were all about bargaining. Even if the High Council was trying to assert their dominance at the start, it didn't matter. If negotiations couldn't proceed smoothly, he could just walk away from the table. At this moment, Minister Su Yan directly slammed the table, interrupting the High Elf speaker's words and causing his displeasure. I apologize for interrupting your speech, as I know it was very impolite. However, similarly, I also believe that making shameless and excessive demands is also an impolite behavior. If you are bringing such an attitude and wish to ally with us, perhaps this meeting can end here. We do not wish to waste time here. Instead of wasting time here, we should focus on preparing our military forces for a decisive battle against the devouring civilization. Minister Su Yan spoke coldly, then continued. What do you mean by this? What is this about shameless requests? These are just reasonable suggestions. We also want to help the Owl Dragon Empire. Given the current situation of your empire, facing the devouring civilization and the Dark Fleet that might return at any time, Do you even stand a chance? You haven't even fought against the devouring civilization and have no idea about their strength. Relying solely on yourselves, you have no chance of winning. Another high elf spoke up. We haven't fought with the devouring civilization, but the Owl Dragon Empire has always fought with integrity. We don't bow our heads. I see no sincerity from your side here. Minister Suyin spoke coldly, then added, and even if we're not a match for the devouring civilization, dare I ask if your country is their match? When we are defeated, your country would be the next target for the devouring civilization. The only difference between us is a matter of timing. Faced with Minister Suyan's sharp words, the High Council reacted sharply as well. The Owl Dragon delegation wasn't silent either. They voiced their thoughts to secure their benefits, starting from broad aspects and moving on to details like troop deployments, stargates, star harbors, command authority, and various other issues that arose. Below the platform, both sides argued endlessly, while the individuals actually wielding power on the platform remained composed. Even the Jade Elves King squinted his eyes and started sipping a kind of liquor. Zhao Chen simply closed his eyes, half leaning on the chair, in a position of relaxation. Such negotiations tested the temperament of both sides. Chapter 1391. The final outcome. Inside the entire council chamber, voices rose and fell. Although the representative of the Owl Dragon Empire was far fewer in number than the High Council, their momentum was not inferior at all. In almost all aspects, the Owl Dragon's diplomatic envoy was equally matched. As they were about to fall into a deadlock, it was finally the Radiant Night Elf King who could not hold back. He turned his head and stared at Zhao Chen with cold eyes, saying, "Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Owl Dragon. So far, it seems to me that I have not seen any sincerity from your country in coming all this way to form an alliance with us." This guy was implying that Zhao Chen and his people were active in seeking an alliance and had come a long way. Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly as he glanced at the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Su Yan, below the stage. After their eyes met, Zhao Chen stood up and adjusted his clothes, saying, "I'm sorry. Maybe there has been a misunderstanding between us. I was invited to visit the Sacred Elf Empire. I don't understand what the sincerity mentioned by the Radiant Night Elf King means. If this negotiation cannot continue, then forget it. We can go our separate ways." With that, Zhao Chen was ready to turn and leave. Members of the Owl Dragon's diplomatic envoy also stood up one after another. At this point, the Radiant Elf King stood up, blocking Zhao Chen, and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Owl Dragon, please don't mind. Our niece has always had this kind of temperament, so I hope Your Excellency won't take offense. I see that everyone is tired from the negotiations so far. Why not take a break? I have arranged some desserts and drinks in the restaurant outside. You and your envoy can go and enjoy." Zhao Chen looked at the Radiant Elf King and nodded silently, agreeing. Subsequently, this negotiation was temporarily suspended. Both sides had temporarily raised the ceasefire card. Zhao Chen and members of the Owl Dragon's envoy were in the restaurant, and several members of the envoy discreetly took out shielding devices, shielding Zhao Chen and others in the middle to prevent others from knowing what they were discussing. "It seems like you were well prepared this time. I almost saw those elves on the other side getting mad at you," Zhao Chen said, looking at the diplomats. "It's the duty of our Imperial Foreign Affairs Department. Also, the temperament of those Elf High Council members is easy to read. They all carry themselves with a bit of arrogance, probably related to their traditions. So, in some aspects, we intentionally play hardball with them, leaving them with no choice. Currently, this negotiation has reached a crucial point. I estimate that the Elf Kings are discussing the final outcome there. I guess that those Elf Kings will finalize the details afterwards in their private discussions with you. After all, the path has already been paved. Whether it can be walked is up to you." Minister of Foreign Affairs, Suyan raised his hand, presenting a draft alliance agreement outline to Zhao Chen. "Your Majesty, the ones marked in red here are non-negotiable. As long as you stand firm, they will agree. The ones marked in yellow are areas where we have shown a willingness to compromise. As long as it falls within that range, we can accept it. As for the green areas, these are just decoys we put out. They are completely irrelevant to our etiquette. When necessary, you can choose to completely give away a few of them as a gesture. After all, in negotiations, you can't be too aggressive." You also need to make the other party feel like they have gained something. After listening to Minister Su Yan's instructions, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. The preparation was indeed very thorough. He didn't need to consider much more. Very good. After this trip, I will definitely commend you. You have done a great job this time. Zhao Chen praised the people. Minister Su Yan smiled and said, Your Majesty, this is the duty of our Imperial Foreign Affairs Department. To be honest, we are quite happy to have this opportunity to show our capabilities. Before this, we thought that our Imperial Foreign Affairs Department had no purpose, and some even wanted to transfer to other departments. Now, we can finally contribute our strength for the Empire, and we are truly happy. Other members of the Foreign Affairs Department also expressed their satisfaction. It was clear that they genuinely felt that they had made a difference this time. Soon, this brief rest came to an end. Zhao Chen and the others prepared to return to the banquet hall. However, when Zhao Chen was about to step onto the stage, the Radiant Elf King stopped him, pointing to a door behind the stage and saying, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Owl Dragon, please come this way. Zhao Chen paused for a moment before silently following the Radiant Elf King. It seemed that the purpose of this visit to the Sacred Elf Empire would finally come to a conclusion. Passing through the door behind the stage, they entered an exquisite small room with a table formed by growing plants. The other 4 Elf Kings were already sitting around the table. Please, the Radiant Elf King gestured for Zhao Chen to take a seat. After Zhao Chen sat down, the Radiant Elf King began. Now, it's just the 5 of us. So, let me get straight to the point. Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Owl Dragon, both sides had the idea of forming an alliance when you came to our Sacred Elf Empire. There may have been some disagreements on minor issues, but the most important thing now is not for us to argue here. It's about how to resist the encroachment of the devouring civilization. Although the devouring civilization may first invade the universe of the Owl Dragon Empire, the next target is our Sacred Elf Empire. The relationship between us is crucial. Therefore, we must quickly form an alliance and move on to the next stage of cooperation in battle. Now, the 5 Elf Kings are here to finalize the negotiation points discussed earlier with the High Council members and your Owl Dragon diplomatic envoy. Can we quickly come to an agreement based on those discussions? The Radiant Elf King looked at Zhao Chen. Indeed, the High Council seemed to be the political core of the Sacred Elf Empire, but in reality, it was the 5 Elf Kings who held the power of speech. Of course, I am willing, but it also depends on whether you are willing, Zhao Chen said calmly. Next, the negotiation between Zhao Chen and the 5 Elf Kings went surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps it was because of the groundwork laid by the former, or perhaps it was due to the status of both parties. During this time, Zhao Chen followed the instructions of Minister Su Yan and made concessions on some insignificant points which seemed to benefit the Sacred Elf Empire. However, Zhao Chen did not compromise on the core interests. Most of the issues have been discussed and agreed upon. There are only a few more critical issues left. Your country also wants to station troops in our Sacred Elf Empire, the jurisdiction of the stargates between our universes, the command of future joint military fleets, and the management of our troops stationed in the Owl Dragon Empire, the Radiant Elf King said, lifting his hand to highlight the 4 main points in the draft agreement. They were presented in for circles before everyone. We do not accept the stationing of troops, the Radiant Elf King stated. Zhao Chen responded firmly, our troop station are merely a formality. After all, we are allies and should assist each other. While it seems as though the direction of the devouring civilization's attack is currently at the Owl Dragon Empire, if in the future the devouring civilization has plans to surprise the Sacred Elf Empire, as allies, the Owl Dragon Empire cannot stand idly by. As for the number of troops stationed, we can negotiate. Prior to coming here, I had a conversation with your representative, Miss Gratitude. For example, if your country plans to send 1 million troops of Elf Legion fleet to station in the Owl Dragon Empire, then in return, the Owl Dragon Empire also has the right to dispatch a maximum of 200,000 Owl Dragon Interstellar Fleet to be stationed in the Sacred Elf Empire. 5 to 1. This is a ratio we can accept. If this requirement cannot be met, then all proposals will be cancelled. Zhao Chen placed his hand on the table, his expression resolute. Although the 5 to 1 ratio seemed like a disadvantage for the Owl Dragon Empire, there was no other way. Even if the Sacred Elf Empire was willing to allow 1,000,000 elves to be stationed within their borders, the problem was that the Owl Dragon Empire could not spare as many interstellar warships. Since they could not meet this demand, there was no need to brag. It seems like a concession, but in reality, they retained some practical benefits. 100,000 ships, the Radiant Elf King interjected abruptly. Zhao Chen glanced at the black-skinned elf, unsure if it was his nature or due to discussions among the Elf Kings that the Radiant Elf King played the good cop. 5 to 1. There's no question about that, Zhao Chen insisted firmly. All right, 5 to 1 it is. Since Emperor Owl Dragon is adamant about this, let it be so. But we have one condition. The troops stationed by the Owl Dragon Empire must only operate within the range we allow. The Radiant Elf King seemed to smile at Zhao Chen, but his words carried a warning tone. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. That is not a problem. However, another condition should also be established. If there were to be an invasion by the devouring civilization into the Sacred Elf Empire, the Owl Dragon Empire's military fleet has the right to appear within the range of the battle. After some hesitation, the Radiant Elf King ultimately agreed to this condition. At least in their current view, there was no reason or capability for the devouring civilization to invade both empires simultaneously. Regarding the reinforcements sent from our Sacred Elf Empire to your country, for now, we can send 5,000,000 interstellar warships in stages to support your country, the Radiant Elf King said. 5,000,000 ships. Based on what Zhao Chen had learned from Gratitude and the information he gathered while in the Sacred Elf Empire, the current active number of interstellar warships in the Sacred Elf Empire reached 30,000,000. The willingness to dispatch 5,000,000 now seemed like a grand gesture, but was only a sixth of their total fleet, indicating that they currently did not plan to engage in a final battle with the devouring civilization. They were keeping plenty of cards up their sleeves. 5,000,000 ships is not a problem, Zhao Chen nodded. 5,000,000 ships, correspondingly, Zhao Chen could send a maximum of 500,000 all-dragon interstellar warships to be stationed in the Sacred Elf Empire. However, given the actual situation, Zhao Chen could not send out as many ships. We cannot hand over the command authority of our elven interstellar warships to you, the Radiant Elf King said firmly. Zhao Chen tapped on the table, saying, actually, there is no need for us to argue about this. Neither side can allow the other to command their fleets. Therefore, we could each retain our commands. But to account for possible cooperation on the battlefield, a joint command center should be established at the highest levels of our respective fleets, where all combat information regarding the devouring civilization and order is shared. In case of cooperation, the specifics would be discussed and decided within this joint command center. The Elf Kings looked at each other, but remained silent. The Radiant Elf King then spoke. We have no objections to this. Then let's not drag this out. I'll lay it all out at once, Zhao Chen said boldly. About the construction of the intergalactic Stargate. You previously stated that because the technology was provided by you, the permanent Stargate bridging our universes should be controlled by you, Zhao Chen said. It should be so, the Radiant Elf King said calmly. You are right in saying that. But who told you that the Owl Dragon Empire does not possess such technology? Zhao Chen asked in return. The Elf Kings all looked at Zhao Chen simultaneously. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. We Owl Dragon Empire are relatively low-key in this regard. We tend to hide good things. You should have known from the T6 interstellar warships we use that we are not inferior to your country in terms of technological prowess. If you don't believe me, I will provide you with a framework of our All Dragons intergalactic Stargate technology within a week. If you find no issues with it, then it shows that the Owl Dragon Empire also has similar technological capabilities. If that is the case, then the unilateral provision of technology point doesn't hold. Consequently, the technology used to build this intergalactic Stargate can be from your side or ours. Therefore, there is no need to bring up this point again. Suppose, however, one of us refuses to hand over the control of the Stargate. In that case, let's be blunt. It's merely a matter of mistrust. We all know that. Since that's the case, let's not hide our intentions. The control of the intergalactic Stargate will be jointly shared between us. On the Owl Dragon Empire side, it will be controlled by us. On your side, it will be controlled by you. It's that simple. Do you truly possess intergalactic Stargate technology? The Jade Elf King asked doubtfully, looking at Zhao Chen. Based on what we know, It's challenging for you to even attempt inter-universe travels. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly. We all Dragon Empire is discreet about such matters. We tend to keep our good technologies under wraps. From the T6 interstellar warships you've seen us use, you should understand that we are on par with your country in the technological realm. If you still doubt it, I can present our All Dragons Intergalactic Stargate Technology Framework in a few days for your examination. If you are still uncertain, you can also use our Stargate technology. Chapter 1392 Alliance Agreement Established. In the end, on the matter of the Cosmic Stargate, both sides chose to temporarily set it aside. However, what they set aside was only the question of whose technology to use for the Stargate. As for the management of the Cosmic Stargate, it would be as Zhao Chen suggested, with one side managing each. Zhao Chen took the lead and said, "What remains is the issue of your country's Legion fleet stationed and managed in the Oxlean Empire. Considering your support this time involves 5 million interstellar warships, we will provide 5 military bases for stationing. We will guarantee at least T5 level stargates, starports, and other military facilities to ensure the stationing of your interstellar fleet. However, the jurisdiction of these stargates and starports will still belong to us. Nonetheless, we can guarantee that during this period, we will unconditionally ensure the normal needs of your interstellar fleet. However, similarly, without our permission, during peacetime, your interstellar fleet is not allowed to leave the area we designate." Zhao Chen paused here and continued, "In times of war, we will plan areas affected by warfare. In areas affected by the war, we will plan another war zone. Similarly, your interstellar fleet can only operate in the war zone and is not allowed to leave the war zone without permission. At the same time, unauthorized takeover of our starports, stargates, military or civilian interstellar facilities is not allowed, nor is entry into any planets." When Zhao Chen said these words, his tone was unquestionable. "Not this, not that. Your country doesn't seem to need any reinforcements at all," the Moonlight Elf King said coldly. Zhao Chen sat back in his seat, leaning against the back of the chair, and said calmly, "Here, I will repeat one last time. This is not a one-sided plea for help, but a mutual alliance for warfare. Of course, this is not mandatory. If you are unwilling, then so be it." Zhao Chen shrugged indifferently. "If necessary, I can give you some time to negotiate, or let the people outside communicate properly on this issue." The Elven Kings fell silent for a moment. They had likely discussed these issues beforehand. These were the kinds of matters that could not be left for the Higher Council or the Oxlean Envoy to negotiate, as one day and one night of discussion might not be enough to come to an agreement. "All right," the Glittering Elf King looked at Zhao Chen and said with a faint smile, "These past couple of days of interaction, I believe the Oxlean Empire is a good ally." Zhao Chen's lips curved slightly. Minister Su Yan was truly deserving of her title as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Empire. The progress made paralleled her private discussions with him. "Since everyone is in agreement, when shall we formalize the agreement?" Zhao Chen gestured with his hands. "It will take some preparation." "How about tomorrow?" the Glittering Elf King suggested. "No problem." Zhao Chen nodded. Time was of importance to Zhao Chen, and he was eager to return to the Oxlean Empire. Their technological research needed him, and the looming threat of devouring civilizations required his presence. "May I ask, when can we see your country's inter-universe Stargate technology?" the Emerald Elf King asked with interest. Over this period of contact, Zhao Chen understood that the Emerald Elf King appeared aloof, but in reality, had not touched upon his weak points. His weak points likely revolved around various technological skills. The inter-universe navigation technology, known as Water Dragon Gate currently used by the Holy Elf Empire, was predominantly researched by him. He was keen on technological research, particularly in the field of botanical technology. Within 7 days, Zhao Chen said confidently, "Ha ha ha, these are all irrelevant matters. If no surprises occur, Your Majesty of the Oxlean Empire, we can consider ourselves allies from now on." The Glittering Elf King smiled, performing an elven etiquette gesture towards Zhao Chen. In return, Zhao Chen reciprocated with courtesy. "To enemies we prepare our cannons, to friends we offer fine wine and cuisine. If there is an opportunity in the future, you all are welcome to visit the Oxlean Empire and explore. I am certain you will gain worthwhile experiences." With the intention of forming an alliance settled, the finalization of the details of the alliance was left to the Higher Council of the Holy Elf Empire and the Oxleyan Empire envoy. Although some may argue that what is written in these agreements may not always hold true, having them ensures that one has the ground to stand on. Afterward, Zhao Chen had dinner with the Elven Kings and conversed on various matters. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Chen expressed his desire to explore the Holy Elf Empire in detail over the next few days and appreciate the cultural and technological achievements of the Holy Elf Empire. The glittering Elf King readily agreed and allowed Gladys to accompany Zhao Chen. Furthermore, Zhao Chen mentioned his wish to acquire some special products of the Holy Elf Empire, such as the seeds of certain plant fruits. The glittering Elf King readily and generously provided them. It was apparent that the Holy Elf Empire were proud to share these products with Zhao Chen as an outsider who showed a keen interest in their goods. Additionally, Zhao Chen expressed his desire to purchase some military equipment and industrial products from the Holy Elf Empire. The glittering Elf King did not immediately agree, but eventually fulfilled some of Zhao Chen's requests. For instance, regarding the procurement of interstellar warships, Zhao Chen was allowed to purchase some T4 and all below T3 level interstellar warships of the Holy Elf Empire. Even though T4 and especially T3 level interstellar warships were phased out of active service by the Oxleyan Empire, Zhao Chen's interest lay in learning about the technological skills of the Holy Elf Empire. While he may not obtain the most advanced technological equipment, T4 and T3 level equipment and warships would provide insights into the technological theories of the Holy Elf Empire. Considering the Holy Elf Empire's status as a conventional interstellar civilization, many technological advancements were rooted in continuous self-improvement, which could be discerned from their early technology products. This presented a learning opportunity for the scientists and researchers of the Oxleyan Empire. Subsequently, the Higher Council of the Holy Elf Empire and the Oxleyan Empire envoy promptly finalized the detailed content of the alliance. Resolving most matters discussed with Zhao Chen and the Elven Kings, they geared towards the signing of the agreement. You have all worked hard these days. These are ingredients I brought from our own interstellar warship. Zhao Chen looked at the members of the diplomatic envoy and the leopard woman's personal guards. He had specifically requested Gladys to prepare a small treasure chest, and the chefs from their interstellar warship had cooked these foods. Acknowledging the forthcoming alliance agreement, the Holy Elf Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs displayed their gratitude for the opportunity brought by the Oxleyan Empire. "To His Majesty! To His Majesty!" exclaimed the members of the Foreign Affairs Department, raising their glasses in a toast. Zhao Chen placed down his empty cup, addressing Minister Su Yan and her companions. As per the agreed time, the signing of the alliance agreement is due in 3 days. One of the clauses within the agreement states that both parties will dispatch diplomatic personnel to set up an embassy in each other's political centers. This responsibility falls on you, Minister Su Yan. Choose the personnel wisely. Pausing, Zhao Chen's expression turned grave. He looked towards the leopard woman. She signaled an affirmative gesture, indicating that all possible eavesdropping devices in the room had been neutralized. Minister Su Yan leaned towards Zhao Chen and whispered, "Your Majesty, a request has been made to review your country's cross-universe Stargate technology. Is this acceptable?" Minister Su Yan appeared worried, for the intelligence she possessed hinted at the Oxleyan Empire's lack of expertise in this field. Nonetheless, Zhao Chen had assured her earlier. The glittering Elf King immediately interjected, "But this. We do not know that your technology is this." Minister Su Yan, somewhat anxious, looked towards Zhao Chen for reassurance. Zhao Chen's tone gradually became colder, and his smile faded. "Or perhaps, your country is willing to share your Water Dragon Gate technology and the core technology of all T6 interstellar warships with us." These words made the glittering Elf King's expression shift slightly upon hearing them. Chapter 1393. In the end, it was confirmed that the permanent cosmic Stargate technology to be used was the Aqua Dragon Gate, Stargate type provided by the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire. At that time, in addition to the production of low-end components, industrial factories in various regions would be responsible for production and assembly. The core components would be directly provided by the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire. As for the construction costs, the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire initially tried to charge some fees. But when Zhao Chen mentioned that their Stargate technology could be used without these costs, the Elf Kings fell silent, tacitly agreeing to bear the construction costs of the core modules. According to the agreement signed in this regard, both sides had to complete the cosmic Stargate in the shortest time possible. According to the judgment of the Emerald Elf King, it was estimated that it would take 3 months to complete a small Aqua Dragon Gate, Stargate type. Other than a reduction in the number of interstellar battleships passing through, there wasn't much difference. Building a large cosmic Stargate would take at least a year. This 1 year was too long for the Owl Dragon Empire and the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire to wait. Currently, the small cosmic Stargate was the best choice. As for why the Elf Kings all chose not to use the Owl Dragon Empire's Stargate technology, Zhao Chen had anticipated this. The Stargate that Zhao Chen handed over to the Emerald Elf King, called the Cosmic Stargate of the Owl Dragon Empire, was basically just a framework, with the core technology not being fully developed. For Zhao Chen, based on the theoretical knowledge accumulated so far, constructing a prototype framework of a Cosmic Stargate was more than achievable. It could also pass inspection by citing inability to disclose core technology. Zhao Chen was certain that even if he offered to use the Owl Dragon Empire's Stargate technology, the other side would not accept it. The reason was simple. The Sacred Spirit Elf Empire was naturally a more proud existence. Their cooperation with the Owl Dragon Empire was entirely because of the threat of civilization destruction. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to many of the alliance terms. Communicating between the two universes via cosmic stargates was crucial for both sides, politically and militarily. For the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire, there was an additional layer of significance. It signified their tolerance of the Owl Dragon Empire stationing troops in their universe. But if even the Cosmic Stargate used Owl Dragon Empire's technology, it would mean they were at the enemy's mercy. Although they were currently allies, who could guarantee what might happen next? Not only did Zhao Chen think of this, but the Elf Kings were not fools either. Utilizing the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire's Aqua Dragon Gate, Stargate technology would also showcase the dominant position held by the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire in this alliance. This would mask the concessions made in other alliance agreements. Zhao Chen saw through all of this, which was why he made these arrangements. As for the importance of the Cosmic Stargate, Zhao Chen was well aware. But even if Zhao Chen was unwilling to use the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire's Cosmic Stargate technology, the Owl Dragon Empire currently could not produce this kind of trans-universal permanent Stargate technology. So, they had to make the choice at hand. During this period, while the core technology module of this Stargate was built and assembled by the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire, just the other components could greatly benefit the Owl Dragon Empire, accelerating their own Cosmic Stargate technology growth. Thus, the alliance negotiations between both parties came to a complete end. The following day, the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire held a grand ceremony where 5 Elf Kings and all members of the High Council were present. Of course, while it appeared grand on the visual screens, in reality, many used holographic images. Nonetheless, it greatly increased the influence of the presence of the Owl Dragon Empire in the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire. Amidst the attention of all, Zhao Chen and the representing Radiant Elf King signed their names on the alliance agreement. This symbolized the alliance contract between the Owl Dragon Empire and the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire. Both sides became allies. In the final segment, they also took a group photo, marking a historical record. The related images were preserved as a testament to history. Following the alliance ceremony were grand banquets and celebrations. However, these matters were not important to Zhao Chen. He entrusted all of these responsibilities to the Imperial Foreign Affairs Department. Members specialized in handling such social occasions would establish relationships with the high-ranking officials of the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire at this party. This was one of the duties of the Foreign Affairs Department. Furthermore, they would need to establish the first Owl Dragon Empire's embassy in the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire, which required interaction with the locals. At this moment, outside the banquet hall, on an outdoor platform, Zhao Chen stood near a vegetation-formed railing, overlooking the unique planet below from a height of over 1,000 meters. Now, we finally have an opportunity to communicate, a voice filled with excitement sounded next to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen slightly smiled, looking at the Flame Elf King beside him. "Yes, I would love to have a chat with the Flame Elf King as well," he replied. "I heard there is another mechanic race in your universe that suddenly disappeared before. What happened to them? Were they defeated and expelled from your universe by your forces?" The Flame Elf King inquired directly. Zhao Chen nodded, "Yes." "Where did they go?" Were they defeated by you, or driven out of your universe? The Flame Elf King asked. Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. No, we are allies. However, they went to another battlefield far away to protect our universe. One day, I will bring them back. The Flame Elf King appeared somewhat puzzled. Have you ever fought with many of the subordinates of the Order's military forces? She blinked at Zhao Chen. Haven't you? Zhao Chen asked. The Flame Elf King shook her head and raised two fingers, saying, We have only fought against the Order's Dark Legion fleet and their armed forces bred from the Devourer civilization. As for the Order's Bug Swarm, Order Undead, we have never heard of them. However, I have heard of the Bug Swarm, but it seems they weren't in alliance with the Order at the time. They belong to the kind of entity with which we cannot communicate. Once they appear, they aimlessly invade surrounding planets. Our universe has also encountered interstellar bug swarms before. We tried to make contact, but to no avail. They reproduce rapidly, and to reproduce, they would even consume all the cultivated plant ecology we have. Since then, our High Council has set a rule that once interstellar bug swarms appear in our universe, they must be eradicated. After all, an interstellar species that can't communicate and only knows how to fight cannot coexist peacefully with us. Zhao Chen glanced at the Flame Elf King. I believe when you mention the interstellar bug swarm, it's because you know there's a relation with the Owl Dragon Empire in this matter. The existence of the Owl Dragon Bug Swarm Fleet was mentioned in the agreements between the two nations. However, Zhao Chen publicly claimed it was military technology of the Owl Dragon Empire and classified as top secret, hence not open for discussion. The Flame Elf King immediately nodded. Yes, I know. Previously you were not willing to discuss this bug swarm of your empire. But currently, as the Supreme Commander responsible for military cooperation between the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire and the Owl Dragon Empire, I will personally visit your Owl Dragon Empire in the future. By then, when the Devourer civilization launches invasions, I believe that I will inevitably encounter your bug swarm, so I hope I can understand more information. If any of your other elf kings were here asking me, Zhao Chen casually said, Do you dislike our elf race's pride? Before this, when we interacted with other interstellar races, some also said this about us, the Flame Elf King replied. She continued, Perhaps it's our race's nature. Including myself, we possess this pride. But in my heart, my pride is towards the weak, while I admire the strong. With fiery eyes, she locked her gaze onto Zhao Chen. In your eyes, I am a strong one. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. The Flame Elf King raised her hand, and a massive electronic window appeared, depicting many events related to the Owl Dragon Empire, with some sections enlarged, focusing on the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. Zhao Chen, once merely a baron of the Starlight Empire. Suddenly, you rose swiftly. Relying on the continuous demonstration of technological expertise, you built a powerful Owl Dragon Legion fleet. In less than 10 years, you not only brought the Owl Dragon Legion fleet to its current height, establishing the Owl Dragon Empire, you also raised the level of civilization in one universe from the initial T4 to the current T6 level. I am unaware of how you achieved these accomplishments, but regardless, this proves your strength. In numerous battles, you and your Owl Dragon Legion fleet always emerged victorious. I have read in detail the battle records of your Owl Dragon Legion fleet from previous conflicts. You and your Owl Dragon Legion fleet are a formidable existence that I deeply respect. His Imperial Majesty of the Owl Dragon Empire. The Flame Elf King's intense gaze made Zhao Chen feel a surge of heat. If Zhao Chen did not know the character of this Elf King, he would think his personal charm had reached some extraordinary level. Zhao Chen smiled subtly, gazing at the far-off scenery regarding the bug swarm in my empire. I call it the Owl Dragon Bug Swarm Fleet. A group of bugs completely under my control and in opposition to the Order. How I acquired them and how I cultivated them is something I can't explain. However, I can tell you, in any future battlefield where you fight alongside us, the Owl Dragon Empire's bug swarm fleet will be reliable partners. You can confidently trust them with your backs. I know that no matter how much I say now, it may not change your original impression of the interstellar bug swarms. But I believe that on the battlefield, once you fight alongside them, you will realize how powerful and reliable they are. The Flame Elf King didn't press for more answers, but expressed her eagerness, saying, I look forward to the day when I can fight alongside your Owl Dragon Bug Swarm fleet. Regarding your nation's most powerful interstellar warship, your T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought, and the T6 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship. The Flame Elf King seemed like a curious child with many questions, not just about the active starships of the Owl Dragon Empire, but also previous foes the Owl Dragon Empire had faced. The Quasi-T7 Black Legion interstellar warship of the Dark Legion, as well as the Undead Legion of the Order, among others. She even began recording these details directly in front of Zhao Chen, intermittently raising questions and providing insights into the Owl Dragon Legion fleet's battle deployments in a previous conflict. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's brain undergoing modifications and being around military commanders like Charlotte for a long time, acquiring some decent commanding skills, he might not have been able to handle the Flame Elf King's questions. Zhao Chen also didn't miss out on understanding the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire. Both often posed questions, each opportune and aimed at the right topics. I heard that your most advanced T6 interstellar warships in the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire are made from the materials of the World Tree. Before I return to the Owl Dragon Empire, may I have the chance to witness this? Without hiding it, I used cosmic exploration devices because I encountered a bottleneck with T7 technologies. I wanted to search for solutions in other universes, Zhao Chen asked sincerely. The Flame Elf King hesitated for a moment and then spoke seriously. If you want to see the materials of the World Tree, that's not a problem. But there's something I must inform you in advance. If you are seeking opportunities for T7 technology, it's entirely hopeless within our Sacred Spirit Elf Empire. The World Tree can only fulfill the requirements of T6 technology. Therefore, don't have high expectations for the World Tree. Zhao Chen appeared puzzled. Are you so sure that the World Tree has no potential to break through to T7 technology? I find the existence of the World Tree truly miraculous. Such a miraculous creation should possess even greater power. At this moment, I cannot explain this to you. I can only say, do not hold to high expectations for the World Tree, the Flame Elf King expressed with a hint of resignation in her eyes. This made Zhao Chen feel that the Sacred Spirit Elf Empire also harbored some unknown secrets. Chapter 1394. The alliance was formed with Zhao Chen on the day before he prepared to return. The Flame Elf King, in accordance with the agreement, brought Zhao Chen to a starship factory beneath the World Tree. The style of the entire starship factory was quite unique, resembling a thicket of thorns from a distance. Many vines could be seen on the outer walls. Zhao Chen and the Flame Elf King boarded a shuttle to enter the interior of the starship factory. I'm sorry, but this starship factory belongs to our military facility. Moreover, it is responsible for producing T6 class interstellar battleships. So, Emperor Zhao Chen, you can only follow me here. The Flame Elf King led the way in front. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded and dutifully followed beside the Flame Elf King. Perhaps for the sake of confidentiality, the chosen passages were all fully enclosed, so Zhao Chen had no chance to see the construction process of those active T6 interstellar battleships of the Sacred Elf Empire. Until the Flame Elf King led Zhao Chen into a huge chamber. When entering this chamber, the Flame Elf King even conducted identity scan, indicating the importance of this chamber. Zhao Chen looked around the huge chamber with not many people inside, but a giant branch lay there. If placed on a planet, it would definitely be considered a millennium-old ancient tree. But Zhao Chen knew that this was merely a small branch from the World Tree. This is the raw material we collected from the World Tree. It is also an important raw material for us to produce T6 class interstellar battleships. It belongs to a new type of material, but at the same time, it contains tremendous energy. So, it is naturally used as a material for constructing interstellar battleships. The Flame Elf King pointed at the wood and said. Zhao Chen looked around. Simply based on appearance, it was basically no different from ordinary trees, but Zhao Chen had a feeling that just being near this wood gave a very comfortable sensation to the body. Since it is so powerful, why can't it be used for research breakthroughs in T7 technology? Zhao Chen subconsciously asked this question again. The Flame Elf King remained silent. It seemed like there was really some big secret hidden here. Zhao Chen did not press further, and he said, the World Tree is so vast. If a single branch can build an interstellar battleship, then you can completely use it to build a huge T6 interstellar fleet. After saying this, Zhao Chen waited for the Flame Elf King's explanation, because he guessed that it definitely wasn't that simple. If it were as he said, then the number of active T6 interstellar battleships in the Sacred Elf Empire would definitely be more. However, based on his current understanding of the Sacred Elf Empire, he realized that it was not the case. So there must be a reason behind it. The Flame Elf King shook her head and explained, the raw materials from the World Tree are not something we can actively collect. It's not that we don't want to, but we don't have the technological skills for that. If we were to actively cut the branches of the World Tree, those branches would rapidly age and fall off, turning into dust. Only those naturally shedding branches from the World Tree can harbor this special ability to be used in building interstellar battleships. Though our Sacred Elf Empire is also trying to increase the efficiency of collecting this raw material, so far, we can only rely on some means to accelerate the rate of natural shedding of the branches and cannot fully control this process. Zhao Chen understood the meaning behind this. Essentially, the production volume of this raw material was something they had no control over. This also explained why the Sacred Elf Empire had such a large gold mine, but did not possess a formidable military force. I think, if I wanted to bring back a sample, it wouldn't be possible, right? Zhao Chen half-jokingly said. The Flame Elf King straightforwardly replied, with our current cooperative relationship, that is indeed not possible. But in the future, if our relationship grows closer, there may be hope. Then I'll make a note of that. If in the future, I save your Sacred Elf Empire and help you greatly, I'll need the thickest and hardest one. No problem. The Flame Elf King seemed to have not caught on to Zhao Chen's jest. Zhao Chen continued, I am preparing to return tomorrow. When will you and your elf fleet be ready to head to the Dragon Emperor Empire? According to the agreement, initially we will dispatch 5 million interstellar battleships to the Dragon Emperor Empire. But this requires some preparation time, roughly a month. Approximately every week, we will send 1 million interstellar battleships to the Dragon Emperor Empire. Before that, the Dragon Emperor, you need to prepare the industrial base we need on your side. As for me, I may join the Third Fleet to head to the Dragon Emperor Empire. After the Flame Elf King finished explaining, she paused and looked at Zhao Chen. As for the Dragon Emperor, when will your Dragon Fleet be ready to settle in our Sacred Elf Empire? There's no rush for that for now. Whenever there are arrangements, I will inform you in advance. You know, our Dragon Empire is not as grand as your Sacred Elf Empire, just with that bit of interstellar battleships. Although we agreed to exchange interstellar battleships, we don't really have an abundance of fleets. Zhao Chen shrugged. The quantity of interstellar battleships does not fully represent the combat capability of an interstellar fleet. From what I know, the Dragon Fleet has always fought battles outnumbered, relying on the coordination between the interstellar missile ship and the interstellar escort ship to often achieve a decent battle damage ratio on the battlefield. The Flame Elf King stared at Zhao Chen. This girl genuinely had a lot of research on her Dragon Fleet. During this time, due to the alliance, she no longer hesitated to interact as before. Whenever there was an opportunity, she would ask about various matters. She also openly inquired about the Dragon-class interstellar battleships in front of Zhao Chen, and if Zhao Chen could answer, he would respond. If he couldn't, she would not press further. Later, Zhao Chen inquired about the raw material from the World Tree and then considered this trip concluded. Emperor's Guard Fleet, Bridge Zhao Chen sat on the throne-like sofa, watching the Dragon Army fleet outside the portholes preparing to return. Everything has been arranged. In 10 minutes, the Water Dragon Gate will be opened, and you and your fleet can return to the Dragon Empire. In this trip back to the Dragon Empire, there will also be our interstellar fleet from the Sacred Elf Empire accompanying you. Besides diplomatic personnel, this interstellar fleet will also have relevant technical staff. Their main task is to oversee the basic engineering of building the Water Dragon Gate, Stargate type in the Dragon Empire universe, Gladys said. She looked at Zhao Chen and stood up straight. Additionally, I have received a special mission. I will be sent as an envoy to the Dragon Emperor Empire. From now on, if you have any matters to negotiate with the Sacred Elf Empire, I can represent the High Council to discuss with you. Zhao Chen looked at Gladys. No need to be so formal, we are already familiar. I didn't expect that this time, I'll have to take you back with me. Gladys chuckled. You have been accompanying us during this time, not even having time to visit your family. Zhao Chen said. Gladys smiled and said, you don't have to worry about me. I have communicated with my family via video call. Also, this business trip to the Dragon Emperor Empire will only be a few months. As you know, Our elf race has a long lifespan. The average lifespan is currently around 1,000 years. Zhao Chen then remembered that these elves were all long-lived. For them, these few months were indeed nothing significant without relying on any longevity technology. Then let's prepare to depart, Zhao Chen said. Yes. Afterward, everything proceeded as before. With the opening of the Water Dragon Gate, Zhao Chen and his fleet officially began their return journey. In a dark starship resembling a giant interstellar beast, in a sinister bridge resembling a palace. The latest news from the Sacred Elf Empire has returned. They have established contact with that new universe we recently discovered. They have already begun military cooperation and seem to have even formed some kind of alliance agreement. They will dispatch 5 million elf interstellar battleships to that new universe. Allegedly, they will jointly fend off our invasion. A creature clad in old armor, exuding black mist, spoke. I've also heard this news. Heh. I didn't expect those cowardly elves, after abandoning so many universes, would be willing to fight side by side with this new cosmic civilization against us, to fight with us. I wonder where they got the courage from, instead of continuing to shrink in their little corner waiting to die. One of the images displayed in front of them, a figure with a thin body, almost just a skeleton, spoke with a sinister smile. In another video window, a massive figure, towering like a small mountain, said, "Don't underestimate them. I've looked into some information about this new universe. It seems they call themselves the Dragon Emperor Empire, the Dragon Universe. It's a star civilization with T6 technology. Even the Great Being has dispatched fleets to invade this universe and have been defeated multiple times. This has greatly irritated the Great Being, and if not for the obstruction of our main fleet by a bunch of scrap metal in the outer domain, this universe would have already been devoured by the Great Being. So, a star civilization capable of resisting the penetration of the Great Being. We must be cautious about it." Caution! Ha, don't tease me. Just a star empire that hasn't even been established for a decade. What's there to be cautious about? If the Great Being could completely descend, would this petty T6 technological civilization be able to resist? The thin creature sneered. The armored being said, "All right, don't argue over unnecessary matters. Our only mission now is to consume this Dragon Emperor Empire universe and then thoroughly invade the Sacred Elf Empire." The existence of the Sacred Elf Empire has always been a thorn in the side of the Great Being. Initially, they were about to invade their universe, but who would have thought they would use that kind of technology? But that just slowed their inevitable deaths slightly. Let's pass judgment on their deaths for the Great Being. Before that, let's crush this Dragon Emperor Empire. I have prepared the Expeditionary Legion fleet. How is it? I have 5 million interstellar battleships ready here. I also have 5 million interstellar battleships here, ready to depart at any time. Alright, then that's a total of 15 million interstellar battleships. It should be more than enough to eliminate this Dragon Emperor Empire. We might even be able to use this to attract more Sacred Elf Empire fleet units to this Dragon Emperor Empire battlefield and crush them. Heh. Devour everything. By the way, let me ask you. According to the information I've gathered over the past few days about your Sacred Elf Empire concerning the devouring civilization, the records mention that it is controlled by 3 rulers. These 3 rulers are supposedly the only followers of Order, with rumors that they have personally seen Order, and thus obtained technological skills from Order's side, establishing the current devouring civilization. Have they really seen Order? Zhao Chen chatted with Gladys about the transcending universes scene they were familiar with. Those are just rumors. Who knows if they really saw Order? We have never seen Order. Often, Order appears through spiritual means or affects you without notice, or you can sense their presence in your mind. It's quite a strange thing. Gladys explained. Regarding Order, what Zhao Chen understood was a powerful soul entity that mastered magical T7 technology or consciousness, mind, being, with many other names. But no one really knew what it looked like. This made Zhao Chen very curious. What about the 3 rulers of the devouring civilization? Have you seen them? I haven't found any image data about them. Zhao Chen inquired about the devouring civilization's contents. Chapter 1395 Return to the Owl Dragon Empire. This is the collected information on the related Divine Spirit Empire. There are also signed alliance contracts, Zhao Chen said, looking at Lily and Charlotte on the video window across from him, discussing their visit to the Divine Spirit Empire. Lily carefully examined the various data of the Divine Spirit Empire, scanning through them quickly. In contrast, Charlotte didn't seem interested in the details of these contracts. She looked at Zhao Chen with interest regarding the Divine Spirit Empire. Do they have information on their active interstellar warships? I heard they have a raw material that can be used to build T6-class interstellar warships. Zhao Chen opened another document. In this document, there were detailed data on various interstellar warships, all coming from the Divine Spirit Empire. However, some of the data on these interstellar warships were more comprehensive, while others only had pictures and simple introductions. Typically, the higher the class of the interstellar warship, the less data available. Basically, these are the active and previously served interstellar warships of the Divine Spirit Empire. All the obtainable data is here. There isn't much more detailed information. As for the world tree, that is indeed a very mystical thing, a new type of material with some kind of energy. It can be used to build T6-class interstellar warships. However, there may be limitations, and I don't have many specific details on it. The Divine Spirit Empire has restrictions in this regard, Zhao Chen explained. Charlotte started to focus on the information about these interstellar warships. At that moment, Lily finished scanning through the data and looked at Zhao Chen. Regarding the content of the Alliance contract, there are basically no issues. Although we didn't gain much advantage, at least we didn't lose out either. After all, that's what we have for now. But about the Divine Spirit Empire's research on T7-class technology development, it seems there isn't detailed information. Zhao Chen nodded and explained, I have also paid attention to that. Indeed, it seems that the Divine Spirit Empire doesn't put too much effort into researching T7-class technology, but it's still possible that they are conducting research in a secretive manner. Lily frowned and said, researching T7-class technology. Normally, research on this level of technology requires significant resources, manpower, and time. It's impossible to have no movements at all. Moreover, the entire universe of the Divine Spirit Empire is controlled by the Elven race. There are only external orders and invasions of devouring civilizations. In normal circumstances, the Divine Spirit Empire could openly research T7 technological civilization and strive to achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible to confront the Order directly. There is absolutely no need for such high levels of secrecy. At most, there may be an increase in defense around research facilities to prevent attacks from some fanatical Order followers. After hearing Lily's analysis, Zhao Chen agreed with her reasoning. In fact, there are certain inexplicable secrets in the Divine Spirit Empire. Whether it's the Elven King of the Divine Spirit Empire or the envoy who followed me back this time, Gratis, they seem to have things they are not willing to disclose. With these aspects in mind, we shouldn't delve too much further for now. Otherwise, it could lead to a rift in our cooperation. Lily nodded in agreement. That's correct. Currently, we are in an alliance with the Divine Spirit Empire, and we also need to utilize the power of the Divine Spirit Empire. During this period, we need to maintain a good relationship with the Divine Spirit Empire. Of course, we cannot completely lack channels for obtaining information from the Divine Spirit Empire. I will try to establish suitable information channels later. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Zhao Chen's face. He said, regarding this information channel, I already have a plan in mind before I return. You will have to wait to hear about it. I'll be away for about 10 days. How are things going in different regions? Zhao Chen asked with concern about the situation back home while on this visit to the Divine Spirit Empire. He didn't plan to stay long in the Divine Spirit Empire. Everything is proceeding according to the original plan. There should be no issues. Regarding the possible invasion of the devouring civilization, all areas within the Owl Dragon Empire are maintaining a 24-hour level to alert status. The frequency and number of patrol fleets in some critical areas have also been increased. The T6 Universal Space Dynamic Monitoring Device is also operational. If there are any abnormal movements in our universe, we will be notified promptly. Charlotte, along with the Marshals, has formulated multiple emergency plans. I have also prepared some emergency plans for entering a state of war. Under our arrangements, once we identify any enemies within our universe, regardless of the location, we can ensure that 300,000 interstellar warships arrive at the target within 3 hours to counter the enemy. In emergency situations, we can deploy 1 million interstellar warships to the target within 3 hours. Lily continued to explain various aspects of their war preparations. Despite the peaceful appearance of the Owl Dragon Empire at present, with one command, the entire empire could swiftly transition into a war readiness state. Everyone would dedicate themselves to the cause of war. Previously, I received a military fleet combat strength report on the devouring civilization from the Divine Spirit Empire. Take a look and make some preparations. Zhao Chen handed another important document to Charlotte and Lily. Charlotte was highly interested in this information. After a quick glance, she said, "Give me 3 days, and I will have the Imperial Military Department evaluate the information on the devouring civilization's military fleet." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. In the future, the Divine Spirit Empire will station troops in our Owl Dragon Empire, and you two need to finalize 5 base locations. Moreover, arrangements need to be made for relevant personnel to contact the Divine Spirit Empire's Legion Fleet personnel. The high-level elves of the Divine Spirit Empire have quite the temper and are very proud. When we send people to contact them, be mentally prepared. Remember, they are our allies, and we will respect them. However, we cannot show weakness in front of them. This can be handled by me, Lily agreed. After chatting about various matters, Zhao Chen and the two ended their conversation. After finishing the conversation, Zhao Chen hastily rushed to another location. Is this the capital star system of your Owl Dragon Empire? The Emperor's Guards fleet had returned directly to the Owl Dragon Star system, and it was the first time for Gratis to visit the Owl Dragon Star system. The first time she had come to the Owl Dragon Empire. Before she could explore much in this universe, she was surrounded by the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. Since then, even after the misunderstanding was resolved, she and her fleet were not allowed to leave their position. The only way she could understand this Owl Dragon Empire universe was through the local network. She knew of the existence of the Owl Dragon Star system and had seen related images, but experiencing it in person was a completely different experience. Chapter 1396 arrives at the Owl Dragon Empire a week after the Flame Elf King. In the universe of the Owl Dragon Empire, a fleet of interstellar ships emerges from a blue mist, appearing in this universe. These interstellar warships are completely different from the Owl Dragon series of interstellar warships. Each one is beautiful and artistic. In the distance of this fleet, you can see the Owl Dragon Interstellar Fleet waiting here. The Second Legion fleet of the Sacred Elven Empire sent over, and this time accompanied by one of the 5 Elven Kings, the Flame Elf King. His Majesty ordered us to be polite. The deputy and the marshals Auryu said to Marshal Zhaoryu in front of him. I understand. Marshal Zhaoryu looked calmly at the Elven Legion fleet in front of him. Considering the identity of the visitors, Zha Chen was unable to leave, so a lower-ranking Imperial Marshal had to be arranged. Among them, Zhaoryu was the most suitable. Zhaoryu is not only the Imperial Marshal of the Owl Dragon Empire, but also Zha Chen's sister and a member of the Zhao family royal family. Naturally, she is qualified to welcome the Elven King here. At this time, she also started to make contact with the other party. It was followed by a video window appearing. On the other side was the Flame Elf King. Although she had never seen him in person, Marshals Auryu had naturally seen relevant image data for this task. Respected Flame Elf King, I am the highest commander of the 6th Legion Fleet Group of the Owl Dragon Empire, the Imperial Marshal. I have been ordered to welcome your arrival here. I welcome you on behalf of the Owl Dragon Empire and welcome the Flame Elf King to visit our Owl Dragon Empire. Zhaoryu smiled and looked at the Flame Elf King in front of her. The Flame Elf King was also interested in looking at Zhaoryu. Marshal Zhao, I have heard of you. You are the Emperor Owl's sister. With extremely high combat and command talents, you have become the current Imperial Marshal of the Owl Dragon Fleet through your own abilities. I admire your talent in commanding operations. Zhaoryu did not show much surprise at the Flame Elf King's enthusiastic words, as it was clearly stated in the data that this Flame Elf King was the most amiable one among the Elven Kings of the Sacred Elven Empire. At the same time, she was very interested in warfare and naval fleets, which could help her maintain a good relationship with the other. You are too kind. I am just doing what I should be doing in my position. Your Majesty, do you and your fleet need rest? If so, we can rest here for a while. If not, we can depart immediately for your temporary base where everything is ready for your Legion fleet. Marshals Auryu said. The Flame Elf King nodded in satisfaction. Regarding your preparations, the commander of the 1st Legion, who arrived already reported this matter to me. Your military base preparations are very professional, with no problems. We do not need rest. We can head directly to the military base. All right, I will have someone send you a navigation information. My fleet will escort your Legion fleet all the way to your station military base. If there are any issues, you can contact me anytime. During this process, any interstellar warship in your Legion fleet is not allowed to leave without our permission. Your Legion fleet. I understand, the Flame Elf King replied calmly. She had already made relevant preparations before coming here. But this did not stop her curiosity about the Owl Dragon Empire. Marshal Zhao, after accompanying the Legion fleet to the military base, I would like to apply to visit the Owl Dragon star system. Please inform the Emperor Owl. The Flame Elf King stated her thoughts. Marshals Aruyu responded, this is already arranged. If you wish to go anywhere in the Owl Dragon Empire within the allowed range, I can accompany you. During this time, I will be your guide. The Flame Elf King glanced at Zaruyu and smiled, then thank you in advance, Marshal Zhao. After a few more instructions, the communication was cut off. The Flame Elf King sat on the captain's chair, looking calm. But her elven deputy beside her couldn't help but speak up, Your Majesty, these people of the Owl Dragon Empire are really going too far. We came here with good intentions to support them, and they are just monitoring us. We just arrived here. They say these Owl Dragon fleets are welcoming us, but in reality, they're just monitoring us. The Flame Elf King looked at her deputy elf and calmly said, What's the problem? The Legion fleet sent to our universe by the Owl Dragon Empire before was not under our surveillance either. We allow their fleet to dock where we tell them, and they have to abide by our arrangements since they are in our territory. While we are in their territory, why can't we follow their arrangements? How can it be the same? We are high elves, and they are just. The elf deputy subconsciously wanted to say something, but felt the Flame Elf King's gaze cooling down. She knew she had misspoken. In the sacred Elven Empire, it was fine to say such things to the other Elven Kings, but it was unacceptable before the Flame Elf King. In her eyes, there was no distinction based on bloodline or race, only on strength. As long as someone was strong, they would earn her respect. This is the Owl Dragon Empire, and we will be in contact with them for a long time to come. If you continue to think this way, you will eventually bring trouble upon us. If that happens, I will consider transferring you out of the expeditionary fleet, the Flame Elf King straightforwardly told her longtime companion. The elf deputy immediately lowered her head, regretting her words. Your Majesty, I was wrong just now. I promise not to make such mistakes again. Well, I hope there won't be a next time, the Flame Elf King coldly replied. Under the leadership of Marshals Aruyu's small fleet, 1,000,000 elven interstellar warships quickly arrived at the specially prepared military base for them with the help of a Stargate in a day. What kind of Stargate is this? The efficiency is so fast. The elf deputy looked at the Stargate behind her, finding it hard to believe. It's an advanced, powerful, and comprehensive Stargate network. It can move 1,000,000 interstellar warships to any location within a day. This demonstrates the Owl Dragon Empire's infrastructure, capabilities, and fleet deployment capabilities. At least in our sacred Elven Empire, to move the same distance with 1,000,000 interstellar warships, it would take at least 2 days, the Flame Elf King praised. The elf deputy had nothing more to say at this point, as it was indeed a fact. Although it looks like a small Stargate, it actually reflects the military capabilities of the Owl Dragon Empire. The Stargate can transport interstellar fleets and supply fleets. Relying on this Stargate network, the Owl Dragon Empire's Legion fleet will receive a significant boost in domestic defense battles. The Flame Elf King continued to praise. The elf deputy, at this point, couldn't help but compliment. From my observations, the Stargate we just used should be a T6 class large Stargate. And it seems more advanced than our T6 Stargate in the sacred Elven Empire. It seems that the Owl Dragon Empire does indeed possess cross-universe navigation technology, just kept very confidential. This elf deputy had previously been responsible for a Stargate and understood quite a bit about them. She also knew that in this joint operation between the two countries, the sacred Elven Empire's cosmic Stargate technology would be utilized. This had led to disputes with the kings of the elves until the core technology module construction cost was resolved by the sacred Elven Empire's royal family. At that time, in order to prove that the Owl Dragon Empire also had equivalent cross-universe navigation technology, the Emperor Owl had even shown a technology framework to the Emerald Elf King. Now it seemed that it was true. The T6 Stargate is primary, with T5 gates as backups, constructing a vast Stargate network infrastructure for the Owl Dragon Empire. The Flame Elf King began to anticipate the temporary military base prepared for them by the Owl Dragon Empire. Shortly after, in a galaxy, a starry facility emerged. It wasn't far from where they arrived through the Stargate, just a few minutes of travel. This allowed the Legion fleet stationed at this military base to respond quickly to any events. In front of them was a military base, the most prominent feature of which was a large starport in the center, surrounded by starports of various sizes resembling a hexagram. It seemed there was a T6 starport, along with several T5 and T4 grade starports. In addition to this, there was a distant industrial base built on a small asteroid. At that moment, Marshal's RU's communication request window popped up. Your Majesty, this is the military base we have prepared for you and your Legion fleet. The other four military bases are similar to this one, with minor differences in the number of lower-level starports. But the distinctions are not significant. We have codenamed these 5 military bases. This one in front of us is Elven Base 2. Marshal Zaryu began to explain in detail. The Stargate we used to arrive was a T6 Altar-class large Stargate, specially prepared for the Legion fleet of interstellar ships that transports here. During wartime, it will be used entirely for the deployment of interstellar Legion fleets. In this military base, there is a T6 Starfort large starport, 3 T5 Fountain of the Moon large starports, and 15 T for Storm Fortress-class large starports. Also, an industrial base has been established. In addition to the relevant industrial facilities, it can provide different maintenance for the interstellar warships. It is equipped with 100 T5 Stellar-class heavy interstellar industrial ships and 500 T for Gemini Star-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. You and your soldiers can rest in the starport, and we will provide various life services. This place can accommodate at least 1.5 million interstellar warships for the standard Elven Legion fleet to station and repair. After hearing Marshal Zaryu's explanation, the Flame Elf King was quite satisfied. She nodded and smiled, saying, Emperor Owl, you have considered everything for us. Even what we didn't think of has been taken care of. We are very satisfied with these military base facilities. As long as you are satisfied. If you need anything later on, you can contact me directly, Marshal Zaryu said with a smile. Thank you. Later, the Elven Legion fleet swiftly moved into this military base. After confirming that the Elven Legion fleet had settled in, the Flame Elf King decided to go to the Owl Dragon star system. In fact, she refused the suggestion to bring a fleet and only brought her own flagship, following Marshal Zaryu's fleet towards the Owl Dragon star system. Shortly after, the Flame Elf King's flagship sailed out from the Stargate of the Owl Dragon star system. As the first Elven King of the Sacred Elven Empire to visit the central authority of the Owl Dragon Empire. So this is the Owl Dragon star system. The Flame Elf King didn't miss any scene she could see in this universe. Although the Owl Dragon star system was not as stunning as the Sacred Tree star system of the Sacred Elven Empire, she still found many details here. She saw a large number of interstellar transport ships and a huge industrial area in the distance. She knew that this was where the advanced interstellar warships of T6 class were built for the Owl Dragon Empire. The Flame Elf King was very curious about this, but also understood that it was a military secret of the Owl Dragon Empire, and she, as an Elven King, probably did not have the right to enter. An incoming video window appeared. The Flame Elf King opened it, and on the other side was Emperor Al Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, originally, I should have personally welcomed you to the Owl Dragon Empire. However, due to some urgent matters, I couldn't make it and had to trouble my sister, Marshal Zaryu, to welcome you. Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke. Normally, it should have been him welcoming her. But since she had already arrived in the Owl Dragon star system, it would be inappropriate not to appear before her. Therefore, Zhao Chen had made time to greet the Flame Elf King early. It's no problem. I had a pleasant chat with Marshal Za. The Flame Elf King smiled and replied. Since this time, it is the Elven King visiting my territory, I should show my respect as the host. Please follow me. With Zhao Chen leading the way, the Flame Elf King's flagship naturally had the highest permission, making its way without obstruction to a massive starry structure. Even the Flame Elf King, when she saw the star building, was stunned. She stared at the shiny signboard. Chang'an City. Chapter 1397 of Chang'an City entertained the Elf King. Accompanied by this Flame Elf King, the flagship slowly docked into the designated berth prepared for welcoming foreign guests. Zhao Chen was already waiting there. He watched as the Flame Elf King disembarked and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Your Majesty, to the Elf King. Is this the interstellar city built by your Phoenix Empire?" The Flame Elf King curiously inquired. "I've seen the term Chang'an City in some information before, but I thought it was just a large spaceport. I didn't expect it to be so huge." At least in the Holy Elf Empire, the Flame Elf King had never seen such a massive interstellar structure, not even counting the World Tree. Chang'an City is currently the political center of our Phoenix Empire. Many internal affairs of the Empire, as well as relevant governmental institutions, are all built here using T6 Divine Palace-level interstellar complex technology. There are not just this one within the Phoenix Empire. There are several others, each with its own name and different architectural styles, based on different needs, Zhao Chen explained. The Flame Elf King nodded, smiling. "It seems that I will have many surprises during my visit to the Phoenix Empire. Well, let's not just stand here. Let's tour Chang'an City first, and later, I've prepared a welcome banquet for you all. Let's enjoy the delicacies of our Phoenix Empire," Zhao Chen said with a smile. At the mention of food, the Flame Elf King and the other elves who followed behind showed some subtle changes on their faces. But the Flame Elf King still smiled and accepted. At this moment, those elves couldn't express any opinions and could only follow the Flame Elf King and Zhao Chen to explore Chang'an City. It had to be said that the internal construction of Chang'an City was truly impressive, luxurious yet practical, with different styles in each area. After a round of exploration, the elves unanimously praised Chang'an City positively. It was impressive enough to win the approval of these discerning elves. Later, it was time for the welcome banquet. The venue was simple, an open-air booth in the center of a lake, with a transparent bottom to see the clear water and food underwater. Inside the booth was a large round table that could accommodate 20 people, perfectly meeting the dining needs of both parties. "Eating is essential to me, and being able to sit down together at a table to eat means we are friends," Zhao Chen said as he led the Flame Elf King to their seats. Zhao Chen's entourage and the Flame Elf King with her accompanying elves each took half of the table. "Thank you very much for the hospitality, Your Majesty of the Phoenix Empire." The Flame Elf King squeezed out a smile and then glanced at her companions, reminding them that no matter what food was served, they should at least show courtesy by trying a bit, even if it didn't meet their dietary preferences. These elves looked somewhat stiff, seemingly ready for battle. However, the dishes that were brought to the table surprised them. There were various fruits and vegetables, as well as meat dishes that were artfully presented, giving a pleasant dining experience. The most important part was that among the fruits and vegetables, some were specialties of the Holy Elf Empire. "These are ingredients specially prepared by my order. Eating is crucial to me. There is nothing more important than eating. Considering the preferences of the elven race, we have specially prepared the specialties of the Holy Elf Empire and some exclusive fruits of the Phoenix Empire. Additionally, we have prepared some signature dishes. Feel free to indulge in them if you find them to your liking," Zhao Chen explained with a smile. "Is this the honeyed moon peach from our Holy Elf Empire?" The Flame Elf King asked in surprise as she looked at the familiar fruit cuts in front of her. "Yes. When I returned from the Holy Elf Empire, I brought back some seeds and cultivated them. These are the first batch of mature fruits," Zhao Chen explained. With the presence of the T6 Golden Eden-class starship, the crop growth period could be greatly shortened. The Flame Elf King picked up a piece and tasted it, her eyes lighting up the next moment. The taste! The honeyed moon peach was a popular fruit among the high-ranking elves of the Holy Elf Empire, and the ones presented were of the highest quality. However, the ones produced by the Phoenix Empire in front of her were in a class of their own. "Is this really freshly cultivated by you?" the Flame Elf King asked in amazement. Zhao Chen nodded. "Yes, we have specialized facilities for crop cultivation where we can produce high-quality fruits in a short period, greatly shortening the growth cycle. I wonder if these meet your preferences. The taste is much better than what we have in our Holy Elf Empire. My goodness! I love these miniature fish fruits, but they are so expensive and small, hardly enjoyable. Here, you have cultivated them to the size of a fist. This is so enjoyable." The elves at the table started to enjoy the fruits and dishes, expressing surprise and admiration. Seeing the feedback from the high-ranking elves, Zhao Chen was quite satisfied. It seemed that in the future, he could explore markets in other universes, establish trade with the Holy Elf Empire, and use the elves as promoters for their goods. After they finished dining, Zhao Chen asked the Flame Elf King if she was satisfied with their hospitality. Very satisfied. I didn't expect the Phoenix Empire to have such advanced interstellar warship technology and such delicious food, the Flame Elf King remarked. Especially your cultivation techniques allowing us to enjoy the fruits and vegetables of the Holy Elf Empire so quickly and of excellent quality. If your Majesty finds these products excellent, we can sell them to the 5 million elf interstellar warship crew who are stationed in our empire, Zhao Chen suggested. The Flame Elf King and her companions were pleasantly surprised by this proposal, as they valued such experiences and superior products. That's fantastic, the Flame Elf King expressed her gratitude. I really appreciate the benefits provided by Emperor Zhao to our expeditionary fleet. We are allies, it's only natural, Zhao Chen said with a smile. However, Zhao Ruyu, who had been at the table, observed Zhao Chen's strategic planning, realizing his foresight and potential. After the meal, Zhao Chen escorted the Flame Elf King and her companions to their accommodation, while Zhao Chen and Zhao Ruyu completed their tasks for the day. This reception is quite unusual, isn't it? You went to the trouble of preparing such a special banquet. It doesn't seem like an emperor of an empire, but rather a merchant promoting his products, Zhao Ruyu commented. Zhao Chen, stretching lazily, replied, if it can make our country prosperous, what's wrong with being a merchant? Besides, my goals are not that simple. It may seem like just fruits and vegetables, but based on what we know about the Holy Elf Empire, understanding that the higher elves of the empire, besides seeking spiritual things, also enjoy the natural fruits and vegetables. In their country, there's even a saying, elves without fruits face death, and land without fruit cultivation is akin to hell. This shows how important these items are to them. Are they really so fond of these items? Zhao Ruyu asked in surprise. Perhaps you can't understand. It's closely related to the local culture and environment. Some interstellar races like useless but beautiful gems. Some like spending vast sums to build houses on various minor planets just for their family. If we can grasp these characteristics of interstellar races, we can gain an advantage when interacting with them. We've already succeeded in the first step with the positive feedback from the Flame Elf King and the high-ranking elves. The next step is to sell such products to the 5 million elf interstellar warship crew stationed in our empire. With 5 million starships, that's at least 100 billion elves. We can offer various grades of fruit products to their lower-ranking crew members up to the officers. When they return to the Holy Elf Empire, they will become promoters of our products. By then, we can effortlessly open the markets of the Holy Elf Empire. This allows us to expand our food trade market and penetrate the interstellar trade territory of the Holy Elf Empire. After all, what's the fastest way to understand a country? It's through trade. Trade can help us grasp various aspects of a country, even establish connections and networks. With this, we can establish our intelligence network in the Holy Elf Empire. One stone, multiple birds, Zhao Chen declared with a sharp gaze. Zhao Ruyu looked at her brother in astonishment, realizing how far he had already planned. However, those are matters for the future. The most important thing for now is to prepare for the potential invasion by the devouring civilization at any moment. They have their eyes on us. Even though we have the support of the 5 million elf interstellar warships from the Holy Elf Empire stationed here after driving away their lord's henchmen, they will likely strike back hard. Despite having the Holy Elf Empire's reinforcements, we need to be prepared for any situation ourselves. Don't rely entirely on others, Zhao Chen cautioned. Zhao Ruyu nodded solemnly. The 6th Legion fleet of the Phoenix Empire has completed training and is fully combat-ready. We stand ready to brandish our swords against any enemy for the Empire. Zhao Chen watched Zhao Ruyu and solemnly said, it's a bit strange when I think about it. Initially, I wanted you to have an easy living environment, but unintentionally, I built an empire and became emperor. I established a royal Zhao family. Wei is now the supreme commander of the Shadow Hunters flagship fleet, and you are the supreme commander of the 6th Legion fleet. It seems Charlotte, after giving birth, returned to work immediately, not even spending time with her child. Zhao Chen rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat complicated as he said, I often wonder if the path I've taken is the right one. Zhao Ruyu placed her hand on her brother's shoulder. Why such sentiments all of a sudden? This is unlike you. Since we've chosen this path, let's focus on it. We have our family to support each other. Have no fear. Chapter 1398 White Jade was successfully developed a month after the Owl Dragon Empire and the Holy Elf Empire signed an alliance contract. During this month, 5 million elven interstellar warships had all arrived at the temporary military base provided by the Owl Dragon Empire. At the same time, construction of the Cosmic Stargate built using the Holy Elf Empire's Water Dragon Gate, Stargate-type technology was underway, with construction efficiency extremely high. There was hope that the Cosmic Stargate would be completed within the scheduled time. Meanwhile, the Owl Dragon Empire and the Holy Elf Empire had increased their interaction and understanding. During this month, Zhao Chen of the Owl Dragon Empire and Dr. Camille had made significant strides in complex inter-universe travel technology. They had successfully launched 13 short-term inter-universe travel experiments, somewhat similar to the disposable technology used when the Holy Elf Empire first visited the Owl Dragon Empire. If there are no issues, then according to the Y071 prototype, we will start production on the first mass-produced model. Dr. Camille looked at Zhao Chen, asking for his thoughts. Zhao Chen nodded. Our technology in this area is no longer available. We can temporarily deploy a one-way inter-universe transit channel that can transport 10,000 T5 class interstellar warships in a single trip. To transport a fleet of all Dragon Empire legions, we would need about 300. Although the technology is not very advanced and cannot meet our needs, it is the only technology equipment we can mass produce and use. Let's produce a large quantity first and use it for military preparedness. Then, give this mass-produced model a name, Dr. Camille enthusiastically suggested. Zhao Chen paused. Naming something. It seemed like the first time he had named a technology himself, as the Starship technologies he had received before had names already in the system, and Zhao Chen didn't want to bother, mostly using the names given by the system. This is something you have worked hard to design during this time. This honor should belong to you. Zhao Chen handed this opportunity over to Dr. Camille. Dr. Camille's eyes lit up with joy. As researchers, the birth of each technological advancement felt like watching their own child being born. Being able to name their child was naturally the best thing. Then, let's name it White Jade since when it activates, it appears like a piece of pure white jade, Dr. Camille said. Zhao Chen had witnessed the scene during the White Jade experiment. When the Water Dragon Gate of the Holy Elf Empire was activated, that area of space became like water, with white mist and even a vague outline of a dragon. In contrast, White Jade was simpler, forming a mirror like pure white jade, flawless except for a thin layer. In that case, let's name it White Jade as you said. Immediately put White Jade into rapid production, but this production task is highly classified and must not be leaked. The transportation of this device must also be carried out in strict secrecy, silently transporting it to various All Dragon Empire Legion fleets, Zhao Chen instructed. Understood. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal began flashing. He opened it, and a video window popped up. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Ruyu on the other side. The third joint military high-level meeting between the two allied nations that we agreed upon previously is ready, Zhao Ruyu reported to Zhao Chen. Got it. Most of the matters are the same as before, handled by your military department in discussions with them. I will meet Flame Elf King after the meeting, Zhao Chen replied. Flame Elf King also hopes to meet you after this meeting. She said there is something very important to discuss with you, Zhao Ruyu added. All right, I'll come over once your meeting ends. Arrange a meeting with me and Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen instructed. Okay. After ending the communication, Zhao Chen turned to Dr. Camille. I'll leave things here to you. I have other matters to attend to. Although we have successfully developed the one-time inter-universe travel equipment, it is not enough. Our goal is a large-scale permanent inter-universe Stargate. I understand. We will continue our research. I promise we will catch up with the Holy Elf Empire in the shortest time possible, Dr. Camille firmly stated. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction before leaving. At the Star Chang'an City military department meeting room, Zhao Chen entered a compartment and observed the commanders on both sides engaging in heated discussions through a glass partition. Charlotte, nearby, explained, "It's always like this. Both sides are commanders, the other is the elf family, and we're no less. Naturally, no one wants to concede, everyone wants to come out on top, leading to every meeting being like a battle. Are they going to end up fighting? Zhao Chen, observing Zhu Zhaoxiao with one foot already on the table, expressed concern. It's fine. They know their limits. The other side is a group of people who value etiquette, so at most, it's just verbal sparring. Charlotte responded nonchalantly. Will it affect the relationship between the two sides? After all, we might have to fight side by side in the future, Zhao Chen inquired, expressing some concern. I've thought about that. At the end of each meeting, the two people who argued the most would schedule a simulated combat, directly determining the victor in combat. So far, each side has had its victories and defeats. It's become a routine after every meeting. For us soldiers, there's nothing a fight can't solve. If one round isn't enough, there's always a second. If that doesn't work, they fight personally, Charlotte explained. Satisfied with the explanation, Zhao Chen commented, if anyone loses too badly, remember to deduct their monthly salary. Rolling her eyes at Zhao Chen, Charlotte said, the Flame Elf King is waiting in another smaller conference room. Her expression is serious, likely indicating important matters. No problem. I'll wait a bit longer. The matter might be essential, but I assume it's related to consuming civilizations. However, since she hasn't directly contacted me, it means the situation hasn't reached a critical point, Zhao Chen said calmly. He inquired regarding the 5 million elven interstellar warships sent by the Holy Elf Empire this time. Have you already gathered detailed information and statistics? Charlotte nodded, raising her hand to pull up a detailed panel in front of Zhao Chen. She provided a comprehensive overview of the fleet structure and the different elven military formations within the Holy Elf Empire and the Owl Dragon Empire. If I'm not mistaken, the more prominent positions should belong to the stronger elven fleets from the Holy Elf Empire, right? Zhao Chen squinted at the information. Although not entirely accurate, Charlotte confirmed. Generally speaking, that's the case. The fleets with higher positions were established earlier, have significant operational experience, and often possess the most advanced warships. It seems like the Holy Elf Empire still has some hidden cards in our cooperation. They haven't dispatched any of their 10 strongest fleets to us, Zhao Chen shrugged, lightly laughing. He understood that the 500 elven interstellar warships sent were part of the agreement, and there was no need for further discussion. Leaving the room, Zhao Chen headed towards another small room where the Flame Elf King was waiting. After a brief conversation with the Flame Elf King, he learned of the upcoming threat from the devouring civilization, prompting the need for strategic preparations and vigilance. Chapter 1399. Prelude to War. I understand what you mean. You want us to temporarily provide the resources needed for the 5 million elven interstellar battleships in the upcoming war. Zhao Chen looked at the Flame Elf King. The Flame Elf King nodded. Zhao Chen continued, you don't need to worry about that. It was clearly stated in the supplementary terms of our alliance agreement. Although each side will bear the battle consumption of their interstellar battleships on the battlefield. In the respective interstellar empires, the use of stargates, starports, daily maintenance, interstellar transportation, and other needs can be taken care of by the respective interstellar empire when necessary. Moreover, in the event of a war before the completion of the space gates, during this period, the battle consumption generated by the 5 million elven interstellar battleships stationed in the Ominous Dragon Empire will be provided by the Ominous Dragon Empire first and compensated by the Holy Elf Empire later. We have discussed and settled all these matters properly. So, you don't need to worry. The Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen and said frankly, I'm not worried that your country will not comply with the agreement. I'm concerned about the battle consumption of the 5 million interstellar battleships when the war breaks out. It turns out that was her concern. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. I know that so far, the scale of interstellar battleships in our Ominous Dragon Empire has not reached 5 million interstellar battleships. However, the consumption of each battle we engage in is a very substantial number. In our Ominous Dragon Empire, there will be no issues with logistic support. We can fully afford the battle consumption of your 5 million elven interstellar battleships for 1 month. Jokingly, what kind of battles did the Ominous Dragon Legion fight before? In terms of quantity, it may not be as much as yours. But in terms of battlefield consumption, there is absolutely no department more familiar than the logistics department of the Ominous Dragon Empire. Since you are so confident, then I can rest assured. Within a week, the war to engulf civilizations will break out. I won't discuss the detailed battle plans with you. Our people will handle that. But I need to explain some of my bottom-line principles to you. The Flame Elf King lowered her voice, looking serious. Go ahead, Zhao Chen said. The Flame Elf King, with a complex expression, continued. Actually, I shouldn't be telling you these things. But your understanding in these past days, I admire it. I think you are someone I can trust, and I also like this ominous dragon empire you have built. I have witnessed many interstellar civilizations being destroyed. I don't want to see such a thing happen to the ominous dragon empire. Zhao Chen waited for the Flame Elf King to continue. Before I left, I had a secret conversation with the High Council. We agreed on several points, although I didn't like some of them. However, since other Elf Kings agreed, I have no choice but to comply. First, the total casualty rate of the Elven Legion fleet sent to fight in the ominous Dragon Empire must not exceed 50%. Once it exceeds this threshold, all Legion fleets within the ominous Dragon Empire must be immediately withdrawn. As she stated this, the Flame Elf King paused, looking at Zhao Chen's expression. Zhao Chen remained composed, as if everything was within his expectations. The Flame Elf King continued, the daily loss of battleships in battle must not exceed 50,000. Otherwise, all Legion fleets within the ominous Dragon Empire must be immediately withdrawn. As the Supreme Commander, I have some room for maneuver around these regulations, but if the numbers are too large, even I may not be able to intervene. In addition, if there is no permission from the High Council later, the Holy Elf Empire will not send any more reinforcements to support the battlefield in the ominous Dragon Empire. How they evaluate this will depend on our performance on the battlefield. After finishing her statement, the Flame Elf King looked quietly at Zhao Chen. As a commander, the Flame Elf King actually disliked this kind of subtle manipulation. And after spending this time with the Dragon Emperor, understanding the ominous Dragon Empire, and anticipating the joint battle ahead, she disdained these thoughts. So, she decided to lay it all out here. Zhao Chen's deep gaze faced the Flame Elf King. So you're telling me this, because in the future, we will be comrades, the Flame Elf Queen said calmly. Then, with utmost seriousness, she added, and I am doing this from the perspective of the Holy Elf Empire. In my view, if the soaring Dragon Empire is defeated, the battlefield will inevitably shift to the Holy Elf Empire. Facing the invasion of the devouring civilization alone, being destroyed is only a matter of time. Only by joining forces with you do we stand a chance of defeating the devouring civilization. Everything I do is merely to bring the Holy Elf Empire back to what I believe is the right path. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and said, What are you proposing? You and I should cooperate, the Flame Elf Queen replied, leaning forward to close the distance between them. She gestured between herself and Zhao Chen with her finger. Cooperate? Aren't we already working together? Zhao Chen asked, pretending not to understand. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean. I'm talking about cooperation between you and me personally, the Flame Elf Queen said, narrowing her eyes. Though combative and often bold in demeanor, she wasn't without wit. For what purpose? Zhao Chen countered. Our cooperation is straightforward and won't harm the interests of either the Soaring Dragon Empire or the Holy Elf Empire. That would violate our fundamental principles. Our goal is to defeat the devouring civilization and seize every opportunity to do so. Alone, neither you nor I can achieve this. Only by joining forces can we succeed, the Flame Elf Queen explained. Tell me your thoughts, Zhao Chen said. The Flame Elf Queen continued. First, we need to change the mindset of the High Council behind me and the other Elf Kings. They must abandon their stubborn insistence on solely defending their homeland and shift more resources to the battlefield in the Soaring Dragon Empire. You know that the Holy Elf Empire has over 30 million interstellar warships, yet only 5 million are deployed in the Soaring Dragon Empire, less than 1/6. According to my plan, apart from the forces necessary to defend our homeland, all 30 million warships must be sent to the battlefield here. Only by going all in can we hope to win. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and shook his head. If you were in charge of the Holy Elf Empire, I wouldn't doubt it. But the High Council and the other Elf Kings behind you will never agree. At most, they might increase the number to 6 or 7 million, but 30 million. They don't have that kind of courage. Or are you suggesting? Zhao Chen gave the Flame Elf Queen a knowing smile. You want me to help you seize power and become the sole ruler of the Holy Elf Empire? The Flame Elf Queen rolled her eyes at him. I have no such intention, nor is that feasible. Don't even think about it. Listen to me seriously. I know it's impossible to achieve my vision in one step, but we can do it gradually. It's like persuading a cautious gambler to increase their stakes. When they bet 1/10, they don't feel the pain and can easily walk away. But when they bet a quarter, a third, or even half, can they still back out? Zhao Chen had grasped the gist of her plan. What do you propose we do? The Flame Elf Queen explained. To get the High Council and the other Elf Kings to agree to deploy more forces, our first battle against the devouring civilization is critical. We must not cross the red lines I mentioned earlier. Within this month, we need to achieve a decisive victory to give me leverage to argue for more reinforcements. The devouring civilization is said to be sending about 15 million interstellar warships. If we can destroy a third of their fleet within a month, I'll have the confidence to request an additional 5 million warships from the High Council and the Elf Kings. With each successive victory, we'll continue to escalate the reinforcements until they have no choice but to commit fully to the war in the soaring Dragon Empire. The Flame Elf Queen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhao Chen. Her idea was solid, akin to securing funding for an excellent project in stages, with successive rounds of investment following proven success. Aren't you worried that the High Council and the other Elf Kings might target you if they discover your actions? Zhao Chen asked, studying her. The Flame Elf Queen shrugged. What if they do? What if they don't? Her gaze dimmed as though recalling a distant memory. Have you ever witnessed the complete destruction of a universe? Not occupation, not conquest, but utter annihilation. Familiar places, perhaps even a few friends you knew, wiped out entirely. I don't want to see such a fate befall my homeland or my people. It seemed the Flame Elf Queen had her share of untold stories. I understand your proposal now. Based on what you've said, I'm willing to work with you, Zhao Chen said, extending his hand. The Flame Elf Queen immediately shook it and winked. Let me make it clear up front, in this first phase, I only have 5 million interstellar warships at my disposal, along with all the associated restrictions. This means your soaring dragon fleet will bear significant pressure, potentially even heavy losses. I know. To be honest, with or without the Holy Elf Empire, we'd still have to fight this war. As you said, this is our home, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Talking to you is such a relief compared to the High Council. They'd spend weeks debating a single issue, the Flame Elf Queen grumbled. But Zhao Chen suddenly turned serious, looking directly at her. Salomon, I know that in this partnership, whether it's between our empires or between you and me personally, it's all about mutual benefit. I don't mind that. People inherently use each other. But if you fail to deliver on your promises, I will drag you down with me, even if it means going to hell. The Flame Elf Queen could sense Zhao Chen's seriousness as he called her by her name, Salomon. Zhao Chen, I swear on my honor and the name of the Elf God that I will uphold every promise I've made to you, the Flame Elf Queen vowed. Zhao Chen's stern demeanor vanished, replaced by a casual smile, as if their intense conversation had merely been a friendly chat. Now that we've discussed business and strength in our partnership, can I ask you something out of personal curiosity? Zhao Chen asked. Go ahead, the Flame Elf Queen replied. Does the World Tree in your realm hold some kind of secret? Zhao Chen inquired. The Flame Elf Queen's expression froze momentarily. After a pause, she looked at Zhao Chen and, for once, didn't evade the question. Her tone was calm. I can't tell you about that right now. Don't bother investigating. You won't find anything. If the High Council or the other Elf Kings catch wind of your interest in this matter, it could jeopardize our partnership. When the time comes when I believe I can tell you, I'll let you know. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. This woman was dangling a carrot. How about this? If, in this first battle against the 15 million interstellar warships from the devouring civilization, my soaring dragon fleet destroys more enemies than your elf fleet, will you tell me the answer then? Zhao Chen proposed. Enemy kill count? The Flame Elf Queen glanced at him skeptically. She didn't doubt the strength of the soaring dragon fleet, but she still believed it was no match for the Holy Elf Empire's military might. Deal, she replied nonchalantly. Then it's settled, Zhao Chen said with a smile. He stood up. I'll go prepare for the upcoming war, comrade. As she watched Zhao Chen leave, the Flame Elf Queen chuckled softly. See you on the battlefield, comrade. Chapter 1400. Devouring Civilization, Arrival. The time for the invasion by the devouring civilization was known in advance. The Owl Dragon Empire naturally began war preparations. All 6 Imperial Fleet groups and 5 Ace Fleet groups of the Owl Dragon Empire were ready for combat. Currently, the number of our main fleet, the interstellar battleships, is around 3.5 million ships. In addition, we still have some surplus interstellar battleships during this time. Originally, if the war was delayed by a few months, we might have been able to form the 7th Imperial Legion Fleet Group. But based on the current situation, it is not appropriate. However, these surplus interstellar battleships can be used as reserves to be deployed when there are losses among the frontline interstellar Legion fleets. These reserve interstellar battleships can then be used to replenish the losses. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen as he analyzed. Zhao Chen nodded, looking at the interstellar sandbox in front of him. There were several small and large dots on it. Our military department has already made battle deployments with the Legion Fleet Group stationed at these strategic locations. Because we do not know from which direction the invasion fleet of the devouring civilization will come, we can only prepare in advance. These locations are basically the hub for travel in all directions of our Owl Dragon Empire, enabling us to arrive at various places in the shortest time possible. They are mainly divided into 5 strategic regions. These 5 strategic regions also have 5 local battlefield command posts. The names of the battlefields are based on these 5 local battlefield command posts, namely Chang'an Battlefield, Northern Luoyang Battlefield, Southern Yanjing Battlefield, Eastern Kaifeng Battlefield, and Western Jinling Battlefield, named after the 5 main interstellar cities of our empire. Charlotte pointed to the 5 brightest points on the star map and explained. Lily also added, "We have already arranged the strategic resources needed to be mobilized in these 5 interstellar cities, serving as supply points behind the battlefields. Once the battles occur in these 5 regions, the nearby supply points will provide the necessary supplies to the interstellar Legion fleets engaged in battle." Zhao Chen nodded and then said, "As previously instructed, prepare some conventional strategic weapons and ammunition supplies that can be universally used by our All Dragon series and the Elf series of interstellar battleships. At least prepare a month's worth of consumption." "How is this arrangement?" Lily replied, "Currently, the production can only meet the consumption for around 20 days of regular combat. But based on the current situation, maintaining supplies for a month should not be a problem." Charlotte added, "The condition for all this to proceed smoothly is that our construction of the universal stargates with them is completed on time. If this step goes wrong, it will greatly affect our plans." Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, acknowledging that she had been prepared for this point. The military department has already developed different operational plans for various strategic locations. Among them is the area designated as a primary strategic location, which includes the Universal Stargate construction site. The Universal Stargate construction site is very close to Luoyang City. The Owl Dragon's 4th Legion Fleet, led by Zhu Zhaoxiao, is stationed in Luoyang City and has been briefed. If the expected situation occurs, they will immediately dispatch the Legion Fleet under her command to protect the Universal Stargate and ensure its timely completion, Charlotte said. Zhao Chen frowned, relying only on Zhu Zhaoxiao's 4th Legion Fleet to accomplish this mission, if the situation arises, is quite challenging. It's a challenging task, but it must be completed. If this Universal Stargate fails to be completed on time, the difficulty level we face in the battle against the devouring civilization will reach hellish proportions, Charlotte said solemnly. Zhao Chen sighed, knowing the gravity of the situation. He fell silent for a moment and then said, "Follow your plan procedures. But remember, don't place all our hopes on others. Be prepared for anything that may happen." Zhao Chen's words were undoubtedly a reminder to Charlotte and others not to rely entirely on the sacred Elven Empire. In times like these, there are no allies with 100% loyalty. As time passed, everything in the Owl Dragon Empire seemed normal on the surface, but those in contact with the higher echelons could sense a heavy atmosphere looming. All stargates, starports, and trade group executives within the Empire had already entered a semi-military control state, and all military industrial enterprises under the Empire had rescheduled all orders. The products that had been continuously produced round the clock for 24 hours were being transported to the 5 major interstellar cities. The 11 top marshals of the Owl Dragon Empire's highest military command were continuously maintaining at least 3 marshals on duty. Additionally, the military department had issued orders that any fleet, any starship, under any circumstances, upon receiving orders, all military combat personnel must return to their positions within half an hour. At this moment, the giant Owl Dragon Empire had taken up a combat stance, prepared to face the potential enemies that could strike from the darkness at any moment. The entire department of the Owl Dragon Empire's Space Dynamics Monitoring Unit had all eyes focused on every fluctuation in the readings on their instruments. The slightest abnormality was met with heightened vigilance. One staff member noticed a subtle fluctuation in the readings, although very minor. She still caught it. However, such minor fluctuations were common in the universe, similar to the occasional giant waves in the sea. But she still paid close attention. Suddenly, she realized that the value of that fluctuation had jumped 20 times within a short period. Though it was just a momentary fluctuation, not even lasting a second, she immediately pressed the alarm button next to her. A red circle appeared above her workstation. Yellow level abnormal wave detected in region XY771 once. The staff member reported loudly. The department head came over, standing at her workstation, looking at the marked abnormal wave. Although this kind of abnormal wave is brief, based on our past records, it is rare for cosmic waves to reach this level. The staff member reported. I see. Continue monitoring. The department head, without hesitation, immediately reported this information to the Imperial Secretary Department. Though she couldn't confirm if this fluctuation meant an invasion, reporting it upwards was part of her duty. The Secretary Department quickly responded. Continue observations. The department head stood at the position, watching the screen of the instrument in front of the staff member. 1 minute passed. No abnormal fluctuations were observed. 2 minutes passed. Everything appeared normal. 3 minutes passed. There was no abnormal wave similar to the previous one, not even higher value fluctuations. 5 minutes passed. Just as the department head momentarily relaxed, ready to leave, suddenly, the staff member exclaimed, "Report. Yellow level abnormal wave reappeared in region XY771, and this time, the intensity is 50 times higher than the previous abnormal wave and lasted 1.3 seconds. The department head did not hesitate, immediately reporting this information again, simultaneously emphasizing to other staff to pay attention to this type of abnormal wave. After another 5 minutes, a different observation staff in another region noticed a similar abnormal wave. The department head followed the protocol and reported this situation as well. Subsequently, within the next half hour, more yellow-level abnormal waves appeared at least 13 times in a row. The department head contacted the Secretary Department once again, explicitly stating that this was no coincidence and requesting their attention. Following this, the situation recurred over a dozen times. Finally, half an hour after the first abnormal wave appeared, multiple staff members reported abnormal waves, and this time, the abnormalities were continuous. These abnormal waves were concentrated in 3 regions. Report, we can confirm that there is an enemy invasion in the Owl Dragon Empire universe, originating from 3 coordinates. They are regions XY771, XM981, and XQ003. Understood. Thanks to your diligent work, we have already dispatched military forces half an hour ago. The secretary on the other end of the line supplemented. The department head was startled. Military forces were sent half an hour ago. This indicated a high level of recognition and trust from the higher-ups based on the accuracy of their reports. This alone was a recognition of their diligent work. The department head relaxed, and her gaze shifted to the 3 regions. The spatial fluctuations in those 3 areas had already surged into the red zone. She knew that another war was on the brink in the Owl Dragon Empire, in a star system adjacent to the Liu Yang star system. At this moment, this star system had entered a state of war, with all evacuable personnel evacuated immediately. Those who couldn't evacuate in time had all entered the shelters within the planet. At the same time, tens of thousands of interstellar battleships were passing through the T5 long-range transiting gateway of this star system and entering this star system. Additionally, in the extraterrestrial space at the edges of the star system, countless shining stars could be seen, indicating the engines of numerous interstellar battleships rushing to provide support. Due to the proximity to the Liu Yang star system, this star system was the first to respond. Liu Yang is one of the main core star systems of the Owl Dragon Empire and was renamed after the construction of the interstellar Liu Yang city within the system, now deemed one of the 5 major star systems in the Owl Dragon Empire. In this star system adjacent to the Liu Yang star system, there were apparent signs of decay in the space within. It was as if the sky were a cloth, seeping with black marks of decay. It gave a chilling feeling. These scattered black decaying spots were numerous, totaling in the hundreds. Beyond these black decaying spots, one could clearly see the opposite universe space, along with the densely arrayed fierce interstellar battleships waiting in formation. Owl Dragon 4th Legion Fleet, Super Flagship Legion Fleet Report, Demon Civilization Invasion Fleet detected in the Liu Yang Ota star system. The enemy interstellar battleships have already begun spatial leaps. Abnormal electromagnetic waves detected near the target spatial teleportation point indicate that our starships will experience some performance abnormalities upon nearing the area. Reports show that currently, the enemy fleet has about 100,000 interstellar battleships entering our Liu Yang Ota star system. Each message was reported to the highest commander of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion Fleet, Zhu Zhaoxiao. I never thought I'd catch up like this. These guys really know how to pick their spots. Zhu Zhaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the star map, swiftly issuing commands. Sending Legion fleets to Liu Yang Ota star system. However, she also ensured that a portion of the Legion fleets remained to defend the Liu Yang 08 star system. Because the Liu Yang 08 star system was where the Universal Star Gate, connecting to the Sacred Elven Empire, was being constructed. Although the 2 star systems were not directly linked, if the enemy gained control, it would pose a significant threat to the underway Universal Stargate in a very short time. Moreover, to prevent potential threats in other areas, Zhu Zhaoxiao could not mobilize all her military forces to Liu Yang Ota star system. Immediately establish logistic supply network between Liu Yang City and Liu Yang Ota star system. Ensure that the battle supplies can be replenished on the battlefield in the shortest time possible. After instructing these, Zhu Zhaoxiao looked towards an adjacent command window, facing a legion. Zhang Zhao, 10 Legion fleets with 30,000 interstellar battleships are under your command to stay in defense at Liu Yang City. Regardless of the situation that arises, ensure the safety operation of Liu Yang City. Also, the logistic support will be your responsibility. I'm departing immediately to oversee the battle in Liu Yang Ota star system. Zhang Zhao, as the deputy commander of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion Fleet, naturally had the qualifications to undertake this responsibility. Please rest assured, Marshal. We will complete the mission, Zhang Zhao assured. Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded, then promptly prepared to depart to support the Liu Yang Ota star system. During this time, she also monitored the interstellar sandbox. The invading Legion fleets were increasing in number. Coupled with the abnormal electromagnetic responses in the enemy spatial teleportation area, even with the advanced defense of the interstellar fleets, they could only conduct partial long-range firepower attacks from a distance, unable to achieve optimal combat effectiveness. This was likely a self-defense measure by the enemy to protect their forces conducting long-range troop deployments, preventing them from being easily targeted. As a result, they could only build a defensive line around the disturbance area, constructing a front line opposite the enemy's ready-made hostile starships. Chapter 14.013 Battlefields T6 Dragon Emperor Starship Bridge. It can be confirmed that it is an invasion fleet that devours civilizations. Lily's secretary stood next to Zhao Chen with a solemn expression. Zhao Chen looked at the interstellar sandbox covering the entire Owl Dragon Empire in front of him, clearly marking the situations that appeared in various parts of the Owl Dragon Empire. 3 red areas were most visible. Lily pointed to the 3 areas, and relevant detailed battlefield information immediately appeared. Currently, the areas invaded by the enemy are these 3 areas. XQ003 area is the northern Liu Yang battlefield, Liu Yang Ota Galaxy. XY771 area is the western Jinling battlefield, Miller Mother Galaxy. XM981 area is the eastern Kaifeng battlefield, Scorpion-tailed Tiger Galaxy. Among them, the Liu Yang Ota Galaxy is special. It is very close to the Liu Yang star system, where Liu Yang City is located, and also close to the Liu Yang 08 star system responsible for building and maintaining the Cosmic Gate with the Sacred Elf Empire. So far, the commander of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion Fleet, Marshal Zhu Zhaoxiao, has sent troops to support the Luoyang Ota Galaxy to ensure that the enemy's invasion will not threaten Luoyang City and the construction of the Cosmic Gate. In addition, the other two battlefields also have the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion Fleet and the Owl Dragon 2nd Legion Fleet rushing to support and stabilize the situation according to the original battle plan. At this time, a holographic image of Charlotte next to Zhao Chen spoke. Although the number of invasion fleets from the devouring civilization on the three battlefields currently does not exceed 100,000 interstellar battleships on each battlefield. Considering the rate of increase and the information shared by the Sacred Elf Empire earlier, we estimate that the enemy's fleet number is around 5 million interstellar battleships. Therefore, we must prepare for the worst, make early deployments. Taking into account the importance of the Luoyang Ota Galaxy battlefield, I will personally lead the Nixie Ace Fleet, the Owl Dragon 5th Legion Fleet, some of the Star Queen Ace Fleet, and the Hell Angel Ace Fleet's regiments to support this battlefield. In addition, I suggest the Owl Dragon 1st Legion Fleet immediately support the Miller Mother Galaxy battlefield, and the Owl Dragon 6th Legion Fleet support the Scorpion-tailed Tiger Galaxy battlefield. The Star Queen Ace Fleet and Hell Angel Ace Fleet will each be divided into 5. 3 of them will be allocated to each of the 3 battlefields, with the remaining to waiting for further orders based on the actual situation of the battlefields. The Storm Ace Fleet and Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet are also on standby. The enemy has not shown their full capabilities yet, so we can't reveal all of our trump cards. Zhao Chen agreed. In addition, on the side of the Elf Legion, I have already explained the current situation to the Flame Elf King. The Flame Elf King has stated that she is willing to dispatch 1 million elf interstellar battleships to each battlefield, and the remaining 2 million elf interstellar battleships will be arranged based on the changing situation in the battlefields. In this way, each battlefield is guaranteed to have at least 2 million interstellar battleships from our side. Even if the enemy does send 5 million interstellar battleships to each battlefield, since we are on the defense, we can still maintain the initiative on the battlefield. Be prepared for all contingencies. Okay, let's proceed as you suggested, Zhao Chen said. The holographic image of Charlotte disappeared temporarily. Zhao Chen looked at Lily and asked, previously it was mentioned that the devouring civilization possesses a technological creation called the Soul Altar, which can be used to create a Dark Legion fleet. Is there any sign of this thing appearing on the battlefield? Lily replied, regarding this Soul Altar, we are closely monitoring it as well. If it appears on the battlefield, we will report it immediately. Zhao Chen lowered his head and continued to gaze at the interstellar sandbox of the Owl Dragon Empire. The 3 red areas on it seemed to be like 3 fires burning in this peaceful grassland. There was a strong sense that they wanted to consume this grassland. In the Scorpion-tailed Tiger Galaxy, amid the vast expanse of stars, there were now numerous invasion fleets from the devouring civilization appearing. Meanwhile, the defenders in the vicinity were already prepared. Far away, in a stargate, continuous waves of interstellar fleets were rushing to this location. At some point, what were originally Owl Dragon interstellar battleships being dispatched for support had now turned into interstellar battleships of the Elven race. Regiments of Elven interstellar fleets had arrived. Immediately enter combat mode, spoke the commander of the Sacred Elf 17th Legion Fleet flagship on the fleet bridge after arriving at the battlefield. Upon seeing the invasion fleets from the devouring civilization, he recognized them. The commander, in charge of 1 million interstellar battleships, felt a sense of fear in his heart. This fear stemmed from previous encounters. At the same time, he observed the well-organized Owl Dragon regiment fleets forming battle formations. The commander was initially baffled, then looked in disbelief. Commander, we have arrived with 100,000 interstellar battleships. According to contact with the Stargate management, the delivery of the remaining 900,000 interstellar battleships is expected to take at least 9 hours, urgently reported the deputy commander. Observing his commander's gaze towards the Owl Dragon Regiment's battle formation, he curiously inquired, "My Lord Commander, do you wish to contact the commander from the Owl Dragon Empire?" The fleet commander focused on the Owl Dragon interstellar battleships and said, "I initially thought that the Owl Dragon Empire only possessed some more advanced interstellar battleships, but now it seems that their regiment fleets are also highly skilled in battle. Each regiment fleet can strictly follow command requirements. In some aspects, they even outperform our Elven Legion fleets." The deputy commander, seeing the same, realized that what the fleet commander had said was true. he suggested, perhaps due to recent combat experiences. Raising his hand, the fleet commander ordered, "Contact the highest commander of the Owl Dragon Regiment here." Yes, and soon, two video windows appeared in front of him. "Hello, I am Commander Jeston of the Sacred Elf 17th Legion Fleet," he introduced himself. "Commander of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion Fleet, Medusa," one of the video windows replied. "Commander of the Owl Dragon 6th Legion Fleet, Zhao Ruyu," said the other. Upon hearing this name, the Elven Fleet commander specifically glanced at Marshal Zhao Ruyu. It was known from their database that she was the sister of the Owl Dragon Emperor. "I have come to support this battlefield, following orders from the Flame Elf King. I would like to inquire about the next battle deployment arrangements," the Elven Fleet commander asked earnestly. In the Scorpion-tailed Tiger Galaxy battlefield, after a discussion with Dragon Emperor, the battle plan was concluded. Each side's military fleets would be under the command of their respective leaders. Marshal Medusa first looked at Marshal Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu remained silent. Understanding her different status, despite holding the same rank as Medusa in the Empire, Zhao respected her elder counterpart. Medusa soon spoke, outlining the battle goal to block the battlefield within the Scorpion-tailed Tiger Galaxy, limiting its expansion. With a detailed defense line due to the unusual electromagnetic reactions at the devouring civilization's interstellar node points would minimize their fleet's risk. Further battles were planned with the gathered fleets to fight more efficiently, maintaining a sound combat condition via rotation. Rotation intervals were set at every 3 hours initially. The battle continued, with the Hawk Dragon 3rd Legion Fleet engaging first. With 500,000 interstellar battleships, they presented battle formations in the first defense line, launching an attack on the continuous waves of devouring civilization fleets. Even though the enemy's fleet size was increasing, significant losses were inflicted. The chief of the Elven Fleet observed the rotation, noting how smoothly the Owl Dragon Regiment fleets managed it. Within 10 minutes, nearly 1,000,000 interstellar battleships were shifted, a textbook example of battlefield deployment. The chief queried his deputy about their ability to perform rotations. While the elves were proud and somewhat arrogant, they knew their limitations. The deputy didn't offer a confident answer, citing the difficulty of achieving what the Owl Dragon's regiment fleets had done effortlessly. "Let the staff department prepare for this phase. We don't need to match the Owl Dragon Regiment, but let's not embarrass the elven race," he instructed. The rotation process was indeed dangerous, capable of exposing vulnerabilities if exploited. However, the Elven Fleet commander admired how flawlessly the Owl Dragon Regiment fleets managed the rotation, providing no opening for the enemy. Nearly 1,000,000 interstellar battleships across both sides rotated smoothly in 10 minutes. This ability was beyond their current capabilities. The rotation was a serious matter. Finishing the rotation, the first 3 hours of battle concluded. Zhao Ruyu's fleets now prepared to engage. The Owl Dragon 6th Legion Fleet stood ready to take over operations from the front line. Meanwhile, interstellar missile ships and carrier starships from the Star Queen and Hell Angel Ace fleets were prepped behind the lines to provide support. The Elven Fleet commander, acknowledging the setup, focused on the well-executed plan of the Owl Dragons. Chapter 1402, The First Alliance Battle. T6 Twilight Elf-class heavy interstellar battleship, the Flame Elf King on the bridge, looked at the interstellar battlefield shared by the Empire of the Owl Dragon in front of him. 3 battlefields. This is a method commonly used by the consuming civilization for invasion. Launch attacks from 3 directions. As long as one of them can quickly break through and establish a bridgehead, the war action against the enemy universe can be expanded. By establishing the Soul Altar, continually building the Dark Legion fleet, and thereby consuming the military power of the target universe. Of the 5,000,000 interstellar battleships they have deployed on each battlefield, more than half are actually cannon fodder for sacrificing the Soul Altar, the adjutant analyzed beside him. Although they have never had a large-scale war with the consuming civilization, over the years, they have witnessed many universes being invaded and ultimately destroyed by the consuming civilization. Under the orders of the Flame Elf King, they have collected a large amount of relevant combat information in preparation for a day like this. Although they have not fought large battles with the consuming civilization, they are familiar with the enemy. Yes, this first round of offensives appears strong, but is actually a depletion strategy. It prepares for the subsequent actual invasion of the consuming civilization. But if they can't even withstand this first round of offensives, the consuming civilization will directly launch a full-scale attack, the Flame Elf King said. Afterwards, she looked at the 3 battlefields, then checked the time. It has been 10 hours since the battle started. Each battlefield is using a rotation tactic to control the battlefield area and consume the enemy's interstellar battleships. So far, everything has been going smoothly. Our 3 fleet commanders have all reported good cooperation with the Empire of the Owl Dragon's fleet, and their performances have been praised. These guys, who are usually arrogant, are being praised within such a short time. It seems that the marshals and commanders of the Empire of the Owl Dragon are not just in name. The adjutant pulled up several video feeds. Several recorded scenes from the battlefield have been transmitted back. Based on what we've seen, the Owl Dragon Legion's fleets have shown outstanding and even excellent deployment adjustments on multiple battlefields. They seem to already know every step to take and how to arrange themselves. Eventually, they complete the assigned combat missions. This has made every one of their starship battalions on the battlefield perform their duties like a soldier. Hearing the adjutant's generous praise, the Flame Elf King nodded in satisfaction. Their elf race is proud, but under the guidance of the Flame Elf King, they have developed a habit of sincerely admiring a strong opponent from the bottom of their hearts. But how's our performance? The Flame Elf King looked at several battle records with a furrowed brow. The adjutant didn't speak at this point, knowing that the Flame Elf King was now displeased. Among those battle records were some instances of the Sacred Elf Legion fleet's unsatisfactory performance. There was even an incident where 2 elf interstellar battleships collided while using the rotation tactic on an intersecting flight path. Although timely evasive maneuvers were made, not affecting the battlefield, this incident was indeed quite embarrassing. The fleet is criticizing these starships internally. And I want to emphasize once again, if any starship makes such a low-level mistake again, not only will the ship's captain be held responsible, but also the fleet commander and battalion commander of the fleet will be held accountable. The Flame Elf King spoke with a cold tone. From the tone of her voice, the adjutant could tell that she was not joking. Those who make mistakes next will likely bear the consequences. As per your orders, our 3 Sacred Elf Legion fleets have all entered the battlefields, participating in the combat operations. As for the Empire of the Owl Dragon side, all their planned Legion fleets are now in their battle positions. Each battlefield has at least 2 million interstellar battleships from our side. The adjutant immediately reported other matters, changing the subject. What about the invading fleet of the consuming civilization? Asked the Flame Elf King. The adjutant replied, in the past 10 hours, at least 3 million consuming Legion battleships have emerged in each battlefield. The average increase is about 300,000 battleships per hour. How about the casualties on both sides during this time? Asked the Flame Elf King. The adjutant replied, in the first 10 hours, due to the rotation tactics on each battlefield, with a 3-hour interval rotation, and the Owl Dragon Legion fleet first in action, according to our information. If we separate the combat data of our side and the Owl Dragon Legion fleet for calculation, in the first 6 hours, the Owl Dragon Empire fleet destroyed nearly 100,000 interstellar battleships of the consuming civilization Legion fleet, with losses of less than 10,000 interstellar battleships for the Owl Dragon Empire side, achieving an astonishing 10-to-1 ratio. 10-to-1. The Flame Elf King was surprised. Is this data not miscalculated? Was it provided by the Owl Dragon Empire side? We have 2 sets of data here. One is released by the Owl Dragon Empire, and the other is collected by our personnel on the battlefield. It can be confirmed that the combat data provided by the Owl Dragon Empire is completely true. Because in our statistics, the actual losses on the Owl Dragon Empire side are less than 10,000 interstellar battleships. Because based on our observations, the Owl Dragon Empire side's count of losses includes their own damaged ships that need to return to the shipyard for repairs. The actual losses are only about 60 to 70%. Because in the statistics they make, their standard is the loss of combat power on the battlefield. This includes those ships that were safely withdrawn, but cannot restore combat capability in a short time, the adjutant explained. The Flame Elf King, upon hearing this, was even more surprised. A 10-to-1 ratio in losses had already astonished her, but now she was informed that this 10-to-1 ratio had a significant loophole. What about our side? Asked the Flame Elf King. The adjutant hesitated, his expression a bit awkward. Go on, the Flame Elf King was mentally preparing herself. At least in her mind, the Sacred Elf Legion fleet she led was not capable of maintaining a 10-to-1 loss ratio against the consuming Civilization Legion fleet, even with the advantage of defending. So far, since taking over the battlefield about 4 hours ago, we have destroyed approximately 80,000 interstellar battleships, while we have lost 20,000 interstellar battleships. The adjutant stated the data, then tried to provide an excuse. Our Sacred Elf Legion fleet has not experienced this level of combat for a long time, so it's normal to have some difficulty on the battlefield. So, according to what you're saying, the consuming Civilization Legion fleet has more detailed combat experience against us. As this is the first time the Owl Dragon Legion fleet has fought against the consuming Civilization fleet, and all the information we had before was provided by us. How did they perform? They made battlefield preparations at the first moment, quickly assembled the Interstellar Legion fleet, deployed in the battlefield, and then look at us. The Flame Elf King even wore a self-deprecating expression on her face. The adjutant swallowed, not knowing how to respond. Indeed, their performance was too outstanding. One side had a 10-to-1 loss ratio, while the other side had a 4-to-1 loss ratio, which was not just a simple difference of doubling. How are the battlefield consumptions of each Legion fleet? The Flame Elf King did not delve further into the matter, as it had already happened. On the Owl Dragon Legion side, the average combat resource consumption of the interstellar battleships on the battlefield is about 60%. Our interstellar battleships had a shorter time in battle, so our resource consumption is about 30%, the adjutant replied. The Flame Elf King narrowed her eyes, observing the interstellar battlefield. The combat capability of the interstellar Legion fleets on the battlefield is a crucial factor, but logistics and supply capacity also play a significant role in the changes on the battlefield. Did the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar missile ships not participate in the battle? The Flame Elf King specifically inquired. She was familiar with the interstellar missile ships and their terrifying capabilities. Although they had strong firepower output, they also required substantial logistics support. She did not deny their short-term firepower support capabilities, but in her mind, she still labeled them as having low cost-effectiveness. In comparison, she even preferred the interstellar gunships in the Owl Dragon Legion's fleet. So far, only a few have participated in the battle, and there hasn't been widespread use. Especially the Owl Dragon Empire's Hell Angel Ace fleet, assigned to the battalion fleets on the 3 battlefields, has not participated in the battle, the adjutant replied. It seems that they are well aware of the consequences of using this ace up their sleeve. They won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary, mumbled the Flame Elf King. My lord, we still have to Sacred Elf Legion fleets. Should we send them to the battlefields? The adjutant asked. Has the Owl Dragon Empire requested any support? Inquired the Flame Elf King. No. The Flame Elf King squinted her eyes, then said, one of the engagement areas is close to the construction site of the Cosmic Stargate, connecting to universes. Inform the Owl Dragon Empire that we will station the Sacred Elf 30th Legion fleet in the Luoyang Ota star system to protect the construction project of the Cosmic Stargate. As for the remaining Sacred Elf 13th Legion fleet, they will remain on standby. If there is a request for support from the Owl Dragon Empire, we will make arrangements accordingly. Understood, the adjutant replied. The Flame Elf King looked down at the entire interstellar warfare sandbox. She wasn't unwilling to send her Legion fleets to battle against the enemy or worried about sacrificing her interstellar fleet. If there were casualties in combat, she had no regrets. But in order to achieve the first goal agreed upon with the Owl Dragon Emperor, she had to minimize casualties in this phase. Next, by the 15th hour of the Owl Dragon Empire's defense battle, the interstellar battleships of the consuming Civilization Legion fleets in each battlefield had accumulated to 5 million interstellar battleships. At this point, the fleets continuously entering the Owl Dragon Empire through those hollows had finally diminished. Only interstellar transport fleets kept shuttling back and forth. However, as the size of the consuming Civilization invasion fleet on the Owl Dragon Empire side grew, the original defensive vertical lines on each battlefield changed multiple times. Also, the star system, where the battlefield was located, and the surrounding star systems began urgent evacuations of local residents. In the Miller Mother Star system, the 9th planet, starships shuttled back and forth in the planet's surface and outer space. Even many small and medium-sized shuttles were mobilized. Every city, town, and village on the surface had evacuation points arranged. "Daddy, where are we going?" a half-beast girl holding a doll asked her mother as they walked. "We are going to a safe place," the mother replied, with a nervous look but trying to sound calm. At the same time, her eyes scanned the several children around her, fearing any of them might get lost. "Elder siblings, take good care of your younger siblings. Don't get separated," the mother reminded. The half-beast girl, holding the doll, looked around the crowd shyly, not daring to speak. Fortunately, they soon boarded a transport ship. Inside the ship, announcements repeatedly played. "Please move inside. Stand in the designated positions. There are no seats for everyone. Please stand in the designated positions. Hold on to the handrails. In a minute, we will take off." The little girl looked at the enclosed cabin, and the bulkhead behind her slowly lifted. She snuck a glance around. It was a compartment with a ceiling height of about 2.5 meters, each person's standing spot marked by a square shape on the floor, with extended handrails. There were visible traces of dismantling certain equipment around. Soon, the cabin lights flashed red. "This transport ship is about to take off. Please hold on steady." With a sudden centrifugal force, the half-beast girl hurriedly grabbed the handrail, closing her eyes anxiously. Soon, the centrifugal force dissipated. However, some had fallen and were injured due to their failure to grip firmly. The announcements also reminded injured personnel to handle it temporarily, and if the injury is severe, to signal by raising a hand. Luckily, most injuries were minor and manageable. Around 15 minutes later, the half-beast girl felt as if the ship had stopped. The red lights in the cabin turned off. "This transport ship has arrived at the designated interstellar transport ship. The bulkhead will open soon. Please queue up and leave the ship." Repeating. The half-beast girl pulled her mother's sleeve nervously, following the crowd outside. Outside was a corridor with transparent walls on each side, allowing a view of the cosmic space outside. The half-beast girl couldn't help but look. She saw thousands of interstellar transport ships drifting everywhere, and in the distance, a large area of exploding halo, as if there was a magnificent performance going on there. Chapter 1403. Quick! 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 Don't just stand there foolishly. Line up and move forward. Relatives who got lost, don't stand there crying. Move forward and register first. We will help you find them later. On both sides of the corridor, many staff members can be seen guiding people, while a large number of robots are also involved. In front of them is a T6 Star Water Whale class super heavy interstellar transport ship. However, at this moment, the cargo hold of this interstellar transport ship, which was originally full of goods, has been divided into layers. It looks like a dense beehive. But despite this, everyone has been properly accommodated. Although there are no dedicated seats, each person has at least a space to sit or even lie down, and their positions are even prepared with some simple food and water. The half-beast little girl followed her family and sat in the designated seat. She looked at the candy inside the small package, happily tore open the wrapping paper, and put it into her mouth. The sweetness of this moment made her feel much more relaxed than before. She had no resistance to this sudden journey in her heart. Soon, all the positions in their compartment were filled with people. The compartment doors closed. Although it looks sealed, there is no feeling of suffocation. At this time, a system voice sounded in the compartment. "This is the T6 Star Water Whale 061 ship. I will transport you to the designated star system harbor, where you can choose to transfer to a habitable planet for a temporary stay, where basic living guarantees will be provided for you. If you want to join your relatives, you can apply at that time, and the relevant department will provide you with travel expenses." Inside the compartment, the relevant notification content was continuously repeated. At the same time, introductions to some habitable planets appeared overhead. Compared to the environment of the planets where they originally lived, the arranged habitable planets were much better, with corresponding job positions. This greatly alleviated the mental pressure of everyone in the compartment, and some had even started to imagine a better future life. Because the Scorpion Tiger Galaxy itself is not a developed galaxy, it even ranks in the middle or lower range within the local star region. These arranged habitable planets and their conditions are above the average living standards, so the vast majority of people naturally have no objection to them. The captain of the T6 Star Water Whale class super heavy interstellar transport ship looked at each compartment turning green. She said to the vice captain solemnly, Check the life support systems in each compartment again. We have only transported goods before, which is not important in this regard. But this time we are transporting people. A total of 10 billion people. I do not allow any casualties on our starship. The relevant medical teams must be ready. The vice captain solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Captain. I have checked these several times. And in each compartment, we have at least one crew member stationed to ensure the safe and smooth arrival of the transport personnel in each compartment to the target star harbor. There will be no problems at all. Also, remember our mission. After evacuating the personnel, we must continue with the logistical replenishment transport mission before leaving the target star harbor to load supplies. Remove all temporary personnel compartment equipment. Not a single moment can be wasted." The captain emphasized again. "We have prepared all these work plans, and there will be no problems," said the vice captain. The captain glanced at the time, then looked at the situation in each section of the compartment. It appears that we have about 10 minutes left until all personnel are logged into their respective compartments. After that, we need to prepare for departure. Assign each department to make navigation preparations. Yes. The captain nervously monitored each detail, not daring to be lax. Until all personnel were in their respective compartments, each compartment was closed, and the connecting corridors to the outside were all retracted. All the interstellar transport ships and shuttles around withdrew to a safe area. The T-6 Star Water Whale class super heavy interstellar transport ship started up again, heading towards the Stargate. The captain glanced one last time in the direction of the battlefield, where there seemed to be a barrier blocking the war and preventing it from spreading to other areas. However, the area of the battlefield was expanding. Their mission now was not only to transport strategic resources, but also to evacuate all the people in this galaxy as quickly as possible. Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, Bridge, the latest report has come in. 50% of the personnel evacuation in the 3 battlefield star systems has been completed in the past 24 hours. The remaining personnel evacuation is expected to be completed within 15 hours. By then, in these 3 star systems, except for combat personnel, not a single civilian will be left within the affected area of the battlefield. Lily's Secretary General reported to Zhao Chen. "What about the neighboring star systems aside from the combat star systems?" Zhao Chen asked. "The neighboring star systems are also undergoing evacuation, but the efficiency of the evacuation is slower. It is estimated that within 60 hours at the latest, the yellow battlefield alert zones we have designated, except for the Luoyang star system, will have completed the evacuation and dispersal work. The Luoyang star system is special because of the existence of Luoyang City. However, we have also issued a war warning. All ordinary residents in the Luoyang star system can choose to evacuate, stay in local planetary shelters, or move to Luoyang City. If the situation of war affecting the Luoyang star system occurs, all individuals on the planets must evacuate to Luoyang City. In our plan, Luoyang City must be held firmly," Lily's Secretary General said. Zhao Chen nodded. Luoyang City is not a small interstellar city. It is one of the linchpins of the current All-Dragon Empire. It is an important interstellar hub and military nexus. Once Luoyang City is lost, it will pose significant problems for subsequent battles. What about the resettlement of evacuated personnel? According to previous reports, this time there are as many as 13 billion people evacuated due to war, involving over 35 billion level populations of interstellar races. We have already arranged for this. Prior to this, we have set up corresponding habitable locations for war evacuees in some star systems. Not to mention 13 billion people. Even if it's 100 billion people, there would be no problem with accommodation. They have housing arrangements in time, and all basic life necessities are provided. In addition, we will arrange appropriate work for them, ensuring that all evacuated persons can return to normal life within 3 days, Lily's Secretary General said. For the current All-Dragon Empire, things are different from before. Previously, all that needed to be considered in a war was the war itself, and winning was enough. But now it is the All-Dragon Empire, and there are many more aspects to consider. If one aspect is not carefully considered, it may have significantly negative effects on a large scale. Soon, each of our battle starships will enter a resupply phase. At that time, the logistical supply line will be under a lot of pressure. Can you handle this pressure? Zhao Chen looked at Lily. The logistical supply transport line was what Lily was responsible for. Lily firmly said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I can ensure that all logistical replenishments are carried out, ensuring that the combat fleet's battles are not affected." The Owl Dragon Empire's defense warfare has been going on for 24 hours since the war began, and almost everyone in the Owl Dragon Empire knows that the Empire is currently in a great war. Another group of invaders from other universes. However, the vast majority of people feel that their lives have not been affected much, and they continue to carry on with their work as usual, unconcerned about the war. At this time, the Owl Dragon Empire military and the Sacred Elf Armada Fleet Command high levels held a second military meeting. The main content of the meeting was whether there were any modifications needed based on the battle in the past 24 hours, or if there were any suggestions for battle strategy. Essentially, most of the content remained unchanged from before, but some minor details were raised by some attendees. Based on the battle conditions of the past 24 hours, after consulting with the Flame Elf King, we have decided to modify the previous rotation battle strategy. First, on each battlefield, Owl Dragon Empire Legion Fleet will have their combat rotation time increased from 3 hours to 8 hours. As for the Sacred Elf Armada Fleet side, the rotation time will be changed to 4 hours. However, the battle rotation, in 4 stages, will be alternating between Owl Dragons and Sacred Elves. For example, the first batch will be Owl Dragons, the second batch will be Sacred Elves, and the third batch will be Owl Dragons again. The entire rotation cycle will be 24 battle hours. Zhao Chen spoke. This was a significant change for each battlefield. Several marshals from the Owl Dragon legions showed no change in their expressions, as if they already knew about this adjustment. However, the commanders of the Sacred Elf Armada fleet had varying expressions. One commander even slammed the table and stood up. "I object. Why is our battle time 4 hours, while the Owl Dragon Empire's Legion fleet is 8 hours? Are they looking down on our Sacred Elf Armada fleet? Although our current battle performance is not as good as theirs, the Sacred Elf Armada fleet is not afraid of death. We can fight the Legion fleet until the end. We do not need such care." Other elf commanders did not look pleased, as this adjustment was seen as an insult to their pride. These individuals, proud high elves, naturally would not allow such an affront to their honor to pass. "Quiet down." The Flame Elf King spoke up at this time. She gave her fleet commanders a cold look. "Didn't you all hear? This was decided after consulting with the Owl Dragon Emperor. It was a decision I agreed with as well. So your objections are invalid, and the next battle will proceed as planned." The commanders of the Sacred Elf Armada fleet seemed dejected as they heard their Elf King's words. But one of the fleet commanders couldn't help it and, still feeling resentful, asked the Flame Elf King, "Your Majesty, why? Shut up if you have questions. We will discuss it later. Don't embarrass us here." The Flame Elf King reprimanded without hesitation, making the fleet commander close their mouth, although they sat there looking defiant. Later, the second two-nation wartime military meeting came to a temporary end. The holographic images of everyone dispersed. But in front of the Flame Elf King, there were still several holographic images of fleet commanders. They all seemed hesitant to speak out. "I know each of you has something to say. Aren't you all wondering why the Owl Dragon Empire's Legion fleet has 8-hour rotations, while we have 10 hours? Right." The Flame Elf King's tone was calm at this moment. But the next moment, she pointed directly at these fleet commanders. "Why? You'll have to question yourselves about that. When each of you was in our empire before, you all claimed to be prepared for a decisive battle with the Legion fleet consumed by the devouring Legion fleet. And now, you use these battle data to tell me you are ready for a decisive battle. Is this the preparation you've all put in? You have how many starships? Each battle has 1 million starships. They also have 1 million starships. It's all 1 million. Okay. You said they were native battles, they just experienced a war, and have rich combat experience. Fine. I'll give you time to familiarize yourself with the battlefield and give you a chance. But now, our casualty ratio is still 4-to-1. But their casualty ratio has long surpassed 10-to-1. In 24 battle hours, their total losses are less than 20,000 starships. And us? We lost 40,000 starships. The number of enemies destroyed is not even half of theirs. They changed this time, so what? so that they don't suffer too big a loss. You're now the ones who want to save face. Save face by winning the battles yourselves. When the casualty ratio returns to above 8-1, I'll apply for more battle time for you." The Flame Elf King scolded anger visibly. In fact, this change was discussed by Zhao Chen, primarily to make it easier for the High Council to send reinforcements. However, the Flame Elf King naturally could not openly state this, so she took this opportunity to reprimand these individuals. Let them know what it means to make a fool of oneself. If it can help them improve themselves during the war, then it wouldn't be a waste of her current scolding. Chapter 1404. We need reinforcements. Hell's Angel Ace Fleet Group, 7th Legion Fleet, Flagship. Sir, we have been waiting here for more than 30 hours. Not a single shot fired yet. Are we here to serve as a ceremonial guard? The deputy captain spoke impatiently. The Legion commander gave a stern look to the subordinate next to him and said, "You know the importance of our role. Our weapons cannot be easily revealed. Firing a shot would consume a significant amount of resources. In terms of consumption, our empire can handle it, no problem. But what about the supplies behind us? Not to mention our interstellar missile carrier would occupy the replenishment time and position of other friendly ships. Just one interstellar missile carrier needs a lot of time for replenishment. This means we would have a significant firepower vacuum. Therefore, our fleet will not be used until the critical moment comes. But, can't we at least fire a few shots? It's frustrating to watch others fight while we can only stand by," the deputy captain muttered. Firing a few shots is a task for the frontline fleet's own interstellar missile carriers. Once we receive the firing mission, it's a different level of task. Just wait for orders, the Legion commander said, looking at the interstellar sandbox in front of him. Even though there were no mission deployments, she constantly kept an eye on the interstellar sandbox to ensure immediate readiness upon receiving a mission. At the same time, a large amount of data on enemy interstellar warships collected during the war appeared in front of her. Because the missiles used by the interstellar carriers had terminal positioning capabilities, they could precisely hit a designated area on an enemy warship. Therefore, having data on things like the near defense strength of an enemy interstellar warship, the strength of its hull armor, etc., would allow for proper preparations during an attack to achieve the best results. Frontline Operations Headquarters of the Civilization Devouring Front. Given the current situation, the Owl Dragon Empire has shown a strength we didn't anticipate. So far, 40 battle hours have passed, and there are no signs of their defense weakening on the battlefield. In fact, they are increasingly skilled and brave in facing our interstellar warships, one of the leaders spoke. Indeed, this was unexpected. We thought this Owl Dragon Empire, established less than 3 years ago, was nothing to fear. At most, the Divine Elf Legion fleet would pose some trouble for us. But up to now, most of our clashes have been with this Owl Dragon Empire's Legion fleet. Even the Divine Elf Legion fleet hasn't fully engaged in battle, another leader added. I have warned you before, not to underestimate this Owl Dragon Empire. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the Owl Dragon Empire's universe is one of the main targets of a great presence. Prior to this, they have made several attempts but failed to conquer this universe. They even have a Legion fleet of mechanical beings entangling the Great Presence's Dark Legion fleet in battles in the outer domain space. The fight continues. 3 leaders of the Civilization Devouring sat together discussing the ongoing war. They were each trusted commanders under the 3 lords of the Devouring Civilization. Although these lords all followed the notion of order and belonged to the Devouring Civilization, they cooperated year-round. However, they remained cautious of each other, and naturally, each leader would be responsible for their own Legion fleet in military operations. In situations like this military campaign, each leader would appoint a commander to oversee their Legion fleet's operations. Presently, these 3 leaders acted as the battlefield commanders of this war. So, what do we do now? Continue with the planned strategy, as before. In the past 40 battle hours, the battlefield has not expanded to the size we anticipated. In fact, it hasn't even reached 1/5. If we continue like this, the final outcome is likely to fall far below our expectations, one leader expressed concerns. With our smaller control area on the battlefield, deploying the Altar of Souls faces a problem of insufficient defense depth. It's easy for the enemy to launch a strong offensive to break through. Looking at the current circumstances, both the Owl Dragon Legion fleet and the Divine Elf Legion fleet have the capability for such an attack, another leader pointed out. After sharing their perspectives, they turned to the eldest leader among them, who had higher authority in their group. After a moment of contemplation, the senior leader spoke slowly, presenting 3 suggestions. Regarding the current situation, my suggestions are only threefold. First, continue with the current operational plan, which could result in missed objectives, but may also exhaust enemy logistics before that. Second, increase our interstellar fleet in the 3 ongoing battlefields, a decision that requires approval from the Lords. And third, a similar approach to the second recommendation, but instead of reinforcement in the current theaters, activate a contingency plan to open up a new battlefield. From the information obtained previously, the main fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire does not exceed 3 million warships, and the Divine Elf Empire only supports them with 5 million interstellar warships, totaling no more than 10 million. In light of our current battle strength, we indeed need to bolster our forces. Increasing our current count of 1.5 million interstellar warships to 3 million is the optimal choice. However, this would require approval from the Lords, the senior leader outlined. Upon hearing the need to consult the Lords, one leader hesitated, expressing concerns about deviating from the initial plan before securing the deployment of 1.5 million interstellar warships. The other leader, however, acknowledged the risks of proceeding as planned and sided with the senior leader, advocating for a proactive approach to request reinforcement. After preparing their arguments, all 3 leaders simultaneously requested to report to the Lords on the battlefield situation to seek reinforcement. In the shadowy Grand Hall, the holographic figures of the 3 leaders appeared, each prostrating themselves, careful not to disturb the Lords. Following the briefing on the battle conditions, their movements were restrained, cognizant of the delicate situation. So, your point is that with nearly 10 million interstellar warships from the enemy facing our 1.5 million interstellar warships, we are unable to execute the Altar of Souls phase of the operation, a slender figure seated on a throne in high steps inquired. Why yes. Indeed, the operational capability of the Owl Dragon Empire's Legion fleet far surpasses our expectations, even exceeding that of the Divine Elf Legion fleet. If not for our limited numbers, it would be challenging for our 1.5 million interstellar warships to uphold the first wave of the offensive line. Their Legion fleet has entirely replaced T3 class interstellar warships with T4 and T5 ships, supplemented by a few T6 class warships. Moreover, their ships have a diverse range of capabilities and exhibit high coordination, resulting in formidable combat ability, the senior leader explained, kneeling before the throne. He understood that every word spoken at that moment held their lives in the balance. In the devouring civilization, regardless of one's rank or status, when facing the Lords, any individual, be it a high-ranking commander or a tribal chief of a major family, was nothing before the Lords. A mere thought could lead to the swift downfall of a prominent family ranking among the top 5 of the devouring civilization. This was the terror of the Lords. But looking at your performance, it seems rather lacking. A casualty ratio of 10 to 1. Do your commanders not bear responsibility? A jovial voice echoed forth from the OB shadow, casting a menacing presence. Hearing the mirthful words, the 3 senior leaders felt the sweat dripping down their backs. Despite the grim tone of the slender lord, the plump lord induced greater fear. I have reviewed the battle reports, and what you have said is accurate. Relying solely on the 1.5 million interstellar warships provided to you is indeed insufficient to achieve our objectives. As you have indicated, the 3 of us will allocate an additional 5 million interstellar warships to your forces. As for how to proceed, it's now your task to strategize. We merely seek the desired outcome, the armored figure spoke. Upon hearing the Lord's response, the senior leaders breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the decision spared their lives for the moment. Rest assured, we will secure victory over the Owl Dragon Empire, the senior leader declared enthusiastically. The other leaders echoed their determination. As you leave, we will dispatch the additional interstellar fleet within 3 days, the Lords instructed. With the meeting concluded, the holographic figures of the 3 senior leaders dissipated. You truly are magnanimous, what you say goes, the plump lord chuckled. And what would you have me do differently? The facts are laid before us. The Owl Dragon Empire is proving to be a resilient adversary. We have already consulted with the Great Presence, and you have received their intentions. We must secure the Owl Dragon Empire's universe by all means. If you disagree with reinforcing our troops, I won't compel you, the Lord articulated. The cheerful plump Lord replied, "Don't be offended. I didn't say I disagree. 5 million more ships granted." The silent acknowledgement of the slender Lord signified his agreement. Owl Dragon Empire Universe. After 100 battle hours, Luoyang City. Attention. Sector for main channel. There's a situation there. Don't block it. Area B. Unloading and docking. Expedite the process. The interstellar transport ship's loading time is exceeding. Get in touch with the Stargate section. Adhere to wartime protocols, and they suddenly brought in a batch of additional interstellar warships through the Stargate. They should have informed us. This sudden increase in traffic, we can't handle it here. Throughout Luoyang City and its environs, large and small interstellar warships were bustling about in an endless flow. At that moment, Luoyang City's prosperity exceeded all other cities except for Chang'an City. War acted as a catalyst, capable of destroying one city while causing another to shine brightly in a short time span. However, this prosperity also increased the pressure on the working personnel of Luoyang City. Luoyang City Command Center. Every link must not falter. It's not only about outside factors. It includes our internal operations in Luoyang City. The current population in Luoyang City has quintupled since peacetime. Though we are still far from our set population cap, the sudden influx of management personnel has inevitably led to problems. But at this moment, we can't allow any issues to arise. Whoever's department falters, I will hold them responsible for it. Don't come to me complaining then. I won't listen to any excuses. Dong Lan, observing the various department heads at the meeting, stressed the importance of their roles. Dong Lan, a major in the Owl Dragon Empire, currently served as the city lord of Luoyang and was also the highest-ranking official in the Luoyang star system. It was widely known that the neighboring Luoyang Ota star system was under attack by the civilization-devouring forces embroiled in war. Hence, the responsibilities resting upon Luoyang City were weighty. City Lord, we understand that now isn't the time for excuses. However, the shortage of personnel in the various departments is severe. There's at least a 50% deficit in staff. Initially, we had planned work shifts, but currently, we've allocated all available personnel, and it's still no enough. For my department alone, responsible for the logistics transfer tasks, my staff has worked continuously for over 40 hours, with an average rest time of less than 10 hours. If this persists, the machines may hold up, but the people won't. One department head lamented. Dong Lan gazed at the individual and, rather than rebuking, spoke sternly. I am aware of the issues you've raised. I've already reported this matter to the Chief Secretary General. The Chief Secretary General has promised to increase our workforce within the next 10 hours. Additionally, more personnel will be coordinated to come as well. At this crucial juncture, let us double the workforce of Luoyang City's employees. I understand the current moment is challenging, but I still expect everyone to endure. This is for the Empire. The department heads nodded silently. While they might complain, the inability to resolve these problems wouldn't deter them from standing steadfast in their positions. With the meeting adjourned, the holographic images dissipated one by one. Dong Lan rubbed her temples. City Lord, please take a break. You haven't slept for over 30 hours, the secretary prompted her. I can't sleep. Whenever I close my eyes now, all I see are various matters within Luoyang City. His Majesty trusts me with one of the 5 cities in his hand, Luoyang. I can't and won't allow this city to encounter issues under my watch, Dong Lan declared firmly. At that moment, her communication device lit up the highest emergency level communication, a direct call. She answered immediately. Dong Lan, latest intel. There are new invaders surrounding the Luoyang star system. They've appeared in the Luoyang 11 and Luoyang 04 star systems. Chapter 1405. Fire Line Appointment. Latest news. 2 groups of invaders from the devouring civilization have appeared in the Luoyang 11th Galaxy and Luoyang 4th Galaxy. Lily's secretary reported nervously to Zhao Chen about the situation. Zhao Chen looked at the 2 expanding red areas on the interstellar warfare sand table. Zhao Chen wasn't too alarmed. Knowing the massive fleet size of the devouring civilization, and understanding that this invasion only utilized 15 million interstellar warships, he was prepared. This included the expectation that the enemy would reinforce their interstellar fleet. It seems that the enemy has realized that dispatching 15 million warships to the 3 current battlefields is not enough to defeat us. Therefore, they have chosen to open up to new battlefields. These 2 new battlefields are strategically located around the Luoyang galaxy, forming a triangular pattern. Zhao Chen observed the 3 red areas, 1 large and 2 small, surrounding the Luoyang city in the middle this time. It is estimated that the enemy is intentional, targeting the Luoyang city and our newly constructed Universal Stargate. According to the intelligence provided by the Flame Elf King, capabilities for cross-universe travel and delivery are highly reliant on space stability. Most of these devices have limitations. Based on the current situation, the Devouring Civilization's cross-universe delivery device can likely maintain a fleet size of 5 million warships within 1 galaxy. Additionally, not all galaxy spaces can serve as transfer points. This requires careful selection. Zhao Chen pointed to the location on the interstellar sand table. Based on the current situation, the enemy's attack also shows that they understand the importance of Luoyang City and the Universal Stargate we are constructing. The Luoyang galaxy itself possesses space-related functions, making external space transfers impossible. The same applies to the galaxy with the Universal Stargate. Therefore, to attack these places, they must go through surrounding galaxies to achieve their goal. In other words, the enemy will reinforce with an additional 10 million warships in the 2 new battlefields. Lily frowned, expressing her concern. I don't think it will be exactly 10 million. Holographic Charlotte chimed in. If I were the commander of this invasion fleet of the Devouring Civilization, I would reserve a portion of the fleet for flexibility. On one hand, continuously supply various battlefields to maintain a 5 million fleet size on each front, sustaining pressure on us. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, they can choose a galaxy and launch a fierce and intense attack, building an opening in the battlefield. Zhao Chen pondered and continued. At this point, it boils down to the military resources available to both sides. Our 6 Imperial Legion fleets have all been deployed to the battlefield, with only a few elite fleets on standby. In addition, there are 2 remaining Divine Elf Legion fleets, totaling 2 million warships, that can be mobilized. The primary issue now is resolving the immediate trouble. With the addition of 2 new battlefields, we need to block off these openings with fleets. However, we have limited fleet numbers at our disposal. Lily expressed the challenging situation. Zhao Chen looked towards Charlotte. Do you have a plan now? Charlotte looked at the interstellar warfare table and spoke slowly. There are just 2 methods. The first is to draw a portion of our existing 6 Imperial Legion fleets and some additional fleets from various Imperial territories to form 2 Legion fleets responsible for these 2 new battlefields. The second is to assign the 2 new battlefields to the Divine Elf Legion fleet with the remaining 2 million warships. Though it may not resolve the issue completely, delaying and buying time is feasible. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Insufficient forces are currently the most challenging issue for the Oriental Dragon Empire. Previously, you mentioned that we have a surplus of starships, right? Zhao Chen looked at Lily. Lily nodded. About 300,000 warships. The previous plan to support various Legion fleets and fill in the losses is temporarily suspended. The 300,000 starships will be divided into 3 Imperial fleets, each with a size of 100,000 warships. 2 will be sent to the new battlefields, and the remaining fleet will serve as a reserve, ready at any moment. Combined with the previous plan, we can have the Divine Elf Legion fleet be our backbone. Charlotte, do you find this arrangement feasible? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Charlotte nodded. This is indeed the most suitable approach. We cannot hand over complete control of the battlefields to the Divine Elf Legion fleet, as any mishap on the battlefield would expose us from all sides. This arrangement allows for some strategic flexibility. You should immediately begin organizing this. Establishing temporary fleet formations is challenging, but we must act swiftly. Within 20 hours, the 3 Imperial fleet formations must be established. Before that, I will contact the Divine Elf Legion fleet to take the lead. Our forces must be ready to deploy within 20 hours. Combat readiness must be ensured. Zhao Chen spoke sternly to Charlotte. Charlotte nodded confidently. That is not a problem. Despite these ships being reserves, the crew for each spaceship is prepared and ready for combat. Establishing Legion fleets, although sudden, aligns with existing procedures that we can swiftly implement. The crucial part is the leadership structure. Establishing 3 Imperial Legion fleets requires appointing 3 fleet commanders. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and recited 3 names: Qing Man, Wei Shishi, Maid. Qing Man was once a trusted general under the Medusa's command and continued to serve in the Oriental Dragon Empire after Medusa joined, holding a prominent position within the Oriental Dragon Legion. Wei Shishi was a trusted aide of Princess Qin Shaolei of the Starshine Empire, fighting alongside Zhao Ruyu. After the Starshine Empire transitioned into a kingdom, she joined the Oriental Dragon Empire, currently serving as the deputy commander of the Oriental Dragon 3rd Legion Fleet. Maid was Charlotte's half-sister from the White Tiger tribe, a half-beast humanoid. Admiring her sister, she advanced through military school, entering the military and now serving as the deputy commander of the Oriental Dragon 2nd Legion Fleet. These 3 held the rank of Imperial General. Agreed, Charlotte nodded. These 3 individuals were all Imperial generals and had experience serving as Legion Fleet deputy commanders, making them suitable candidates. Proceed to contact them promptly and have them swiftly transition their current duties. As for the formal appointments, given the current circumstances, we simplify the process. You may announce their appointments directly. The military ranks will remain their current Imperial General ranks, and whether they receive the Field Marshal rank will depend on their performance in this operation, Zhao Chen stated solemnly. Understood. I will contact them personally, Charlotte nodded. They discussed a few more details before Charlotte immediately took actions to make the necessary arrangements. She communicated with each appointee. By decree of His Imperial Majesty, Vice Commander Wei Shishi of the Oriental Dragon 3rd Legion Fleet is relieved of duty. Within the shortest time frame, transfer your current responsibilities and fleet command. Proceed back to the Oriental Dragon Galaxy promptly to establish the Oriental Dragon 7th Legion Fleet, temporarily comprised of 100,000 starships. Wei Shishi will serve as the highest commander of the Oriental Dragon 7th Legion Fleet. Upon hearing Charlotte's announcement, both Medusa and Wei Shishi were surprised. Relief of duty could be a severe act during wartime, but Wei Shishi's performance on the battlefield had been impeccable. After the immediate transfer of current duties, Wei Shishi will return promptly to the Oriental Dragon Galaxy to establish the Oriental Dragon 7th Legion Fleet. They shall assemble within 20 hours to be combat-ready, awaiting further deployment orders. Medusa only relaxed after this additional information was provided, commenting somewhat facetiously, "Marshal Charlotte, can you finish everything in one go next time?" Charlotte smiled slightly, then glanced at the bewildered Wei Shishi. Wei Shishi, as per His Imperial Majesty's decree, I have completed the proclamation. You have 1 hour to complete the current work tasks. Afterwards, proceed to the Oriental Dragon Galaxy and establish the Oriental Dragon 7th Legion Fleet within 20 hours, consisting of a temporary 100,000 starships. Wei Shishi will serve as the highest commander of the Oriental Dragon 7th Legion Fleet. After finishing her statement, Charlotte looked at the dumbfounded Wei Shishi. Wei Shishi then realized the situation, stood straight, and promptly confirmed her readiness. Now, I have other commandments to convey, and won't waste time here with you all. Charlotte was preparing to end the communication, but was interrupted by Medusa. Utilizing her authority, Medusa directly shut off all other communication windows, leaving only herself and Charlotte. Charlotte, I know this might not be the best time to ask, but I want to inquire. Understanding that the Oriental Dragon Galaxy has a reserve of 300,000 starships, since Wei Shishi is forming the Oriental Dragon 7th Legion Fleet with 100,000 starships, would the remaining 200,000 ships be used to create 2 additional Legion fleets? Who will be the highest commanders of these 2 additional fleets? Medusa inquired with concern. 3 candidate choices, one of them being Qing Man. Charlotte swiftly responded before concluding the call. Medusa gazed at the darkened video window. Normally composed and aloof, a small smile tugged at her lips. Qing Man was her kin, someone who had been by her side ever since. For Qing Man to become the highest commander of 2 Oriental Dragon Empire Legion fleets brought more happiness than any personal promotion. Whether from a personal or racial perspective, this was a joyous occasion. Personally, Qing Man had always been like a child to her. From a racial perspective, appointing Qing Man as an Imperial Marshal was inevitable once this combat operation ended successfully. This resulted in having 2 Imperial Marshals of the Snake race within the Oriental Dragon Empire. This development was pivotal and secured the future status of the snake race within the Oriental Dragon Empire for centuries to come. Don't disappoint me, little one. Medusa murmured softly. Vice Admiral Ching Man, by His Imperial Majesty's decree, you are relieved of your current duties as the Vice Commander of the Oriental Dragon 1st Legion Fleet. Within an hour, complete the handover of your responsibilities and fleet command. Proceed back to the Oriental Dragon Galaxy promptly to establish the Oriental Dragon 8th Legion Fleet, temporarily comprising of 100,000 starships. Ching Man will serve as the highest commander of the Oriental Dragon 8th Legion Fleet. Upon hearing Charlotte's proclamation, Ching Man, at first, was dumbfounded. However, she quickly snapped back to reality. Ching Man, Charlotte's tone intensified. Ching Man immediately snapped to attention, responding, understood, Charlotte continued, once you complete the handover of your current tasks, you have 1 hour to prepare. Then, head to the Oriental Dragon Galaxy to establish the Oriental Dragon 8th Legion Fleet. Within 20 hours, ensure combat readiness and be prepared to follow orders for our upcoming operations. Ching Man, do you understand? Ching Man saluted promptly and affirmed, acknowledged. Charlotte looked at Maid in front of her with a softer gaze. This was a child she witnessed growing up, once following her around playing war games, a mere child. Back then, she used to say she would always follow elder sister Charlotte, not expecting that the child would indeed follow the path she had laid out. Maid, by decree of His Imperial Majesty and Marshal Charlotte, you are relieved of your duties as the Vice Commander of the Oriental Dragon 2nd Legion Fleet. You have 1 hour to organize the handover of your tasks. Then, proceed to the Oriental Dragon Galaxy to establish the Oriental Dragon 9th Legion Fleet, composed of 100,000 starships. You have 20 hours to complete these tasks. After 20 hours, the Oriental Dragon 9th Legion Fleet must be prepared for combat readiness. Do you comprehend? Maid's expression briefly dazed upon Charlotte's words. Initially hesitant, Maid eventually responded with determination, please rest assured, Marshal Charlotte and His Imperial Majesty. The Oriental Dragon 9th Legion Fleet will be combat-ready within 20 hours, prepared to deploy at any moment. If there are any failures, Maid will accept military punishment. All right, I have more orders to relay. Let's not waste any more time here, Charlotte said as she prepared to disconnect. However, Medusa intervened and discreetly utilized her authority to shut off communication with others, leaving only herself and Charlotte. Charlotte, I know this may not be the best time to ask, but I have one more question. As far as I know, the Oriental Dragon Galaxy boasts a reserve of 300,000 starships. If Maid establishes the Oriental Dragon 9th Legion Fleet with 100,000 starships, what about the remaining 200,000 starships? Will they be used to form two more Legion fleets, and who will be the highest commanders of those fleets to Medusa inquired with a sense of urgency. 3 potential candidates, one being Ching Man. Charlotte swiftly responded before concluding the call. Chapter 1406, 20 hours, 3 fleet groups. 20 hours to organize 3 fleet groups. Isn't this a bit rushed time-wise? Flame Elf King frowned upon hearing Zhao Chen's arrangements. She was a commander herself and understood that even if a fleet group had enough interstellar warships, forming a fleet group with sufficient combat power required multifaceted preparation, not just having the warships ready for battle. If it was 1 or 30 warships, it was fine because communication between them could easily form a cohesive battle system. However, when the scale reached 300, 3,000, or 30,000 warships, the difficulty increased exponentially. Without completing the core framework structure of an interstellar fleet group, even if one assembled on the battlefield, various problems could cause battle commands to be unable to be implemented smoothly, leading to chaos. Therefore, in the Flame Elf King's view, organizing 3 fleet groups in 20 hours was simply an impossible task. I know this sounds like an impossible task. However, within our Excalibur Empire, we have a well-established operational system, and each tactical officer is the most suitable soldier of the Excalibur Empire. I believe that they will complete the mission I assigned within 20 hours. On this matter, I, as the Excalibur Emperor, guarantee it, Zhao Chen said, looking at the Flame Elf King. You don't need to worry about this part. At the moment, I want to mobilize your to Sacred Elf Legion fleet groups to immediately support to new battlefields and ensure stability within 20 hours. After the 20 hours, my fleet group will arrive at the battlefield on schedule to cooperate in the operation. Flame Elf King said firmly, mobilizing my to Legion fleet groups is not a problem. Our mission coming here was to cooperate with you in battle and defend against the invasion of the Devourer Civilization fleet group. Even if your fleet is not replenished, we will hold our ground in the battle positions until certain conditions are met. Flame Elf King's eyes dimmed, presumably thinking of the restrictive conditions imposed by the Higher Council. Therefore, this 20-hour time frame should not be so rushed. Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen. In that case, it's settled. The Excalibur Empire will handle the matter within 20 hours. Zhao Chen did not dwell further on this issue. Since the other party did not believe, they just had to wait for the opportunity to prove themselves. However, I must remind you, the second wave of invasion fleet dispatched by the Devourer Civilization may consist of more than 10 million interstellar warships, exceeding the rumored amount. Our intelligence is still gathering data on this. I will inform you as soon as we have the latest updates. But you must be prepared for the worst. In the battles of the past few days, the Devourer Civilization invaders likely recognized our strong combat capabilities, particularly your Excalibur Empire Legion fleet groups. Their increased attention to you may lead to reinforcements being sent in the future. Therefore, it is not ruled out that they will continue to send reinforcements, Flame Elf King warned sternly. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and said, I must be candid with your Highness the Elf King. In my end, I have long prepared for the worst. So, the things you are worried about are not issues for me. From the beginning, the Excalibur Empire has no retreat in this battle. In fact, we are all in the same boat, Flame Elf King said. Later, two additional battlefields also entered a state of war promptly, thanks to the prearranged plans. The two Sacred Elf Legion fleet groups swiftly entered the fray due to past cooperation and combat experience. Initially, the number of Devourer Civilization fleet ships gradually increased. It wasn't until 15 hours of fighting when these two new battlefields were filled with 5 million interstellar warships from the opponent. At this point, the pressure from the invading fleet was felt by the two Sacred Elf Legion fleet groups. Without the Excalibur Legion fleet group to rotate defense, even if they divided their 1 million interstellar warships in half for rotation, their operational time far exceeded that of the other three Sacred Elf Legion fleet groups in different battlefields. The one facing the greatest pressure was undoubtedly the Lord of Luoyang City, Donglan. Originally, a battlefield near the Luoyang star system had already placed significant pressure on Luoyang City. Now, with the sudden appearance of two adjacent battlefields, Luoyang City found itself on the brink of collapse. Lord, right now our Luoyang City is under extreme working conditions. The newly added to star system battlefields are continuously sending evacuees to our location. Though we have abundant space for their accommodation, managing them requires sufficient staff, as well as living supplies, energy resources, and so on, which are rapidly increasing daily. In addition, there is heavy traffic from interstellar transport fleets. Some of them directly transport battlefield supplies to us, while others load supplies from the evacuated interstellar supply ships and return them to the battlefield. Previously, we only had to manage logistics for one star system battlefield. Moreover, the navigation of these starships has caused congestion in several main passages, leading to a 30% decline in travel efficiency, which could possibly lead to a paralyzed passage in the future. Managing 3-star system battlefields, with future conflicts intensifying, will raise these demands even higher. Our work in Luoyang City is potentially on the brink of collapse at any moment. The aide looked at Lord Donglan with a worried expression, her face showing signs of fatigue. Upon receiving news of the two additional star system battlefields, the top management of Luoyang City had hardly rested in the past dozen hours. The pressure was palpable upon them. The addition of 2 new star system battlefields is something no one wishes to see. But since it has happened around our Luoyang star system, we naturally have to shoulder this responsibility. Luoyang City is built here for what reason? One of the reasons is from moments like this. Hence, no matter how difficult the situation, we must persevere. Lord Donglan said sincerely. Regarding the current issues, we only need to solve them one by one. First, in terms of accommodating personnel in Luoyang City, we can fully accommodate them. We only lack management staff. This can be solved by recruiting from elsewhere. Then there is the issue of navigation management. The unloading at Luoyang City has reached its limit. So, we can construct temporary interstellar docks around Luoyang City to transfer interstellar transport ships and interstellar supply ships, which can alleviate the city's stress. Lord Donglan proposed solutions to various minor and major issues, and quickly, one by one, under orderly processing, the tricky problems ceased to be problems. Luoyang City continued to run, appearing under immense pressure, but all aspects of the work were functioning normally. At least the 3-star system battlefields had not detected any changes in their rear. Luoyang 11-star system report, the enemy's offensive is increasing continuously. Our defenses are under great pressure everywhere. And the number of interstellar warships lost is gradually rising. Report, Defense Line 0711 has been breached by the enemy, and we are urgently redeploying nearby interstellar fleets to compensate. Report, 1 battalion fleet has been entangled by the enemy and the enemy is attempting to surround it. The battalion fleet requests reinforcement. One message after another reached the flagship commander of the Sacred Elf 13th Division Fleet Group. The current situation had left this Elf Fleet Group commander overwhelmed. Damn it, never thought managing the invasion overseer from the Devourer civilization would be so challenging. The Elf Fleet commander watched the increasingly urgent front lines before him. Comparing the current defense depth of the Luoyang 11-star system to the previous 3-star system battlefields, he realized that in less than 20 hours, the battle area of this Luoyang 11 system had exceeded any of the other 3 systems. He had not joined the battle before, merely obtaining battlefield information on various battlefields. Still, now, receiving orders from the Flame Elf King and rushing to the Luoyang 11-star system with his Sacred Elf 30th Legion Fleet Group to confront the Devourer civilization invading fleet, he truly understood the terror of the enemy on this battlefield. In less than 20 hours of combat, he could feel the pressure bearing down on him as if he couldn't breathe. In contrast, the other 3 battlefields had already been fighting for over 100 hours. How many losses have we suffered so far? The Elf Fleet commander inquired. Until now, the total number of interstellar warships lost by our Sacred Elf 30th Legion Fleet Group has exceeded 60,000. According to the data, the hourly loss of interstellar warships is still rising. Without support, we can only hold out for a maximum of 200 combat hours before we are completely wiped out, reported the aide. 1 million interstellar warships could only hold out for 200 combat hours. That was assuming the enemy would not reinforce their troops. While he was uncertain about his own reinforcements, he was certain that the enemy had some. Consequently, no matter how many enemy interstellar warships they destroyed, an equivalent amount would fill those rotten gaps. As a result, their losses on the battlefield would only escalate. Suddenly, the Elf Legion commander recalled a message he received when he was informed by the Flame Elf King to confront the invading fleet from the Devourer civilization. The Excalibur Emperor had stated that these 2 new battlefields only required the Sacred Elf Legion fleet groups to hold out for 20 hours. Support from the Excalibur Legion fleet groups would arrive afterward. However, no specifics about the support were provided at that time. The Flame Elf King had mentioned that for the Excalibur Empire, pulling in reinforcements within 20 hours was a significantly huge event. Therefore, the Flame Elf King just spoke a few words to reassure them not to worry and to be prepared for a tough battle on the battlefield. At that moment, he indeed had not thought much about it or realized how difficult the battle had become. Hence, now he was putting his hopes on this matter. How long has it been since we entered battle? The Elf Fleet commander asked his aide. So far, it has been 16 hours, the aide responded. 16 hours meant they had only 4 hours left until the 20-hour mark. He believed they could endure another 4 hours without much trouble. This was the Elf Fleet Group commander's current mindset, but within the next few hours, he became acutely aware of how each passing second felt like an eternity. Simultaneously, the enemy's powerful attacks directly led to their battlefield losses reaching a peak, with an hourly loss of interstellar warships reaching 10,000 a ship. This was by far the heaviest casualty figure among the Sacred Elf Legion fleet groups in the Excalibur Empire battles so far. As the 20-hour mark approached, and with no contact or communication from the Excalibur Empire side, the Elf Fleet commander felt disheartened. At that moment, a communication window popped up, indicating a message from the Excalibur Empire side, commander of the Excalibur 8th Legion Fleet Group, Admiral Ching Lan. The Excalibur 8th Legion Fleet Group. But from what he knew, the Excalibur Empire only had 6 Imperial fleet groups. Where did this 8th come from? Holding doubts, he agreed to the video call. A video window opened, revealing the voice of a snake-like military officer on the other end. Hello, I am Admiral Ching Lan, the commander of the Excalibur 8th Legion Fleet Group, appointed to support the Luoyang 11 star system battlefield. My Legion fleet will arrive in the battlefield area in 20 minutes. Afterward, we will assume control of the battlefield and continue the rotation tactics. You can take a 5-hour rest period. After 5 hours, you will resume the rotation. Any questions? Chapter 1407. Only 100,000 interstellar warships? No problem. The commander of the Elven fleet felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart upon hearing this news for the first time. Finally, reinforcements from the Owl Dragon Empire appeared. Afterwards, my people will confirm the rotation steps with your Legion fleet to ensure that when the rotation occurs, we minimize our losses, General Kingman said seriously. No problem. We will cooperate fully. After a simple negotiation, the commander of the Elven fleet looked at the dimming video window and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, reinforcements have arrived. With this, we can finally take a breather. The fleet can rest a bit, regain its combat readiness, not only increasing our combat effectiveness in battle, but also reducing the probability of casualties. I wonder how strong the combat power of the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet is. I heard it was hastily assembled. The deputy officer muttered worriedly. The Elven fleet commander furrowed his brow slightly, as he didn't know much about this information. Before this, the Flame Elf King had just mentioned it briefly, cautioning them not to have high expectations and to prepare to fight the enemy to the end. Let's wait. In just 20 minutes, we'll be able to see the true face of the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet. I don't care how strong they are, as long as they can buy us some time to rest. At least this way, we won't only be able to withstand 100 hours of battle. The Elven fleet commander chuckled self-deprecatingly. Prior to this, they had thought they had prepared for this moment for a long time. Facing the invading fleet that devoured civilizations, they didn't have 100% certainty. But they at least thought it was a 50-50 chance. However, now that they were in the midst of battle, he realized that it wasn't a 50-50 chance at all. Despite knowing the enemy had the advantage in the number of starships, the current situation far exceeded their expectations. 20 minutes may seem long or short, but it quickly passed. At the same time, in the depth of the battlefield behind the defense line, the shadow of the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet appeared. However, looking at those interstellar warships, the Elven fleet commander was dumbfounded. He wondered, these are the only interstellar warships? Did they divide their fleet into several squadrons, and this is just one of them? The Elven fleet commander looked at his deputy, hoping to hear the answer he wanted from him. However, the deputy officer swallowed and said, I just contacted the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet. The message I received was that they only have 100,000 interstellar warships and some accompanying support fleets. The total number will not exceed 120,000 interstellar warships. The Elven fleet commander felt deceived. Just over 100,000 interstellar warships. That was like a drop in the bucket on the current battlefield. With their Holy Elven Legion fleet having 1 million interstellar warships here, this drastic difference in numbers left him in shock. Report, the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet has submitted a request for defense line rotation and is asking for our cooperation, the deputy officer immediately reported after receiving a message. Immediately contact the highest commander of the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet. I want to speak with her. The Elven fleet commander couldn't hold back. The communication was quickly established, and the snake-like commander appeared on the video window. General Kingman, may I ask, is your Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet only these 100,000 interstellar warships? Or are there additional units that haven't arrived yet? The Elven fleet commander asked sternly. Yes, the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet was established less than 20 hours ago and currently only has 100,000 interstellar warships deployed, General Kingman explained frankly. Established less than 20 hours ago. The Elven fleet commander took a sharp breath. He had not expected to be asked to fight alongside a fleet that had been established for less than 20 hours. Was this a joke? He now understood why the Flame Elf King had only mentioned this briefly and advised them not to focus too much on this mission. It was here. How could they entrust their defense line to a fleet that had been established for less than 20 hours and expected to take command of their battlefront? General Kingman, I don't doubt your capabilities. But as you know, it takes a long time for a fleet to develop its combat strength. Your fleet has only been established for less than 20 hours, and it's difficult for me to believe in your fleet's combat readiness, the Elven Fleet Commander stated bluntly. General Kingman remained calm and said, I understand your concerns. However, I have confidence in my Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet. When I accepted this mission, I had already committed myself to it. While my Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet has only been established for less than 20 hours, I believe they are not inferior to those veteran fleets. We can do what you can, and I am willing to take full responsibility for the actions of my fleet. Now, as agreed before, your fleet will withdraw, and mine will take over the defense line rotation. Your fleet can rest. Seeing the commander's hesitation, she stated firmly, this is my final warning. The Elven Fleet Commander understood that he had no choice. I hope you can stand by your words, he said before ending the communication abruptly. The Elven Fleet Commander prepared for the worst, ready to make up for the defeated Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet at the first opportunity. It seems that this Elven Commander doesn't trust our abilities, General Kingman shrugged, looking at her secretary. The secretary smiled lightly, saying, let's prove ourselves on the battlefield. General Kingman's eyes narrowed as she stared at the interstellar warfare sandbox of this star system. 5 hours. We must hold the defense line under our control for 5 hours, she said decisively. Although 5 hours wasn't a long time, for the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet with only 100,000 interstellar warships, it was significant. However, it was an order from above, and they had to execute the battle plan they had previously laid out. The rotation between the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet and the Holy Elven Legion fleet went smoothly, for it wasn't their first cooperation. They had learned from experiences and templates from other star system battles before. Following the rotation and deployment, all Owl Dragon warships entered combat readiness promptly and engaged the enemy forces as ordered. Very soon, the Owl Dragon legions at the front line started facing immense pressure. The defense line began to crumble bit by bit. Sir, look. In just a little less than 20 minutes since the handover, different levels of crisis have emerged in the defense line. At this rate, not to mention 5 hours, it's likely the defense line will collapse within an hour, the deputy officer reported as he observed the battlefield closely. The Elven Fleet Commander, with a serious expression, instructed, pass the order to our Legion fleet. During the rest and resupply phase, maintain vigilance and be prepared to return to the defense line at any moment. At that moment, part of the interstellar fleet behind the Owl Dragon 8th Legion started to make a move. They were the interstellar missile ships. A whole legion of interstellar missile ships were preparing to fire, equipped with all missile launchers ready. The Elven Fleet Commander showed interest. He had seen scenes of interstellar missile ship launches in other system battles, but it was usually limited to a few ships. Witnessing an entire legion of interstellar missile ships providing support fires was something new. That is the arsenal you are relying on, right? The Elven Fleet Commander asked with anticipation. Next, the T-5 Crimson Death God class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships and T-6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships simultaneously opened fire. Thousands of interstellar missiles were launched, forming a meteor shower as they rained down on the enemy's attack positions. The scene felt like igniting a field of fireballs, blanketing the assault positions of the consuming civilization invasion fleet. Just witnessing it felt spectacular. It's beautiful, even the High Elf, who valued aesthetics, couldn't help but praise from the heart. They didn't expect to witness such beauty in the midst of war. Strange. The range covered by their interstellar missiles seems a bit scattered. They haven't focused on eliminating the enemy fleet on the front lines first? The deputy officer raised his doubts. He observed the firing zones on the stellar sandbox. The Elven Fleet Commander bent down to look carefully and widened his eyes. They are dividing the battlefield. The interstellar missiles were creating a divide between the enemy's frontline and midline areas. Only a few T-5 and T-6 class interstellar warships remained in between the missile zones, while the rest of the ships were turned into debris. While the interstellar missiles continued to fall, in the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet, Some of the defense line positions opened up as actively attacking interstellar warships emerged. They launched a counteroffensive against the enemy positioned on the front line. "Oh God, they are launching a counteroffensive!" the deputy officer exclaimed in surprise, covering his mouth. He witnessed another astonishing scene where swarms of interstellar fighters and unmanned drones emerged from the fleet. Like a swarm of bees, they cooperated with the attacking all-Dragon fleet to strike back at the enemy. Under this sudden counteroffensive, the enemy's frontline assault fleet was instantly divided. They were subjected to successive attacks from the Owl-Dragon interstellar warships. Since they couldn't receive support from their rear, these disconnected consuming ships could only watch helplessly as the Owl-Dragon fleet destroyed them, bit by bit. The commander of the Elven fleet stared with wide eyes. The Elf Vice Admiral next to him took a breath of cool air. They actually did it. Relying only on 100,000 starships. Not only did they halt the enemy's advance, but they also launched a counterattack. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Elven fleet commander looked at the interstellar war map and said in a deep voice, "Admiral Ching Man has prepared meticulously." By relying on the firepower coverage of interstellar missiles, they gradually split the enemy's formation, especially separating the enemy Legion fleet at the center and rear. Simultaneously, they sent their own interstellar cruisers and battleships for rapid assaults, intercepting and eliminating the Vanguard fleet that had been split apart. To compensate for the insufficient number of these interstellar warships, they specifically arranged for a group of interstellar fighters and drones to provide firepower support. These interstellar fighters and drones are all at Tier 5 and Tier 6 levels, very reliable in combat. Additionally, the battleships and destroyers on the defensive line are advancing slowly wiping out the enemy's frontline forces. Each step seems risky, but if successful, it's undoubtedly an exceptionally brilliant tactical maneuver. But our main focus is defense. The Owl-Dragon Legion fleet did this, and it seems to be paying off now. They eliminated the enemy's Vanguard forces, but remember, the enemy has nearly 5 million starships. The Owl-Dragon Legion fleet has only tens of thousands. No matter how strong they are, how many can they destroy? The enemy's Legion fleet will continue to advance, and because of this round of proactive attacks, the Owl-Dragon Legion fleet has suffered losses. Under these circumstances, they still have to withstand the enemy's assault. The Elf Vice Admiral frowned. The Elven fleet commander shook his head, his eyes shining with intensity. "You're looking at things too superficially. What you analyzed is indeed factual, but what you haven't seen is the changing battlefield environment." Changing battlefield environment? The Elf Vice Admiral was puzzled. He looked at the interstellar war map and then turned to watch the live broadcast footage of the battlefield. Suddenly, he saw it, instantly realizing, it's the starship wreckage. Due to our control, the battlefield is limited to this size. Under this offensive, the Owl-Dragon Legion fleet has eliminated a large number of enemy Vanguard forces. The starship wreckage from these Vanguard forces will pile up in the combat zone, not completely blocking the passage but severely impeding fleet navigation and attacks, affecting attack efficiency, routes, and more. Do you need to clear this debris blocking the combat zone? Not clearing it means you have to navigate around it, and over time, more and more starship wreckage may accumulate into space junk. If you don't navigate around, you can use ship-borne weapons to further destroy the starship wreckage blocking your path, reducing its volume to not impede starship navigation. Some energy-based weapons can also directly dissolve them. But this will inevitably weaken the firepower of the attacking fleet. The Elven fleet commander's voice was excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. In previous battles, there were starship wreckage as well, but they appeared at a uniform pace, allowing the enemy to gradually clear them during subsequent engagements without much impact on the battlefield. It's as if it were filling a pond with water while draining it simultaneously. But Admiral Ching Man directly poured a bucket of water and maintained the same drain rate. This naturally led to water accumulating in the pond, which sets the stage for what will happen in the battlefield next. Admiral Ching Man's idea is that since the number of their combat starships cannot be changed, and the enemy's starships cannot be changed either, they change the battlefield environment to control the enemy's deployment of starships in a different way. This not only showcases the strength of the Owl-Dragon-class interstellar battlecruisers, but also the exceptionally high combat proficiency of the entire Owl-Dragon Legion fleet. It's truly Amazing to think that they achieved this level of coordinated military maneuvers within just 20 hours of establishment. How formidable is this Owl Dragon Empire? At this moment, among these elven high-ranking military officials, their perception of the Owl Dragon Legion fleet was completely transformed. They had no choice but to acknowledge defeat. Besides the numerical superiority of the fleets, in terms of starship quality, soldier aptitude, and legion command, they were outmatched in every aspect. The 5 hours passed quickly. The changes on the battlefield within these 5 hours had unfolded just as they had imagined. The large amount of accumulated starship wreckage significantly weakened the invading civilization's fleet's offensive efficiency. This not only prevented any setbacks on the defensive line previously handed over to the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet, but even allowed for some advance. The results were unbelievable. Report: the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet requests a rotation with our fleet, the Elf Vice Admiral reported. Very well. Follow the rotation plan set earlier. Let the first squadron rotate, with a battle time of 5 hours, the Elven Fleet Commander instructed. Understood. The Elf Vice Admiral acknowledged and returned to the commander's side. Do they have the statistics on their combat losses and enemy casualties for the previous 5 hours? The Elven Fleet Commander couldn't help but ask. The Elf Vice Admiral promptly brought up the relevant data. Regarding the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet's combat data in the past 5 hours, they had documented everything. In the past 5 hours, the Owl Dragon 8th Legion fleet has successfully completed its designated mission. They destroyed 60,000 starships, with losses under 5,000 starships in return. The battle consumption is difficult to calculate, but both of their interstellar missile fleets took part in the battle. A casualty ratio of more than 10-to-1. Although this was similar to the data of other Owl Dragon Legion fleets on different battlefields, one must remember that while other fleets were at full strength with 500,000 starships, this fleet had only 100,000. Their starship numbers differed by a factor of 5, and the enemy's numbers remained constant. The only variable was the inclusion, for the first time in battle, of 2 fleets of elite Angel of Hell starships. So, this is the strategic role of interstellar missile ships on the battlefield. The Elven Fleet Commander couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't help but wonder, with these interstellar missile ships in his possession, what kind of results could he achieve? Chapter 1409. The attitude of the Higher Council in the name of the Sacred Spirit Empire. I just can't understand. You all keep saying it's for the good of the Sacred Spirit Empire. But now, you are unwilling to send troops to support the battleground of the Owl Dragon Empire. I have reported to you in detail about the situation on the Owl Dragon Empire's battleground. The situation there is currently very good, surpassing the battles in other interstellar universes. The only shortcoming is insufficient manpower, while the devouring civilization keeps sending reinforcements of interstellar fleets. Have you not seen before when the devouring civilization invaded in the first round, we dispatched over 2,500 interstellar warships in consecutive actions? No? From what I see now, there are at least around 30 million interstellar warships. What does this indicate? It shows that they are also very aware of the strength of the Owl Dragon Empire's fleet, and they have started to take it seriously. Even the enemy is well aware of this. Why can't you understand? Do you want to just sit back and watch? Are you not afraid to be caught in the fire yourselves? Let's be realistic. Currently, the universe of the Owl Dragon Empire is the defensive depth of our Sacred Spirit Empire. If the Owl Dragon Empire is destroyed, we won't have the ability to resist the imminent threat of the devouring civilization universe. Flame Spirit King looked at the many Elven Council members of the Higher Council and the 4 Elven Kings. Her tone was very heavy and anxious. Her gaze was sharp like that of a hawk. After finishing her words, some Elven Council members spoke up one after another. In regards to Flame Spirit King's request for us to send reinforcements, we have discussed this matter several times, and the conclusion is still pending observation. Yes, we cannot confirm it yet. Whether this might be a plot by the devouring civilization to lure our main fleet of the Sacred Spirit Empire into the universe of the Owl Dragon Empire, and then destroy our main fleet. If that's the case, it would be a disaster for our Sacred Spirit Empire. And considering the current situation, the Owl Dragon Empire can still hold on. It may be better to wait a bit longer. Flame Spirit King looked at the faces of the High Council members. She was resentful and looked directly at the 4 Elven Kings. You didn't express your opinions in the previous meeting. Now, I want to know your stance. Although the High Council currently disagreed, if she could get the majority of the Elven Kings to agree, then this action would also be supported. I disagree. It's been less than half a month since the start of the battle, and you want to send reinforcements. Our Sacred Spirit Empire's fleet cannot be mobilized with just a simple command. Night Shimmer Elven King said bluntly. Flame Spirit King didn't pay much attention to him because she knew his temperament, conservative and shallow-minded. Crystal Water Elven King spoke in a gentle voice. I have no opinion on whether to send the second wave of reinforcements, but unity has always been emphasized in our Sacred Spirit Empire. If everyone is against it, we should wait. Flame Spirit King had to pin her hopes on the remaining two Elven Kings. Emerald Elven King spoke solemnly. I support defense operations in our homeland. We have built numerous defense facilities over the years in the Sacred Spirit Empire. I believe our fleet is strongest in our own universe. And practically speaking, if we can consume more of the devouring civilization within the Owl Dragon Empire's universe, it will significantly reduce the difficulty of our defense in our own universe. Flame Spirit King closed her eyes. She cursed herself for placing such hopes on a scholar who clearly knew nothing about warfare. Then there's nothing more to say. Let's discuss it further. But considering the current situation in the Owl Dragon Empire, there won't be a collapse in the short term. Starlight Elven King remained nonchalant. Flame Spirit King was frustrated, glaring at the others. Discussion. Discussion. This is not child's play. This is war. This is an opportunity. In the past, deliberations and hesitations in other interstellar universes cost us dearly. Now, we have only one final chance. Are you all going to give up here? Everyone at the meeting fell silent. All right. I want to see how you'll clean up this mess later. Flame Spirit King's holographic image dissipated directly. After Flame Spirit King disappeared, discussions and debates broke out among the members of the Higher Council. Regarding whether to send the second wave of reinforcements to the Owl Dragon Empire, further deliberation was deemed necessary. About whether to send the second wave of reinforcements to the Owl Dragon Empire, this needs further discussion, Starlight Elven King stated. The defense battle of the Owl Dragon Empire entered its 300th hour. This critical timeline was deduced by the highest staff of the Owl Dragon Empire. After multiple simulations, the conclusion was that, without changing the current course of action, the situations on the 5 battlefronts would rapidly deteriorate after 300 hours of combat. Commander Zhao Chen glanced around at the attendees and took note of the situation in the Owl Dragon Empire's defense meeting, as Flame Spirit King's faction did not participate. Charlotte, as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, was the first to speak. 300 hours of combat. Our forces have deployed a total of 3,700,000 interstellar warships into the combat zones. This includes newly built supply lines deployed to various frontline fleet corps during the past 2 weeks. Over these 300 hours of combat, we have lost a total of 910,000 interstellar warships. Though slightly fewer than projected, for our already small Owl Dragon Legion fleet, it is a significant loss. Losses have reached 25%. Presently, there are still 2,800,000 interstellar warships with combat capability. In these 300 hours, we have destroyed nearly 10 million enemy interstellar warships. For us, apart from the newly established 3 fleet corps, which maintain a scale of 10,000 interstellar warships each, the remaining 6 fleet corps now only possess 400,000 interstellar warships. Charlotte paused before continuing. As for our allies, the Sacred Spirit Legion fleet has, according to the battlefield reports, deployed a total of 5 million interstellar warships so far. They have lost nearly 1 million interstellar warships with a casualty rate of 20%. The Sacred Spirit Legion fleet has destroyed around 5 million enemy interstellar warships. Consequently, our combined forces have eliminated approximately 15 million interstellar warships. The enemy still maintains an excess of 2 million interstellar warships across their 5 battlefronts. After hearing this data, Zhao Chen asked for opinions regarding the current situation. Charlotte, having projected the current state across the star systems on a holographic display, shared her analysis. From the present standpoint, the situations on the initial 3 battlefronts are fairly stable, with similar forces on both sides. However, the enemy has a surplus of over 2 million interstellar warships, slowly narrowing the gap in vessel numbers. even to the point of equilibrium. The control of these 3 star systems is maintained without any line collapses or territory losses. Yet, the 2 new battlefronts are not as favorable. Together, our coalition forces amount to 80,000 interstellar warships, whilst the enemy has nearly 250,000. The discrepancy in fleet sizes still lingers. Moreover, the battlefield scope in these star systems continues to expand, particularly in the Leonov for star system, where the battlefront encompasses 1/5 of the star system's area, exceeding the other battlefronts. We currently lack the necessary forces to stem the expansion and further compress the region. Charlotte pointed to the Leonov 4 and Leon 11 star systems. If my suspicions are correct, the devouring civilization will act soon. They will either reinforce one of these star systems with more troops to increase the pressure or unleash their ultimate weapon, the Soul Altar, summoning the Dark Legion fleet for their fiercest assault. At this point, I take full responsibility for failing to bring the Leonov for star system under control. General Weishishi of the 7th Legion Fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire spoke up. It's been 300 hours, almost 2 weeks. We have deployed a total of 800,000 interstellar warships across the 2 Legion fleets on our side, and the Sacred Spirit side has an equivalent force. Both sides have a total of 1,600,000 interstellar warships. While the situation on these 3 battlefronts appears to be stable, the new fronts are at a stage of severe attrition. The enemy still commands almost 1 million interstellar warships in these new locations. Though our thrusters are efficient, we are unable to halt the encroaching threat in these promising areas. Commander Zhao Chen intervened, dismissing self-blame. Don't shoulder this responsibility alone. Each of your divisions only has 100,000 interstellar warships. While replenishing what you've lost and prioritizing supplies, your strain far surpasses that of other battlefronts. Your resilience for withstanding 300 hours without any line collapses is commendable. Upon hearing Zhao's words, the 3 generals sighed in relief, feeling acknowledged for their efforts. How much reserve power do we have now? Zhao inquired, to which Charlotte responded, both the Blizzard Vanguard Fleet and Shadowhunter Vanguard Fleet are prepared for deployment. All other Vanguard fleets have been fully engaged. Our Shadowhunters are ready for any mission on any battleground at any time. Zhao Weiner declared eagerly. She had been waiting for this moment, eagerly anticipating the return of these weeks of reports on other fleet corps. Her greatsword longed for action. Red Eye remained silent, yet the expression in his crimson eyes conveyed everything. How's the progress on that plan? Zhao Chen looked to Charlotte, who replied, it's been fully devised. All personnel within the 5-star systems have been successfully evacuated, leaving only essential standby forces. These operatives are prepared for immediate evacuation upon executing the plan, ensuring total clearance within half an hour. Zhao nodded, a sense of gravity reflected in his demeanor. If possible, I'd rather not resort to this plan. But given the circumstances, this method becomes an ultimatum, a last resort. Moreover, as Charlotte had mentioned, with potential threatening measures at the devouring civilization's disposal, every commander across the campaign must brace themselves. Study the battle data projected by our staff. We are now reactive, awaiting the enemy's next move to formulate our response. It's like 2 expert swordsmen in a deadlock. Once his patterns are revealed, we can anticipate our future actions with more finesse. Concluding the meeting, attendees expressed their viewpoints. The session, heavy with tension, came to a close. Zhao observed the holographic images dispersing, leaning back on his captain's chair with a weary smile. I used to detest meetings. Now it seems like we're having one every day. Lily stood by Zhao's side, offering comfort. The circumstances are vastly different now. These meetings serve to guide the broader strategy and communicate your ideological direction. Noting Charlotte's hologram lingering, Zhao curiously inquired, anything else on your end, Charlotte? Meeting his gaze, Charlotte spoke seriously. It involves a tactical plan I've personally devised, aimed at addressing an imminent threat posed by the Soul Altar, as per information from the Flame Spirit King. As Zhao listened attentively to Charlotte's account, his expression grew graver. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed Charlotte with a scrutinizing look. What confidence level do you have in this combat plan? Less than 50%. And that's under the assumption of smooth operation with your latest technological equipment, Charlotte candidly replied. I see. Keep this battle plan under wraps for now. Considering the heightened risks, it's not suitable for public disclosure. However, you can continue to refine a detailed operational plan and treat it as a contingency. If you need support, liaise with Lily. Collaborate and prepare for any circumstance, Zhao instructed. Understood, Charlotte nodded. Aware of the plan's high stakes, she knew that sometimes in critical battles, it is precisely such imaginative tactical planning that can drive the tides of war. Chapter 1410, Planet Luoyang No. 11. Galaxy, Danger. Chapter 1410, Planet Luoyang No. 11. Galaxy, Danger. After 300 hours of defense in the Zhonglong Empire, everything seemed to maintain a relatively balanced state. However, on the Zhonglong Empire's military side, there was a heightened sense of vigilance, putting in even more effort than before. No one dared to be complacent, because everyone was well aware that it was soon time for the consuming civilization to make its move again. Sure enough, the consuming civilization quickly took action. Latest news. A large number of consuming civilization Legion fleets have emerged in the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy. An average increase of 300,000 starships per hour, and the attacking intensity of the consuming civilization Legion fleets have significantly increased. The battle pressure in the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy is continuously rising, and defenses are critical everywhere. If not controlled, more than two-thirds of the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy will fall within 20 hours. The entire Luoyang No. 11 galaxy will be completely overrun. Lily nervously reported this urgent information to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar sandbox in front of him, pointing to the position of planet Luoyang No. 11 galaxy. It seems that the consuming civilization is preparing to strike here. What should we do now? Lily looked at Zhao Chen. At this moment, the holographic image of Charlotte next to them lit up. Have you received the message? How are you planning to handle the current situation? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Charlotte got straight to the point. We can't give up on the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy. Our goal is to control the battlefield and prevent the enemy from gaining momentum. Immediately dispatch the Zhonglong 9th Legion fleet to support the battle in the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy. The Blizzard Ace fleet will also support the battle in the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy. Allows Marshal Chiton to deploy the flagship T6 Gourmet Demon King, if necessary. At the same time, your flagship, the T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, must prepare to provide battlefield support in the Luoyang No. 11 galaxy. Other flagships should also be prepared for war support. Charlotte outlined her plan. Zhao Chen nodded, looking at Lily. Follow Charlotte's instructions. Yes. Lily nodded. Zhao Chen then looked at Charlotte again. What if this is just a feint by the enemy, and their actual target lies elsewhere? Charlotte shrugged helplessly. Considering our current situation, even if it is just a feint, we cannot afford to underestimate the enemy. We must be fully prepared. If there are other maneuvers, we can only respond after they act. Zhao Chen agreed. This was the situation facing the Zhonglong Empire now. No other choice. Can't the Sacred Elves Empire send more reinforcements? Charlotte asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. Yes. The top level of the Sacred Elves Empire is still quite conservative. Until they see a clear picture of the war, they are unlikely to provide us with any support. Fortunately, the latest news is that the Cosmic Gate connecting the Sacred Elves Empire and our Zhonglong Empire will be completed in 2 days. Due to the current special circumstances, experiments and tests related to the Cosmic Gate can be expedited. Once completed, it can be operational in 24 hours. By then, logistical supplies from the Sacred Elves Empire can be transported to our Zhonglong Empire. The Flame Elf King promised that at least in this regard, they can ensure it. We also have agreed that some of our war supplies supporting the Legion fleets of the Sacred Elves may use raw materials for compensation. This way, we can greatly alleviate the shortage of raw materials we're facing. Charlotte frowned slightly. With the current situation, the Sacred Elves Empire's reluctance to act means they are missing out on opportunities. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and said, everyone approaches things from their own interests, which is understandable. But with too short-sighted a focus, it will eventually lead to their own downfall. He paused and then looked at Charlotte. Regarding the plan you mentioned earlier, how is the simulation progressing? If we can use it to present a significant gift to the Sacred Elves Empire, it may help them understand that now is the time to fully engage in fighting the consuming civilization. It's still in progress. So far, we have about a 40% certainty. But I may also suffer significant losses, and the risks are high, Charlotte sternly said. We have few choices now. We should prepare as best as we can, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Charlotte's holographic image disappeared. Later, the Flame Elf King visited Zhao Chen, her holographic image appearing before him. She looked somewhat anxious. I know about the situation in the Luoyang No. 11 Galaxy. This is likely the consuming civilization Legion Fleet's killer move, and they will soon unleash the Soul Altar. If they use the Soul Altar in the Luoyang No. 11 Galaxy, the situation there will intensify. The Flame Elf King said gravely. I understand, Zhao Chen nodded. The Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen helplessly. I'm sorry, I couldn't convince those conservative old folks. Zhao Chen looked at the Flame Elf King and smiled slightly. I know you've tried hard. Originally, the daily losses shouldn't exceed 50,000 starships. But it seems you've already exceeded that. According to my understanding, your Sacred Elves Legion fleet already suffered close to 80,000 starships in a single day. I assume your High Council on your end is also under significant pressure. The Flame Elf King chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, convincing those old folks is not easy. Thankfully, so far, we have been doing quite well, and I've used the battle damage ratios to convince them. They allow us to continue. However, the 50% loss rate still remains. Zhao Chen, I know it may not be appropriate for me to say this considering my position, but I genuinely consider you as my ally. If such a situation arises, if necessary, I stand ready to assist. In the Sacred Elves Empire, we have sheltered many. Zhao Chen interrupted the Flame Elf King, smiling as he said, I know what you want to say. This universe may not be vast, beautiful, or wealthy, but it is my home. And here, I have built my empire, and they believe in me, follow me. I won't abandon my homeland. The Flame Elf King sighed, looking somewhat weighed down. It seemed she was not optimistic about the current situation of the war. Though she held the utmost regard for the ongoing war in her heart, benefiting greatly from it herself, she knew that wars were not as simple as to fleets of starships battling it out. There were too many elements at play. Thinking about those factors, the Flame Elf King clenched her fists. Zhao Chen noticed her expression and smiled, saying, Don't carry too heavy a burden. And we haven't lost yet. Who says we are to be the losers in this war? Until the very end, don't give up any possibilities. The Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen with a complex expression. She wasn't sure if this man genuinely believed in what he was saying, or if it was just self-comforting words. With that, the simple conversation ended. Because the Flame Elf King had already dispatched the 5 Sacred Elves Legion fleets to the battlefield, she could do little else but quickly mobilize resources at the end, where the Cosmic Gate was about to be completed. She felt powerless. Zhonglong No. 11. Galaxy Battlefield. The Zhonglong 9th Legion Fleet has been ordered to support the battle in the Luoyang No. 11 Galaxy. Commander Miter looked at several video windows in front of her. Among these, 2 video windows displayed the commanders of the Zhonglong 8th Legion Fleet, General Qingman, who was already in the battle, and the other displayed the Chief Elf Commander of the Sacred Elves 30th Legion Fleet. They both showed signs of exhaustion on their faces. In the Luoyang No. 11 Galaxy battle, they had persisted until now, bearing pressure far greater than other battlefields. Now, with the enemy bolstering their forces and intensifying their attacks, the burden felt as heavy as carrying a mountain on their shoulders. It's great to have your help. Our pressure will indeed be greatly relieved. General Qingman expressed his gratitude. Miter noticed that the usually raised tail of General Qingman was now limp, its scales losing color. It was evident that General Qingman had endured immense pressure during this time. It's our duty. Besides, Emperor Zhuan has also dispatched the Blizzard Ace fleet to support the battle in the Luoyang No. 11 Galaxy. They are currently traversing the Stargate and are expected to arrive here in half an hour, ready for combat within an hour. Emperor Zhuan has authorized Marshal Chiton to mobilize the T6 Gourmet Demon King flagship into battle if necessary, Miter said. Being able to use the T6 Gourmet Demon King flagship. That's excellent. Upon hearing that the T6 Gourmet Demon King flagship could participate in the battle, General Qingman's tired eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The elf commander of the Sacred Elves 30th Legion Fleet, who had been quiet until then, curiously inquired, "About your T6 Gourmet Demon King starship, we have some information from our end as well. It's a formidable starship. But for a starship of its class, facing millions in the current interstellar battlefield, wouldn't it be challenging to turn the tide? Most of the data on Zhang Long's flagships is highly confidential. Some earlier records might have leaked some battlefield information. But for recent additions like the T6 Gourmet Demon King starship, external information was scarce." General Ching Man's tone tinged with pride as he said, "An individual T6 Gourmet Demon King starship may not be able to change the entire battle, but its presence acts like a stabilizing force for us. When you witness its battle later, you will realize the horror it embodies." The Elf Fleet commander, harboring a sense of curiosity, wanted to witness the mythical starship mentioned in the rumors firsthand. Having fought side by side with Zhang Long's officers for some time, he understood that these officers were no fools. Hence, he did not dismiss their claims, but instead was intrigued by them. Subsequently, under the leadership of Mitre, the Zhang Long 9th Legion fleet joined the battlefield. Due to the increased intensity of the enemy's attacks, both the Zhang Long Legion fleets and the Sacred Elves Legion fleets were pushed to the front line, with no opportunity for rotation or rest. It was also in preparation for the possible stronger enemy onslaught. Indeed, their speculations were accurate. The consuming civilization's Legion fleet's attacks became fiercer with each passing moment. Despite the Zhang Long 9th Legion fleet's entrance, the front line continued to inch back. Even with the subsequent arrival of Marshal Kite in leading the Blizzard Ace fleet, they couldn't entirely halt the continuous retreat. Defense Line 081 in the M711 direction is under intense enemy attack, with a possibility of collapse. General Ching Man's voice echoed through the command channel. The Elf Fleet commander fretted, saying, "All the Legion fleets I can mobilize have been committed to various battlefronts and can't be withdrawn in the short term." Mitre furrowed her brow slightly, saying, "Part of my forces is also engaged in battle. It would take at least 15 minutes to support that defense line area. 15 minutes are insufficient. By then, the defense line could already be breached, resulting in various detriments." General Ching Man shook his head. "Let me go support this defense line battlefield." Marshal Kaitin, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "But isn't it known that most of your Blizzard Ace fleet is already engaged on various defense lines? Wouldn't it take time to withdraw them?" The Elf Fleet commander asked worriedly. "Withdrawing a large number of starships would indeed take time, but if it's just a single ship, it won't require as much time," Marshal Kaitin said casually. "I'll have my T6 Gourmet Demon King starship head to support this defensive line position. At the same time, my Blizzard Ace fleet can gather a squadron of 3,000 starships within 10 minutes to rush for support. My fleet consists of both interstellar cruisers and interstellar battle cruisers, ensuring rapid reinforcement. Leave this to me." Upon hearing Marshal Kaitin's response, General Ching Man and Mitre were reassured. Since Marshal Kaitin had spoken, and with the T6 Gourmet Demon King starship involved, there was no issue. The Elf Fleet commander, observing the attitudes of these three Zhang Long officers, grew even more curious. Just how powerful was this T6 Gourmet Demon King starship to instill such confidence in them? Having fought alongside these Zhang Long officers for some time, he knew they were not to be underestimated. Therefore, he didn't dissent, but was curious instead. Chapter 1411. Reign of the Gluttony Overlord. Focus on observing the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship. The Elven Fleet Group commander instructed his vice captain. The vice captain immediately brought up several video feeds, showing the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship from various angles. At this moment, it was still a distance away from the battlefield it was supposed to support, estimated to take at least 5 minutes to reach at its average T6 speed. The commander was curious about the capabilities of this T6 Gluttony Overlord starship that garnered the trust of the generals and marshals of the Dragon Legion. Just by looking at the exterior of the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship, it was distinct from the typical elven starships, resembling more of a dark type of spaceship, reminiscent of the ones that consume civilizations. However, there was a clear distinction. The design of the consuming civilization starships lacked aesthetic appeal, giving off a chaotic feeling, unlike the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship, which exuded a dignified and solemn aura, akin to a regal ruler. It possessed a different kind of beauty that was acceptable among the High Elves. As the Elven Fleet commander quietly evaluated the starship, suddenly, the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship disappeared from the video feed, leaving the area devoid of a starship, causing confusion among the observers. The vice captain immediately began an investigation, looking bewildered. They soon discovered the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship, not within their defensive lines, but in the enemy's starship territory. A massive starship stood ominously among the enemy fleet, causing surprise and concern among the Elven forces. This is single-ship spatial leap technology, the commander realized. Although this technology existed in the sacred Elven Empire, it was rarely used due to its low cost-effectiveness. This was the first time the commander witnessed a starship employing such spatial leap technology on the battlefield, directly leaping into the enemy's formation. The precision and speed of the leap indicated the superior capabilities of the Dragon Empire in this aspect compared to the sacred Elven Empire. The commander wondered about the intentions behind this bold move, observing the significant firepower and tactics of the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship. The appearance of a black hole generated by the starship's technology further intensified the shock and fear among the Elven forces. The commander quickly realized the unmatched technological prowess of the Dragon Empire and acknowledged the strategic advantage this starship wielded on the battlefield. The subsequent events unfolded, with the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship demonstrably showcasing its power and tactical superiority against the invading forces. Despite the crisis at the front line, the Elven commander recognized the potential of the starship in shifting the course of a battle, eagerly anticipating the full extent of its capabilities. In the midst of intense combat, the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship, with its formidable arsenal, successfully defended the front line, temporarily securing the defensive line until reinforcements arrived. The commander reflected on the strength and prowess of the Dragon Legion starships, acknowledging their superiority in combat. As the battle raged on, the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship continued to display its strategic value, instilling awe and respect among friend and foe alike. The Battle of the Dragon Empire continued for 350 hours, with the front line in the Luoyang 11th star system becoming a crucial battleground. Despite heavy losses and fierce engagements, the Elven and Dragon fleets stood resilient against the advancing enemy forces, albeit with significant territorial losses. The emergence of the Soul Altar, a deadly weapon of the consuming civilization, further underscored the technological superiority of the enemy forces, posing a grave threat to the star system. As the battle reached a critical juncture, the Elven commander beheld the unfolding events with a mix of apprehension and curiosity, witnessing the might and ingenuity of the Dragon Empire. The narrative culminated in a dramatic showdown, with the T6 Gluttony Overlord starship emerging as a formidable force that could single-handedly alter the course of a battle, cementing its status as a strategic asset capable of achieving remarkable results on the battlefield. Chapter 1412 Dragon Emperor Number. Master of the Battlefield. Chapter 1412 Dragon Emperor Number. Master of the Battlefield. T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. Bridge Report. Equipment resembling enemy soul altars has appeared in the 11th galaxy of Luoyang. A department officer shouted loudly, "Bring up all visual windows." Secretary Lily immediately said. Soon, the battlefield scene in the 11th galaxy of Luoyang appeared before Zhao Chen and Lily. The most eye-catching ship on the battlefield was the T6 Gluttonous Demon King. They could also see the Soul Altar in the center of the area, controlled by the fleet-invading civilization. Giant black pillars floated there, eerie and mysterious. Is this the Soul Altar of the invading civilization? Zhao Chen frowned as he stared at the scene. He had anticipated that this thing would appear on the battlefield, but when it actually appeared, Zhao Chen still felt some worrying in his heart. "I wonder what level of Soul Altar this is," curious whispered Secretary Lily. At this moment, two more communication video windows appeared almost simultaneously. They were Marshal Charlotte and Flame Elf King. Both saw each other's video windows and nodded slightly. The Flame Elf King was the first to speak. "The Soul Altar has appeared. According to the observation in the video, this should be a Level 5 Soul Altar." Level 5 Soul Altar. Charlotte added, "According to previous information, a Level 5 Soul Altar produces 200,000 Black Fleet interstellar warships in a single day, right?" The Flame Elf King nodded. "That's about the number." Supplying 200,000 interstellar warships in a single day might not seem like a large number on this battlefield, but it still had a significant impact. The most important thing was that this was a black fleet created from the gathering of souls on the battlefield, which for the invading civilization was a low-cost military factory that could continuously produce black fleet warships. Although it's only 200,000 black fleet warships per day, I suggest not to take it lightly. Based on the current battlefield intensity, I doubt the invading civilization will simply arrange only one level 5 soul altar. The Flame Elf King said seriously. Charlotte frowned, and she immediately asked, "Are there no restrictions on the arrangement of this soul altar equipment?" The Flame Elf King shook his head. Theoretically, as long as there is enough space and a sufficient number of souls in the area, there won't be any impact. Previously, the invading civilization rarely placed too many soul altars on the same battlefield because it would lead to overlapping coverage areas of the soul altars. Although this would increase the number of Black Fleet warships produced on this battlefield, it would also consume a lot of time and effort to retrieve the soul altars. Therefore, this situation rarely occurs. Zhao Chen understood Charlotte's meaning. The reason the invading civilization only used one soul altar in a battlefield area was that the 200,000 Black Fleet warships created by a single soul altar in a day were enough to supply the battlefield. If no enemy could withstand this wave of attacks, there was no need to waste resources. However, from the current situation, at least the commander of the invading civilization was aware of the strength of the Black Dragon Legion. Therefore, it was highly likely that more soul altars would be dispatched to the main battlefield to launch a stronger offensive. Just a single soul altar producing 100,000 Black Interstellar warships a day is already quite troublesome. If more show up, that would be even more troublesome. If a level 6 soul altar were to appear, Lily bit her lip lightly, showing a worried expression. Given the current situation, we can only take one step at a time. Your Majesty, considering that the enemy has dispatched soul altars following the original plan, I would like to trouble your flagship, the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, to personally go to Luoyang 11th Galaxy and oversee it. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Understood. I will issue orders immediately. The Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship will rush to the 11th Galaxy of Luoyang in the shortest time possible. What if more soul altars appear later on? What should we do then? Lily worriedly asked, looking more concernedly at Zhao Chen. It was not clear whether she was worried about the battlefield situation or Zhao Chen's safety on the front lines. We have other flagships that can be mobilized. If more soul altars appear later, we will mobilize this part of the Black Dragon flagship first, Charlotte explained her next plan. The Flame Elf King, who had been listening, tried to speak several times but held back. She clenched her fist. What could she do now? All 5 of her Sacred Elf Armada fleets had already been deployed, and there were no other forces she could mobilize. She could not provide the battlefield with any practical support. Speaking more words now would be futile. This situation left the Flame Elf King deeply ashamed, and her dissatisfaction with the High Council grew stronger. If those conservative and short-sighted guys could deploy more Sacred Elf Armada fleets to support the Black Dragon Empire battlefield simultaneously, the situation on this battlefield would be much better. I'm sorry. At a time like this, as your ally, I am unable to offer you more assistance. The Flame Elf King couldn't help but speak, feeling guilty. She was straightforward and could not hide what she felt. Before Zhao Chen could offer any words of comfort, the Flame Elf King continued, I will again inform the High Council of the Black Dragon Empire situation. I will try to persuade them to dispatch more Sacred Elf Armada fleets to support the battlefield as soon as possible. At least, my Armada fleet will definitely come to support the battlefield. Watching the Flame Elf King's resolute attitude, Zhao Chen didn't say much, just nodding slightly. After a brief discussion, this brief meeting was considered over. The T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, where Zhao Chen was located, officially began its journey to the battlefield, crossing through the Stargate, heading towards the 11th Galaxy of Luoyang. Everyone thought that the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship was just an auxiliary type of interstellar warship. Indeed, it was a battlefield auxiliary interstellar warship. But its position was not just at the back of the battlefield. On the battlefield, it had stronger battlefield assistance capabilities. The T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship passed through the Stargate and appeared in the midst of this galaxy. As a flagship of the Black Dragon Empire and the personal flagship of the Black Dragon Emperor, it naturally had top priority. This was the first time Zhao Chen had directly seen the battlefield of the 11th galaxy of Liu Yang through a starship. Are we so close to the Stargate? Zhao Chen frowned as he looked at the defense line not far from the Stargate. Although he had been paying attention to the situation in the 11th galaxy of Liu Yang, being there in person was a completely different feeling from watching through video networks. Only by being there in person could one feel that suffocating pressure. The enemy must also understand the importance of the Stargate, so they are focusing their attacks on the Stargate's position. However, fortunately, several commanders have deployed heavy forces here. The defense strength is several times greater than in other directions, Secretary Lily said. At this moment, several video windows appeared in front of Zhao, one after another. General Kingman, commander of the 8th Army, Black Dragon. General Miter, commander of the 9th Army, Black Dragon. Marshal Scarlet Eye, commander of the Blizzard Ace Armada Fleet, and Commander Xavier of the 30th Holy Spirit Elf Army. I have seen the Black Dragon Emperor. The Flame Elf King has informed me that you will personally oversee this battlefield, and has requested me to fully comply with your arrangements. Commander Xavier of the 30th Holy Spirit Elf Armada is ready to obey the Black Dragon Emperor at any time, Commander Xavier said excitedly as he gazed at the Black Dragon Emperor. Perhaps it was because of the blind admiration. During this time, the battles with the Black Dragon Empire Armada had made him deeply respect these warriors and fleets of the Black Dragon Empire. Thus, he also had a deep respect for the Black Dragon Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Black Dragon Emperor was now directly overseeing this most dangerous battlefield. This high elf side as the greatest of honors. Yes, I have heard of you. Your fighting on this battlefield has been excellent, Zhao Chen said politely. Then he said seriously, since the Flame Elf King has entrusted you and your Armada fleet to my command for this battlefield, I will have you prepare to receive signals from the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. The command of this battlefield will be completely taken over by the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. A network battlefield command center will be established here, where you can discuss the operational command of this battlefield. Taking direct command of the battlefield. Commander Xavier was taken aback for a moment. Although such an order was a bit too direct, he chose to comply. Soon, all the interstellar warships on this battlefield were taken over by the T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. Report, all interstellar ship data has been uploaded to the combat terminal and is being deployed intelligently. Department heads began working earnestly. Previously, their work involved issuing combat tasks to the various battlefields, but now they were truly in action. A huge three-dimensional interstellar war sandbox immediately appeared in the middle of the bridge, far more detailed than a regular interstellar war sandbox. Positions of various departments automatically turned towards this giant interstellar war sandbox. Dragon Emperor Super Warfare Mode ready. Activate. The AI Zhao Long of the Dragon Emperor ship floated out. At this moment, she was dressed in platinum armor and wore techno glasses, hovering above the war sandbox. Meanwhile, the connected Elven interstellar warships on the battlefield noticed an anomaly. Report, our ship's star shield energy is slowly recovering. The assistant officer reported in surprise to their commander. Similar situations are also occurring on our other interstellar warships. Commander Xavier's eyes showed a hint of lingering shock. He calmly stated, there's no need to panic. This is a battlefield support function of the Black Dragon Empire's T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. Interstellar warships connected to the Dragon Emperor ship can directly recharge their star shields within a certain range. Recharging wirelessly. The assistant officer was quite amazed. Was this really a T6 level technology? It felt more like a T7 level technology. Spread this message, don't cause unnecessary panic. At the same time, reinforce to the commanders of each fleet once again, if they receive orders from the Dragon Emperor, they are to execute them unconditionally. The Dragon Emperor's orders are, no, they are equivalent to the Flame Elf King personally overseeing. Understood. Commander Xavier said, then turned to gaze outside the starship window at the stellar warship shining like a diamond. He had just learned about this function of the T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. It seemed straightforward, but for interstellar warships engaged in battle, it was like having a powerful healer supporting the entire field. It was too powerful. And most importantly, it had no technological barriers. As long as both sides agreed, it could directly intervene in any system of the interstellar warship. Even elf-based interstellar warships had no barriers. That was where its true terror lay. With the T-6 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship taking over the command of the battlefield in the 11th galaxy of Liu Yang, Commander Xavier's evaluation of this interstellar command ship became even more terrifying. With the T-6 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship overseeing the battlefield, Commander Xavier kept a close watch on every command issued by the Dragon Emperor. Each order seemed ordinary, yet it was precise, decisive, and rapid. Directly conveyed to the bridge of each starship, informing the high-ranking officers of the starship of what was to be done next. Whether it was navigation or combat, simultaneous combat and navigation. What speed to sail at, what direction to go, where to fire, when to withdraw. It was precise down to the last digit. Under such a command system, the most visible effect was that the battlefield's combat efficiency increased by at least 30%. The number of enemy kills rose by 30%, and losses of their own interstellar warships decreased by 30%. Even the logistics supply efficiency increased by 30%. Do not underestimate each of these 30%s, as they added together, they significantly boosted the overall combat power of their interstellar warships. Even in the face of the appearance of the Black Fleet on the battlefield, there was no pressure at all. Warning! 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 Another Level 5 Soul Altar has appeared. Before Commander Xavier could feel happy for a moment, bad news arrived. Or rather, two pieces of bad news. We're in trouble. Another Level 5 Soul Altar has appeared on our side too. Commander Xavier's eyes showed fear. He looked at the 3 Soul Altars floating in the middle of the fleet of the invading civilization, emitting black mist. They appeared like 3 demonic gods watching over the battlefield, and their gaze instilled fear. Chapter 14:13 3 Soul Altars. Chapter 14:13 3 Soul Altars. 3 Level 5 Soul Altars have appeared. This means that in a single day, they will cultivate 600,000 Dark Legion interstellar warships. Lily drew in a breath of cool air. They had ample experience in battle against the Dark Legion fleet and were well aware of their fighting strength. Although they were fearless, this quantity would still cause considerable trouble. We can't drag this out. If we let them maintain this pace of recovering 600,000 Dark Legion interstellar warships in a single day, we will be dragged to death here sooner or later. Zhao Chen said with a slight frown. In their current situation, engaging in a war of attrition with the enemy was undoubtedly a foolish act. The best choice was to quickly destroy these 3 Soul Altars. 3 Soul Altars, 600,000 interstellar warships in a day. That's 25,000 interstellar warships every hour. Although there are no T6 class or near T7 class dark interstellar warships among them, this quantity still poses a significant problem. Zhao Chen immediately contacted Charlotte. After Charlotte's video window appeared, she went straight to the point. I've already learned about the situation in the Liu Yang 11th galaxy. The enemy has added to level 5 Soul Altars. We must destroy these 3 Soul Altars in the shortest time possible, or Liu Yang 11th will fall completely. It's only a matter of time. Zhao Chen nodded. I also think so. Charlotte directly stated her plan. While the Dark Legion fleet is not yet fully formed, we will launch a strong attack to destroy these 3 Soul Altars. The goal was clear, and everyone understood. However, achieving this goal was not a simple matter. Ever since the enemy summoned these 3 Soul Altars, there had been a large number of fleet escorts surrounding them, with dark interstellar warships appearing continuously. To engage in a battle to destroy these Soul Altars, heavily defended by the massive enemy fleet, was no easy task. Charlotte continued, to accomplish this mission, we must gather our forces. Right now, my T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought and T6 Emperor of Demons carrier starship will both head to Liu Yang 11th galaxy to support the operation. Just relying on to flagships isn't enough, right? Zhao Chen raised a slight frown. Charlotte added, that's true. They are not the true key players in this operation. My plan is... After hearing Charlotte's plan, Zhao Chen frowned slightly, looking at Charlotte with surprise. Is this what you're thinking? Are you ready to execute that operation now? Isn't it too risky? We have no choice. The enemy not only has these 3 Soul Altars, but also more Soul Altars, even level 6 Soul Altars. We can't execute these decapitation plans every time. We don't have the fleet and resources to spare. We will be whittled away here if we do so. Therefore, we must take the risk and destroy them at the source. I won't deny that there are risks, but considering the current situation of the Owl Dragon Empire, we have to take risks. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen solemnly. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, agreeing with Charlotte's idea. Indeed, the current war had put the Owl Dragon Empire at a disadvantage, and they needed a decisive opportunity. Commander Zeviel of the Luoyang 11th Galaxy Elf Command frowned as he looked at the ever-increasing Dark Legion fleet gathering in the territory invaded by the civilization-devouring ships. These Dark Legion interstellar warships did not rush into battle, but silently congregated around the 3 soul altars, as if waiting for them to form a Legion fleet before launching an attack. Already, around these 3 soul altars, over 30,000 Dark Legion interstellar warships had gathered. Most of them were T3, T4, and T5 class Dark interstellar warships. Although there was no threat from T6 class interstellar warships, the soul altars served as factories continuously producing fleets. They could easily overwhelm and exhaust the Owl Dragon Empire fleet and the Divine Elven Legion fleet in this region. Commander, look at the Star Gate over there. At this moment, the elf deputy suddenly exclaimed. Commander's Evil frowned slightly, unsure why his deputy was so startled at this time. However, when he looked at the Star Gate, he understood. He saw 2 Owl Dragon flagships, the T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought, and the T6 Emperor of Demons carrier starship. Having witnessed the power of the T6 Gluttonous Demon King class starship and the T6 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship before, he dared not underestimate these 2 T6 Owl Dragon flagships at this moment. However, trying to stabilize the situation in the Luoyang 11th Galaxy with just these 2 flagships was a challenging task. They, too, would be dragged to death on this battlefield. As long as those 3 soul altars existed, it was a soul shredder. In the communication channels established by the T6 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship, 2 communication windows appeared. Owl Dragon Empire Marshal Charlotte and Marshal Su Lan, the captain of the T6 Emperor of Demons carrier starship. In a newly emerged interstellar battlefield for Owl Dragon flagships, 3 Empire Marshals and the Owl Dragon Emperor had gathered. This battlefield had undoubtedly become the center of the entire war. Rakshasa Dark Lord class in position, Marshal Charlotte announced. Emperor of Demons carrier starship in position. Please give your orders, Emperor. Marshal Su Lan awaited the command. Let's begin. Zhao Chen looked at the interstellar warfare sandbox on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship. The artificial intelligence little dragon girl had already drawn up an action plan based on Charlotte's previous proposal. Operation Three-Headed Snake Decapitation, commence. Little dragon girl's voice rang out. Subsequently, the instructions were simultaneously transmitted to all interstellar warship bridges in the Luoyang 11th Galaxy battlefield. Due to their past coordination, each warship captain was already accustomed to following orders from the T6 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship and immediately executed them without question. Commander Zeviel, appearing puzzled, looked at the order before exclaiming, "What are they trying to do? A full-scale counterattack? What? A full-scale counterattack? What is the Owl Dragon Emperor thinking? The current situation on our side has plenty of remaining combat strength for consolidating the defense line. But once we start to counterattack, it will quickly deplete our reserves. If our fleet's combat strength becomes inadequate, the offensive will collapse instantly, and there will be no chance to rebuild the defense line. The entire Luoyang 11th Galaxy battlefield will collapse in an instant." The elf deputy looked bewildered, seeing this as a reckless, even suicidal assault. "Sir, you need to contact the Dragon Emperor side immediately and request the Owl Dragon Emperor to stop this operation." Commander Zeviel paused, then said seriously, "Execute the Dragon Emperor's command, Hung Butt." The elf deputy looked puzzled at his commander. "I've said, execute the Dragon Emperor's command. Relay the message that all of our interstellar warships must unconditionally execute the orders from the Dragon Emperor. Nobody is allowed to slack off, or military law will be applied," Commander Zeviel told his deputy, who still seemed confused. He continued firmly, "From my personal perspective, I trust the Dragon Emperor and the Owl Dragon Emperor, along with the generals of the Owl Dragon Legion. They are not foolish people, they know how to fight this battle. Since they have made these decisions, they must have their reasons. I am willing to follow them and fight alongside them." From another perspective, the Flame Elf King has already ordered that our Divine Elf 30th Legion fleet must unconditionally follow the Owl Dragon Emperor's orders, as if she were personally present. Well, okay. Though still somewhat hesitant, the Elf Deputy ultimately obeyed the command. Perhaps this time, we will witness the most glorious battle of our Divine Elf 30th Legion fleet. Commanders Eviel showed signs of excitement, an unusual feeling for a High Elf. Typically, High Elves refrained from showing enthusiasm, deeming individuals who cheered loudly as impolite and lacking decorum. They believed that emotions were beneath them. Yet at this moment, the commander couldn't contain his emotions, a sense of restlessness, excitement, a desire for war. At this moment, he understood the fiery gaze of the Flame Elf King. Soon, following the Dragon Emperor's commands, all the interstellar fleets along the defense lines switched from defensive to offensive operations. This unexpected shift caught the civilization-devouring fleet off guard. They had never anticipated that their long-standing defenders would suddenly turn the tables and launch a counteroffensive. Under this new offensive, the Luoyang 11th Galaxy battlefield witnessed a more intense level of conflict. All the data points were setting new records for this war. However, the generals of the Owl Dragon Empire were well aware that this counteroffensive momentum would not last long. Extended defensive operations had left almost all interstellar warships in suboptimal states, with the enemy outnumbering them by multiples. This offensive formula was squeezing the last ounce of combat strength from these starships, akin to increasing the speed of a long-distance runner. Their acceleration could be sustained for only a limited time. After 15 minutes of counteroffensive stance, some regions of the battlefield began showing signs of exhaustion. A majority of these breakdowns occurred in the Divine Elf 30th Legion fleet areas. Don't falter. Look at the other interstellar warships. They are fighting with all their might. Are our elven interstellar warships inferior to theirs? Without my orders, every one of you must fight to the death in the offensive battlefield, even if we are all annihilated. Commanders Eviel roared in the internal command channel of the Divine Elf 30th Legion fleet. He was not just following the orders from the Dragon Emperor, but also defending the pride of the elves. After all, the allied fleet next to them was still in battle. If they lagged behind at this moment, it would be a source of embarrassment. Commander, look! A Dragon Legion fleet is supporting us. The elf deputy suddenly exclaimed with joy. Commanders Eviel looked and indeed saw a Dragon Legion fleet joining their assigned battlefield on the flank. While the number of interstellar warships seemed small, equivalent to a Legion fleet, their offensive was incredibly potent, even exuding the aura of a Legion fleet. That seems to be the Emperor's guard fleet of the Owl Dragon Emperor. The elf deputy identified the fleet based on the close-up footage he accessed. To think that the great Emperor has sent even his personal guard fleet, Commanders Eviel remarked, touched, but also feeling a sense of shame. He believed that the shortcomings of their battlefront led the Owl Dragon Emperor to dispatch his Emperor's guard fleet. Their Divine Elf 30th Legion fleet had indeed been slowing them down. Look! The 2 Owl Dragon flagships have arrived too. The elf deputy continued with even more excitement. Commanders Eviel looked and saw the Rakshasa Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought speeding ahead, heading straight towards the enemy's frontline fleet from the path cleared by the Emperor's guard fleet. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Demons carrier starship in the rear had opened all its hangar gates. Countless interstellar drones and starfighters poured out, forming massive clouds of black mist, rushing towards the civilization-devouring interstellar ships. These unmanned drones and starfighters composed a formidable combat force, rivaling even the other interstellar warships and excelling in certain aspects. This powerful attack made the already crumbling area of the Divine Elf 30th Legion fleet even more forceful. The entire encirclement felt closer to the core, resembling an apple with a bite taken out, drawing nearer. Their goal is to destroy those 3 soul altars. Commanders Eviel suddenly realized, shocked. Destroy those 3 soul altars? The elf deputy said incredulously. How is that possible? On the main battlefield, the enemy currently has over 4 million civilization-devouring interstellar warships. They will not allow us to get near those 3 soul altars. Naturally. That's why the Dragon Emperor ordered a full-scale attack. While these attacks may appear fierce, they are, in fact, just feints. But disguised as feints, they are also the main attacks. In this way, they can attract the enemy's fleet forces from all sides. However, It's just a matter of the Dragon Emperor deciding the ultimate attack route. In the end, on our side, the Dragon Emperor calculated the final assault route. That's why the two old Dragon flagships and Emperor's Guard fleet appeared on our side. Too crazy. Truly, a quite crazy battle plan. Commander Zeville's breathing began to quicken, feeling the burning heat coursing through his body. Chapter 14:14. Crazy Attack. Chapter 14:14. Crazy Attack. But can they really do it? The Elven deputy officer expressed his concerns again. He stared at the Galactic sandbox where the Imperial Guard fleet, like a sharp blade, was piercing into the invading civilization fleet. Elven Commander Xavier pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. To be honest, I'm not sure how much confidence the Dragon Corps has. Based on the starships they have deployed in the battlefield, the combat power of that Imperial Guard fleet is unquestionable. All are T5 and T6 class starships with a considerable number at the T6 level. But in terms of overall numbers, there is a shortfall with only 3,000 starships. Even if there were 30,000 starships, it would still be quite a gamble. 3,000 starships. The Elven deputy officer nodded, realizing that this number was insignificant on the battlefield, akin to throwing a stone into the sea, where only a splash could be seen. However, this fleet belonged to the Dragon Emperor, which gave them some ideas, albeit only ideas. Even with the support we can provide on this attack route, we only have less than 100,000 starships on our side. Unless we can transfer starships from other regions to reinforce this attack route, the Elven deputy officer analyzed. Commander Xavier shook his head and said in a deep voice, "We can mobilize starships from other defense lines. But that also means the enemy starships on that defense line can be freed up to support this battlefield. So basically, the situation won't change. On the contrary, the concentration of enemy starships on this attack route will increase, making it harder to break through." Looking at the attack route on the Galactic sandbox, the Elven deputy officer said, "But currently, there are at least 500,000 starships on this attack route. This doesn't even account for the dark starships currently gathered around the 3 soul altars. If we consider the previous battle damage ratio, maybe we stand a chance. However, this time is different. Their goal is to capture the enemy's 3 soul altars. It's not just about the battle damage ratio. They need absolute superiority in attack and must destroy the enemy's 3 soul altars in the shortest time possible. And during this process, the invading civilization fleet will inevitably detect the Dragon Corps' strategic objectives. When they notice their soul altars are under threat, the invading fleets from other regions will definitely be redirected to assist in the defense. Even if we and the Dragon fleet on other defense lines try to delay as much as possible, we cannot guarantee that the enemy fleet will be completely held back. In the end, a portion will still come to this battlefield. The enemy has reinforcements, but we do not." Commander Xavier nodded in agreement with his deputy's analysis, saying, "That's the current situation. So the key to breaking the deadlock is not our starship fleet or the Dragon Guard fleet, but those 2 Dragon flagship ships. We need to see if they can play a decisive role on the battlefield, tear open the enemy's route in a short time, and destroy those 3 soul altars." At this moment, their attention shifted to the T6 Usura King-class Galactic Dreadnought and the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship. The T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship had already deployed a large number of galactic fighters and drones, showcasing their formidable combat capabilities on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of galactic fighters and drones continuously attacked the enemy starships on the attack route, widening the breach step by step. Meanwhile, the 3,000 starships of the Imperial Guard fleet launched a full-scale attack, with several T6-class starships demonstrating their prowess. The T6 Fury Goddess-class Galactic heavy artillery ship provided fire support continuously, with its area coverage capabilities ranking top-notch. During the attack, some enemy starships attempted to attack from the flanks to cut off the route. In response, the T6 Thunderlord-class Heavy Galactic Destroyer and T6 White Jade Wu Wu-class Heavy Galactic Strategic Escort Ship were deployed at intervals like the Sea God's Needle, ensuring the smooth progress of the attack route. These 2 types of starships stood there like a heavenly moat, showcasing formidable regional combat and defensive capabilities. As the advance continued, besides long-range fire cover, starships were necessary to bear the brunt of the attack. The T6 Gold and Silver Dragon-class Heavy Galactic Battlecruiser, T6 North Wind God King class Heavy Galactic Battlecruiser, and T6 Spirit of the Wind class Light Galactic Cruiser took on the frontal assault missions. With their massive bow cannons, main guns, and secondary guns relentlessly launching attacks, the speed of the assault was incredibly fast. Among the enemy fleet were also T6 class starships. In response, the T6 Archangel Crossbow class Galactic Long-Range Hunting Ship demonstrated its hunting task, targeting high-value enemy ships, engaging multiple Archangel crossbows to ensure that the enemy starship lost all combat capabilities in a single attack. In actual combat, this tactic was indeed effective. The T6 Divine Wing Queen class Super Heavy Carrier Starship cooperated with the T6 Demon Emperor class carrier starship in the galactic aerial combat, releasing a large number of galactic fighters and drones. The combination completely dominated the aerial battlefield, seizing absolute galactic air control. The invading civilization also had carrier starships, but in aerial combat, they were no match for the Dragon Corps. They could only watch as the galactic air control was taken over by the enemy, facing continuous assaults from the enemy galactic fighters and drones. The distance between the enemy's galactic fighters and drones and their carrier starship was dangerously close. Additionally, a few galactic transport ships could be seen, seemingly out of place. But when their cargo doors opened, revealing the T6 Phoenix Guard class medium multifunctional galactic combat mech inside, it commanded respect. This was a T6 level combat mech with 2 battle modes, able to switch between galactic fighters and galactic mechs. However, in fighter mode, its firepower was weaker, while in mech mode, it lost flight mobility. The rows of T6 Phoenix Guard class multifunctional galactic combat mechs in the cargo bays looked like a honeycomb, and at that moment, when those mechs were deployed, their indicator lights lit up like awakened giants of steel, being launched one by one. The majority headed to the T6 Thunderlord class Heavy Galactic Destroyer and T6 White Jade Juan Wu class Heavy Galactic Strategic Escort Ship responsible for ensuring the attack line, decreasing speed, and transforming into mech mode in midair, landing on the surface of the galactic carriers. Their landing positions were carefully coordinated to not interfere with the battles of the starships, effectively boosting the firepower output. At this moment, the high-ranking Elven commanders nearby marveled at the astonishing combat capabilities and elite forces displayed by the fleet. Such formidable combat capabilities, such elite forces. In our divine Elven Empire, what fleet can compare to them? The Elven deputy officer exclaimed in disbelief, murmuring subconsciously, the fleet of the Flame Elf King. Commander Xavier shook his head, remarking, with an equal number of forces, none of the known fleets stand a chance against the Dragon Guard fleet. Even the fleet of the Flame Elf King would need at least 5 times the troops for a chance of victory, perhaps even 10 times. Shocked, the Elven deputy officer realized the implications of the commander's words. Even with 10 times the forces, victory wasn't guaranteed. 3,000 starships against 300 had only a chance of victory. Moreover, the Dragon Guard fleet is few in number, highly mobile. If they decide to disengage and retreat, even with 20 or 30 times the forces, it's challenging to intercept them, Commander Xavier added insightfully. Realizing the strength of the T6 Demon Emperor class carrier starship, with its superior combat capabilities compared to other carriers, the Elven deputy officer praised, the combat coordination of the galactic drones is astonishing. It's hard to believe that they are drones, operating seamlessly and executing missions precisely. I noticed that the T6 Demon Emperor class carrier starship is continuously replenishing its supply of galactic drones. If my guess is correct, it probably has its own galactic drone production line. This starship alone is a force to be reckoned with. Commander Xavier gave high praise to the T6 Demon Emperor class carrier starship, acknowledging its exceptional combat capabilities. Despite the impressive performance of the Imperial Guard fleet, Commander Xavier didn't believe that even the powerful T6 Demon Emperor class could ensure the success of the Dragon Corps in this bold operation. The gap was still significant. Now, all eyes turned to the T6 Ustura King class Galactic Dreadnought, eager to see its performance in the upcoming battles. Sudden report. There's an abnormal spatial fluctuation behind the battlefield. But the Dragon Emperor assured us not to worry about it. The Elven deputy officer suddenly received a message. Abnormal spatial fluctuation? Just as Commander Xavier was puzzled, he saw a series of light rings appearing, each heralding the arrival of a Dragon Galactic starship. More precisely, They were Dragon Series Galactic missile ships, yes. They were all Galactic missile ships. Their numbers quickly swelled to tens of thousands, brought over by the rumored T-6 Emerald Dream-class Galactic Leap ship. Those are the legendary Galactic Leap ships possessed by the Dragon Empire, capable of carrying fleets for spatial jumps. Emerald Dream. That's what the Dragon Emperor has done, shifting their Hell Angel elite fleet here. The Elven deputy officer realized as the number approached 30,000. It seems this is the ace up the Dragon Emperor's sleeve for this operation. Over 30,000 galactic missile ships. Commander Xavier couldn't help but swallow, his eyes burning with excitement. He too eagerly anticipated this grand display of firepower. Report, all fleets of the Hell Angel Elite Fleet have arrived as ordered, exclaimed General DRIZZLE. DRIZZLE, have you made all the preparations as instructed before? Queried Emperor Zhao Chen. Reporting to His Imperial Majesty, all galactic missile ships have been fully replenished and are fully armed, capable of carrying out any mission you assign without fail. Please issue your orders. General DRIZZLE could no longer contain her excitement, tingling with anticipation. Zhao Chen nodded slightly and said, the detailed battle mission will be directly sent to you and all your travel fleets. You have 5 minutes to prepare. After 5 minutes, commence the attack. Understood. General DRIZZLE's lips curled into a wolfish grin, her excitement palpable, as if preparing for a hunt. Chapter 1415. Hell's Angel Ace Fleet's Firepower Unleashed. Commander Elf Xavier stood excitedly in front of the porthole, gazing at the distant battlefield of Hell's Angel Ace Fleet. Nearly 30,000 interstellar missile ships had gathered, neatly arranged in battle formations. As they entered their combat positions, they began to sequentially deploy their interstellar missile launchers. Gateways opened, revealing the interstellar missiles stored inside. The dark, honeycomb-like appearance made one's scalp tingle. All interstellar missile ships. What scene will be created by this round of simultaneous interstellar missile barrage? The elf deputy couldn't help but mutter. Previously, they witnessed a Legion fleet of 3,000 interstellar missile ships firing simultaneously, which was awe-inspiring. Now with a total of 30,000 interstellar missile ships, the quantity had increased tenfold. It's not just 30,000. The number has far exceeded 30,000. Commander Elf Xavier scanned the fleet and looked over the data, swallowing hard. This Hell's Angel Ace Fleet consisted of 30,000 T for Hell's Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships, 10,000 T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, and 30 T6 Holy Blood Hell's Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships. What a terrifying lineup! Not to mention the tens of thousands of interstellar missile ships. Just the 30 T6 Holy Blood Hell's Angel-class ships alone were formidable. The sight of their massive hulls and the large quantity of interstellar missiles was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, these interstellar missile ships were not targeting them. Thus, at the moment, they were actually looking forward to the scene unfolding. Though only a few minutes passed, for the onlookers paying close attention, each minute undoubtedly felt excruciatingly long. Looks like they are about to launch. The elf deputy impatiently remarked. Commander Elf Xavier reminded, how are the video recordings of every starship coming along? We must capture this moment as best as possible. It's crucial for us. This was the first time the Sacred Elf Empire laid eyes on the formidable Hell's Angel Ace fleet of interstellar missile ships, fully unleashing its firepower. This scene undoubtedly held a pivotal role for the Empire. Therefore, recording data from this extraordinary battlefield would be of utmost importance. I've already made the arrangements. All surveillance equipment on our nearby starships is set to capture this scene. We guarantee to produce a great video, confidently said the elf deputy. At that moment, a video window popped up. Who is bothering me at this time? Commander Elf Xavier impatiently glanced at it. However, the next moment, his expression softened. On the other end of the video call was none other than the Flame Elf King. Am I interrupting something? Asked the Flame Elf King with a half-smile. No, Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Commander Elf Xavier immediately responded respectfully. I heard that in your 11th Luoyang Galaxy battlefield, the Hell's Angel Ace fleet's entire interstellar missile ships have been deployed, the Flame Elf King directly inquired. Yes, replied Commander Elf Xavier. Fetch me the live footage, I wish to see it, requested the Flame Elf King. It turned out to be for this purpose. It seemed that the Flame Elf King was also quite curious about the upcoming events. Considering the firepower of 30,000 interstellar missile ships, who wouldn't be intrigued? If they could record the relevant battlefield images and send them back to the Sacred Elf Empire, it would certainly stir up the Empire's high command. The thought of the reactions from the High Council members upon viewing such a scene heightened their excitement. However, without forgetting the task at hand instructed by the Flame Elf King, Commander Elf Xavier immediately presented the visual footage of the battlefield where the Hell's Angel Ace fleet was located on the communication window. So many interstellar missile ships ... The Flame Elf King's gaze fixed on the daunting array of interstellar missile ships falling like a meteoric shower, marveling at the sight. Though she was aware of the event, witnessing it firsthand was a whole new experience, especially through the live feed window. One could only imagine the grandeur if witnessed in person. Finally, the interstellar missiles were launched. Multiple interstellar missiles shot out of their launchers, leaving trails of flames as they homed in on their targets. The interstellar missiles were fired in an arc, producing a mesmerizing scene akin to millions of white threads piercing through the vast cosmos, transforming into twinkling stars descending ahead. It was the most dazzling meteor shower the Flame Elf King and Commander Elf Xavier had ever witnessed. Even the elf, renowned for their artistic sense, couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" The interstellar missile shower soon neared the target battlefield. The Empire's starship fleets on the receiving end also detected the incoming threat. All the starship's defense systems were activated, unleashing a storm of flak to intercept the interstellar missiles. Some missiles were even repurposed for interception purposes. While some missiles were successfully intercepted, creating explosions along the way, many more bypassed these defenses, continuing their trajectory towards the targets. At that moment, not just the escort and destroyer ships of the devouring civilization, but even the capable warships unleashing their full combat capabilities rallied to fend off the impending missile onslaught. Facing such a terrifying onslaught of interstellar missiles, every starship from the devouring civilization focused all their efforts on defense. The continuous barrage seemed relentless, and although they tried to intercept as many missiles as possible, the sheer volume proved overwhelming. Consequently, some interstellar missiles breached the defenses, exploding upon impact with the starship's shields. Explosions erupted like torches scattered across a grassy field, with flames spreading rapidly. Numerous starships of the devouring civilization were engulfed and consumed by the flames. Whether T4, T5, or even the formidable T6 interstellar warships, survival seemed bleak under this relentless interstellar missile assault. Even the T6 Holy Bloodhell's Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships unleashed interstellar missiles, all equipped with T6-grade technology. Before the initial smoke cleared, the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet charged forward, unwaveringly venturing into the smoke, without fearing friendly fire from their own interstellar missiles. Report: our starship fleet receives a message. It's an order from the Dragon Emperor commanding us to press forward, maintaining our offensive line. However, several areas are shrouded in smoke due to explosions, hindering visibility and raising concerns about potential friendly fire incidents among our ship commanders, hastily reported the Elf Deputy with fresh information. Upon hearing this, Commander Elf Xavier's expression changed abruptly. Before he could respond, the video call from the Flame Elf King voiced a stern remark. "Xavier, when did your 30th Legion's fleet become so timid? Not advancing due to gunfire and smoke? The Dragon's interstellar warships dare plunge forward. Are they braver than us? Or is it that our Sacred Elf Empire's officers and soldiers are all cowards?" The Flame Elf King's words charged with an undertone of anger unsettled Commander Elf Xavier. Throughout this war, the combat capabilities demonstrated by the Dragon Legion's fleet had overshadowed the Sacred Elf Legion fleet. If, at this moment, they showed less courage than the enemy, it would indeed be a slap in the face. "Your Majesty, this is my responsibility. I was lax in command. But rest assured, I have issued orders in advance. Our Sacred Elf's 30th Legion's fleet starships are all under the command of the Dragon Emperor. We will obey any command. I will personally oversee our starships in battle. Should any ship show cowardice or disobedience, I will personally disband them." Commander Elf Xavier's frustration emerged, directing a swift message to his Elf Deputy, demanding the list of those involved to be contacted. No one dared to raise the matter again after this stern reprimand. In the battlefield, The starships of the Sacred Elf Empire followed the order and ventured into the smoke alongside the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet. If such an incident happens for the second time, regardless of who's behind it, I'll hold you accountable," warned the Flame Elf King, staring coldly at Commander Elf Xavier. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this incident will not occur again," Commander Elf Xavier solemnly promised, reiterating the importance to his deputy and ensuring the message was relayed down the chain. Anyone daring to repeat their actions would indeed face dire consequences. Redirecting their focus to the battlefield, the interstellar missile attacks persisted. With the overwhelming number of interstellar missiles, they couldn't be defeated quickly. Moreover, keen observers noticed the Hell's Angel Ace fleet's blanket coverage of firepower pushing forward steadily, clearing away the debris like sweeping a floor. Report: starship fleets from other sectors on the battlefield are converging to reinforce this attack route. The Dragon Emperor has issued a staunch order that all fleets from different directions must attack at all costs, delaying the frontal attack by the devouring civilization's Legion fleet. The Elf Deputy reported. This situation was not unexpected, as the devouring civilization wouldn't make way for the Dragon Legion's plan to destroy 3 soul altars. Their only method was to rally more starships to protect the altars, leading to the unfolding events. How is our Sacred Elf's 30th Legion's fleet behaving? Are they following the command? Commander Elf Xavier immediately inquired. Every Legion fleet within our Sacred Elf's 30th Legion's fleet, along with their regiment fleets, are executing the battle order. There is no sign of any slackness, assured the Elf Deputy. With lessons learned, anyone causing trouble now would be indeed blind to reality. Time is of the essence. The devouring civilization starship fleet outweighs us in numbers. Even with full combat readiness of our attacking starship fleets on various fronts, we cannot completely contain the enemy's starship fleet. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before the enemy's starship fleets converge on this attack route. The longer we delay, the less advantageous it will be for the tactical assault on the 3 soul altars. Flame Elf King, despite the distance, astutely assessed the battlefield situation. With such a multitude of interstellar missiles, it should be fine, right? The Elf Deputy, observing the meteoric shower outside, murmured softly. At this point, no one had a definitive answer, only silent anticipation. "It reminds me of the motto I heard about the Hell's Angel Ace fleet," the Flame Elf King suddenly remarked. Commander Elf Xavier directed his attention to the Flame Elf King, waiting to hear more. "The reach of the angel's wings turns the starry sky into purgatory, and tranquility equals destruction," the Flame Elf King recited. The utterance left everyone in contemplative silence, for the motto mirrored the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 14:16 Goal: 3 Soul Altars. Under the intense bombardment of interstellar missiles by the Hell Angel Ace fleet for 10 minutes, the interstellar missiles were only just launched. The massive amount of dust in the distance had not yet settled. But everyone watching this scene was filled with awe in their hearts. So this is the combat power of the Hell Angel Ace fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire. Even though Flame Elf King was watching through a video window, she still felt the overwhelming sensation. On the other side, Elf Commander Xavier opened his mouth, but there was barely any language to express his shock. The Elf Vice Commander next to him stopped speaking, just standing there dumbfounded, watching as the invasion fleet of the devouring civilization was being decimated by the interstellar missile bombardment. Have the casualties from the attack by the Hell Angel Ace fleet been calculated for this time? Flame Elf King, the first to regain composure, focused on the crucial battlefield information. "It's being calculated right now. As soon as we have the data, we will inform you, Lord Flame Elf," Commander Xavier immediately responded. Flame Elf King nodded, concentrating on the area covered by the dust generated from the explosions. She knew this was far from over. The current round of firepower from the Hell Angel Ace fleet was just part of the process. The real outcome would depend on the 3 soul altars. Soon, the dust nearly dissipated, revealing the scene within. The area that was previously occupied by the invasion fleet of the devouring civilization was now clear. In this area, traces of the Emperor's Guard's fleet and the interstellar fleet of the 30th Legion of the Sacred Elves could be seen. They were responsible for building the route for this attack, facilitating a safe retreat after the assault was completed. "Any friendly fire casualties?" Commander Xavier whispered to the Elf Vice Commander beside him. After inquiring, the Vice Commander excitedly replied, "According to our inquiries, not a single interstellar battleship in our fleet was hit by the interstellar missiles of the Hell Angel Ace fleet. Some even said that the Dragon Emperor preemptively informed them of the explosion locations of the interstellar missiles that would affect some battleships. Our interstellar battleships strictly followed the orders of the Dragon Emperor, even down to the slightest change in speed and course. The explosion locations of the interstellar missiles were very precise. The coordinates, explosion timing, and the range affected by the central explosion vortex were all very accurate. As long as they navigated within the range allowed by the Dragon Emperor, they would not be hit. Hearing this, Commander Xavier widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe as he looked at the T-6 Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship. Whether it was due to the precision of the Hell Angel Ace fleet's attack or the impeccable data analysis of the Dragon Emperor was unclear. However, the results showed the formidable combat capability and cohesion of the Owl Dragon Legion in this regard. They fully trusted their friendly ships, daring to launch attacks directly into their own fleet without fear of friendly fire, a testament to their trust. In a fleet, having such trust was undoubtedly a significant boost to combat effectiveness. The Owl Dragon Legion fleet continues to surprise us time and time again. Flame Elf King naturally heard their words and praised from the bottom of her heart. Commander Xavier agreed with a nod. Any soldier, even a proud high-ranking elf, would acknowledge this undeniable fact. Report: the results from the Hell Angel Ace fleet's firepower strike just now are out. Although not very precise, the general figures will not vary much. The Elf Vice Commander excitedly looked at the data that had just been sent to him. Flame Elf King and Commander Xavier immediately became alert. The Vice Commander said, in the recent attack by the Hell Angel Ace fleet, under 10 minutes of firepower, a total of 200,000 interstellar battleships were destroyed on the side of the devouring civilization. This includes nearly 50 T-6 class interstellar battleships, as well as nearly 10,000 T-5 interstellar battleships, with the remaining being T-4 class interstellar battleships. Additionally, nearly 100,000 devouring civilization interstellar battleships suffered varying degrees of impact in this round of attack. Upon hearing this data, Flame Elf King and Commander Xavier were both surprised and at the same time thought the figures were reasonable. Having witnessed the entire process, they felt firsthand the terror of the interstellar missile ships. They knew how real and terrifying these numbers were. Only 10 minutes on the battlefield and 200,000 interstellar battleships destroyed, equivalent to the scale of 2 Legion fleets. I've never heard of such a terrifying battle weapon on the battlefield before, Commander Xavier said with emotion. To deal with these interstellar battleships, we all know their weaknesses. Their weaknesses are clear. But the problem is, your sword can't reach them. So in that case, their weakness practically doesn't exist, Flame Elf King commented. Before this, I knew that the Owl Dragon Empire was known for its tactics using interstellar missile ships. In previous battles, they often used these interstellar missile ships in a tactic of firepower saturation. Their opponents naturally understood the weaknesses of these interstellar missile ships. But so far, no enemy has been able to truly break through and threaten these interstellar missile ships. Commander Xavier and the Elf Vice Commander fell silent. Their feelings were complex. While they were happy to deliver a heavy blow to the devouring civilization invasion fleet, they couldn't help but feel some resentment towards their neighbor, the Owl Dragon Empire, for possessing such powerful methods. Forget about all that. At least we are allies now. Let's leave the rest for after this battle. Flame Elf King stopped them from dwelling on those thoughts any further. While certain thoughts should exist, becoming fixated on them could lead to undesirable outcomes. At that moment, changes were also taking place on the battlefield. Their attention turned to the unfolding events. Under the previous intense bombardment by the Hell Angel Ace fleet, a large distance had been cleared between the 3 Soul Altars and the Imperial Guards fleet. The T-6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought had already reached the forefront of the area. In front of it, the hastily constructed Dark Legion fleet appeared within this time frame. Due to time constraints, only tens of thousands of Dark Legion interstellar battleships had been built so far. These vessels formed the last line of defense for the 3 Soul Altars, while other directions had invasion fleets of the devouring civilization retreating in haste. Time was running out. Main weapon of Rakshasa Dark Lord class, unyielding cannon. Demon King mode, ready. The crew looked to Marshal Charlotte on the command platform. Looking at the interstellar map, a red beam shot out from the T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought, piercing through the locations of the first two soul altars. However, there was still some distance from the third soul altar, a near miss. Unyielding cannon, Demon King mode ready to fire. Also, order the Starship Navigation Department, full left turn immediately. Even when the main weapon is activated, don't stop. Marshal Charlotte said sternly. The second-in-command expressed concern, Marshal, we haven't tried turning the ship while the unyielding cannon, Demon King mode is firing. Won't there be risks? Time waits for no one. If we delay even for a minute, there will be more obstacles in front of those three soul altars. We must launch the attack in the shortest time possible. Immediately. Fire now. Marshal Charlotte's resolute tone left no room for objections. The vice commander, unable to persuade otherwise, had to comply with the order. Suddenly, a bright light appeared at the bow of the T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought, followed by a beam that ignited the cosmos. Almost everyone on the battlefield could see this brilliant beam of light. Any interstellar battleships in the way were instantly obliterated, whether they belonged to the devouring civilization or the newly born Dark Legion fleet. It was a devastating blow. Soon, the beam stopped at the location of the first soul altar. A shield of energy appeared on the soul altar. The collision of shield and beam was bright and powerful. That's the energy shield of a level 5 soul altar. Its strength is said to be at the level of a T6 class interstellar battleship. The elf vice commander nervously covered his mouth. Commander Xavier remarked, "Now we can only see how powerful this T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class interstellar dreadnought is. Even the most advanced T6 class concentrated laser cannons of our sacred elf empire don't have such range." Everyone realized that this moment marked a turning point on the battlefield, focused on the T6 Rakshasa Dark Lord class starship. Finally, seconds later, the energy shield of the first soul altar suddenly burst, and then the terrifying beam pierced through it. The soul altar exploded, but the beam continued its path, aiming for the second soul altar. The same scene played out once again. Keep going. Keep going. As long as we can destroy two soul altars, the situation on this battlefield will greatly change. The elf vice commander couldn't help but pray for the Owl Dragon starship. On the video window, Flame Elf King unknowingly tightened her fist, biting her lips. Zhao Chen, don't disappoint us. This strike would indeed be the turning point of this war. It had the potential to sway opinions within the High Council, garnering more support for the Owl Dragon Empire. If this great victory were to happen, it was enough to make members of the High Council reconsider their thoughts and provide more assistance. As the second soul altar's energy shield shattered, the vice commander excitedly cheered, but the beam continued advancing. Wait! Something's not right. The attack trajectory is slightly off. It might scrape past the third soul altar. The elf vice commander noticed something and exclaimed loudly. Chapter 14:17. The limit of the succubus Dark Lord. At this moment, everyone witnessed a huge beam of light falling on the defensive shield outside the third soul altar. It was observed that although the beam hit the shield, the impact point was further away from the soul altar. In other words, even without the defensive shield, it was highly likely that the beam wouldn't have been able to hit the soul altar directly. If that was the case, the attack would have been completely unnecessary. However, the personnel controlling the soul altar from the devouring civilization were probably not willing to take any risks and maintain the current defensive shield. The visible intensity of the beam of concentrated energy launched by the T6 Succubus Dark Lord Interstellar Dreadnought was weaker than before. This was likely due to the fact that the longer the range, the more energy was required. Report, the core energy consumption of the Dreadnought cannon has exceeded 70%, about to enter the high threshold zone. The head responsible for the Dreadnought cannon, Demon King model, reported seriously to Marshal Charlotte. The deputy captain immediately added, under normal circumstances, the Dreadnought cannon only consumes about 50% of the core energy for two regular attack modes. This time, we've exceeded the normal mode, resulting in varying degrees of damage and overload to the main weapon module. If this continues, anything could happen. Although Charlotte was the captain of the T6 Succubus Dark Lord Interstellar Dreadnought, her true identity was that of an Empire 5-star Marshal, fleet commander of the Dragon Scale Fleet. Therefore, Most of the starship's management tasks were handled by the deputy captain, who was much more familiar with the starship than Charlotte. Keep an eye on the status of the weapon module nodes on the starship. You understand the Succubus Dark Lord the most, control this key node. But remember, our main mission this time is to destroy the enemy's 3 soul altars. For this, the Hell Angel Ace fleet has cleared the enemy's stronghold for us. Even the Imperial Guard fleet has joined the expedition. The Emperor is watching us nearby. Charlotte looked at her young deputy captain, a silent young girl. After a moment of silence, the female deputy captain firmly stated, "Please rest assured, Marshal, I know what to do." She then went to the main weapon control department, overseeing all the instrument devices and data at the department. Many yellow data points and module nodes appeared in the data windows, indicating that these module nodes had reached a critical point. Shortly after, a red warning began to appear. The head of the department immediately looked towards the deputy captain, wanting to speak. The female captain quickly said, "Don't worry about it unless I give the order. The weapon attack must not stop." The department head immediately returned to his work status. Nearby, Charlotte glanced over and did not pay any more attention, trusting her subordinate. She focused on the starship's core energy, which had dropped to only 20%. It was an unprecedented battlefield situation for the Succubus Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought, pushing itself to the edge of a cliff. The moment with which vital resource would be depleted first, the core energy of the Succubus Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought, or the energy shield protecting the soul altar, was now a critical moment. Meanwhile, the invading fleets of the devouring civilization were trying all means to support the Succubus Dark Lord. The tens of thousands of summoned Dark Legion fleets were like moths to a flame, risking themselves to block the terrifying concentrated beam for the sake of the soul altars behind them. "Oh my god! That concentrated beam seems to be slightly deviating from its original attack trajectory," exclaimed the Elven Adjutant suddenly. The Elven Commander Xavier and the Flame Elf King fell into a momentary silence. Combining the offense and navigation was not a difficult task, but it would inevitably result in some losses in certain directions. For example, more aggressive attacks could slow down navigation speeds. At this moment, the Succubus Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought's attack was indeed the most ferocious, and in this situation, adjusting the focus of the ship's bow during the attack had greatly increased the difficulty. Any deviation from the basic performance requirements of the interstellar battleship could result in significant damage to the starship itself. This once again demonstrated the astounding technological capabilities of the military starships of the Dragon Empire. "Quick, look! It seems like the defense shield of the third soul altar is about to break," the Elven Adjutant exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the defense shield that had been enduring the attacks was showing signs of strain. Eventually, with the fall of the light curtain, the terrifying concentrated beam shot towards the last soul altar. Everyone's hearts were racing at this moment. The beam didn't directly hit the core area of the soul altar as before, but it struck the side of the soul altar like taking a bite out of an apple. It continued to move towards the center, slowly destroying the soul altar piece by piece. "We can do it! Keep pushing!" Clenched the fist of the Elven Adjutant, rooting for the Dragon Empire's interstellar battleship. Commander Xavier and the Flame Elf King were also watching the scene intently. The Vice Captain of the Succubus Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought looked at the various windows displaying red alerts and the remaining yellow data, all reaching overload. With less than 10% of core energy remaining, she finally gave the order, "Ceasefire." The department head repeated the command and closed the dreadnought cannon weapon module. The terrifying concentrated beam vanished in the pitch-black universe, leaving behind a path of destruction on the attack route and a shattered area of the soul altar. After giving the command, the vice captain quickly returned to the command platform and reported to Marshal Charlotte. "Report. The energy core of the Succubus Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought is down to 10%, and the dreadnought cannon weapon module has reached its overload limit. Considering the potential risks, stopping the attack is the best option at the moment." Marshal Charlotte nodded. "I understand." She then looked at the battlefield situation and issued the follow-up command through the entire command channel of the battlefield. The original mission had been accomplished. Is it over?" The Elven Adjutant looked at the spot where the terrifying concentrated beam had disappeared, feeling a sense of hollow emptiness inside. Commander Xavier snapped out of his thoughts and immediately ordered, calculate immediately the probability of the damaged Soul Altar resuming normal operations. Yes. The Elven Adjutant promptly began this task. The most crucial aspect now was to assess the extent of damage to the Soul Altar and whether it could operate normally. This was the main goal of this surprise operation. The pressure was still significant even though two Soul Altars had been destroyed, with one potentially still operational. Considering the damage to that Soul Altar, it's unlikely it will be able to function normally. The Dragon Legion's operational plan has succeeded. The Flame Elf King looked at the battlefield with complex emotions. It was a risky operational plan, but it had succeeded. Imagining if my *** Holy Elf Legion Fleet Group *** were to execute this mission, the chances of success would likely be non-existent, or perhaps no one would even agree to such a risky operational plan in the first place. The Flame Elf King didn't dwell on the thought for long. She turned to Commander Xavier of the Elves and said, "I'll be retreating for now. You'll continue overseeing this battlefield. Just remember one thing. Cooperate unconditionally with the Xiaolong Army's operations." "Understood," Commander Xavier replied without hesitation. He had no doubts about this order. After all, the Xiaolong Army had accomplished even such a daunting mission. Didn't their performance speak for itself? Moreover, he could more or less guess why the Flame Elf King was in such a rush. She was likely going to leverage this battlefield event to demand more fleet support from the High Council. Previously, he might not have fully supported the Flame Elf King's idea. But now, his perspective had changed. He believed this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the *** Holy Elf Empire *** to decisively confront the *** devouring civilization. ***. With the Xiaolong Empire as an ally, the two powers combined could surely eradicate the threat posed by the devouring civilization. Commander Xavier's eyes sparkled at the thought. This was the collective dream of every elf in the Holy Elf Empire. For as long as they could remember, the devouring civilization had loomed over them like a sword hanging above their heads. While they outwardly reassured themselves, saying that the Empire's protection and the World Tree's blessing would keep them safe, most people still harbored deep anxiety. As a result, many chose to indulge in the present and pursue everything that could bring spiritual satisfaction. But now, finally, there was a chance to eliminate the *** Soul Altars *** of the devouring civilization with the help of a powerful ally. Commander, this appears to be the first recorded instance of the destruction of a Soul Altar deployed by the devouring civilization. An elf adjutant couldn't help but remark beside him. Commander Xavier, who had closely followed the devouring civilization's battles against other interstellar civilizations, nodded. Yes, this is the first time an interstellar civilization's fleet has destroyed a Soul Altar of the devouring civilization, and it wasn't just one, it was 3 in one strike. Previously, the best result was an interstellar civilization severely damaging a single Soul Altar during a decisive battle, sacrificing all their top military forces in the process. Yet, even then, they couldn't destroy it. Does this mean we really have a chance to defeat the devouring civilization? The elf adjutant exclaimed excitedly. Commander Xavier thought for a moment before replying solemnly, "If those fools in the High Council have any sense, they'll realize this is our one and only chance both now and in the future." As the Flame Elf King said, "The opportunity is right before us. If we don't seize it now, when the flames of the devouring civilization reach our homeland, we'll have no options left. Report. 3 Soul Altars have been destroyed. While one of them is only damaged, our observations show that it's unable to function properly for the foreseeable future." Lilith, the secretary, reported excitedly to Zhao Chen. "I see it," Zhao Chen replied, unable to hide the smile spreading across his face. He turned to the interstellar war map, focusing on the remaining invading fleet of the devouring civilization. It was clear that the enemy's forces were at a loss. Some fleets, originally meant to support the 3 Soul Altars, were frozen in place, unsure of what to do. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield had been completely overturned by a single devastating shot from the *** T6 Rakshasa-class interstellar dreadnought. ***, Your Majesty, a voice interrupted. Zhao Chen turned to see Charlotte on a communication screen. "The plan has already begun," Charlotte said seriously. "The first step has been completed, confirming the feasibility of our strategy." Zhao Chen nodded. "Since it's feasible, proceed as you outlined earlier." Charlotte hesitated briefly, looking slightly troubled. Zhao Chen's expression remained firm. I know what you're thinking. Since she chose to take on this role, she must follow through with her decision. Whatever challenges or dangers arise, it's her choice. In the Zhao Long army, no one is exempt from this standard. Yes, I understand, Charlotte replied, nodding before cutting the transmission. Lilith, standing nearby, hesitated as though wanting to say something but stopping herself. What is it? Are you worried about her too? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Lilith sighed. She is, after all, This mission is extremely dangerous. Even Charlotte said there's less than a 50% chance of success during her initial report. It's a dangerous mission, Zhao Chen admitted. But this dangerous mission can eliminate a massive threat looming over us. No matter how great the risk, we must take it. I believe in her, he declared resolutely. Chapter 1418, Turning Point on the Battlefield. The battle in the 11th galaxy of Luoyang took a dramatic turn due to the destruction of 3 soul altars. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The previous Hell's Angel Ace Fleet, Imperial Royal Guard Fleet, and T6 Rakshasa Dark King-class interstellar dreadnoughts launched a powerful attack that inflicted significant casualties on the enemy in a short amount of time. This transformed the battlefield from a spherical shape to a concave shape. If the Dragon Legion Fleet and Sacred Elf Legion Fleet were still capable, they could have taken advantage of this opportunity to split the enemy's position in the Luoyang 11th galaxy. Unfortunately, completing the mission to destroy the 3 soul altars exhausted much of their remaining combat power. Even the T6 Rakshasa Dark King-class interstellar dreadnoughts reached their limits due to insufficient core energy and had to retreat to the second line. Currently, they could only maintain this formation on the battlefield. Fortunately, the invading fleet was thrown into disarray by the sudden ambush from the Dragon Legion Fleet and successful attack. They were caught off guard and unable to make battle arrangements in the short term. Even their attack intensity reverted to previous levels. The development of the battlefield situation exceeded their expectations, leaving them unsure how to proceed for a moment. On the interstellar command ship Dragon Emperor's Bridge, Commander Charlotte's holographic image appeared in front of Zhao Chen, reporting the results of the operation. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. I saw everything. You did a great job. Charlotte did not dwell on the outcome of the operation, but solemnly stated, the situation on the Luoyang 11th galaxy battlefield has changed significantly. The enemy's 3 soul altars have been destroyed, and their fleet is no longer a threat with fewer than 10,000 ships. With our coordinated attack, we dealt the enemy a heavy blow. Not only did our main force achieve this, but even the feigned attacks on other battlefields resulted in astonishing 20-1 victories. In a single hour, we achieved a record high in enemy annihilation. Over 20,000 interstellar battleships were destroyed in a single hour, and nearly 50,000 in total during this offensive phase. Despite losing nearly 30,000 battleships of our own, the situation on the battlefield has stabilized. The Hell's Angel Ace Fleet has entered the resupply phase and is planning to resupply in Luoyang City. Marshal Baizu reported that it's best for the fleet, given its size, to resupply in Luoyang City for a better logistics environment. Zhao Chen agreed. Follow the best course of action. Charlotte continued. According to our calculations, completing the Hell's Angel Ace Fleet's resupply will take at least 24 hours. Zhao Chen nodded, as this extended resupply time was within his expectations. The logistical pressure of resupplying nearly 40,000 interstellar missiles was immense, and the cooperation of T6 interstellar transport ships and supply ships would further increase the time needed. Charlotte also mentioned a technique provided by the Sacred Elf Empire to destroy the spatial channels created by the devouring civilization. The Sacred Elf Empire offered means to destroy these channels, which could only be operated by T5 level spatial technology, requiring proximity to the channels for successful interference. The Dragon Legion Fleet had tested and successfully disrupted some of these channels, proving the effectiveness of the method. Zhao Chen instructed not to fully destroy the channels to avoid affecting future operational plans. The priority was to prepare for the devouring civilization's next assault. The scene transitions to the High Council of the Sacred Elf Empire, where the High Flame Elf King returns and addresses the council about the recent battle in Luoyang 11th Galaxy. The involvement of the Dragon Empire and the successful operation against the devouring civilization prompts the Flame Elf King to urge action and warns that the devouring civilization will likely send even greater forces in the next wave of attacks. The council members understand the dire situation and the potential consequences of inaction, but their fear of the Dragon Empire's overwhelming power leads to hesitation. Ultimately, the Flame Elf King requests permission to support the Dragon Empire's battlefield with their fleet and additional support from 5 other sacred elf legions. Remaining cautious not to arouse further conflict among the council members, the Flame Elf King keeps his demands minimal. He emphasizes the urgency of the situation and the need for unified action against the imminent threat posed by the devouring civilization. Chapter 14:19. Second wave of support. Upon hearing the proposal of the Flame Elf King, the members of the High Council began discussing fervently. Compared to the previous situation, many people were starting to consider the Flame Elf King's proposal and even felt that the request was not unreasonable and could be agreed upon. This demonstrated that the battle of the Owl Dragon Legion had indeed, to some extent, convinced these High Elves. The Flame Elf King furrowed her brows as she watched the discussions of the High Elves, her face showing no emotional change. However, deep within, she felt extreme disgust. At this moment, she even began to doubt whether the current system of the Sacred Elf Empire was correct. Thinking back to the efficiency of the Owl Dragon Empire system and looking at the people in front of her who only caused delays time and time again. I wonder what the esteemed Elf Kings think. A High Elf Counselor threw this question to the other 4 Elf Kings. The Night Shimmer Elf King maintained his previous attitude, even his cold gaze, as he said, "I cannot deny the combat strength demonstrated by the Owl Dragon Valley. But think about it, with the level of combat strength the Owl Dragon Empire possesses. If we were to eradicate the devouring of civilizations, would the Owl Dragon Empire not become our next enemy? We must understand that since the establishment of the Owl Dragon Empire until now, nearly 3 years have passed, and almost half of that time has been spent in warfare. Even if we investigate the predecessor of the Owl Dragon Empire, that Owl Dragon Lord, it is a history of warfare. Can we believe that such a person would not become the next tyrant after devouring civilization's 3 sovereigns?" The Night Shimmer Elf King's words caused a stir. The reminder in his words was clear to everyone. "I do not deny that your concerns are valid. However, from my current investigation of the Owl Dragon Empire, the Owl Dragon Empire has always acted in self-defense and has never launched invasions against any interstellar civilizations. This is not a secret. Anyone who doubts can investigate it. The most important thing right now is still the devouring of civilizations. Compared to the potential threat of the Owl Dragon Empire, isn't the imminent danger of the devouring of civilizations something we should be focusing on?" The Flame Elf King stared at the Night Shimmer Elf King. This person was the one Elf King she least admired. Sharp-tongued and narrow-minded, he could never have become an Elf King without the support of the Night Shimmer tribe. "I think we should consider the bigger picture." Just as Shalom said, the combat strength displayed by the Owl Dragon Empire is enough to prove that they have the ability to resist the devouring of civilizations. And the threat of the devouring of civilizations is well known to all of us. This is a rare opportunity. "I agree to dispatch the second wave of support fleet to the Owl Dragon Empire," said the Azure Water Elf King in a soft voice. The Flame Elf King breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the remaining 2 Elf Kings. It all depended on these 2 now. With 5 Elf Kings, the minority would obey the majority. As long as one of these 2 Elf Kings stood by her side, it would be enough. The interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon Empire are very powerful, and the combat strength of many interstellar warships even surpasses that of our elven interstellar warships. Not to mention the ugly interstellar warships of the devouring of civilizations that cannot compare. The T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, T6 Gluttony Demon Lord-class starship, T6 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, and others all possess technological levels beyond our reach. This allows them the ability to confront the devouring of civilizations. And we should support them now. Unexpectedly, the Emerald Elf King stood up to support at this moment. The Flame Elf King breathed a sigh of relief again. She understood the reasoning behind the Emerald Elf King's stance. As a scholar-scientist by background, he held a rigorous attitude and was cautious. And this time, the excellent combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon Empire of the Starship series convinced him. Now that Mansfield has agreed, my attitude is no longer important. Most of the Elf Kings agreed to dispatch the second wave of support fleet to the Owl Dragon Empire battlefield. Next, it depends on the attitude of the members of the High Council, said the Bright Gleam Elf King. Seeing that 3 Elf Kings already supported sending the second wave of support fleet, he saw no need to express his own stance. He passed the next question directly to the High Council. While the High Council is nominally the central hub of power in the Sacred Elf Empire, it is essentially a reflection of the thoughts of the 5 Elf Kings. Since the majority of Elf Kings agreed, the High Council would likely follow suit. Next, they would just need to discuss how many support fleet units to send. After several hours of discussion, the outcome was finally reached. Although the Flame Elf King felt somewhat unwilling, she returned with some gains. Based on the discussions between the Elf Kings and the High Council, this time, 5 Sacred Elf Legion fleet units would be dispatched to support the Owl Dragon Empire battlefield. However, the Flame Elf King's request to dispatch her own Legion fleet unit group was denied. Although this made the Flame Elf King somewhat angry, the others were unyielding on this point. Considering the current time constraints, the Flame Elf King could only reluctantly give in. In the end, the 5 Sacred Elf Legion fleet units were sent to support the Owl Dragon Empire battlefield. Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, Bridge Your Majesty. This time I have brought 5 Sacred Elf Legion fleet units. We will coordinate with your country's military operations. The Flame Elf King smiled as she looked at the Owl Dragon Emperor in front of her. Is there still any restriction as before? Zhao Chen smiled teasingly. The Flame Elf King shrugged helplessly, saying, there are no restrictions on the surface, but those guys will be watching closely. If there is no proportional achievement in battle results or the losses are too heavy, they may intervene and withdraw these Sacred Elf Legion fleet units at any time. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. Marshal Charlotte, do you have any specific battle missions now? You may instruct directly. The Flame Elf King looked directly at Charlotte, fully trusting and even admiring the Imperial Marshal. She believed that Charlotte's capabilities were superior to her own. Charlotte nodded, not mincing her words. In that case, I will trouble you to arrange these 5 new Legion fleet units to support 5 different battlefields, allowing the original 5 Legion fleet units of your country to rotate and take a comprehensive rest for a period of time. The Flame Elf King did not inquire as to why only her Legion fleet units were being rotated and rested comprehensively. This was because the combat prowess of the Owl Dragon Empire's Legion fleet units was far superior to theirs, and they took every opportunity during battle to rest their interstellar warships, reducing the time spent on this aspect. In comparison, the Sacred Elf Legion fleet units were lacking in this respect. As the battle continued, the combat status was steadily decreasing. If the situation continued in this manner, even if the interstellar warships did not sustain much damage, the combat readiness would be greatly affected. In this period, what are the movements of the devouring of civilizations on their end? The Flame Elf King asked with concern. Having returned to the Sacred Elf Empire personally, and bringing back the 5 Sacred Elf Legion fleet units took more than 2 days of time. Therefore, she was very concerned about the current situation on the battlefield. After the battle we experienced earlier, the enemy's offensive has eased significantly, maintaining a low frequency of battle contact. The daily battle losses have even reached the lowest since the outbreak of the war. But we cannot be complacent. This is likely the calm before the storm. Since the devouring of civilizations did not choose to retreat, it means they still have a follow-up battle plan. Charlotte said solemnly. The Flame Elf King nodded in agreement, saying, the devouring of civilizations has set their sights on an interstellar civilization universe, and they will not easily back down. They have invested such a large amount of resources in your Owl Dragon Empire universe. Retreating at this time and planning for the next stage of attack could take 6 months to a year of preparation. Therefore, they will not give up. And the Order is watching them too. If they perform poorly, the Order will punish them. In regard to this, I would like to ask, do you think the devouring of civilizations might launch a full-scale war against our Owl Dragon Empire universe? Putting all their interstellar warships into the battlefield of your Owl Dragon Empire universe. Charlotte posed a question. The Flame Elf King shook her head directly. She explained, that's something those 3 sovereigns would not do. They must ensure the stability of their territories at all times. You must understand, they have quite a few enemies. Although within the known range we have explored, apart from the Sacred Elf Empire universe and the Owl Dragon Empire universe, there are no other universes. But in the further areas we have explored, who knows if there are other existences? According to the information provided by our undercover agents within the Devouring of Civilizations, they have technology far beyond our exploration range and have even upgraded in the past year, increasing their exploration range threefold. So, in our view, there are only these 3 universes within this space. But in the eyes of the Devouring of Civilizations, there may be more universes, and maybe those other universes know about the ongoing war between the Devouring of Civilizations and us. In that case, the Devouring of Civilizations would not leave its stronghold unguarded. Additionally, do you think everyone in the Devouring of Civilizations truly believes in the 3 sovereigns? Charlotte's eyes lit up. Is the internal situation unstable within the Devouring of Civilizations? That's natural. The original racial structure of the Devouring of Civilizations is not even half what it is now. Currently, almost half of the race and civilizations that have chosen to join the Devouring of Civilizations are those kingdoms and interstellar races that chose to join the Devouring of Civilizations during the previous invasion. These people, can you guarantee that they won't turn on the 3 sovereigns given the chance? The 3 sovereigns are not fools. They naturally understand the thoughts of these people under their command. At the same time, up to now, the Sacred Elf Empire still has many Legion fleet units that have not been deployed to the battlefield. If we find out that the interior of the Devouring of Civilizations is vulnerable, we could potentially take advantage of it. And within our Sacred Elf Empire, those interstellar civilizations that sought refuge in our universe will not miss this opportunity. Although their military strength is not strong, causing some trouble for the vulnerable interior of the Devouring of Civilizations will not be a problem. Under these potential threats, the Devouring of Civilizations is completely unlikely to dispatch all their military strength to the battlefield of the Owl Dragon Empire universe. This is why, during the first stage of the war, only 1.5 million Devouring of Civilizations interstellar warships appeared in the Owl Dragon Empire universe. Including the second phase, it barely reached 30 million at most. And we need to remember, the Devouring of Civilizations openly publicize their military strength. There are 80 million interstellar warships. We all know, what they make public is often just a part, and they will have hidden ones too. So, we can completely consider that they actually have over 100 million interstellar warships. Upon hearing the Flame Elf King's analysis, everyone found it extremely reasonable. Following this, Charlotte asked, in your opinion, how many military fleets will the Devouring of Civilizations dispatch to the battlefield of our Owl Dragon Empire universe at most? The Flame Elf King did not hesitate to raise 5 fingers. 50 million interstellar warships. This is a cautionary value. Once the Devouring of Civilizations deploys more than 50 million interstellar warships to the battlefield of the Owl Dragon Empire universe, they will be targeted. According to our investigation, so far in any external warfare phase, the Devouring of Civilizations has deployed no more than 70% of their interstellar warships. And openly listing is 80 million. Which just happens to be 50 million. 50 million interstellar warships. Currently, they have activated 30 million interstellar warships. That means the Owl Dragon Empire may still face the threat of 2 million interstellar warships from the Devouring of Civilizations. Although our situation may not be optimistic, but considering the bigger picture, the Owl Dragon Empire actually has a chance of winning. Although it sounds unpleasant, right now, the Owl Dragon Empire is like a swamp to the Devouring of Civilizations. The more of their interstellar fleet units that get stuck in this swamp, the more enemies will target the Devouring of Civilizations from all around. Eventually, when reaching a certain limit, these wolves will bite the Devouring of Civilizations, tearing it apart. This also includes our Sacred Elf Empire. And, in the future, I will try to convince the High Council to agree to send more reinforcements. At the very least, we can draw upon the third wave. 5 million Sacred Elf interstellar warships to the Owl Dragon Empire battlefield. And my Legion Fleet Unit Group. My Legion Fleet Unit Group may not be as strong as your Majesty's flagship Fleet Unit Group in your hands. But with the same number of units, I am sure we can compete with your Imperial Legion Fleet Unit Group. The Flame Elf King said with a smile. Chapter 1420. The Troll King, the enormous figure of the Troll King, devourer of civilizations, sat on his throne with a massive presence in the cosmic universe. He held something in his hand, which he stuffed into his mouth and chewed continuously. Liquid could be seen flowing from the corner of his mouth. The sound of his chewing echoed throughout the Grand Hall, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. "Tell me, what do we do now?" "So far, we have deployed 30 million interstellar battleships. In just under a month, we have lost 10 million battleships and 3 level 5 soul altars." The giant figure looked at the holographic projections by his side. "That guy seems to be your confidant. Can't we give him a chance instead of just devouring him like this?" The thin figure in the hologram looked coldly at the fat figure still chewing continuously with his large mouth. He knew that this was the highest commander who had devoured the fleet of the Interstellar Legion of the civilization. He was under the command of this guy. However, due to this war, within a month, the fleet of the Interstellar Legion of 1,000,000 battleships had been reduced to less than 300,000. He directly called back the commander of this legion. He was now the food in the giant's mouth. "To exist and not fulfill is a waste," the fat figure said, spitting out something from his mouth. The object hit the ground a few times. It was a mechanical arm, covered in blood and flesh. "Let's get to the point," the armored figure said in a deep voice. Hearing him speak, both the fat and thin figures did not say anything else. "The Zhongdong Empire is much more powerful than we imagined. They have several near T7 class battleships with strong combat capabilities on the battlefield. 3 level 5 soul altars that we sent out were destroyed by one of their nearly T7 class battleships. Furthermore, they have a large number of interstellar missile ships and have even formed a legion fleet with nearly 40,000 battleships, all T6 and T5 interstellar missile ships. Our defeat on the battlefield this time was due to the presence of this legion fleet," the thin king said coldly. The fat king smiled lightly and said, "I am now somewhat interested in the emperor of the Zhongdong Empire. I wonder how he tastes." As he spoke, he smacked his lips. "I have received a request from the Great Being to destroy the Zhongdong Empire universe within a short time. Although I do not know why the Great Being values the Zhongdong Empire universe so much, this is the first time that the Great Being has directly ordered us to destroy a stellar empire universe. If we fail to do so, you should all be clear about the consequences," the armored king said coldly. Listening to this, the two kings fell into a brief silence. They were powerful, the three kings of devouring civilization. Destroyers in the eyes of other interstellar civilizations. But everything they had was given by order, so they were more aware of the terror and power of order in their hearts. They dared not have any thoughts against the will of order. "Then we shall send a wave of legion fleets into the Zhongdong Empire universe battlefield. I heard that all the battleships of the Zhongdong Empire are now almost entirely deployed on the front lines. Recently, the Holy Elf Empire has supported 5 million battleships. As long as we launch another assault, we will surely be able to take down the Zhongdong Empire universe," the Thin King said coldly. "Attack is inevitable, but how to proceed next is a big question. We have a limited number of legion fleets that we can mobilize ourselves. After all, there are quite a few others eyeing us," the Fat King said casually. For once, the Armored King expressed his opinion directly. "For this assault, we must be decisive. Send out 30 million battleships and 30 legion fleets." Upon hearing the Armored King's words, the other two kings were stunned, their faces showing a serious expression. Mobilizing 30 million battleships and 30 devouring legion fleets all at once was no small matter even for the devouring civilization. In addition, considering the scale of this war, one of us three must stay in the battlefield. I cannot leave temporarily. So you two, decide who will go to the battlefield, the Armored King said to the other two. "I'll go. It's been a long time since I've had some physical activity. I'm quite interested in this Zhongdong Empire as well," the Fat King said with a faint smile, but his smile gave off a sinister feeling. "I have no objections," the Thin King said calmly. "Then, the command of this battlefield will be entrusted to you. Thought so. I do not care about the process, I only care about the result. I give you 1 month. Within that time, there must be significant progress in the Zhongdong Empire, and not remain in the current stalemate," the Armored King said. "No problem." The Fat King licked his lips with his thick red tongue. "Thinny, you pay more attention during this time. Our mobilization of so many devouring legion fleets will undoubtedly attract attention, and they might make a move at this time," the Armored King instructed. "Don't worry. If anyone dares to act, I'll cut off their claws," the Thin King said coldly. "All right then, that's the plan. Anything that comes up, we'll keep each other informed. No problem." Communication ended. In the dim hall, The Fat King slowly raised his head. His deep voice echoed through the entire hall. Issue my command. The troll ship is ready to set sail. Zhongdong Empire Universe, is this the latest news you've received? Zhao Chen looked at the stern Flame Elf King in front of him. In the previous battles, Zhao Chen had never seen such a serious expression on the face of this Elf King. Yes, the Flame Elf King nodded heavily. Zhao Chen said solemnly, the rumored Troll King is going to personally lead the third batch of 30 million devouring civilization interstellar fleets into the Zhongdong Empire battlefield. The Flame Elf King nodded, indeed. It is clear that the three kings of devouring civilization are very dissatisfied with the current situation on the Zhongdong Empire battlefield. Therefore, they have chosen to launch a direct and massive attack this time, deploying 30 million battleships and 30 devouring legion fleets in the Zhongdong Empire battlefield in an attempt to take the initiative of the battlefield within the shortest time possible. And they have arranged for the Troll King to personally command the battle. It should be noted that prior to this, the three kings rarely took personal responsibility for frontline battles. So, the fact that these three kings are now appearing on the battlefield signifies another matter. Their most powerful devouring legion fleets will also appear on the battlefield. When mentioning the devouring legion fleets of the three kings, Zhao Chen could clearly see a trace of fear flash in the eyes of the Flame Elf King. And regarding these three kings devouring legion fleets, Zhao Chen also had some understanding. As the name suggests, these are three legion fleets personally built and commanded by the three kings with varying sizes. But the Troll King's Troll Legion fleet has the largest number of battleships, with a standard organization of a devouring civilization legion, 100,000 interstellar battleships. And I have reason to believe that they will open up new battlefields on the existing 5 battlefields to accommodate more battleships to join the fight. By then, we may have to face up to 50 million devouring civilization interstellar battleships on the battlefield. The Flame Elf King said solemnly. 50 million battleships, Zhao Chen's Zhongdong Legion fleet and the Divine Elf Legion fleet fought desperately for a month, destroying 10 million devouring civilization interstellar battleships. In other words, even if they could win, Zhao Chen and his fleet would have to fight for at least another 5 months. Not to mention whether their interstellar legion fleets could last. The sheer resource consumption on the battlefield was a terrifying figure for the Zhongdong Empire. Conversely, their current fleet strength, the Zhongdong Empire, currently maintained nearly 3 million interstellar battleships in good condition on the battlefield. On the side of the Holy Elf Empire, there were 8 million interstellar battleships on the current battlefield. Altogether, over 10 million interstellar battleships. Facing 50 million interstellar battleships with 10 million, it was clear that both sides were evenly matched on paper. But it should be noted that the combat power of the Zhongdong Empire's legion fleets relied solely on logistical resources, especially strategic resources like interstellar missiles. As the war progressed, the depletion of these resources would become critical. By then, the combat power of the Zhongdong Legion fleet would drop significantly. As for the several Zhongdong flagships and the Hell Angel Ace fleet, they had shown their capabilities on the battlefield for the first time before, and it had been effective. But now that the enemy knew their combat capabilities, they would definitely be on guard on the battlefield. Therefore, counting on these advantages on the battlefield might not be as effective as before. The Flame Elf King naturally also saw this, hence her concern. I have understood the situation, Zhao Chen nodded. Seeing Zhao Chen's expression, the Flame Elf King looked surprised. Aren't you worried at all? Indeed, there was no look of concern on Zhao Chen's face. It seemed as if the news he had just heard had nothing to do with the Zhongdong Empire. Zhao Chen shrugged and said, I know all these things too. I can't change the situation with the enemy. Since this is how things stand, worrying more won't help. It's better to come up with a solution as soon as possible with that time and mindset. Do you have a plan then? The Flame Elf King's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly. The Flame Elf King was so anxious that she, the Elegant Elf King, was completely devoid of her usual demeanor. She was very eager to know what countermeasure Zhao Chen had prepared. Zhao Chen didn't keep it from the Flame Elf King either. After the interactions and time spent together, he had come to trust this Elf King. Moreover, for the upcoming battle plan, he truly needed the cooperation of this Flame Elf King. Keeping it a secret at this point would be quite unreasonable. This battle plan has been prepared early by Charlotte. However, It has been in absolute secrecy until now. So, even now that you know, you must promise me not to tell anyone. Not even your Elf King. Zhao Chen said seriously. The Flame Elf King immediately nodded, swearing an oath in the name of the Elf God. I swear to keep this plan confidential. Zhao Chen nodded and then proceeded to communicate with absolute encryption, explaining the plan to the Flame Elf King. Due to limited time and the distance between them, he could only give a general overview of the plan. Even though it was only a rough outline, it left the Flame Elf King astounded. She looked at Zhao Chen with astonishment. You're actually planning to do this? You've been considering this all along? It had been considered before, and some preparations were made. But this plan carries certain risks, so it had always been treated as a backup plan. But given the current situation, it's our only way out. So despite the risks, we must proceed with it, Zhao Chen replied. The Flame Elf King, deep in thought, was contemplating. Indeed, this was the only breakthrough for the Zhongdong Empire at the moment. Although the plan had significant risks, it also had a chance of success. Alright, I will keep this plan confidential. At the same time, my Legion fleets under my command will unconditionally execute your orders. The Flame Elf King's eyes sparkled, indicating her barely contained excitement. The battle plan was truly inspiring, and for a commanding officer like the Flame Elf King, who loved battle, participating in it would be the greatest honor. Okay, Zhao Chen nodded. Looking at the Flame Elf King, let's hope our plan goes smoothly. We will definitely succeed. No, we must succeed, the Flame Elf King said firmly. A few days later, additional devouring civilization Legion fleets were clearly seen on the 5 battlefields. At the same time, according to the information provided by the Flame Elf King, on the other side of the battlefield, the forefront of the devouring civilization universe was packed with interstellar battleships from the devouring civilization. Meanwhile, the Troll King appeared with his Troll Legion on the battlefield. A very large starship, towering like its master and robust, stood among the devouring civilization interstellar fleet. It could be seen from afar. It may be more appropriate to call it an interstellar fortress than a battleship. And indeed, that was precisely its name. The T6 Troll King Starship Fortress. Chapter 1421. 8-star system battlefields, Your Majesty. 30 Legion fleets of Devourers are ready. A subordinate officer knelt before the throne, not daring to lift his head to look at the massive figure in front of him. Yet, he could still hear the sound of something being chewed on. He suppressed his inner fear. He had known beforehand that the Troll King was a terrifying being who enjoyed consuming intelligent beings. But he had never witnessed it himself, thinking it was just an exaggerated rumor. However, these past few days, he had finally seen it with his own eyes. After the Troll King appeared at the frontline battlefield base, he had devoured several officers who had made mistakes during battle. He still remembered one comrade who was grabbed by the Troll King, had his head shoved into the Troll King's mouth, and then witnessed the gruesome sight of the comrade's head being bitten down upon by the Troll King's teeth. He considered himself not a good person, willing to do bad things on his own territory. But witnessing direct consumption of humans was a first for him. Are you afraid of me? The Troll King's voice sounded mocking. Not fear, but reverence, reverence for your majesty. The subordinate officer immediately responded. Fear me freely. I want you to fear me, genuinely fear me, hear my voice and fear me. And I want you to know, if you make a mistake under my nose, your fate will be the same as those individuals. If you don't want that, then finish this battle properly. The Troll King spoke bluntly. Understood. Now that your majesty is personally on the battlefield, we will defeat the enemy and achieve victory, the officer immediately said. The Troll King did not waste time with the subordinate. He looked at several video windows in front of him, all showing the devouring civilization's vast interstellar battleships. This was the third wave of support for this war, 30 Legion fleets of Devourers. Now that everyone is assembled, convey my orders. Execute the operational tasks I assigned earlier. The Troll King lazily stated, yes. The officer's subordinate swiftly left, as if escaping, then went to convey the orders. Under the Troll King's command, the airspace filled with 30 million devouring civilization interstellar battleships suddenly became lively. The space-crossing equipment activated one after another, creating new spatial passages. On the T6 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, Bridge report, the 6th Devourer Civilization invasion position has appeared in the Abyssal Refo 6 star system. Report, the 11th Devourer Civilization invasion position has appeared in the Celestial Angel 11 star system. Report, the 1st Devourer Civilization invasion position has appeared in the Raven 01 star system. A series of warning messages shattered the rare calm on the Dragon Emperor-class ship's bridge. Zhao Chen opened his eyes to holographic images appearing before him, Charlotte and the Flame Elf King. It seemed they had also promptly received the message. The enemy's new round of attacks has arrived. We must be prepared to counter it, Zhao Chen said to Charlotte. They had brought up the Star Wars sandbox image, showing 3 expanding red dots, the new positions of the Devourer Civilization's invasion. Reports indicate that in the original 5-star system battlefields, signs of increased enemy fleets and strength and attacks have been discovered, the staff officer reported. It seems this is their new total offensive, Zhao Chen observed calmly. Charlotte, what are your thoughts on how we should arrange things? The Flame Elf King gazed at Charlotte, seeking her leadership despite their equal status. Following numerous battles, the Flame Elf King had complete faith in the High Marshal of the Golden Dragon Empire's battlefield command abilities and character. Charlotte Marshal would not assign the Sacred Elf Legion fleet easily achievable tasks that could result in high casualties. Instead, she prioritized ensuring their safety on the battlefield. Flame Elf King continued, according to the distribution of the battlefield, I will assign Sacred Elf Legions 15, 19, and 28 to the 3 new star system battlefields. While it may be challenging to defeat the enemy's 5 million Devourer Civilization interstellar battleships stationed in each new star system, stabilizing the situation for a few days should not be a major problem. Charlotte nodded in agreement, saying, I entrust this to the Flame Elf King's care. Flame Elf King's meticulous attention to detail offered a warning. Given the scale of the Devourer Civilization's recent attack, which mobilized so many fleets, they are likely to employ soul altars. This is likely their ace. The number of soul altars used this time will likely surpass the previous quantity, and may include 6-level soul altars. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, recalling intelligence reports that the Devourer Civilization possessed 3 level 6 soul altars. These were only used twice before on level 6 technological civilization battlefields, capable of summoning T6 Dark Legion interstellar battleships. In addition to the Troll King's Troll King Legion fleet and the T6 Troll King class interstellar fortress, which operate under his lead, their names suggest T6 class interstellar battleships. However, according to our comprehensive assessment, they operate at a quasi-T7 class level. Utilizing some esoteric dark technology, their large hull accommodates numerous weapon modules. Once this starship arrives at the battlefield, we will need to proceed with caution, Flame Elf King reminded. Charlotte already relayed orders regarding the special fleets and starships' emergence on the battlefield, promptly notifying the Dragon Emperor-class vessel of their presence. Are you ready to execute the operation plan? Flame Elf King asked expectantly. Charlotte replied coldly, these recent clashes have frequently occurred within our borders. As we stand by, it's customary for us to provide our adversaries with a fitting gift. Flame Elf King's eagerness and excitement reflected in her eyes. With the emergence of the 3 new star system battlefields, although the Sacred Elf Legions quickly arrived to consolidate defense lines against the invaders, the increased number put immense pressure on the Golden Dragon Empire. Maintaining engagements across 8-star system battlefields and managing supplies at such a rapid pace posed significant challenges, risking potential logistics failures. Fortunately, Flame Elf King understood the situation and authorized the full operation of resources within her tribal territories. These resource reserves would then be transported through the Stargate network of the Golden Dragon Empire, ensuring the timely supply and readiness of battlefield resources. This trust in Flame Elf King's full commitment to supporting the Golden Dragon Empire was vital to Zhao Chen's confidence. He was also aware of the distinctions between allies and enemies. With the upcoming classified operation plan shared with the Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen acknowledged the reason behind the decision. As the forces of the Devourer Civilization amassed across various star system battlefields, it would take time before reaching their peak engagement, approximately 30 hours later. Unaware beneath the storm, the Devourer Civilization interstellar fleet had no knowledge of the pair of eyes hidden beneath their turmoil. At the Devourer civilization's forward battlefield base amid the swarms of interstellar warships in the distant dark space, certain things remained concealed. Report: the enemy's soul altars are beginning to move. The aide reported to Marshal Zhao Warner. Seeing those messages, a slight smile crept upon Zhao Warner's lips. After waiting for so long while lurking here, we have finally seized an opportunity. Inform the shock troops and fleet commanders at every battlefield. Prepare to commence operation, she commanded. Understood. The fleet commanders replied one after another. On the opposing side, the Devourer civilization's fleets were entirely clueless that hidden among their ranks were interstellar battleships from the Golden Dragon Empire. Zhao Warner suppressed the excitement within her as their frontline commander for this operation. Nevertheless, controlling her inner excitement was a challenge, especially compared to the day when she had first heard about this mission plan from her brother and sister-in-law. This detailed plan is for your return. Study it carefully and prepare within a week. The operation is likely to commence at any moment after that. The plan is divided into several phases. The first stage will involve our operation in the Luoyang 11 star system, where we will destroy 3 enemy soul altars, pushing towards their space crossing points. When we estimate to reach close to their space crossing points, we will infiltrate quietly. Phase 2. First, dispatch several interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to attempt crossing the spatial gateways set up by the devouring civilization. This is to determine whether it can be successfully achieved. Phase 3. This phase will only commence if Phase 2 is successfully completed. You and your Shadow Hunters Ace Fleet group will enter the spatial gateway of the devouring civilization and infiltrate the demon civilization's universe. The objective is to remain hidden. Remember, this is about stealth, not combat. During Phase 3, the enemy is expected to have several frontline battle bases. Your task is to quietly investigate and identify all enemy battlefield bases and pinpoint the target locations. This time, your targets are not combat-oriented interstellar warships. Instead, they are the enemy's logistical and technological assets, such as the Soul Altar, starports, interstellar transport ships, interstellar supply ships, and related industrial battlefield facilities. In summary, your mission is to cripple the enemy's logistics, maintenance, and industrial capabilities. While destroying their combat warships would be effective, achieving the specified objectives will have a far more profound impact on the overall war. Even if their combat fleet remains intact, disrupting their supply and infrastructure will lead to a massive shift in the tide of war. Do you understand? Charlotte solemnly explained the operational plans to Zhao Warner. Zhao Warner gave a firm nod. I understand. Warner, this mission involves a true deep strike behind enemy lines and carries immense risks. If you are exposed, there is a high chance you will be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy, and we may not be able to provide any support. Have you considered carefully whether to take on this mission? Zhao Chen asked with grave seriousness, looking directly at Zhao Warner. Zhao Warner looked back at Zhao Chen, smiling slightly. Brother, if I don't take this mission, does that mean someone else will lead the Shadow Hunters Ace Fleet group to carry it out? Zhao Chen did not answer. Zhao Warner rubbed her nose with a smile and said, Brother, I built the Shadow Hunters with my own hands. They are my children, and I could never hand them over to someone else. Besides, as a marshal of the Zhaolong Empire and your sister, I do not fear any mission. With that, she stood upright, saluted Zhao Chen, and said, Please rest assured, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Zhao Warner and the Shadow Hunters Ace Fleet Group guarantee the mission's success. Chapter 1422. Zhao Warner's mysterious mission returned to the present. After receiving the mission, Zhao Warner successfully proceeded to the third phase. She still vividly remembered the feeling when she led the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet quietly traversing the space leap points created by devouring civilizations. Crossing through the dark hole, the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. She saw clusters of starships in the distance.